There's a terrifying creature in this world called the future mother-in-law. Li never believed it before, but today he finally saw it firsthand. After dating his girlfriend Yang Fei for 3.5 years always, keeping it secret from their family, she suddenly received a call from her mother, requesting a private talk. Li specially switched shifts with a colleague, put on his best clothes, and even got a haircut, treating it like a formal matchmaking meeting. "Our family isn't wealthy," she said, dressed stylishly and speaking gently, "but Fei is our only treasure, spoiled since childhood. I'm sure she's caused you plenty of trouble." Li knew the hidden meaning behind her polite words. The fact that she'd met him alone, not inviting him home through her daughter, spoke volumes. No, Fei's great. Li naturally wouldn't complain about her daughter's temper. "By the way, I heard you're an orphan?" She smoothly changed the subject. "Poor thing. Jobs are hard to find these days, especially without family support. Forget about buying a car or a house in the city, just surviving is tough." "I have a job," Li replied, his voice weak, his confidence already crumbling. "Oh, I heard you're a caregiver at a nursing home?" She continued. "Male caregivers are rare. The salary must be good over 10,000 a month? At least 8,000? Li could only awkwardly shake his head. He couldn't bring himself to admit his 3,500 yuan monthly wage. "Well, youth is on your side. Things will get better," she smiled faintly. "Take Fei, for example. After her internship last month, she was offered a position at Jinlai Pharmaceutical with a 15,000 yuan base salary, plus bonuses. She turned down the hospital." Li felt a tightness in his chest. They were classmates. She studied clinical medicine, while he studied nursing. He graduated a year earlier, yet their futures couldn't be more different. Li hadn't failed to get into clinical medicine. His college entrance exam score was actually much higher than Fei's. He chose nursing because of the old Yanjiang from the orphanage where he grew up. The Yanjiang, Ms. Bai, suffered from Alzheimer's. When Li visited her before college, a female caregiver struggled to support her slightly overweight frame. By the time Li graduated and joined the nursing home, she had withered away, weighing under 90 pounds when she passed. "I'm not against you two being together," his future mother-in-law said, still smiling warmly, but her message was clear. "Just think it over. I'll go now. Waiter, the bill." Li couldn't let her pay. He rushed to settle the bill and escorted her to the door. Watching her cross the street to fetch her car, the blazing sun suddenly seemed dim. Not pain, but a crushing sense of helplessness. As an orphan, Li had always carried a quiet inferiority. Even when dating Fei, he lacked confidence, as if deep down he'd always known this day would come. Maybe we're just not right for each other. Maybe she regrets it too. Otherwise, why didn't she tell me about switching to the pharmaceutical company? And about her mother contacting measurely she knows? Better this way. Better than being together and later facing her family sure own disdain. As Li stood there, he saw the mother-in-law, already halfway across the street, suddenly freeze completely still, as if rooted to the spot. The crosswalk light turned red, and in the distance, a bus came speeding toward her. In the city, the most reckless drivers aren't private car owners or struggling taxi drivers, the bus drivers. They fear nothing. If they hit someone, the company covers it. Especially the young ones, who treat buses like race cars. So the bus came fast, the young driver yawning just one yawn in, then he saw the figure standing in the middle of the road. He slammed the brakes, but a body was already flung into the air. Li woke up at night in a dimly lit 4-bed ward. The sounds of snoring and the mixed smell of disinfectant and foot odor in the air. "You should be in ICU," but her family refused to pay 8,000 a day, a voice said. Li looked at himself lying on the bed, then turned toward the voice. "Director Bai?" Li exclaimed in surprise. Standing by the window was Director Bai, stern yet kind as he remembered from childhood, but looking young exactly as she did when he was a boy. "Child, why so happy to see me?" she asked. Li froze, then remembered she was dead. He looked again at the body on the bed and understood. "Regret it? Saving her wasn't worth it," Director Bai said. "Nothing's worth or not worth," Li said bitterly. "You taught me that saving others at the cost of oneself is a virtue. So it's my fault?" Director Bai replied. "Silly child, she was meant to die. Why else would she suddenly freeze in the middle of the road?" The mother-in-law had been acting strangely, walking normally, then suddenly stopping, as if waiting for the bus to hit her. "You weren't supposed to die," Director Bai said. "But you saved her, so one life for another. But who told you I'm your mother? So I pulled a favor." With that, Director Bai suddenly grabbed Li's chest, lifting him effortlessly like a balloon, took 2 steps to the bed, and slammed him down onto the body of Li. Li felt as if plunged underwater, suffocating, chest tight, vision darkening. He struggled desperately, but his body wouldn't obey, trapped in a nightmare. Then, as if yanked back to the surface, he shot upright in bed, gasping a deep breath with a sharp HSSH. His mind cleared. He looked around then froze. At the doorway, Director Bai smiled and waved gently, then turned and walked away, her figure fading into the air. Chapter 2. What a nightmare. Thank you for saving me. The expression on my mother-in-law's face was rigid, likely astonished that Li Yi had actually awakened. At that moment, Li Yi had pushed her out of the way, but he himself was struck forcefully by an uncontrollable bus, resulting in fractured ribs, a broken left calf, and, most critically, intracranial bleeding. According to a familiar doctor, the fractures were not overly severe, but the internal bleeding posed a grave concern, as it could deteriorate at any moment, leading to increased intracranial pressure, brain herniation, and ultimately, swift demise. Yet, Li Yi had miraculously awoken. This situation was rather awkward. No need to be polite. Li Yi replied with a calm demeanor. Having brushed with death and reflecting through the night, he seemed to have gained clarity and a sense of detachment towards certain matters. Fei stayed with you until midnight yesterday. She has to report to her new company today, so she will arrive a bit later. His mother-in-law, no? Perhaps he should refrain from calling her that. Li Yi recalled that young Fei had mentioned her mother's surname was Liu. Li Yi responded faintly. You could be on the brink of death in this hospital, and she still has the audacity to report to her new job? In his memory, she was not the kind of person to behave this way. Although she could be a bit willful at times, she was not devoid of compassion. Was it possible that his recent neglect had led to such emotional distance? Ever since her internship began, he had continually made excuses about being busy with work, resulting in their infrequent meetings. As Li Yi pondered young Fei's indifference, Ms. Liu, dissatisfied with Li Yi's nonchalance, discarded her veneer of pretense and spoke with a taut expression. Do not think that because you saved me, I will condone your relationship with Fei. This time, Li Yi found himself amused by her anger. That's a separate matter. To be frank, there are lines of suitors queuing up for my daughter. You could randomly select one with your eyes closed, and they would surpass you 100-fold. You cannot provide her with happiness, nor do you think you can cling to her or our family because of this incident. Ms. Liu's voice was heavy. You saved me and sustained injuries. I will cover your medical expenses, and additionally, I will give you 10,000 yuan. Forget about the money, Li Yi replied. You can pay for the medical expenses, but you may inform the doctor to use the cheaper medication, and I will expedite my discharge. Li Yi wished to assert that she need not concern herself with him. Yet he truly lacked the funds to cover the hospital bills. After working for a year with a monthly salary of 3,500 yuan, after deducting rent and food, he had 2,000 to spend on young Fei. He had never saved a dime. Ms. Liu departed, and the elderly man in the adjacent bed muttered indignantly, "What sort of person is that? It would be better to have no in-laws at all. You shouldn't have saved her." You make a valid point, Li Yi replied with a smile. In this world, there are always individuals who are unreasonable and self-centered. Though Li Yi viewed matters with a sense of detachment, it did not mean he was devoid of resentment or bitterness. Yet, why entangle oneself? It was far better to distance oneself. Nevertheless, this world is never lacking in benevolence and love, exemplified by Director Liu of the Nanshan Senior Care Home. Thank heavens. Fate has been kind. Awakening is a blessing. Dean Liu was overwhelmed with emotion. A weight lifted from her heart. She rambled on about the elderly residents of the nursing home, who had expressed concern upon hearing of his accident, urging her to convey their regards to Li Yi and to reassure him that he need not worry about work, nor the compensation from the bus company, as she wished to assist. However, Ms. Liu insisted it was unnecessary for her to intervene. Li Yi, upon hearing this, felt a mix of anger and amusement. Regardless of how responsibility was ultimately assigned, the bus company was bound to provide some compensation. Surely, he would not incur medical expenses beyond his means. Dean Liu purchased daily necessities for his hospital stay and, before leaving, generously gifted him 2,000 yuan to hire a caregiver, as she was unable to manage the myriad of tasks at the nursing home herself. Li Yi, however, opted not to hire a caregiver. His head had cleared. The rib fracture was not severe, and although his left leg was in a cast, he could maneuver himself to the restroom or even the dining hall using a wheelchair. The ward was on the 5th floor, and he pushed himself into the elevator. With few occupants, he positioned himself at the rear. As the elevator descended, it paused at the 4th floor, allowing entry to an exceedingly large man, weighing in at over 200 pounds, causing the elevator to sway slightly. "Is anyone there?" mumbled a young man before pressing the close door button. Li Yi was taken aback, glancing at the hefty individual beside him. The man fixated on Li Yi, suddenly becoming animated, exclaiming, "Can you see me?" Li Yi clenched his teeth and turned his gaze to the elevator doors, ignoring the man's enthusiasm. "You can see me." The rotund figure leaned down, seemingly attempting to forcefully turn Li Yi's head, but his hand withdrew, twisting his corpulent body to Li Yi's side, anxiously stating, "Finally. Someone sees me. Master, please help me." The elevator quickly reached the ground floor, and this time, Li Yi disregarded any notions of politeness, pushing his wheelchair out without concern for the other passengers' stares. What a nightmare. Li Yi was certain that the man was a ghost. Initially, he had not paid much attention, but upon closer inspection, he noticed a gaping hole in the man's head, partially filled with a brick. Moreover, while the man had been yelling at him, none of the other passengers seemed to hear a word. Hastily wheeling away from the hospital building, Li Yi glanced back. The ghostly figure remained at the entrance, wearing an expression of hopeful longing, akin to a forsaken puppy. Better that he did not follow. As he made his way to the dining hall, Li Yi contemplated the troubling situation. Although he was not a doctor, he had studied medical knowledge within nursing. How could he entertain the notion of spirits? His awakening the previous night could be dismissed as a dream or a hallucination resulting from his cranial injury. But what of the ghostly man? Li Yi was convinced that he was fully awake, particularly due to the intense pain in his ribs from the sudden movements of the wheelchair, which felt incredibly real. Could it be that the events of last night were indeed true? Was he meant to have perished? And it was only through Dean Bai's intervention with the supernatural that he had been granted a second chance at life? Had I, perhaps, returned to life and acquired the ability to perceive spirits? In an instant, Li Yi felt as though his worldview had shattered. What value did science and medicine hold against a living ghost? A sense of despondency washed over him, yet concurrently, a flicker of exhilaration ignited within. Now he could see ghosts, and his future was teeming with uncertainty and possibilities. Would it become thrilling, or would it evolve into something intriguing? Chapter 3. You won't work in vain. The occurrence of witnessing a ghost undeniably stirred a modicum of fear within Li Yi. Otherwise, he would not have feigned indifference towards the chubby fellow beside him. However, reflecting on the events of the previous night, how he had perished and how Director Bai had implored to return his soul to his body, his trepidation began to wane. Director Bai had mentioned that she had solicited a favor to spare him from death. Li Yi mused that perhaps Director Bai held some authority in the underworld. Otherwise, who would owe her a favor? Thus, he found courage, reminiscent of his childhood when Director Bai would protect the orphans against the neighborhood children. What was a mere wandering spirit to fear? They had someone on their side. Consequently, after hastily consuming a nutritionally deficient meal in the cafeteria, upon returning to the hospital wing, the chubby fellow immediately approached him again. Yet, Li Yi felt no fear. He continued to ignore him, silently maneuvering his wheelchair into the elevator, while the chubby man persistently pleaded for a word or even a glance from him. With a furrowed brow, Li Yi shot him a glance. The chubby man instantly fell silent, too intimidated to speak further, yet he stubbornly followed Li Yi back to the ward. In the sweltering summer, the ward lacked air conditioning and even a fan. The mingling scents of disinfectant and patient's body odors were nearly unbearable. Li Yi maneuvered his wheelchair to his bed, but the chubby fellow, gathering his courage, entered and continued to plead softly. Growing annoyed, Li Yi decided against laying down, turned his wheelchair, and prepared to leave the room once more. "Hey, young man, where are you off to now?" called out the elderly man in the adjacent bed. "I'm going out for a smoke," Li Yi replied casually, turning back to rummage through his bedside table for his clothes. He was left with only the hospital gown, having not even donned undergarments. He retrieved a crushed pack of cigarettes from his pocket, which contained half a pack and a lighter, and headed straight for the stairwell. "Master, I beg you, at least say a word. I sincerely have a request that requires your assistance." The chubby man trailed in behind him, seeing Li Yi light the cigarette. Unable to resist the urge to inhale deeply, savoring the secondhand smoke, Li Yi frowned, finding it intolerable. This fellow, with his plump visage and seemingly upscale attire, complete with a gold watch adorning his wrist and a thick gold chain around his neck, appeared more like a businessman than a cook. Yet he was reduced to seeking out secondhand smoke? The key issue was the repulsiveness of it all. Every time Li Yi exhaled, the man leaned in, inching closer to witness that unsightly visage, which was enough to make anyone retch. Li Yi extracted another cigarette from the pack, ignited it, and placed it on the windowsill of the staircase, saying, "You can have this." The stout man's face lit up with delight as he bowed slightly toward Li Yi, exclaiming, thank you, esteemed master. Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a single cigarette. He himself favored those priced at 10 yuan per pack, equating to 5 jiao for one. It hardly warranted such gratitude from others. The stout man gazed expectantly at the cigarette as it burned, rambling on. Master, you are so kind to offer me a cigarette. Perhaps you could assist me with a small favor as well. Truly, my request is quite simple and in no way burdensome. Li Yi pondered for a moment. Since he was unable to leave the hospital, this man would likely continue to pester him. Rather than endure such inconvenience, it might be simpler to fulfill his wish. Provided it didn't entail much trouble. Go ahead, tell me what you need, perhaps I can help. Upon hearing this, the stout man became animated and promptly recounted his circumstances. His name was Zhao Weicheng, a businessman who owned a construction company. Unfortunately, while inspecting his site, a half-brick had fallen from above and struck his head, leaving him no chance to utter a final farewell. Though he had succumbed, Zhao Weicheng had lingering concerns and was reluctant to move on. He lingered in the hospital, hoping to find someone who could see him and fulfill his unfulfilled wish. My son is only 7 years old this year. My death was so sudden. I couldn't arrange anything for him and his mother. I fear they will struggle alone, the stout man lamented. Being such a successful businessman, do you not have any inheritance to leave behind? Li Yi inquired. Indeed, my company is worth several million, Zhao replied. However, my son is a child born out of wedlock. Li Yi regarded him with some disdain. Is that so? Yes, but he is my only son, Zhao insisted. My wife cannot bear children. I had intended to adopt a child from outside, but she insisted on adopting her brother's son. Thus, my legacy will belong to the Zheng family, leaving my son with nothing. Li Yi felt a twinge of discomfort. How could he claim it was not troublesome? The situation was rather convoluted. Observing Li Yi frown, Zhao hurriedly reassured him, rest assured, it is truly not a bother. I am well prepared. I have opened an overseas account with 10 million yuan, specifically for my son. All you need to do is inform them of the account details and password. Is it truly that simple? Li Yi asked, suppressing his irritation. Indeed, Zhao confirmed. Are you not worried that by revealing the account and password to me, I might withdraw the funds for myself? Li Yi pressed. That won't happen. Zhao replied firmly. Master, since you can see me, you must surely know the situation below. Therefore, you would never deceive a ghost. Li Yi thought to himself, what do I know about the situation below? However, from his tone, it seemed that deceit would lead to trouble in the future. Regardless, Li Yi was not one to swindle others. Moreover, this was merely a matter of a phone call or a few words. Aiding him was of little consequence, and he could consider it a source of amusement in assisting a spirit. Very well, provide me with the account details, password, and your son's mother's phone number. Li Yi said, extinguishing the cigarette in the trash can and retrieving his phone. The corpulent man hesitated momentarily before speaking. Master, could you assist me in distributing this money to her in installments? Installments? Li Yi furrowed his brow. I fear that if she remarries or has another child, this money will not reach my son. The man stammered. Therefore, I hope the master can provide her with a little each month to support their lives. And once my son grows up, he will receive the remainder. What a hassle. Li Yi's expression hardened as he pocketed his phone and prepared to leave in his wheelchair. Not only a hassle, but quite distasteful. Upon noticing this, the man quickly pleaded, Master, I assure you, I won't let you work for nothing. The wheelchair spun around, and Li Yi returned. Chapter 4. The feeling of falling into a pit, there was no way around it. The allure of money was too great. Take this instance. Why did Mrs. Liu oppose my relationship with her daughter? The lack of parents was inconsequential, and a low salary didn't matter. As long as there were a few million in the bank, everything would be fine. However, is it appropriate to earn ghostly money? It seems there is nothing inappropriate about it. After all, it isn't ghost money, so whose funds they are matter little. We have all faced death once. Encountering a ghost is merely a reward for that demise, a gift. It is only natural to earn a living through such talent. Thus, Li Yi, without a hint of restraint, lit another cigarette and asked, how much? The corpulent man gazed at Li Yi, taking a drag from the cigarette, then glancing at the half-burned cigarette on the windowsill. He swallowed hard and said, 100,000? Li Yi narrowed his eyes, remaining silent as he smoked. 200,000. The man gritted his teeth. Li Yi extended 3 fingers. 300,000. Fine. The man resolutely replied. Incorrect, it's 30%. Li Yi corrected him. 30%? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, that's impossible. I only wanted you to relay a message, and you demand 30%? That's nearly 3 million. If you refuse, seek someone else, Li Yi replied coolly as he continued to smoke. He was unperturbed by the possibility of refusal. After all, this fellow had claimed to be the only one who could see him. Unless he wished to linger, he had no choice but to seek Li Yi's assistance. As for whether exorbitant pricing could be considered exploiting a ghost, of course not. The price was clearly stated beforehand. It was a matter of mutual consent and fair trade. How could it be deemed exploitative? Li Yi never engaged in deceit. If he could employ open schemes, why resort to underhanded tactics? Deceiving others lacked sophistication. It was far better to let them knowingly step into a pit while willingly doing so. Master, you cannot do this. Isn't this akin to taking advantage of a crisis? The man exclaimed in exasperation. Is it easy for me to save money? I must fend off my wife from inspecting the accounts while secretly transferring funds overseas. After years, I've barely saved less than 10 million. And you wish to take 2 or 3 million with just a few words. Li Yi, however, remained indifferent, calmly continuing to smoke. As he finished one cigarette, the one on the windowsill finally burned out. The corpulent man, no longer willing to dither, reached over to brush off the ash, and a freshly lit cigarette appeared in his hand. He brought it to his lips, inhaling deeply, savoring the sensation as he held it in his lungs for a few moments before exhaling slowly, a look of bliss and indulgence on his face. 30%. It is acceptable. The portly man glared at the cigarette in his hand, gritting his teeth as he said, but you must light me up a few fine cigarettes. No, not those. They must be the good ones. Deal. Li Yi chuckled. What are a few cigarettes worth? Even if they are the prestigious Zhonghua or the esteemed Jiu Wuji Zun, they are hardly significant, especially considering that he is about to acquire 2 to 3 million. To be precise, it should be 264,000. The portly man claimed his account held over 880,000. He simply needed to log into that Swiss bank's website to transfer the funds. Master Li, I entrust this matter to you. I must take my leave. The portly man sighed, adding, I just wonder if she will treat my son well. If she were to remarry in the future, would my son suffer? Li Yi tucked away the phone that recorded the portly man's account details, password, and the mistress's address, remarking, Your son is also her son. You have a point. The portly man pondered, grinning as he said, Don't forget to light me some good cigarettes, haha. Li Yi nodded, but then noticed a haze forming behind the portly man, from which emerged a familiar silhouette. Director Bai? Li Yi exclaimed in astonishment. However, Director Bai addressed the portly man, instructing, Step inside and wait for me. The portly man suddenly appeared perplexed, but obediently walked into the mist. Only then did Director Bai turn to Li Yi, offering a slight smile as he said, Well done. On your first day, you've resolved the fixation and helped me achieve a milestone. Huh. Li Yi was bewildered. Oh, by the way, I am currently working in the underworld as a Bai Wu Chang, Director Bai explained. Bai Wu Chang? You mean the Bai Wu Chang? Director Bai confirmed, saying, The Hai Wu Chang is responsible for capturing malevolent spirits that wreak havoc in the human realm. By the way, old Jean from the nursing home is now the Hai Wu Chang, overseeing our area. Our duty as Bai Wu Chang is to guide those lingering souls bound by their obsessions, ensuring they do not cause harm. Oh, Li Yi tapped his forehead, saying, Wait, I'm a bit confused. You resurrected me, allowing me to see ghosts, and without realizing it, I helped you resolve the portly man's fixation, enabling you to take him back to the underworld. Haha, doesn't it feel like falling into a pit? Director Bai chuckled. A bit, Li Yi replied with a wry smile. In truth, you need not worry. I cannot ensnare you further, Director Bai laughed, for instance, with Zhao Weicheng, by helping him resolve his fixation. Not only do you assist me in achieving a performance point, but you also earn merit yourself. When your time comes, you may hold an official position in the afterlife, or at the very least, you might have a fortunate rebirth. Li Yi continued to smile wryly. Next life? Who can think that far ahead? I can't even remember the last life. Why ponder the next? All right then, since you cannot retract your yin-yang eyes, if you encounter wandering souls, help them resolve their fixations if you can. If not, that is also fine, Director Bai said with a smile, turning to leave. Director, Li Yi called out hesitantly. About that money. What you earn is yours, Director Bai replied with a wink, as he watched Director Bai step into the mist, which promptly vanished. Li Yi blinked and broke into a grin. Indeed, having someone down there to facilitate matters is quite advantageous, regardless of the merits earned. It is now certain that this is a lucrative opportunity. How does one withdraw funds? Although the overweight individual made it sound simple, stating that as long as one has internet access, transfers can be made at any time, the sum in question amounts to several million. Transferring directly into one's bank account, wouldn't that invite scrutiny? How would one explain the source? Furthermore, regarding the payment to the overweight individual's mistress, it would be rather inappropriate to transfer funds without prior notification, wouldn't it? As a person of limited means, Li found himself utterly bewildered by such financial matters. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to consult a professional for advice at a later time. Li. Yes? Li responded, only to see a nurse entering the stairwell. The young woman, though not very old, wore a rather serious expression and exclaimed, "Why are you not resting in bed? How did you end up here? And smoking, no less. Have you lost your mind?" My apologies. Li, soon to be a millionaire, felt rather cheerful. Moreover, the nurse was merely expressing concern for his well-being, so he bore no ill will and politely inquired, "Did you need something from me?" "It's not me looking for you. It's your girlfriend who has come. Upon finding you absent from your room, she has come to vent her frustrations at our nursing station." Chapter 5, Sister Impossible. He is gravely injured and has just regained consciousness. How could he leave on his own? Even if he could, would you permit him to do so? What kind of nurses are you? Smoking? Can a patient in such a dire condition smoke? If something happens, you will be held responsible. Upon witnessing the striking beauty at the nurse's station, who was vociferously expressing her grievances, Li could only manage a wry smile and called out, Sister? Isn't she your girlfriend?" The nurse pushing the wheelchair inquired. "No," Li replied, glancing at the girl with long legs who was approaching swiftly. "Wait, aren't you an orphan?" The little nurse began to indulge in gossip. The tale of how Li saved his future mother-in-law, only to find her unwilling to rescue him, had inexplicably spread throughout the floor. The charming, brave, yet tragically foolish injured man piqued the interest of the eligible young nurses. "Indeed, we grew up together in the orphanage. She is, after all, my sister," Li remarked with a hint of bitterness, as the existence of this elder sister brought forth a mix of amusement and exasperation. Unlike Li, who was abandoned as an infant at the orphanage's doorstep, Confronting had entered the orphanage at the age of 6, reportedly a victim of child trafficking. It was said that the traffickers had dragged her for several days, during which she asked them, "Are you planning to sell me? If so, sell me for a good price, and I can help you count the money. But first, you must buy me some chocolate." The traffickers, moved to tears, thought to themselves that if all children were as obedient, their business would surely flourish. Yet, one night while asleep, she seized the trafficker's phone and dialed 110. The police arrived with sirens blaring, and the trafficker, abandoning her, fled. This child was born clever, but being so young, she could not remember where her home was, which led to her being placed in the orphanage. When Li first met Confronting, she snatched away the lollipop he had earned as a reward for his diligent cleaning, proclaiming, "This is your tribute to your sister. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I shall avenge you." At the tender age of 4.5, Li gained an elder sister. Unlike the other siblings in the orphanage, Confronting genuinely cared for him, defended him in fights, and also playfully bullied him. She would snatch away his food and drinks, and often tasked him with her homework. Consequently, Li excelled academically from a young age, while Confronting only managed to complete a junior college education. "Have you lost your mind? Running around right after waking up, do you wish to throw your life away?" Confronting, standing a few paces away, exclaimed loudly, "You must have bumped your head. Thank goodness your appearance remains unscathed." Li, momentarily touched, could not suppress a chuckle. In truth, he could easily rely on his looks to get by. Yet the values instilled by Director Bai led him to regard such a notion with disdain. "Enough, this is a hospital. Your shouting disturbs others," Li remarked with a smile. "What brings you here? Hey, had I not happened to visit the nursing home, I would have remained oblivious to your near demise." Confronting, her eyes slightly reddened, defiantly seized the wheelchair from the nurse, disregarding the nurse's displeased and reluctant gaze, and pushed Li back to his ward. "You needn't lie down. I'm merely tired and can sit for a while," Li protested. "No way, you must rest in bed to recover," Confronting insisted, assertively lifting him from the wheelchair. Once he was seated on the edge of the bed, she bent down to adjust his leg, which was encased in a cast. Her white shirt perfectly aligned with Li's line of sight. One could not deny that Confronting was exceptionally beautiful, even surpassing Yang Feifei. Having grown up together, Ting never shied away from Li Yi. From the age of 14 or 15, he frequently found himself subjected to various trials, so even when his heart raced, his exterior remained composed. "You truly are a handful," Ting remarked as she picked up an apple from the bedside table, peeling it while speaking. "This time you were fortunate. Let us see if you dare to save someone again." Li Yi chuckled awkwardly. "Next time? If it's your mother-in-law again, I absolutely will not intervene. Now, tell me, what exactly happened?" Ting inquired. "There's nothing much to say. I simply saved someone and couldn't dodge in time," Li Yi replied. "Hey, do you think you can hide this from me, your sister? Do you think I'm unaware that it was your mother-in-law?" Ting shouted, taking a large bite of the peeled apple. "Sis, is this how you care for a patient?" Li Yi asked, bemused, observing the apple in her hand, its pristine flesh smeared with a hint of lip gloss. "Humph, do you think I don't know you dislike fruit?" Ting retorted. "Then why did you bring it?" Li Yi questioned. "This is for me, don't interrupt." Ting snapped, then paused to add, "If you're going to share, why on earth did you save her mother? Are you foolish or what?" "Fine, sharing is better. Once you're discharged, I'll introduce you to a dozen beautiful girls, all far more attractive than her." Li Yi found himself again amused, marveling at his sister's antics. Just then, turning his head, he saw the person in question had arrived. Yang Feifei stood at the door, holding a bag of fruit, her expression somewhat awkward. "Oh, you're here," Li Yi greeted with a faint smile. "This is the girlfriend with whom I have spent 3 years and who is now on the verge of a breakup." It would be impossible for Li Yi to be entirely unaffected emotionally. However, to his own astonishment, the turbulence within him is surprisingly subdued. "Upon hearing that you had awakened, I rushed over," Yang Feifei stated, realizing that her words might carry ambiguity. She quickly added, "Initially, the doctor indicated that your condition would not improve so swiftly, which is why I reported to the company today." Yet, as she spoke, Yang Feifei felt that her words only compounded the misunderstanding. "It's nothing," Li Yi said, not meeting Ting's scrutinizing gaze, and he smiled. Yang Feifei then entered the room, placing fruits on the bedside table, accompanied by a man whom Li Yi scrutinized with a furrowed brow. "Oh, this is our general manager Chow. He drove me here," Yang Feifei introduced. "Hello. Wishing you a swift recovery," General Manager Chow greeted, extending his hand with a neutral tone and an air of arrogance. Indeed, he was a man of merit, appearing to be in his 20s, clad in designer attire with a gleaming watch. If it weren't for his unkempt demeanor, he would certainly be considered handsome. Perhaps this is what Ms. Liu referred to, one of the suitors who would surpass him 100-fold, even with eyes closed. Li Yi. When Li Yi continued to stare at the man, disregarding the hand extended towards him, Yang Feifei could not help but exclaim, "Oh, haha," Li Yi chuckled. "Let's forego the handshake to avoid any contagion." "Haha, you're injured, not afflicted with a contagious disease," General Manager Chow responded with a laugh. "You misunderstand. I meant, you might infect me," Li Yi replied with a grin. "What?" General Manager Chow appeared perplexed. Li Yi remained silent, feeling no obligation to enlighten him about the burdens he bore. Chapter 6. When to strike Li Yi. "How can you speak to General Manager Chow like that?" Yang Feifei expressed her discontent. "And how do you speak to Li Yi?" Ting seized the opportunity to retaliate. "Li Yi nearly lost his life while saving your mother. And you? Instead of arranging for proper care, you simply tossed him into an ordinary ward, hoping he wouldn't survive, right? Even if you wished for his demise, shouldn't you at least be present for his last moments before gallivanting off? But here you are, with him alive, and you immediately bring this man along, as if his survival is a thorn in your side, bringing chaos to drive him to despair. How can you be so brazen?" Ting unleashed a torrent of words, leaving Yang Feifei stunned. Tears welled in her eyes, an expression of either grievance or shame, her face a picture of pity. "Stop the charade," Ting continued to shout. "If you think he lacks prospects and wish to break up with him, why not say so yourself? Instead, you involve your mother and orchestrate an accident for him to rescue her. Truly a family of calamity." Yang Feifei burst into tears. "Sister, let it go," Li Yi finally interjected. "Why should we let it go? Why are you so accommodating?" Ting exclaimed. "Madam, I warn you, if you continue to shout, I will not be polite," General Manager Chow said in a harsh tone, stepping closer and gently patting Yang Feifei's back to offer comfort. Yang Feifei flinched slightly but then accepted his gesture. A small gesture caught Li Yi's attention, and he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Anger? Perhaps a hint of it. Hatred? Not at all. Mostly it was pity. Impolite. Oh, let me see where this big-tailed wolf has come from. Such bravado. Have you not brushed your teeth in days? Come, let me witness your rudeness. Confronting exclaimed, her voice unrelenting. Dear sister, do not stoop to his level. Be cautious of contagion, Li Yi quickly interjected, aware that when this young lady stirred, it could lead to chaos. Not only was she formidable in arguments, but she was also known to resort to physical confrontations. Even the boys from the orphanage would steer clear of her. By the way, what affliction does he possess that can be transmitted upon contact? Confronting inquired, her previous fervor dissipating as she turned to Li Yi with a playful smile. Meanwhile, President Chao's temper flared, ready to unleash his wrath, yet the opposing party had suddenly retreated, leaving him with nowhere to vent his frustration. To make matters worse, upon hearing Confronting's question, Yang Feifei instinctively recoiled, shaking off his unwelcome advances. Well, it is not an illness, Li Yi stated earnestly. Contagion is not limited to diseases. Luck can also be infectious. For instance, when someone wins a grand prize, people rush to shake their hand, hoping to share in their fortune. Conversely, misfortune can also spread. So it is wise to steer clear of those plagued by bad luck. Otherwise, you might find yourself ensnared in their misfortune as well. Oh, I see now. President Chao is currently beset by bad luck, so I should refrain from striking him. Confronting giggled. Very good. President Chao's teeth ground together in frustration. Her words felt more venomous to him than her earlier shouts. Such curses were deeply feared in the business world. Yet, with Li Yi gravely injured in bed, Confronting being an exquisite beauty, and numerous patients and their families observing, retaliation was not an option. Li Yi, I am utterly disappointed in you. I never expected you to be this kind of person, Yang Feifei remarked. As a medical student, she was not superstitious and dismissed Li Yi's talk of contagious luck as childish banter. What kind of person do you think I am? Li Yi's expression turned icy. After enduring her mother's harsh words, he had not lost hope. However, awakening in the most ordinary hospital room, awaiting death, he had not perceived her as malevolent. Yet, her appearance alongside President Chao, and her evident favoritism toward him, ignited a fiery rage within him. Even after experiencing death, even after gaining clarity about many matters, Li Yi could not tolerate the current situation. I saved your mother's life, yet I have been cast aside by your family to await my demise. You used me as a shield for 3 years, a free meal ticket. I am the boyfriend you disdain yet refuse to discard. His voice, though low, resonated with strength. As you wished, from this moment forth, you are free to pursue young talents like President Chao. No, actually, you do not need my permission. You have already begun. Haven't you? Why you want to break up with me? Yang Feifei's complexion turned ashen, disbelief washing over her as she struggled to process Li Yi's words in front of so many witnesses. She was well aware of Li Yi's typically gentle demeanor. He had always been considerate of her feelings, never once lashing out even when she had wronged him. This assertiveness was entirely out of character. Yes, you heard correctly, Li Yi affirmed. Fine. Yang Feifei took a deep breath, paused momentarily, and declared, I agree to the breakup, but I will not bear your accusations. I will take care of you until you are discharged, and then we shall part ways. There is no need for this, Li Yi replied firmly. I insist, she retorted. Then let us discharge you now, Li Yi responded, turning to Confronting. All right, I will handle the paperwork. Confronting exclaimed joyfully. That won't work. The discharge cannot be processed right now. The earliest will be tomorrow morning, the petite nurse at the door interjected. Then tomorrow it is, Li Yi said with a smile directed at Yang Feifei. But you need not worry about caring for me. My sister will suffice. Yang Feifei gritted her teeth. Mr. Chao, however, interjected, Feifei, since he has said that, we can just come back tomorrow for the discharge formalities. Let us not linger here and become an eyesore. Yang Feifei cast a glance at Li Yi before silently walking away. Mr. Chao lingered for a moment, waiting for Yang Feifei to exit the ward, then leaned closer to Li Yi and whispered, I should thank you. 3 years, and you left me an original piece. Tonight, we shall unveil it. Li Yi regarded him with a slight smile, then said, Young friends, when it is time to act, one must act. If anything goes awry, I will bear the consequences. We have people below. What do you mean? Mr. Chao asked, bewildered. No worries. Take care, Li Yi replied with a charming smile. Mr. Chao was left puzzled. He wished to inquire further, but realized it would be beneath him. Moreover, for the sake of the evening's grand venture, it was unwise to keep Yang Feifei outside too long, especially with those nurses watching her like hawks, as if she were their enemy. Why don't you confront him? Confronting exclaimed upon hearing Mr. Chow's last remarks, her anger flaring. If you slap him, he wouldn't dare retaliate. Otherwise, I will deal with him. Haha. There is no need for me to take matters into my own hands. Li chuckled. What do you mean? Did you forget what I just said? He is currently experiencing a streak of bad luck. Li maintained his cheerful demeanor. Puffed as if that's true. Confronting scoffed. Then suddenly jumped up to poke Li Yi's head, glancing at the bandaged injury. She murmured, you wouldn't have had an accident that granted you some sort of ability, would you? Can you see if others have golden auras or dark clouds above their heads? Sister, you've read too many novels, Li Yi replied with a bemused expression. In truth, he was not entirely certain that Mr. Chow would encounter misfortune upon leaving. Yet half an hour later, Mr. Chow returned to the hospital, being carried back on a stretcher. Chapter 7. The Raven's Tongue. There is a saying that when one is unfortunate, even drinking cold water can lead to toothaches. But a simple toothache is hardly the extent of Mr. Chow's misfortunes. Upon exiting the ward, Mr. Chow was still dazed by Li Yi's words. What young friends? What does it mean to act when the time is right? Moreover, when Li Yi spoke, his gaze seemed not to be directed at Mr. Chow, but rather behind him. However, now was not the time to ponder such questions. The priority was to seize the moment, taking advantage of Yang Feifei's sour mood. Perhaps this evening he could savor the fruits of his labor. Thus, Mr. Chow endeavored to console Yang Feifei, guiding her toward the roadside to fetch his car. The hospital had a parking lot, but upon arrival, there were no spaces available, so Mr. Chow had parked his luxury vehicle worth hundreds of thousands on the street. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that a parking violation ticket had been affixed to the car window. While this was merely a fine of 200 yuan, the situation was exacerbated by several electric bikes parked both in front of and behind the car, rendering it impossible to maneuver out. Moreover, the slightest contact with these bikes would trigger an alarm, producing an exasperating cacophony. After considerable effort, I managed to procure 100 yuan to enlist the help of the security guard to move the electric bikes aside. However, just as he had managed to turn the car slightly, an elderly lady suddenly climbed onto the hood to claim injury. Mr. Chow was understandably irate. But mindful of the evening's plans, he could not afford to create a scene in front of the beautiful lady accompanying him. Reluctantly, he extracted 500 yuan to settle the matter privately. After all, if money could resolve the issue, it was hardly an issue at all. As he drove away, Mr. Chow, filled with pent-up frustration, pressed the accelerator, only to collide with the vehicle ahead that had unexpectedly braked. His anger reached a boiling point, and he leapt from the car to confront the other driver, only to realize he was facing a Wuling, a vehicle notorious for its association with a particular demographic. To his dismay, a dozen individuals, all with bronze skin and wearing orange safety helmets, emerged from the vehicle. Fortunately, these modern-day laborers exhibited civility rather than resorting to intimidation. They sought to reason with him. Isn't the rear vehicle always at fault in a rear-end collision? One of them argued. You claim I braked abruptly? But a child suddenly dashed into the street. What was I to do? You assert that I should have seen the child? I barely had time to react, and fortunately, the child was unharmed. Let's discuss compensation instead. What? You say we're overloaded? Did you see them disembark from my vehicle? We are merely co-workers. I drove while they walked. Our paths merely coincided. Initially, they had intended to settle for a modest repair fee, but given Mr. Chow's obstinacy, they now demanded compensation for lost wages as well. 200 yuan per person seemed reasonable to them. Thus, with 12 co-workers involved, alongside the repair costs, the total demand reached an astounding 8,400 yuan. The irony was that the dilapidated Wuling, with its paint peeling off, would scarcely fetch 8,000 yuan on the second-hand market. Declining to pay, the group clenched their fists menacingly. Reluctantly, Mr. Chow transferred the funds via his mobile phone, narrowly avoiding a severe beating. Upon returning to the car, he slammed his hands against the steering wheel, exclaiming, "What terrible luck!" Just as the words escaped his lips, he felt a stir within, turning to meet the gaze of Yang Feifei in the passenger seat. After a moment of silence, she tentatively remarked, "It's nothing." Mr. Chow gritted his teeth. While the situation seemed oddly cursed, his misfortunes seemingly cascading right after that man had mentioned his own bad luck, he dismissed the notion as mere coincidence. In this modern age of science, who still believed in such superstitions? Besides, was it wise to seek that man's forgiveness? Even if he were willing, the man likely bore a grudge after their last exchange, and it was doubtful he would extend any help. Moreover, Mr. Chow was still preoccupied with his plans for the evening. I shall drive more cautiously, he muttered, igniting the engine. Not long after they set off, Yang Feifei suddenly sniffed the air and inquired, "What is that smell?" Upon perceiving a faint odor reminiscent of burning rubber, Mr. Chow noticed black smoke beginning to emanate from under the hood of the car. Alarmed, he swiftly slammed on the brakes and, without a moment's hesitation, leapt from the vehicle. His abrupt descent caused him to land in the overtaking lane. As Yang Feifei exited the car, she witnessed Mr. Chow seemingly soaring through the air. "Was it you?" Yang Feifei's eyes were slightly puffy. By the time she reappeared in Li Yi's hospital room, it was already 6 in the evening, and she was accompanied by a middle-aged man. "What do you mean, was it me?" Li Yi furrowed his brow. "Chow Tianyu has been in an accident. Was it you?" Yang Feifei queried, her tone suggesting she was already convinced of Li Yi's involvement, akin to a police interrogation of a suspect. Li Yi couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. "I've been lying here in the hospital. How could his accident possibly concern me? You mentioned that he was having a streak of bad luck. And then after we went out, he kept encountering misfortune." Yang Feifei recounted the earlier events in a flustered manner. "Was it you? What kind of sorcery did you employ to bring about such calamity?" "Haha, you've really advanced, haven't you? Clearly, you've developed superpowers from this incident." Feng Ting interjected with gleeful laughter. "Sister, don't exacerbate the situation. If I could wield magic, I would simply wish for my leg to be healed, and I could leap out of here in no time." Li Yi replied, bemused. "Ah, the power of a jinx. It only seems to work for misfortune," Feng Ting murmured, her voice low, aware of the necessity to refrain from assigning blame to Li Yi in front of so many witnesses. Li Yi feigned ignorance and sighed. "Yang Feifei, you hold me in far too high regard." However, Yang Feifei understood that Li Yi could not possibly possess magical abilities, nor could he orchestrate a scheme to intentionally bring misfortune upon Mr. Chow. Yet, the notion of it being mere coincidence was equally unacceptable to her. "Hello, young man. I am Chow Jinlai, the father of Chow Tianyu." The man who entered with Yang Feifei spoke. "My son has been thoughtless. I hear he may have offended you verbally. I apologize on his behalf." "There's no need," Li Yi replied, casting a glance at him. "Did you perhaps open your third eye to perceive my son's misfortunes?" Chow Jinlai inquired. "I truly do not possess any magical abilities," Li Yi insisted. "Understood," Chow Jinlai acknowledged. "Shall we step outside for a chat? Perhaps enjoy a cigarette?" Li Yi raised an eyebrow, suspecting the man wished to engage him privately. After a day filled with commotion that resembled a live performance, the hospital room was crowded with patients, families, and medical staff, all eager for the unfolding drama. Contemplating the issues surrounding the Chow family, he recognized it needed addressing. The fate of Mr. Chow was inconsequential, but he felt sympathy for the younger individuals caught in this turmoil. "Very well, let us go for a smoke," Li Yi conceded. Preparing to rise from his bed, Feng Ting briefly attempted to dissuade him, but ultimately relented, knowing that this seemingly mild-mannered individual had a stubborn streak. Once his mind was made up, it would be futile to change it, regardless of anyone's persuasion. Feng Ting pushed the wheelchair forward, followed closely by Yang Feifei and Chow Jinlai, with a gaggle of nurses eager to witness the spectacle, all of whom were cheerfully dissuaded by Li Yi, who would dare disregard his words. Would they not fear his ominous predictions? Despite his denials, it is often wiser to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. "I have come to understand today's events. They are entirely the fault of my son." Chow Jinlai offered Li Yi a cigarette and diligently lit it, saying, "Rest assured, once he emerges from the operating room, I shall discipline him, ensuring he no longer bothers Miss Yang Feifei." Upon hearing this, Yang Feifei was taken aback. What was happening? Was her future father-in-law insisting his son cease pursuing her? "It has nothing to do with me," Li Yi replied nonchalantly, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Indeed," Chow Jinlai quickly calculated, continuing, "Moreover, I reviewed Miss Yang Feifei's resume, and it seems she may not be suitable for employment with our company." "Still has nothing to do with me," Li Yi flicked off the ash. Yet, Chow Jinlai felt a sense of relief, adding, "Could the master possibly provide guidance on how to ensure my son's safety? You have my word. Your assistance will not go unrewarded." At this, Li Yi cast him a knowing glance. This child is teachable. Chapter 8. The spirit of the unborn divine retribution can be forgiven, but self-inflicted wounds lead to one's demise. "Your son's troubles are of his own making," Li Yi stated. "Indeed, master, what exactly is wrong with my son?" Chow Jinlai, humble in demeanor, inquired. Jinlai Pharmaceuticals is a company valued in the billions, and as the major shareholder, Chao Jinlai had never adopted such a lowly posture. Yet, there was no choice. His son's life hung in the balance, and the only hope lay with the young man in the wheelchair before him. In truth, Chao Tianyu's injuries were not as grave as they seemed. What Yang Feifei did not disclose was that upon arriving at the hospital, Chao Tianyu faced a string of unfortunate events. The ambulance broke down midway, necessitating a vehicle switch, and when he was finally carried inside, the aluminum stretcher collapsed, causing a broken rib to puncture his spleen. After a difficult entry into the operating room to suture the spleen, the lead surgeon fell ill, necessitating a change to an intern, and with the surgical lights malfunctioning, a new operating room had to be found, ultimately leading to the spleen's removal. Such misfortunes were truly remarkable. Thus, when Yang Feifei mentioned Li Yi's prophecy, Chao Jinlai hurried over, anxious that his son might incite yet another catastrophe before even leaving the operating room. Alas, what a grave sin, Li Yi sighed, remarking, he is your son. Surely you are aware of the misdeeds he has committed? This boy is indeed a rascal, having made countless errors, Chao Jinlai conceded. Human lives. What? Chao Jinlai gasped. Alarmed. Master, one must not speak carelessly. Though my son is a scoundrel, he would never dare to take a life. Li Yi waved a hand dismissively, stating, your son, buoyed by his family's wealth, has likely had numerous romantic entanglements, and whenever a girl becomes pregnant, he promptly insists she terminate the pregnancy before breaking off the relationship. Am I correct? Do you realize how many lives he has extinguished over the years? A fetus is a life too. Chao Jinlai fell silent, clearly aware of the situation and having never discouraged it. In his view, a wealthy man ought to pursue women, and considering his son's youth, indulging in such pursuits was only natural. Thus, your son is afflicted by restless spirits, Li Yi remarked. Typically, even when haunted by such spirits, it merely results in occasional misfortunes. However, your son's predicament is exceedingly grave, with an overwhelming number of spirits, leading to catastrophic consequences when they manifest. Oh, the master has seen it all? Chao Jinlai inquired. Do not speak carelessly. Living beings cannot perceive ghosts. I deduced it from your son's facial features, noting a collapse in his progeny palace, shrouded in dark energy. As for the accuracy of my deduction, I cannot guarantee it, Li Yi quickly clarified. In this world, certain matters can be discerned, yet one must not overtly declare them as superstition. Consulting a fortune-teller falls within the realm of folklore, which is entirely acceptable. Oh master, what should my son do now? Chao Jinlai asked urgently. 2 things. First, seek out a capable Taoist priest to perform rites for the spirits. Second, engage in charitable deeds, such as donating to an orphanage, to accrue some merit, Li Yi advised. As for their effectiveness, I cannot assure you, but it certainly won't do any harm. Li Yi spoke truthfully, for he had not received professional training. He considered calling Director Bai for advice, yet he lacked her current contact information. All right, can you assist in performing this rite? Chao Jinlai pressed. I can only read faces. I am not a Taoist priest and cannot conduct rituals, Li Yi replied. Now, you should hurry and make arrangements. Yes, I shall do so immediately. Once it's accomplished, I will express my gratitude, Chao Jinlai said hurriedly as he departed. Yang Feifei was inclined to follow, but recalling his previous insistence on avoiding her son and reflecting on Li Yi's remarks about Chao Tianyu's character, she found herself unable to move. Turning to glance at Li Yi, she was surprised to see him wholly absorbed in conversation with Feng Ting, disregarding her entirely. When did you learn to read faces? Feng Ting exclaimed. From old Jean at the nursing home. Ah, is he even more skilled? Could you ask him to read my fortune? He has already passed away, Li Yi replied stoically. This is a case of no witnesses. Feng Ting rolled her eyes in response, then with a mischievous glint, added, by the way, with your newfound accuracy, won't the wealthy flock to you? Surely, for each reading, you could earn thousands or even tens of thousands in red envelopes. Not just that, we now merely help a spirit and earn in the hundreds of thousands. However, such money should not be disclosed to outsiders. Alas, some people, despite holding treasures in their hands, choose to discard them for filthy stones in a latrine. I truly wonder where they could procure regret medicine, Feng Ting remarked sarcastically. Yang Feifei, unable to endure any longer, quietly turned and exited the stairwell. Shameless. You infuriate me. Feng Ting continued to grumble. Enough, Li Yi sighed. You are simply too soft-hearted. Feng Ting lamented. expressing that she had long harbored discontent towards her. And it was only due to your unwavering favoritism that she felt powerless to voice her grievances. Now, however, she felt a sense of vindication, laughing heartily. Li Yi, caught in a mix of amusement and bewilderment, realized that this young lady had been dissatisfied with Confronting all along, a fact he had regrettably overlooked. He marveled at the theatricality of women, while Chao Jinlai had already arranged for a ritual performance, if one could even call it a performance, as no one truly knew its efficacy in the past. Chao Jinlai, not lacking in funds, had engaged the services of the most prominent Taoist priest from the Sanqing Palace in the city, offering a generous fee to commence the proceedings. However, in these times, even Taoist priests were mindful of their public image and refrained from causing disturbances in hospitals, choosing instead to conduct their rites within the confines of Sanqing Palace. After reciting scriptures for 2 hours, Chao Jinlai finally received the call announcing that his son had emerged from the operating room, thankfully still alive. A weight lifted from his heart. He hurried back to the hospital, remaining by his son's side until the anesthesia wore off. Once awakened, Chao Tianyu, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Dad, you must help me seek revenge. It was that scoundrel. He must have instigated the infant spirit to harm me." Hearing his son recount Li Yi's perplexing words before his departure, "When it's time to act, just act. We have people below." Chao Jinlai was instantly consumed by fury, delivering a resounding slap to his son's face. "Revenge? Are you not satisfied with how quickly death approached you? Dad?" Chao Tianyu was utterly bewildered. "You reckless fool. Do you have any idea whom you've angered?" Chao Jinlai shouted in a fit of rage. "Tomorrow, you will accompany me to apologize to Master Li." Chapter 9. The Black Wuchang. While Chao Tianyu endured his slap, Li Yi found himself in the dead of night, encountering a familiar face, more accurately, a familiar spirit. The old man, known as Jin Yuan and affectionately dubbed Jin Banzian, was a renowned feng shui master from the southern outskirts. During a consultation at a burial site, he had suddenly collapsed, rushed to the hospital, and diagnosed with an irreversible cerebral hemorrhage, leaving him partially paralyzed and unable to articulate clearly. With his children too occupied to care for him, he had been placed in a senior residence in Nanshan. Yet, the figure before Li Yi was not the frail, bedridden elder who had languished for 3 years, but rather a robust, muscular middle-aged man. "Haha, little Li, you've made quite the progress, even before things escalated. You've already learned to incite infant spirits to harm others?" Jin Yuan chuckled, but his words startled Li Yi, for there exists a serious legal charge known as incitement. Li Yi, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, replied, "Jin Xianer, you appear much younger. I had no idea you were so handsome in your youth. Stop sidestepping, you rascal." Jin Yuan chided playfully. "Fortunately, no lives were lost. That lad brought this upon himself, so I shall overlook it, and thank you for your care over these past months." "Thank you, Jin Xianer," Li Yi grinned. "However, do refrain from such antics in the future. Should it lead to a fatality, I cannot shield you." Jin Yuan cautioned. "Understood. Jin Xianer, rest assured. This time I merely let slip a few words, never expecting they would actually heed me." Li Yi responded with a smile. "They are merely infant spirits, after all, with limited intelligence. With your yin-yang eyes and your claims of support, they will undoubtedly listen to you." Jin Yuan remarked that had it not been for the timely performance of rituals on the other side to guide the spirits of the deceased infants, it is likely that they would have continued to harass that young man to his demise. "Did you not see that I rushed over here, prepared to hold them accountable should they cause a fatality?" Li Yi felt a flicker of trepidation. The fate of Chao Tianyu was inconsequential to him. Yet if his instigation led to the demise of any individual at the hands of those infant spirits, he would be subjected to the retribution of the underworld. And that would indeed be a grave transgression. "Jin Xianer, might you elucidate the situation further? Although I possess the ability to perceive the yin and yang, I am utterly ignorant regarding such matters. Should I err, it would certainly spell trouble. Alas, I must hasten to capture spirits, and thus lack the time for an elaborate explanation," Jin Yuan replied. "In summary, your character is kind-hearted, and you are incapable of committing significant malevolence. As long as you do not cause any fatalities, feel free to engage in your antics." With that, he prepared to depart. Li Yi hastily inquired, "Jin Xianer, how shall I contact you should I require assistance?" Regrettably, before he could finish his query, Jin Yuan had vanished without a trace. The most jubilant among them upon Li Yi's discharge from the hospital was Ms. Liu. Unaware of the events that had transpired the previous day, she assumed that her daughter had merely broken up with him, and he, heartbroken, sought to escape his sorrow. What concern was that of hers? His discharge merely meant a reduction in medical expenses, which was far more pressing. Thus, early the next morning, Ms. Lu personally accompanied her daughter to facilitate Li Yi's release, only to find that Confronting had already arrived with breakfast. Unfortunately, she was a step too late. The night shift nurse had already procured buns and fried dough sticks for Li Yi. "It seems that young lady has taken quite a liking to you," Confronting remarked, a hint of jealousy in her tone. "Let us not speak of it. My wounds have yet to heal," Li Yi replied. The wounds he referred to were not merely physical, but rather emotional. Confronting, however, ceased her teasing and insisted that Li Yi consume an extra portion of the breakfast she had brought. Thus, when Yang Feifei and her mother entered, they were greeted by the sight of Confronting force-feeding Li Yi fried dough. "Oh, no wonder my daughter agreed so readily to the breakup. She must have already found a replacement," Ms. Lu commented sarcastically, attempting to justify her own family's lack of compassion. Confronting, incensed, sprang to her feet, and Li Yi quickly restrained her, urging, "Sister, it is not worth engaging with her. Like mother, like daughter, the offspring of a rat will burrow," Confronting retorted, substituting son with daughter in a cleverly veiled insult. Li Yi sighed, realizing a conflict was imminent. Is it not preferable to part amicably? If love fades, why must enmity ensue? It is not hatred, merely a disdain for complications. Indeed, Ms. Lu paused, grasping the implications of Confronting's words, and was on the verge of charging forward when a voice from outside called out, "Excuse me, please make way." As the words echoed, a stretcher was wheeled in, upon which lay a young man, his arms and legs encased in plaster, his chest and abdomen swathed in bandages, and his head tightly wrapped, leaving only a face riddled with bumps, pallid and unsettling to behold. Ms. Lu instinctively stepped aside, only to see the stretcher pushed directly to Li Yi's bedside. The middle-aged man guiding it bowed deeply to Li Yi, his face adorned with a broad smile as he said, "Good morning, master. I apologize for interrupting your breakfast." "Indeed," Li Yi responded coolly, exuding an air of distinction. "I have come to express my gratitude to the master, and furthermore, I demand that this rascal apologize to you, master," Chao Jinlai said, delivering a resounding slap to his son's head, indifferent to whether it would aggravate any wounds. Poor Chao Tianyu winced in pain, tears brimming in his eyes, lamenting that he had already agreed to say sorry. Why must he be struck again? "Sorry," Chao Tianyu muttered through gritted teeth. "Speak louder," Chao Jinlai reprimanded, landing another slap. "Sorry." Chao Tianyu began to question if he was indeed the master's biological son. "Ah, is that not Mr. Chao?" Mrs. Lu finally recognized him. A few days prior, her daughter returned from an interview, escorted home by this Mr. Chao, which prompted her to strongly encourage her daughter to reconsider her choice of boyfriend. Fortunately, Mrs. Lu had been pushed to the side, her voice barely audible, and Yang Feifei promptly pulled her aside, wary of her saying too much. "Master, if you are dissatisfied, I shall continue to discipline him," Chao Jinlai said eagerly. "Enough," Li Yi finally responded. "Thank you, master, for your understanding." Chao Jinlai hastily retrieved a large brown paper bag from the stretcher, filled to the brim, and gently placed it by Li Yi's bedside, stating, "A token of consultation fees. Please accept it, master." Upon inspecting the bag, Li Yi estimated it contained no more than 200,000, leaving him somewhat unimpressed. To relay a message to a ghost, "The labor fee exceeds 2 million. For saving your son's life, you offer merely 20,000? Forget it. It's merely a matter of words, no need for payment." Li Yi did not even spare him a glance, causing Chao Jinlai to panic. "Master, this is just a small token of appreciation. I also have a BMW awaiting transfer at the vehicle management office once it opens," Chao Jinlai hastily added. "For him? On what grounds?" Mrs. Lu interjected, unable to contain her agitation. "And who might you be?" Chao Jinlai frowned, glancing at Yang Feifei. "He, in-law, I am Feifei's mother. Tianyu is currently pursuing my daughter, Mrs. Lu beamed with flattery. "I do not know you. Uninvited guests, please leave," Chao Jinlai declared sternly, signaling to a male secretary at the door to escort them out. Mrs. Lu, now thoroughly alarmed, realized the situation was awry. "Wait," Li Yi interjected with a smile. "She still needs to assist me with the discharge procedures." Chapter 10. Too familiar. Difficult to proceed. Mrs. Lu accompanied her daughter to complete the discharge paperwork and finally learned what transpired the previous day. In her haste, she dismissed her frustration and urged her daughter to prevent Li Yi from leaving. She could not allow what appeared to be a promising son-in-law to slip away. Although there were no hopes left with Mr. Chow, it mattered little, for they were not a match in social standing. Nevertheless, this young man seemed preferable. Despite his humble origins, he would not suffer for it. The key was that merely judging his appearance could be worth hundreds of thousands, along with a BMW. He would undoubtedly prosper in the future. Ignoring her daughter's objections, Mrs. Liu hurriedly dragged her back to the ward, only to find that Li Yi had already departed. Li Yi was taken away by Director L in a vehicle from the nursing home. Although he had been discharged from the hospital, his fracture would not heal in a mere 2 or 3 months. The dilemma lay in where Li Yi would reside. The antiquated apartment complex he rented lacked an elevator, making it impossible for him to ascend 6 flights of stairs on one leg. Furthermore, Confronting could not take 2 months off work solely to care for him. Thus, without further ado, Director L brought him back to the nursing home. Consequently, Li Yi found himself residing in the caregiver's duty room at the nursing home. The conditions were quite satisfactory, even more spacious than your humble abode. Confronting jested as she helped him set up a folding bed. Li Yi's rented apartment was indeed an old-style unit, a mere 2-bedroom flat scarcely exceeding 60 square meters. His former roommate, a college classmate, had long since received a promotion and moved to the city center, while Li Yi had been too preoccupied with work to tidy up, leaving the place in a disarray that could only be charitably described as a dog-esque den. "All right, you've finished your chores, now hurry off to work," Li Yi remarked. "Hey, just because you found a solution, you're going to burn the bridge behind you? I specifically took leave to care for you. And you want to even treat me to a meal?" Confronting exclaimed. "Buy whatever you desire," Li Yi replied without hesitation, tossing the brown paper bag that lay on his bedside to her. "So generous? Aren't you afraid I'll devour it all in one sitting?" Confronting laughed. "If you manage to finish it, that's your talent. If not, just help me deposit the leftovers in the bank," Li Yi said, producing his wallet and extracting a bank card. "Such virtue," Confronting scoffed, grabbing the paper bag and departing. Just as Confronting exited, a stream of elderly men and women began to enter, many of them carrying various health supplements and nutritional products. As the most professional caregiver at Nanshan Nursing Home, Li Yi was quite beloved by the elderly residents. His recent injury from heroically rescuing someone had left them deeply concerned. They had even contemplated arranging transportation to visit him at the hospital, only to be surprised by his early discharge. Hence, practically anyone able to walk, or even those in wheelchairs, made their way to see him. "Grandma Zhang, what a pleasant surprise. If your legs are not convenient, you could simply sent Grandma Yu to relay a message. Director Feng, it's an honor to have such a distinguished visitor. Aunt Wang, you're kind to share your walnut pastry with me." Li Yi greeted the elderly residents with warmth, his heart swelling with gratitude. The care and concern they showed him resembled that of true family, bringing a comforting warmth to the orphaned Li Yi. After much coaxing, he managed to send everyone back home. Confronting returned with a portion of pig trotter soup, saying, "Eat what you need to recover." Li Yi chuckled, albeit bemused, and finished the soup, gnawing the bones clean. 200,000 with a fixed term, yielding an annual interest of 6,005. Confronting tossed the bank card to Li Yi. Fixed term? Li Yi found himself at a loss for words. He had initially hoped to use this money to enhance his living conditions, but those aspirations now seemed dashed. Of course it must be a fixed term, otherwise, with your temperament, you'd spend it all in 2 months. Confronting replied, "You're no longer a child. This sum will serve you well for your future bride." Li Yi smacked his lips, relishing the feeling of being taken care of. Yet, the question remained, where would this lead him? There are still over 2 million yet to be recovered. "However, I have, in fact, earned a significantly larger sum, albeit with some complications," remarked Li Yi. "How much?" Confronting was always focused on the crux of the matter. "Approximately 100,000. Li Yi hesitated to divulge too much, fearing the repercussions if he were to be caught in a perilous situation again. "Are you certain your mind is intact?" Confronting was skeptical. Earning money is not as simple as that. It's not uncommon to talk about tens or hundreds of thousands. While my sister toils endlessly for a mere few thousand each month, what is the point? "I assure you," Li Yi replied, his thoughts racing, "but this money must remain confidential. Indeed, it was a sum given to me by an elderly resident of our nursing home before his passing. He entrusted me with a bank account overseas, considering it his private funds, purely to express gratitude for my meticulous care. Such good fortune exists?" Confronting was suddenly animated. "Does your nursing home still need staff?" Li Yi, bemused, quickly grasped her shoulders to calm her. Do not raise your voice. This matter must not be disclosed to others. Should his children catch wind of it, the money could vanish. Similar incidents have occurred before. Numerous reports have surfaced about elderly individuals leaving legacies to caregivers, only for disputes to ensue in court. Shui. Confronting blinked at Li Yi, sweetly inquiring, "How do I usually treat you?" A sense of foreboding washed over Li Yi, and he merely nodded mechanically. "Is she beautiful?" Confronting posed another question. Li Yi continued to nod. "Would it be good for her to be your girlfriend?" Confronting feigned shyness. Li Yi nodded, then hastily shook his head. "What do you mean?" Confronting was instantly incensed. "Do you find me unappealing?" "I dare not." Li Yi quickly clarified. "No, I do not find you unappealing. You are beautiful, gracious, and gentle. Who would find fault? Then why won't you agree?" Li Yi stammered. "Well, we are too familiar with each other. It's difficult to proceed." Confronting burst into laughter, rolling her eyes, and said, "You only have 100,000. Wouldn't it be a tremendous loss for me to be with you? Surely, I should seek someone worth millions." Confronting aspired to find a wealthy partner, which, while somewhat materialistic, echoed the thoughts of Yang Feifei. Yet, Li Yi understood her perspective, for there was a secret that loomed large. After graduating high school and parting ways for different institutions, Confronting, in a drunken confession one fateful night, revealed to Li Yi that she was not abducted by traffickers, but rather sold by her own father. At the tender age of 6, she had a vague recollection of the events, as her family was impoverished and her brother ill. Whether she genuinely forgot her origins or chose to distance herself from her parents, Confronting remained in the orphanage, harboring the greatest dream of one day amassing wealth, ensuring that she would never have to sell her own children due to poverty. Upon entering society, Confronting realized the arduousness of earning substantial wealth through personal endeavors. Fortunately, she was a beauty and could seek a good partner. If not marrying into a wealthy family, at least she aimed for someone with substantial savings. However, wealthy young masters are often drawn to beautiful women, yet how many would willingly bring a beauty home? Thus, Confronting remained single for many years. Chapter 11. Driven to distraction. President Qian, are you dining? During lunchtime, Li Yi wheeled a chair over while Confronting carried 2 trays of food, approaching Qian Xinjuan. Once the president of a bank, Qian now often wore a deeply troubled expression, burdened by the ingratitude of his children. Despite having 2 sons and a daughter from a family of decent means, they could not accommodate the stubborn old man who had been rendered wheelchair-bound by severe rheumatism. "Oh, the little hero who bravely saves others has arrived," remarked President Qian. "You jest, sir," Li Yi replied with a smile. "This is my sister, Confronting. We grew up together in an orphanage." "Ah, the daughter of Director Bai? She is quite lovely," Qian noted. "President Qian, we have come to seek your advice on a matter," Li Yi stated. Qian, known for his somewhat eccentric temperament, appeared cordial at the moment, but his earlier demeanor had been rather grim. When Li Yi first arrived, he had endured a fair amount of scolding from the old man. It was only through Li Yi's self-taught knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine that he had managed to alleviate some of Qian's discomfort, though he had not cured him entirely. "Speak plainly," President Qian said, his tone firm. Li Yi exchanged a discreet glance with Confronting to maintain confidentiality, as the matter was being approached under the guise of Confronting's friend's name. "Here's the situation," Confronting explained. "A friend of mine has received a sum of money from relatives abroad, stored in a Swiss bank. He wishes to transfer it back to the country but is unsure of the required procedures. This matter is quite straightforward. Simply find a bank that offers cross-border currency exchange services," Qian replied. "I heard there are limits on currency exchange, isn't there? A person can only exchange 50,000 US dollars per year?" Confronting inquired. "My friend's amount exceeds that, over 1 million. "Ah, that is indeed substantial," Qian acknowledged. "While the transfer itself is simple, withdrawing the funds could be more complicated. At 50,000 per year, it would take 20 years to withdraw it all," he chuckled. "Thus, it is preferable to structure it as a company-to-company transaction, allowing for direct withdrawals." "Is it truly that cumbersome?" Confronting asked, taken aback. "If it seems troublesome, then engage a specialized agency," Qian suggested. "There are several in our city. If needed, I can provide a recommendation. The fees aside, the funds would be secure." Confronting glanced at Li Yi and quickly agreed. President Qian, setting aside his meal, retrieved his phone, donned his reading glasses, and began searching through his contacts. "Here, jot down this number. Whenever you go, just mention my name," he instructed. Confronting expressed her gratitude with delight, promising to accompany her friend later that afternoon. The old man felt a sense of fulfillment. The greatest fear for someone of his age was to feel useless. Being able to assist others reaffirmed his sense of worth. Just as he resumed his meal and picked up his chopsticks, he suddenly huffed and discarded them, pushing the wheelchair away. Confronting was taken aback, and Li Yi turned to see what had transpired. President Qian's son has arrived, he whispered. It was not just one son, but a group of 5 or 6 individuals, evidently accompanied by their wives and sons. Why is he upset when his son has come to visit? Confronting questioned in confusion. The problem is, these individuals are only motivated by self-interest. Li Yi sighed, watching as the group trailed behind President Qian's wheelchair, leaving the dining area. At the neighboring table, the caregiver Lu Yufeng, who was feeding the elderly Ms. Jiang suffering from dementia, interjected, I heard that President Qian's property is about to be demolished. It seems they are after the compensation. Just yesterday, his second son caused quite a scene, and today the entire family has shown up. It seems President Qian may not be able to keep that demolition compensation. Since last year, the city has implemented a new regulation. No more relocation assistance for demolitions. Just monetary compensation. If you want to live somewhere else, you must buy a place with the money. A single apartment costs a considerable sum. No wonder the Qian brothers, who are rarely seen, have all come rushing in. Upon hearing this, Li Yi found it difficult to continue eating. Although old Qian could be somewhat obstinate, he was fundamentally a good person. How could he find himself in such a predicament? If an opportunity arises, he would need to inquire with Director Bai about the reasoning behind this situation. After taking a couple of bites, his appetite vanished. He had just had a hearty serving of pig trotter soup and was not truly hungry. As he set down his chopsticks, he suddenly heard commotion outside the dining hall. Director Qian has collapsed. Quick! Li Yi immediately abandoned his meal, pushing his wheelchair forward. Confronting hurriedly followed, assisting him as they navigated through the dining area and turned into the main building, heading straight for Director Qian's room. It was a single room, and several people were gathered in disarray at the doorway. Director Liu had already rushed over. Xiaoyi, you arrived just in time. Quick, help. Oh, never mind. Just take care of yourself, Director Liu said anxiously, realizing Li Yi was also a patient. As the most skilled caregiver at the nursing home, Li Yi had often taken on a quasi-medical role. Although currently injured himself, he approached the scene directly, commanding, step aside. The second son of Qian, momentarily stunned, was shoved aside by the robust Lu Yufeng. Li Yi pushed his wheelchair to the bedside, where President Qian lay unconscious. Without a stethoscope, Li Yi took his pulse and examined his eyelids and pupils, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. He retrieved a piece of nitroglycerin, pried open President Qian's mouth, and placed it under his tongue. As he directed Lu Yufeng to massage the acupressure points, he inquired, Director Liu, have you called 120? It appears to be an acute myocardial infarction. The situation is quite serious. Myocardial infarction, a well-known cause of sudden death, can escalate within minutes. What? Myocardial infarction? President Qian's daughter immediately panicked. Do you even know what you're talking about? My father is in good health. How could it be a heart attack? She cried out in distress. Exactly. He just has rheumatism. How could he suddenly have a heart attack? The eldest son chimed in. Li Yi turned to glance at them coldly and stated, I ask you, when was the last time you visited him? Wasn't he it during the New Year? Even then, you only came to see him briefly. He spent the New Year here, didn't he? Do you truly understand his condition? It is your negligence and care that has led to this. Otherwise, how could he suddenly have a heart attack? The second son jumped in, shouting, It's your failure to care for him that has resulted in this heart attack. If anything happens to my father, I will hold you accountable. The daughter stomped her foot, pointing angrily at Director Liu. You wretched people. You are the ones who have driven my father to this. A thunderous shout erupted from behind. Unmistakably the voice of President Qian. Li Yi, taken aback, turned to find President Qian standing at the head of the bed, his face alight with fury. While another version of President Qian lay on the bed. Can you see me? President Qian inquired, gazing at Li Yi. Li Yi wished to greet him. Yet with so many present in the room, addressing thin air seemed imprudent. Thus, he merely nodded slightly towards the standing President Qian, turning his back to the others. Hey, I didn't expect you to possess such abilities, President Qian exclaimed excitedly. I was just thinking how sudden my demise was, leaving many matters unresolved. But now, this is fortuitous. Li Yi felt a bit overwhelmed, caught between responding and remaining silent. At least, he could not acknowledge him at that moment. Fortunately, the wail of an ambulance siren pierced the air, prompting everyone to busily assist in lifting President Qian's body onto the stretcher. In truth, faint pulses still flickered within him, yet Li Yi understood that even reaching the hospital would not alter his fate. Wait, if my father dies, this matter will not be over, the eldest son declared vehemently, and the three siblings, along with their families, hastily made their way to the hospital. Don't worry, Xiaoyi. If they dare to cause trouble, I will handle them. President Qian's spirit trailed closely behind Li Yi, incessantly chattering. How do you intend to deal with them? Li Yi asked. President Qian was momentarily at a loss for words. It dawned upon him that he was merely an invisible specter now. How could he exert any influence? Even in life, he had struggled to manage his three children. And now, in death, what could he possibly say? Who are you talking to? Feng Ting had just returned to the doorway, her curiosity piqued. No one. By the way, why don't you visit the company President Qian mentioned and see if you can retrieve the funds? Li Yi deftly shifted the conversation. Oh, you're right. We should act while the company is still unaware of President Qian's imminent passing. They won't be inclined to grant us any concessions and may charge us extra fees. Feng Ting responded promptly. President Qian's spirit seethed in indignation. Yet he felt powerless. Not only was he nearing death, but one could accurately claim he was already deceased. I shall go at once. Do you require me to escort you upstairs first? Feng Ting asked. That's unnecessary. I will send you the account details on your phone, Li Yi replied, simultaneously sending a message while adding, this account holds approximately 8,800,000. What? Feng Ting gasped in astonishment. Don't be alarmed. This amount isn't entirely mine. I can only keep 30%, and the remainder must be returned later, Li Yi explained. What on earth is going on? Feng Ting furrowed her brow. I'll explain the details later. Just follow my instructions for now, Li Yi urged. With a look of skepticism, Feng Ting hesitated. Had it not been for their childhood bond and her understanding of Li Yi's character, she might have doubted the origins of such funds. Kid, after all this time. It turns out this money is yours. President Qian exclaimed as soon as Feng Ting departed. You caught me. In truth, I am a deeply concealed millionaire, Li Yi chuckled. Huh, a millionaire with just $1 million? That is laughable. In this city, isn't a mere apartment worth 1 or 2 million. Do you have any idea how much my old house is worth now that it's being demolished? President Qian scoffed. Li Yi was instantly devoid of anger. Indeed, anyone who owns property in the city is a millionaire, or at the very least, a millionaire in debt. When one considers his modest finances, they truly seem inconsequential. How much you lose is of no concern to you, Li Yi remarked, somewhat irked. Now it was President Qian who found himself at a loss for words. Exhaling in frustration. Tell me, how did I end up with such a creature? He lamented. I find it puzzling. Having once held a position of authority, one would expect your children to seek your connections to navigate society. Yet, instead, they have managed to push you to this point, Li Yi noted. President Qian fell silent for a moment before responding. I suppose I must blame myself for not facilitating their paths during my tenure. I was too rigid, fearing that if I arranged jobs for them, I would incur debts of gratitude that would be difficult to repay. You know how many sought loans through my connections. My predecessor lost his position because he lent money based on favoritism, unable to reclaim it. Those 3 children ultimately failed to secure respectable jobs, and their mother divorced me over it. Li Yi sighed as well. Logically speaking, President Qian's approach was commendable, yet after the admiration, one could not help but utter a word of foolishness. Do you regret it? Li Yi inquired. To claim I have no regrets would be disingenuous. However, if given the chance to choose again, I would act in the same manner. President Qian's posture suddenly straightened, the frailty of age vanishing as the age spots on his face faded, and his sparse white hair thickened to a lustrous black. In an instant, he appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding an unspoken authority. Congratulations, old Qian. Welcome to the ranks of governance. As he spoke, a white mist emerged from the corner of the room, and out stepped Director Bai. Director Bai? President Qian greeted. Not Director Bai anymore. I am now Bai Wuchang. Director Bai chuckled. But I have not come to claim your soul, rather to welcome you to your new role in governance. Governance? President Qian was somewhat taken aback. Indeed. Director Bai continued with a smile. You have spent your life diligently and selflessly, occupying the position of bank president without ever coveting a single cent. Your integrity has been recognized by the city god, who has specially arranged for you to serve as the president of the day branch of the Bank of the Underworld. President Qian was again astonished. Is there truly a bank in hell? Not only is there a bank, but its functions are quite extensive. Besides traditional banking, it also encompasses postal services. For instance, when living relatives burn paper or clothing for their departed, it must go through the bank of the underworld before reaching the deceased. You will learn the specifics once you take office, Director Bai explained. Now, shall we proceed? No, I still have matters to attend to, President Qian replied. Director Bai appeared somewhat exasperated. The deceased often cling to their desires, reluctant to depart, as this was her duty. Actually, my task is quite simple. Literally. President Qian turned to Li Yi. This is how it is. Many years ago, I encountered a feng shui master who found a burial plot for me in my hometown. He claimed that once I passed, being buried there would bless my descendants with wealth and prosperity. However, I never disclosed this to them. The heart of a parent is indeed pitiable. Despite their children's ingratitude, the old man still yearned to protect them. His refusal to provide them with favoritism was not born of a lack of affection. Would you like me to convey a message for you? Yes. I have purchased a burial plot back home, located on the hillside to the north of the village, 20 meters west of those 3 walnut trees. Marked by a large stone engraved with a triangle. Simply move the stone, dig a hole, and bury the urn. The bank manager mentioned the address of my hometown, which is a small impoverished county nestled in the mountains of our province. Rest assured, I will certainly deliver the message, said Li Yi. Please ensure they follow my instructions. If they refuse, could you possibly make the journey for me and return my ashes? The bank manager looked on with eager anticipation. Li Yi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Such matters should not involve outsiders. Yet, recognizing that refusing might perpetuate the old man's obsession, and considering the bank manager's influential position, he deemed it prudent to comply. Thus, Li Yi assured, very well, I will find a way to fulfill your wish. Chapter 13. Deceiving spirits. The Qian siblings indeed filed a lawsuit against the nursing home. After their father's passing, instead of arranging for his funeral, they were preoccupied with litigation, an unusual course of action. Nevertheless, Li Yi could empathize with their mindset. Their father had succumbed to stress caused by them. A significant accusation that weighed heavily on their conscience, leading them to seek accountability from the nursing home as a means of alleviation. Li Yi could not involve himself directly, leaving the matter to the owner and director LV. In truth, there was little cause for concern. The nursing home had established protocols to handle such situations, clearly outlined in the admission agreement. Witnesses had observed the argument between the bank manager and the nursing home staff, which preceded his medical episode. Thus, Li Yi felt justified in counting the money. There is a total of $132,000 in the account, after currency conversion and fees. They have deposited $870,000 into your card, Confronting reported. Remarkably swift, Li Yi mused, delighting in the string of zeros displayed on his phone. Although the amount was $10,000 less than what the hefty man had claimed, he felt content, as it was essentially a windfall of $262,005 for mere words. Let us set aside $5,000 to buy some fine cigarettes for the hefty man. Now, tell me, what is the story behind this? Why do you owe them 70%? Confronting questioned. The remaining 70% is for his illegitimate child. I'm merely running an errand and keeping 30% for myself. Li Yi replied. Illegitimate child? How old is he? 7, Li Yi answered casually. You were still at the orphanage 7 years ago. He can't possibly be yours. Confronting remarked. How old was the old man when he passed away? If the illegitimate child is only 7, could he truly be his biological son? Li Yi nearly choked on his drink. His sister's reasoning seemed rather peculiar. Having earned a substantial sum, it was only fitting to treat others. Li Yi was wheeled out of the nursing home by Confronting for a lavish meal, $10 for a bowl of lamb noodle stew, with an additional 10 for the lamb itself, a considerable indulgence. I've never seen anyone so frugal, hence, I shall no longer serve you. You can find your own way back. Confronting exclaimed, wiping her mouth and forehead, before turning to catch the bus, leaving Li Yi behind at the noodle shop. In truth, it was not a great distance, less than 200 meters, which Li Yi could easily navigate on his own. However, midway through his journey, he veered off course and entered a nearby convenience store. What is going on? The owner, Song Yang, a young man in his 20s, donned glasses and appeared refined. Yet in reality, he was quite carefree, spending his days engrossed in video games and local gossip, rivaling even the neighborhood aunties. I was in a minor car accident. Li Yi remarked nonchalantly. A minor accident? I heard you nearly lost your life while saving your mother-in-law. Song Yang raised his eyebrows, but upon noticing Li Yi's indifference, He tactfully changed the subject. Are you getting soft or hard? Li Yi had a routine of smoking a pack daily. 10 yuan for a hard box of Hongtao Mountain at the beginning of the month, and 7 yuan for a soft box by the end. Song Yang was aware of this pattern, yet today happened to be the 15th. Zhonghua. Oh, striking it rich? Song Yang chuckled, retrieving a pack of hard Zhonghua from the counter. Soft, he specified, knowing that the soft variety was more expensive. Song Yang chuckled again, exchanging it for a pack of soft Zhonghua. Do you have a whole box? Hey, are you kidding me? Song Yang exclaimed. He knew Li Yi's monthly salary. If he smoked Zhonghua, especially whole boxes, he would surely starve. It's a gift, Li Yi replied. Oh, you should have said so earlier. As Song Yang rummaged beneath the counter for the cigarettes, he continued, if the route to your mother-in-law is blocked, are you trying to curry favor with your father-in-law instead? To be honest, it's better to be rid of such a person. Enough with the chatter. Li Yi snapped, really? Of course, I wouldn't deceive you. Song Yang placed the cigarettes on the counter. How many more do you have? Give them all to me, Li Yi declared, pulling out his bank card. There are only 2 boxes, Song Yang replied, handing over another pack. Any other premium brands will do. Just help me total 5,000 yuan. Is it necessary to spend so lavishly on a gift for your father-in-law? Song Yang exclaimed. Stop being so pedantic, Li Yi retorted. In such a small convenience store, there weren't many high-end cigarettes. Even if they did have some, they wouldn't amount to whole boxes. Piecing together various brands, including the lesser-known ones, barely met the 5,000 yuan mark. Give me another pack of 10 yuan Hongtao Mountain, and consider it your gift. Li Yi swiped his card, declaring, Fine, I'll gift you 2 packs. Song Yang cheerfully tossed over 2 packs of cigarettes and casually added a 2 yuan windproof lighter. Shall I help you carry it back? With a considerable bundle of cigarettes, Li Yi found it impossible to push his wheelchair alone. Thus, he said, just help me to the entrance. Song Yang, who had made a decent profit, gladly served, wheeling Li Yi out of the convenience store. Li Yi directed him to stop at the roadside. The nursing home was situated in the southern suburbs, and this road was not a main thoroughfare. As twilight descended, there were few pedestrians around. Li Yi, with one leg crossed, slid out of the wheelchair, straightening one leg while bending the other, squatting down to draw a large circle on the ground. He then began to dismantle the cigarette boxes, tearing one open to extract a pack, unsealing it, and dumping the entire contents into the circle. Hey, what are you doing? Song Yang watched in confusion, feeling a pang of regret. After all, those soft Zhonghua cigarettes retail for 65 yuan a pack. Was he really just going to tear them apart and toss them away? Help me out here, just take them all apart, Li Yi urged, his hands busily at work. What on earth are you trying to do? Song Yang's face twisted with concern. Delivering gifts, albeit to the deceased, Li Yi replied nonchalantly. Have you lost your mind? Song Yang exclaimed. Or have you truly been hit by a vehicle? If you're not going to help, just step aside, Li Yi retorted, having already unwrapped a pack of cigarettes, tossing a couple of hundred onto the ground in a disordered yet striking display. You don't appear to be daft from a collision. Who exactly are you burning for? Song Yang shouted. That's none of your concern. Go fetch me some paper money, and while you're at it, throw some cash into the flames for the bank manager, Li Yi instructed. The old man who passed at noon? Song Yang, ever the gossip, immediately responded, indeed. He met an unjust end. This batch of cigarettes surely earned a tidy profit. The paper money is on me. He dashed back to the shop, returning with a hefty stack of various paper currencies, some resembling oversized 100 yuan notes, others emblazoned with the visage of the Jade Emperor, valued at 100 million. Li Yi felt a headache coming on. The exchange rates of this ghostly currency must be exceedingly convoluted. Li Yi directed Song Yang to redraw a circle for the paper money, for his collection of cigarettes was intended for a hefty individual to avoid any mix-up in accounting. After a laborious effort of unwrapping several packs, Li Yi produced a windproof lighter to ignite a cigarette box. Are you truly going to burn them? Song Yang questioned, visibly conflicted. To the hefty one, your promised cigarettes have been delivered. Come and collect, Li Yi shouted, tossing the burning box down. A gentle breeze swept by, igniting several cigarettes. You're really burning them, Song Yang lamented, as though the cigarettes were his own. Had I known you were burning them for ghosts, we could have simply used some inferior goods. But wouldn't that be deceiving the spirits? Li Yi laughed, observing the growing flames consuming the cigarettes. And what of the paper figures and horses from the paper shop? How do we account for them? Li Yi pondered, realizing there was some merit to that reasoning. Were not the spirits easily deceived? The paper currency from the nether realm, valued at 100 million, sold for merely 2 coins per 20 notes. For a moment, Li Yi felt a pang of regret, but it was too late to reconsider. The wind intensified, and a mound of cigarettes was already ablaze. Although Li Yi stood near the inferno, he felt no warmth. Instead, a chill enveloped him. Upon glancing up, he noticed a translucent figure squatting on the opposite side of the fire. Chapter 14. Flickering presence. The breeze caused the flames to dance erratically, and the figure behind the fire flickered in and out of view. Li Yi finally discerned that it was not the hefty individual, but rather a robust man. His clothing tattered, barefoot and half-crouched on the ground, lunging towards the fire for cigarettes. To offer paper money to the deceased, one must first draw a circle on the ground, signifying that the money within belongs to someone and cannot be claimed by other spirits. However, Li Yi, hindered by his mobility, had drawn a rather small circle, and with the abundance of cigarettes, several had rolled outside its confines. The robust spirit eagerly awaited the cigarettes beyond the circle to burn down, hastily snatching them up. In no time, he had clamped several cigarettes between his lips, tucked behind his ears, and gripped in his hands, perhaps 2 or 3 dozen in total. What a pitiable spirit he was. It seemed life had not treated him kindly. With a sigh, Li Yi inadvertently caught the attention of the robust spirit. "Ah, you can see me." Li Yi remained silent, turning his head to the side as Song Yang drew another circle and ignited the paper money meant for the bank manager. Upon noticing someone entering the convenience store, he bounced in to make a purchase. "Don't pretend. You can see me," the robust specter exclaimed, disregarding his earlier intent to snatch cigarettes as he dashed directly to Li Yi. "Indeed, I witnessed you stealing my cigarettes," Li Yi affirmed, nodding gravely. The robust specter sheepishly scratched his head, then defiantly tilted his neck and gazed skyward, retorting, "Who says I stole? I clearly found them outside the circle." "Oh, so you are a simpleton." Li Yi chuckled. "Fine, whatever you found is yours, but you cannot take anything else." As he spoke, he tossed the dismantled cigarette box into the fire, which flared up considerably. "You're wise to recognize that," the robust specter remarked, holding a cigarette in his mouth, which ignited without any apparent effort. He exhaled smoke and said, "Young brother, you are quite affluent, burning so much fine tobacco. Indeed, I possess wealth, but it is of no concern to you." Li Yi teased this simpleton. "Well, if you are so well off, could you treat me to a meal? I haven't eaten in half a year, my stomach has shriveled, and my mind is starved. Just look." The robust specter turned his head, revealing his bald spot. "Good heavens, you nearly scared me to death." Li Yi gasped, for the back of the specter's head was completely missing, a gaping wound where even the remnants of brain matter had vanished. "See, I wasn't lying," the robust specter replied, a simple grin on his face. Before Li Yi could scold him, Song Yang returned, shouting from afar, "Li Yi, guess who the buyer was?" Li Yi turned to glance at him, remaining silent. As expected, Song Yang answered his own question. He claimed to be a private detective, here to gather evidence of elder abuse at your nursing home. He said that if I could provide an example, like hearing a senior scream at night or witnessing a caregiver slap an elderly person during deliveries, he would pay 500 yuan. If I agreed to testify, it would be 1,000. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. The Qian siblings were quite clever, employing such underhanded tactics. Fabricating evidence is illegal, Li Yi asserted with righteous indignation. "Who cares about that?" Song Yang scoffed. "It's just that the compensation is too low. If it were 50,000, I would certainly assist them." Li Yi smirked. This fellow was merely speaking for amusement, unconcerned about the 500 yuan. Not to mention, the small convenience store's profitability was questionable, yet the 8-story illegal building in the urban village could yield hundreds of thousands annually. While Song Yang might dismiss the bribe, one could not guarantee that others nearby would not be tempted by the prospect of easy money. This matter required immediate communication with Director Liu. As Song Yang approached, he suddenly shouted, "Who is this beggar?" Li was taken aback. "Can you see him?" "Of course, I am not blind," Song Yang retorted. "This cigarette is potent." The robust specter grinned widely. Li Yi was somewhat dazed. Did Song Yang also possess the ability to see spirits? That should not be the case. The robust specter had appeared before Song Yang left, yet he had not noticed him. Does that mean the robust ghost has the ability to be seen by the living? Quite impressive, isn't it? One box costs 180. You must not have tried it before. Song Yang scoffed. "Goodness, 9 yuan each? That's more expensive than an entire pack I usually smoke." The robust ghost chuckled foolishly. "TCH," Song Yang retorted, "you're a grown man, And with a physique like that, why not make something of yourself? Why resort to begging? You could easily earn over 100 yuan a day moving bricks at a construction site. The robust ghost, while puffing away on his cigarette, laughed foolishly, but Li Yi discerned that this fellow was merely putting on an act. All right, let us refrain from meddling in others' affairs, Li Yi advised Song Yang, encouraging the robust ghost to choose a better path. By the way, where did the person who tried to buy you go? What? Are we going to catch him and give him a beating? Song Yang exclaimed excitedly. I was just thinking that. But I feared he might say that your nursing home is a cover for a gang, so I thought it best to approach this discreetly. But you can't go. Sitting in a wheelchair, you'd only be on the receiving end of the beating. Maybe I should go look for Iron Old 3. Li Yi, already exasperated with Song Yang's incessant chatter, patiently replied, enough of your rambling. By the time you get to the point, he will have long vanished. Do you have surveillance in your room? Snap a picture and send it to my phone. As he sent Song Yang off to check the surveillance footage, Li Yi furrowed his brow and glanced back at the robust ghost, who was still leisurely smoking. It was evident that with every puff, his physique seemed to solidify further. Even the wound at the back of his head had noticeably diminished. Could it be that smoking had restored his strength, allowing him to manifest? What else with your sudden appearances and disappearances? Li Yi inquired. I possess certain abilities, the robust ghost replied, but I haven't consumed offerings in quite some time. Hence I'm a bit out of practice. Can you still become invisible? Just make sure ordinary people don't see you, Li Yi urged. Manifesting is difficult. Becoming invisible is a simple task, the robust ghost said, and without any visible effort, his figure faded, taking on a somewhat translucent quality. Reminiscent of the ghosts Li Yi had seen before, such as the chubby fellow or Director Qian. Li Yi pondered for a moment. Allowing this character to roam the streets was certainly not advisable, especially since he could manifest and frighten children. Though he wasn't a ghostly enforcer. This area fell under the jurisdiction of Director Bai, so it would be best to keep an eye on him until he could consult her. What would you like to eat? Li Yi asked. Are you truly treating me to a meal? The robust ghost exclaimed excitedly. Anything is fine, I'm not picky. Just meat will do. In Chapter 15, in Death, a gallant ghost, a duck costing 18 yuan was placed on the table in the nurse's lounge, and Li Yi hesitantly asked, does this also need to be prepared for you? No need. Just say you're treating me, the robust ghost replied, drooling. By the way, my name is Zhu Dakawei. Zhu Dakawei, I invite you to roast duck, Li Yi declared. No sooner had he spoken than Zhu Dakawei eagerly lunged for the duck, seizing it in one hand and stuffing it into his mouth, while the duck on the table remained untouched. Zhu Dakawei chewed with grease dripping from his mouth, making Li Yi feel tempted as well. He cautiously tore off a piece of meat, took a bite, and immediately spat it out. While it wasn't entirely tasteless, it certainly lacked flavor. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Li Yi took out his phone, recalling that the matter with the hefty man still required closure. He dialed the mistress's number. Hello, who is this? The voice was relatively pleasant, albeit somewhat deep. I am a friend of Zhao Weiqing. I lent him a sum of money, and now that he has passed away, I would like to return it to you. Please provide me with a bank account, and I shall transfer the funds. Li Yi spoke in one breath. Is this never-ending? I told you. He left me this apartment and promised to repay you. I am moving out tomorrow. What more do you want? Do you wish to investigate my accounts? I've already informed you. There's no money, no money, no money. Do you want my daughter and me to perish? The woman's voice became increasingly agitated, and without further ado, she hung up the call with a decisive click. Li Yi stood there, momentarily stunned. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that Zhao Weiqing's wife must have located the mistress, seized the apartment, and was now pressuring her to return all the money. This is a misunderstanding, isn't it? I am genuinely here to help. He attempted to call back, but the line was abruptly cut, and the phone was turned off. Well, it seems I must pay a visit in person. Did I not hear that she plans to move tomorrow? Otherwise, I might not be able to find her later. To betray a person is one thing. To betray a ghost, who knows what trouble that might entail? Resuming his phone call, Li Yi dialed Director Liu to inform her about the private investigator gathering false evidence. Alas, how did I become so busy? It was not always like this. I used to spend my days on duty, playing games, and reading novels. Ever since I faced death the other day, an avalanche of chaotic matters has consumed my time. After exchanging pleasantries with Director Liu, he left the specific strategies to her and the boss. He glanced over to see Zhu Dakawei had finished the roasted duck and was using his thick, carrot-like fingers to pick at his teeth. Are you full? Li Yi inquired. Not too bad. Zhu Dakuai replied contentedly. Just one more would be perfect. Overindulging at night is hard on digestion. Why aren't you resting in peace? I died unjustly. Zhu Dakuai's expression soured, his demeanor shifting to one of deep grievance. Bearing such a stigma, I refuse to leave this world. Otherwise, I would be reborn as a beast. Oh, what exactly transpired? Li Yi, intrigued, lifted his teacup, ready to hear the tale. I was ridding society of evil, yet they labeled me a murderer. Zhu Dakuai began to recount, taking the listener back over 20 years to a time of civil unrest. The son of the cotton mill director was a law unto himself, rallying a group of ruffians to wreak havoc, leaving the local populace in despair. You cannot fathom their arrogance. A co-worker of mine had just begun dating a lovely partner, and while strolling outside the cotton mill, they spotted them and ambushed them in a van. My co-worker attempted to resist. They beat him down and dragged him to an abandoned warehouse where they violated his partner, forcing him to watch. If he blinked, it was met with a blow aimed at his groin. Afterward, they made him clean up the mess. As Zhu Dakuai spoke, his face twisted in anger, revealing a fierce spirit. That night, I lay in wait outside their usual dance hall, and I gave him a taste of his own medicine. I took down 3 of his companions as well. And then you were captured? Did you end up taking a bullet? Li Yi inquired. Originally, I believed I would be impervious to harm. Thousands of workers at the factory pleaded on my behalf, and a petition was submitted to the provincial department. Yet, I found myself ensnared in a severe crackdown, with Zhu Dakuai's countenance pallid. They accused me of intentional murder, depicting me as fierce, cruel, and devoid of humanity, proclaiming that my death would be of little consequence. I could not acquiesce. While I agree that taking a life warrants a life in return, I acted to rid society of malevolence. I am a hero. Li Yi sighed in silence, acknowledging that Zhu Dakuai's predicament was somewhat justifiable, yet the law is unforgiving. In traditional views, he is indeed a hero ridding the people of evil, but the real world is not a martial arts novel. Only the machinery of the state can dictate the fate of a person. I cannot ascertain if you are a hero, but you are undoubtedly a fool. Li Yi remarked. Why do you linger by the dance hall in trance, merely waiting to be caught? Why not find a secluded spot to resolve matters discreetly and depart without a trace? Embodying the principle of humility and success? I have not received much formal education. Zhu Dakuai grinned, endearingly naive. Enough, it is impossible for you to amend your situation. Li stated, do not dwell on it. Hasten to reincarnate as a human being. No, I refuse to be reborn unless my name is cleared. Zhu Dakuai shouted. Indeed, a single-minded individual, Li Yi grimaced. Although Director Bai had indicated he could assist spirits in resolving their grievances and accumulate merit, this fellow's predicament was an old case, compounded by his stubbornness, a challenge beyond his capacity to resolve. Very well, you may leave, Li Yi declared. By the way, may I stay? Zhu Dakuai inquired. For what purpose? To impose upon me? Li Yi responded, wary. No, rather, since you can see me, being a master, and I am a ghost. We could form an alliance, Zhu Dakuai suggested. One of us from the realm of shadows, the other from the light. Together we could punish the wicked and assist those in need. Enough, Li Yi interjected hastily. Have you read too many martial arts novels? We live in a society governed by law. Have you forgotten the reason for your demise? I am a ghost. The laws of the mortal realm do not apply to me, Zhu Dakuai retorted. Yet, the underworld has its own laws. Li Yi countered. I am aware. As long as I do not cause a death, the Black Wuchang will not bother with me. Zhu Dakuai scoffed. Li Yi stroked his chin, recalling that old Jean had expressed a similar sentiment. If no death occurs, it will pass in the blink of an eye. Thus, retaining this fellow may not be such a bad idea. Who would dare to challenge us? Dakuai, show him your rear. Well, if you wish for me to stay, that is acceptable, but we are not partners. You must heed my commands. Li Yi asserted. You are the boss, and I am your subordinate? Zhu Dakuai queried. Precisely. Then you must pay me a salary, 1 meal a day, and every 2 days a pack of cigarettes. That is the minimum standard, no negotiation. Zhu Dakuai insisted, defiantly tilting his head upward. Who claims this fellow is foolish? Clearly, he is adept at performance, already demanding compensation, though his terms are rather unimpressive. Chapter 16. The disturbance of money. Early in the morning, Li Yi went to the dining hall for breakfast and summoned a taxi to seek out Fatty's mistress. Although it was somewhat inconvenient to venture out alone in a wheelchair, Feng Ting had returned to work, and fortunately, the distance was not too far, with Zhu Dakuai accompanying him. Before the sun had fully risen, they arrived at their destination. The driver assisted Li Yi in transferring to his wheelchair, expressing his gratitude. Li Yi entered the high-rise community, following the address left by his friend, Fatty, and made his way directly to Building 2, Unit East. He took the elevator up to the 16th floor and knocked on the door. I mentioned the move today. Surely, I didn't expect to be rushed so early. The door swung open, revealing a woman wearing sunglasses. She hesitated momentarily, clearly taken aback by the sight of someone in a wheelchair. Su Yiyan? Li Yi inquired, identifying himself as a friend of Zhao Weicheng, the one who had called her the previous evening, during which she had accused him of being a fraud. Su Yiyan's expression remained stern as she replied, I made it abundantly clear. He didn't leave me any money. I was equally clear. I am here to repay the debt, Li Yi said with a warm smile. If you don't mind, could you assist me in advancing inside? After a moment's hesitation and glancing at the cast on his leg, Su Yiyan silently pushed the wheelchair over a small threshold at the entrance, allowing Li Yi to maneuver into the foyer. Once in the living room, Su Yiyan appeared uncertain about how to accommodate him. On one hand, she wished to invite him to sit, yet he was already seated. On the other hand, the living room was in disarray. She had been packing for the move all night, and there was hardly any space to stand. Are you preparing to move? Li Yi asked, feigning ignorance. Indeed. Are you truly a friend of old Zhao? Su Yiyan inquired, removing her sunglasses to reveal her swollen eyes, which hinted at either a night of tears or a month of sorrow. Yes, I borrowed a sum from him. He mentioned that the money was saved for his son's college education, which is why I thought it only reasonable to return it to you, Li Yi explained. Old Zhao's friends are unaware of our existence, Su Yiyan remarked with suspicion. Li Yi patted his cast and replied, I share a deep bond with him. There was an element of suggestion and misdirection in his words, and Su Yiyan ceased her inquiries, simply asking, how much did you borrow from him? 6 million. Plus 75,000 in interest, Li Yi stated, emphasizing that he had promised to take only 30%, not a cent more. 6 million? Su Yiyan appeared utterly stunned. Indeed. It is all meant for you, Li Yi clarified, adding, to be more precise, it is reserved for his son's university expenses. Fatty had consistently expressed concern, fearing that this woman might remarry, thus preventing the funds from benefiting the son. Hence, Li Yi felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. Su Yiyan's breath quickened. It was only natural that most individuals would struggle to remain composed when faced with a sudden influx of millions. After a moment, she regained her composure and remarked, but I don't have your IOU. I didn't write an IOU when I borrowed it, Li Yi replied. All you need to do is accompany me to the bank to transfer the funds into your account. Oh, is it really that simple? Su Yiyan still seemed somewhat incredulous. Is there any other way? Or should I withdraw it as cash and bring it to you? Li Yi chuckled. That won't do. Su Yiyan quickly interjected. Zhao Weicheng's wife is not someone to be trifled with. They will be here shortly to oversee my move. And then we must proceed to the real estate bureau to finalize the transfer. Just as they conversed, there was a loud knocking at the door, and Su Yiyan's expression shifted to one of panic. Zhao Weicheng's wife is here. Don't worry, I understand, Li Yi nodded, maintaining an air of calm. Su Yiyan, filled with trepidation, unlocked the door, only for it to be thrust open forcefully. A robust arm adorned with a gold bracelet pushed her aside, and a group of 4 or 5 men swaggered in, each bearing a countenance of arrogance or brutishness. The last of the lot flashed a grin at Su Yiyan, mocking her. Who is this? My husband has just passed, and you've already found a pretty boy? Zhao Weicheng's wife exclaimed. What kind of man is this? A cripple? What can he do? Help you move or tend to the children? In bed, he'd likely just lie there. Su Yiyan remained silent, her body trembling slightly, clearly intimidated by the bullying. Li Yi, unable to bear the scene any longer, felt a sense of injustice. Logically, one might applaud the wife confronting the mistress. However, the fact remained that the mistress had given birth to a son who was now 7 years old, and the deceased had met his end. To show up and bully her, even attempting to reclaim the house, was beyond ethical bounds. It was sheer avarice, driven by monetary greed. Besides, though the man was indeed handsome, he was certainly no pretty boy. Shut your mouth, Li Yi barked. Zhao Weicheng's wife appeared momentarily bewildered. I mean, close your filthy mouth. Li Yi articulated each word carefully, fearing she might not comprehend. Zhao Weicheng's wife, taken aback, erupted in fury. Are you all dead? Did you not hear him insult me? Attack. Let us see who dares. Li Yi glared, raising his voice. Children raised in orphanages are seldom without fighting prowess. Though he may not have been as renowned as Confronting, his reputation was no less formidable. He had bested all his peers in the vicinity. An aura of intimidation enveloped him. The group of ruffians hesitated, momentarily taken aback by his presence. Without waiting for their response, he continued, "My sister has already agreed to give you the house, but do not forget, the transfer has not yet occurred." Upon hearing this, the men faltered, realizing that if they resorted to violence, they might not secure the transfer, and the value of the house, over $1 million, could become a troublesome affair. They were acutely aware that the property was registered in the name of Zhao Weiqing's son, and their actions would amount to robbery or extortion, taking advantage of a widow and an orphan. After over a month of harassment, Su Yuyin had reluctantly agreed to return the house in hopes of peace. "You call her sister? I heard she has a brother." Zhao Weiqing's wife gritted her teeth, attempting to uncover the truth. "Cousin, is that unacceptable?" Li Yi, sensing their hesitation, realized his strategy was effective. "I am currently injured, and my sister wishes to avoid a scene. But let me tell you, those unshod have no fear of those in shoes. Consider that." This remark carried a potent weight, causing Zhao Weiqing's wife to furrow her brow. It was worth noting that her husband had indeed left behind a substantial inheritance. It was her brother's insatiable greed that fueled the unrest with the mistress. While she would gladly reclaim a house, if these impoverished ruffians were provoked into a deadly confrontation, it would result in a tremendous loss. "All right, you're moving soon, and then follow me to transfer the ownership." Her tone remained harsh, yet it was evident that her bravado was somewhat feigned. Chapter 17. The theatrical performance. The hour was still early, and the moving company we had arranged had not yet commenced their day. Su Yuyin continued to pack, while Li Yi lit a cigarette. The choice of cigarette is a reflection of one's status, and the 10 yuan per pack Hongta Mountain was undoubtedly rather lowbrow. Zhao Weiqing's wife's brother, that indolent fellow, rolled his eyes and murmured to his sister before shouting at Su Yuyin, "What in the world are you packing? This was all bought with my brother-in-law's money." As he spoke, he lunged forward to rip open the boxes, scattering their contents chaotically. The remaining 3 lackeys followed suit, and tears instantly welled in Su Yuyin's eyes. After a night of diligent packing, it felt as if her efforts had been in vain. Even the kitchenware was overturned, with pots and pans clattering to the ground, shards of porcelain littering the floor, while a child's cry echoed from the bedroom. Her son was frightened, but there was no time to comfort him. Su Yuyin hurried to the bedroom to soothe him, while Li Yi sighed, gritting his teeth as he observed the ruffians reveling in their mischief. "Boss, let me deal with them." Zhu Dakue finally could no longer endure the scene. Li Yi had awaited this very statement. This man had been observing silently, and if he did not take action now, it would imply that his earlier claims of lineage were mere fabrications, thus rendering him expendable. With a nod from Li Yi, Zhu Dakue produced a cigarette from seemingly nowhere, placing it between his lips without igniting it. The tip spontaneously ignited, and with a deep inhale, he consumed half of it. With another puff, Zhu Dakue's form began to shift, gradually coalescing into a more corporeal shape, albeit with subtle differences. His belly protruded roundly, and his square head morphed into a more spherical form, his facial features bearing a resemblance to Zhao Weiqing's portrait displayed in the living room. Li Yi stared in astonishment. Who claimed this fellow was truly dim-witted? Why does it feel a bit chilly? Zhao Weiqing's wife crossed her arms and turned, noticing the air conditioning was off, only to find Zhu Dakue standing beside it. With a gasp, she collapsed onto the floor. Her brother, perplexed, followed her gaze and trembled in fear. Sister, brother-in-law. The remaining 3 lackeys, hearing this address, either darted into the kitchen or fled towards the door. But chaos ensued as they stumbled over the scattered belongings. "Who are you?" Zhao Weiqing's wife steadied herself, being a spouse. She ultimately discerned that Zhu Dakue was not quite her husband. Zhu Dakue remained silent, for he had spotted several photographs in the living room. Having never heard Zhao Weiqing's voice, he knew that speaking would betray him. Zhao Weiqing's brother-in-law finally grasped the situation. How could there be a ghost in broad daylight? It was likely that Su Yuyin had hired someone who bore a resemblance to her husband to deliberately frighten everyone. Thus, he strode forward with determination, raising his fist and bellowing, "You damn phony, stop your trickery." Pitifully, his fist aimed at Zhu Dakyu's cheek. Yet it passed right through Zhu Dakyu's head and forcefully struck the air conditioner, resulting in a thunderous bang accompanied by cries of awe. The first "ah" was one of pain, while the second conveyed fear. A ghost, truly a ghost. The brother-in-law's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, retreating in a crawling manner. Zhu Deqiu swayed slightly, took a step forward, and instantly, the brother-in-law's pants became soaked. "Don't touch my brother," Zhao Weiqing's wife shouted, inexplicably gathering courage to stand before her brother, her ample form spreading its arms wide, resembling a hen confronting a hawk. "Look, this is sibling affection at its finest." It is often said that sibling bonds run deep, particularly among those born of the same mother, where even broken bones remain connected by sinew. Zhu Deqiu found himself at a loss. He could neither speak nor strike a woman, for he was a hero after all. Thus, he could only rely on Li Yi to intervene. "Brother Zhao." Li Yi's loud exclamation startled everyone, causing them to turn and look at him, only to find him with tears of fervor in his eyes, trembling as he pushed his wheelchair closer to Zhu Deqiu. "Brother Zhao, it truly is you. Why have you remained silent? Have you become a new ghost that cannot yet speak?" Li Yi theatrically turned his back to the audience and winked at Zhu Deqiu. Zhu Deqiu, bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement. "So that's how it is. No worries. If you have something to convey, I shall assist you in articulating it. Just nod in agreement," Li Yi suggested. Zhu Deqiu nodded once more, assuming his role again. "Brother Zhao, did you return because you were worried about your son?" Li Yi inquired. Zhu Deqiu regarded Li Yi's expression and nodded affirmatively. "Alas, indeed, my cousin and her children are truly pitiable, especially with this gang bullying them." While saying this, Li Yi cast a glance at Zhao Weiqing's wife and the brother-in-law, causing them to tremble in fear. "Indeed, they are siblings. Why would they care about the fate of your son, Zhao?" Li Yi continued. "Brother Zhao, if you wish to seek revenge, then act. Eliminate one of them. I am injured, otherwise, I would assist you directly." Zhu Deqiu was somewhat taken aback. With over 20 years of cultivation, manifesting a physical form and ending a life was not a daunting task. However, the conditions agreed upon last night did not permit for any fatalities, lest he attract the attention of the underworld. Fortunately, Li Yi winked at him again, which Zhu Deqiu interpreted as a signal to merely intimidate them. Thus, he feigned a murderous rage, glaring at Zhao Weiqing's wife and the brother-in-law, who immediately cowered, the sister wailing while the brother knelt in supplication. "You brought this upon yourselves. Brother Zhao earned a fortune throughout his life, yet only left you this one apartment. You still cannot let it go, and to make matters worse, you deliberately humiliate the mother of his child. Even the living cannot bear to witness this, and the dead have risen to exact vengeance upon you." Li Yi shouted loudly. "I was wrong, Lao Zhao. I realize my mistakes. We no longer want the house. Please, do not harm us." Zhao Weiqing's wife cried desperately, while her brother-in-law slapped himself in a frenzy of remorse. "Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Li Yi feigned a troubled expression and implored, "Brother Zhao, look, they acknowledge their mistakes. Perhaps it would be best not to kill them?" Zhu Deqiu remained incensed. As a champion of the oppressed, he was unwilling to let the matter rest. The notion of putting down the sword and becoming a saint was sheer nonsense. Murder demands retribution, and debts must be repaid. One cannot simply bully others and expect that a mere admission of guilt suffices to resolve the issue. Otherwise, the wicked would reign unchecked, and chaos would ensue. "Weicheng, is it truly you?" At that moment, Su Yuanyan emerged from the room, standing protectively in the corridor with her 7-year-old son behind her, her face a mixture of excitement and fear. Chapter 18, Seeking the Master. Li Yi quickly interjected, "Sister, do not approach. The child is young and must not be exposed to negative energies. He cannot speak, but you may communicate with him through gestures." Su Yuanyan felt a surge of grievance and wished to express it, yet found herself at a loss for words. Zhu Deqiu redirected his fierce gaze towards Zhao Weiqing's wife, and seizing the opportunity, Li Yi continued, "Brother Zhao, temper your anger. I understand your concern for your son and his mother, but if you were to end their lives here, it would only create further complications. How about this? They surely would not dare to claim the house any longer, and you might consider granting them half of your inheritance. If they refuse, you can accompany them home." The portly man had never suggested that his son should inherit anything. In fact, he likely sided with his wife. Otherwise, given her appearance and the character of her brother, he might have long since divorced her. As for why they remained together, Li Yi had no interest in delving into that. He was merely incensed at how his wife and brother-in-law had bullied this widow and her child. Zhu Deqiu nodded in agreement with Li Yi's proposal, while Zhao Weiqing's wife looked pained and her brother-in-law trembled, but they had no choice but to acquiesce. I am uncertain of the exact value of Brother Zhao's inheritance, but you may keep the company and manage it as you wish. Just provide the child with a few thousand in cash, Li Yi casually remarked. The siblings immediately panicked. There is no such sum of money. The company may appear substantial, but it does not belong solely to us, and let's not forget the outstanding loans to the bank. Lao Zhao, you are well aware. We could not produce such a sum even if our lives depended on it. Truly no such amount? Then we can negotiate. Li Yi said with a smile. Surely there must be at least 20 million? Absolutely not. Zhao Weiqing's wife shouted. At this moment, all available cash amounted to less than 8 million, with the remainder tied up in unpaid project funds. Very well, then, 8 million for the child will suffice. It must be transferred today, or else Brother Zhao shall accompany you home. The siblings left in despair, lamenting what had brought them to this wretched state. Why had they even sought this decrepit house? They had lost over 1 million and, in the end, had summoned a ghost, only to find themselves liable for 8 million. Once inside the car, the brother-in-law banged on the steering wheel and muttered, 8 million. Sister, couldn't you have asked for less? You think I didn't ask for less? The plump sister retorted in exasperation. Ah, that's 800,000. It pains my little brother. You say he's dead, so let him be. Why must he turn into a ghost? Brother Chong, why don't we seek out a master to vanquish him? Proposed one of the followers. The three subordinates had been quite frightened earlier, but now, having regained their composure, they were brimming with cunning ideas. Indeed, there is a formidable master in my rural hometown. Once, when a villager was possessed, he came and merely smoked a cigarette, spitting once, and the ghost fled immediately. The second follower interjected eagerly. I also know the abbot of Qingyan Temple, added the third follower, demonstrating insight. After all, he is my brother-in-law. It seems inappropriate to simply obliterate him. It would be better to help him transcend for an early reincarnation. Sister, what do you think? The little brother inquired. However, before the plump sister could respond, he issued a command. You all go and invite whoever you can. Let the monks chant. If they can help him transcend, that would be best. If that fails, then let the masters take action. Once a person dies, their light extinguishes. How can a living person be extorted by a mere ghost? We will be ridding the world of a menace. The three followers were elated, rushing off to summon the masters. Of course, engaging ghost hunters would require payment, and they would not forget to share a portion of the spoils. Meanwhile, as they busied themselves with their tasks, Su Yin timidly approached Zhu Dakuai, longing to embrace him and weep freely, yet she hesitated, fearful of the divide between the living and the dead. You are not my father, a childish voice piped up, revealing Zhao Weiqing's son peeking out. Li Yi chuckled and asked, why do you say he is not your father? My father has a mole here, but he does not. The boy pointed to the area near his jawbone, which was not visible from the front. Indeed, he is not your father. He is an actor hired by your uncle to frighten those wicked individuals, Li Yi replied with a smile. The mother and son duo had not witnessed the scene of the little brother's missed punch earlier, so Li Yi took the opportunity to deceive. Is he really an actor? But he looks so much like my father, the child said, gazing at Zhu Dakuai with an expression of anticipation, clearly missing his dad. He is indeed an actor. It's all makeup, Li Yi explained. If you don't believe me, let him greet you. You'll hear it in his voice. Zhu Dakuai then spoke. Hello, little friend. His voice was coarse and had a clumsy charm, distinctly different from Zhao Weiqing's. Hello, uncle. You're so impressive, the child exclaimed joyfully. Darting from behind Su Yuyan towards Zhu Dakuai, Li Yi hurriedly maneuvered the wheelchair to block him, but the clutter on the ground made it difficult. Just as the child reached Zhu Dakuai, the latter reached out and patted the boy's head, causing him to immediately close his eyes and collapse onto the floor. Xiaolong. Su Yuyan gasped, rushing forward to scoop her son into her arms. He's fine. He is just asleep, Zhu Dakuai chuckled, grinning. Seeing her son breathing steadily, Su Yuyan felt a sense of relief, though she wondered how one could fall asleep so abruptly while running. Don't be afraid. He is indeed a ghost. But he means no harm, Li Yi reassured her. Last night, I engaged in a lengthy conversation with Zhu Dakuai, during which Li Yi managed to uncover certain underlying rules. For instance, the existence of ghosts in this world is not a secret. As someone directly involved, it is not surprising to be aware of it. However, should an uninvolved party choose to proclaim this information indiscriminately, it is likely that few would believe them. If one were to go so far as to seek proof, they would best prepare for a conversation with the messengers of death. Thus, Li Yi harbored no qualms about revealing the truth to Su Yuyan. He recounted how Zhao Weicheng had sought his assistance. 6 million should suffice for you and your daughter. You can either leave the city with the money now and find a new place to live comfortably. Half of it invested in a fixed deposit and the other half in wealth management. The interest alone would be enough to raise your child. Naturally, if you are unwilling to accept this, you may wait. However, I suspect the 8 million they mentioned earlier will not be so easily obtained, and once you step outside, they will likely still doubt the authenticity of the ghost you witnessed. Su Yuyan's eyes brimmed with tears as she sobbed. That heartless person can still remember us. Thank you for assisting us so significantly. I shall forego the 8 million and leave with Xiao Long immediately. This woman displayed a sense of propriety. She decided against taking any belongings from the house, reasoning that with 6 million, she could easily purchase everything anew. Thus, Li Yi accompanied her to the bank to complete the transfer before returning to collect her child to leave together. Her plan was to first return to her hometown before contemplating settling in another city. Chapter 19. Insufficient Taoist practice. Su Yuyan chose to forego the 8 million, and Li Yi was disinclined to meddle further in her affairs. He had intended to retrieve the child and depart, but was unexpectedly confronted at the doorstep by Zhao Weicheng's wife, her brother, and 4 monks. What do you want? Su Yuyan inquired fearfully, having been subjected to bullying recently, which had left her psychologically scarred. Zhao Weicheng's wife glared fiercely, declaring, "Open the door. I need to perform a ritual for my husband to ensure his swift reincarnation." Reincarnation incurs a fee. Li Yi interjected with a smile. "Pray tell, how much have you charged, master?" A portly monk with prominent buck teeth appeared displeased as he replied, "Esteemed benefactor, it is our duty as disciples of Buddhism to assist in the liberation of the deceased. Discussing money is rather mundane. Voluntary labor? Then that means no payment is required?" Li Yi responded with evident delight. "Ahem, it is a matter of fate. The benefactor may contribute some oil for the Buddha's lamp. The amount is inconsequential. It solely depends on the benefactor's sincerity," the head monk hastily added. He was unaware of Li Yi's true identity and only recognized that the ritual was for the portly woman's husband. However, why they had come to the mistress's residence rather than her own was of no concern to him. "Ah, after all this, you still seek payment," Li Yi remarked disdainfully. "However, I advise you, earning that money will not be easy. Zhao's spirit truly resides within this house." "Huh. I have been studying Buddhist teachings and supernatural abilities since childhood. Liberating souls is no challenge," the head monk proclaimed confidently. After all, encountering hauntings over the years was not uncommon. Ultimately, it often boiled down to someone playing tricks, and he was well versed in such schemes. "Suit yourself," Li Yi shrugged, signaling Su Yuyan to open the door and ushering the wheelchair into the living room. Zhao Weicheng's son remained fast asleep in the bedroom, while Zhu Dakuai stood at the entrance, shrouded in invisibility, visible only to Li Yi. "Where's my husband?" Zhao Weicheng's wife exclaimed upon entering, oblivious to Zhu Dakuai's presence as she passed by. Following closely were 4 monks and her brother-in-law, equally unaware of Zhu Dakuai's existence. Li Yi discerned their lack of true skill, yet Zhu Dakuai felt unnerved, whispering to Li Yi, "Boss, do these monks intend to capture me?" Li Yi found himself unable to respond, and Zhu Dakuai continued, "Though these individuals appear devoid of genuine prowess, according to protocol, they are not directly involved. Should I reveal myself, the underworld officials might trouble me. Haha, with my brother-in-law gone, it seems these masters possess profound abilities, scaring him away upon their arrival," remarked the attendant who had summoned the monks, promptly beginning to flatter them. "Indeed, the masters are formidable," exclaimed the brother-in-law with delight. "However, masters, this is not a sustainable solution. If you are present and my husband is hidden, what will happen if you leave and he returns?" Fat Sister interjected. "Oh, fret not. Once we perform the rites, we shall guide him to the afterlife." The buck-toothed monk chuckled, confident that his expectations would be met, anticipating a mere performance to secure the promised 3,000 yuan. Thus, the 4 monks arranged themselves, clearing a small space in the living room. Sitting cross-legged on the floor as they began to chant, their murmurs indistinct. After reciting scriptures for over 10 minutes, the buck-toothed monk, unable to contain his eagerness, rose with a grin, declaring, "Madam, rest assured, your husband has been guided to the afterlife, relinquishing his attachments to be reborn." "So soon?" Fat Sister exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy. Alas, he initially wished to stay, but I expended 10 years of cultivation to absolve his sins, allowing him to be reborn into a favorable existence, which is why he consented to depart immediately," the buck-toothed monk lamented, feigning regret. Overjoyed, Fat Sister instructed her brother to bestow generous red envelopes upon the masters, who departed with cheerful spirits, escorted by the attendant. "Humph, trying to swindle me?" Fat Sister declared with newfound confidence. "Now, let's see who supports you." "See, I told you they wouldn't easily acquire that 800,000, Lee sighed. "Initially, I was willing to let it go, not wanting to complicate matters, but since they insist on delivering it to us, it would be impolite not to accept." "What did you say?" Fat Sister questioned, bewildered. "I said those monks are merely deceiving us. Just wait and see." Skeptical, Fat Sister and her brother turned to look, only to be met with a startled gasp, collapsing onto the floor. Zhu Dakuai, his face contorted with anger, approached the siblings menacingly, causing them to scoot backward in terror. "Zhao, hold your vengeful spirit for now. Let them transfer the money first," Li Yi interjected. Yes, we will pay," the brother-in-law shouted. "Lao Zhao, we are bound by the ties of marriage. Please do not harm me, nor take my life. I am willing to offer you money. I shall raise your son as if he were my own. Please spare me," Fat Sister implored, tears streaming down her face. Had the person across from her been Zhao Weicheng, he might have softened at her plea, as his original intention was to bring home the child as an adopted son. "Humph, you still remember the bonds of marriage?" Li Yi admonished. "Was it not you who sought the monk to chant prayers? Spare me the nonsense. Quickly transfer the money, and then we shall see if Brother Zhao is inclined to let you off the hook." "Very well, we shall make the transfer at once," the siblings replied as they rose from the ground. But Li Yi pointed to the brother and said, "One person is sufficient for the transfer. You stay behind." The siblings were united in purpose, confident that holding one as collateral would ensure the other's return. Su Yuyan's account details had already been provided to them, and Fat Sister stumbled out the door. However, upon reaching the ground floor, she encountered two lackeys who had just returned from fetching a master from the outskirts. The master, said to possess the ability to scare away spirits with a mere cough, was an elderly man clad in an unremarkable, tattered vest and wearing flip-flops, appearing utterly unbefitting of the title master. Upon hearing Fat Sister mention that Zhao Weicheng had reappeared after the monk's chanting, the lackeys urged the master to swiftly ascend and vanquish the spirit. Fat Sister, contemplating the sum of 800,000 and considering her brother's predicament, finally gritted her teeth and acquiesced. "Then I must trouble the master." The master, however, looked up at the building and remarked, "The ghostly aura is overwhelming. I'm afraid you must return me home." The lackeys were instantly dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Master, you cannot abandon us in our time of need." "It is not that I abandon you, but rather that I am incapable of assisting." The master felt a deep sense of regret. If only he could deceive the rural folk for a bit of tobacco and wine, that would be acceptable. But to enter the city to exorcise spirits, where the stakes were life and death, was another matter entirely. Who would take responsibility for the loss of his life? You are also a fraud?" Fat Sister despaired. "Do not speak such nonsense. I merely lack the necessary skills. You would do well to seek someone more capable." Without further ado, the master settled into the back seat of the car. Though he could not perform the task, he at least expected them to ensure his safe return home. Chapter 20. A bloodbath. Su Yuyan soon received a notification that 800,000 had been credited to her account. Li Yi, acting on behalf of Zhao Weicheng, addressed her brother-in-law. "Very well, you may leave now, but you must not bully that mother and child again. Otherwise, Brother Zhao will undoubtedly seek you out once more." I would not dare, her brother-in-law stammered, and seeing that his brother-in-law no longer hindered him, he hastily fled. "All right, you should also take your leave. Though they are unlikely to trouble you again, it would be wise for you to relocate to another city," Li Yi advised Su Yuyan. Thank you, master." Su Yuyan knelt before Li Yi. "No, please, I cannot accept such reverence," Li Yi quickly urged, pushing his wheelchair away. "Were it not for you, master, my son and I would have no hope for the future. This is a tremendous favor." Su Yuyan's face was stained with tears. "Enough, please rise quickly," Li Yi said. Though his words were polite, his heart was filled with delight. Su Yuyan wiped away her tears and bowed to Zhu Dakuai. Although he was her benefactor, the fact that he was a ghost still instilled a sense of trepidation within her. She abandoned all her belongings, opting instead to embrace her son in the bedroom and carry a small bag. Before departing, she entrusted the house keys to Li Yi. expressing that the 8 million she had earned and the house itself were both his accomplishments. After they left, the house would be of no use to her. So she decided to gift it to Li Yi, assuring him that she would arrange for the transfer of ownership later. Staring at the disheveled living room, Li Yi found himself momentarily stunned. Did this mean he now owned a house? Although the community was situated on the outskirts, it was merely a 10-minute taxi ride from the nursing home, making it quite suitable for him. Moreover, he recalled the BMW that General Manager Chow had promised him, which was supposed to be processed yesterday and delivered today. If he didn't receive it by today, perhaps it was time to prompt him? However, he was fairly certain that Chow wouldn't dare to renege on his promise. With a car, a house, and savings in the bank, this once elusive dream now seemed within reach. The only thing he lacked was a girlfriend. Instinctively, Li Yi pulled out his phone and dialed Confronting. Only after the call connected did he remember that she was not his intended partner. However, it was too late to hang up, as the call had already gone through. Confronting's voice boomed. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? I told you to take leave to take care of yourself, but you wouldn't listen. Li Yi felt a warmth in his heart and chuckled. Sister, I'm fine. I just wanted to let you know that I've acquired a house. What do you mean you've acquired a house? Confronting was somewhat perplexed. Are you uncomfortable living in the nursing home? If so, you can move in with me. I'll talk to my roommate. She shouldn't mind. Confronting lived in the city center, where wages were low and rent exorbitant, forcing her to share an apartment. She had suggested this arrangement yesterday, and although Li Yi was tempted, he felt it would be inappropriate for a man to intrude on a residence shared by two young women. No, I now own a house. Li Yi clarified. The house is mine. You reckless spendthrift. Confronting suddenly became agitated. You just received over 2 million last night, and you've already spent it? Even if you're buying a house, you should be more discerning and seek a discount through connections. Li Yi was both amused and exasperated, but decided to go along with her line of thought. Otherwise, he would have to concoct elaborate fabrications to explain how he came to possess a house. Well, this time I got a great deal, he explained. I was essentially giving someone money. They were just about to leave the country and sold me the house. It's in Xinhai Garden near the nursing home, a 3-bedroom, 2-living room space of over 120 square meters, all for just 1 million, furnishings included. The market price there is over 10,000 per square meter. But second-hand homes are a bit cheaper, so you haven't gained much. Confronting immediately calculated. The key point is that I can move in right away. Li Yi chuckled. They've already vacated the place and left everything behind. It just needs a bit of tidying up. So you want me to be your laborer? Confronting laughed. All right, I'll come over after work. After hanging up the phone, Li Yi gazed contentedly at her room, contemplating that this would indeed become her home. Finally, she had established a foothold in this city. Such a fortuitous event warranted a celebration. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her stomach grumbled. And upon glancing at the clock, she realized it was already past 1 o'clock. She considered going out for a meal. But with Zhu Dakuai being a creature of the shadows, one who shunned the light of day, Li Yi opted to order an extensive array of takeout, doubling the portions in light of Zhu Dakuai's earlier demeanor. After enjoying her lunch, Li Yi pulled out her phone, intent on playing a round of PUBG. However, before she could immerse herself in the game, a call interrupted her. It was the children of President Qian, accompanied by a lawyer, who had arrived at the nursing home to inquire about the emergency measures Li Yi had taken when the elderly man fell ill. This revelation incensed her, yet she knew she had to return to address the matter. Otherwise, they might accuse her of evading responsibility, which would be truly distasteful. Summoning a deity, she returned to the nursing home, leaving Zhu Dakuai behind. 10 minutes later, upon her arrival, a colleague informed her that the meeting was taking place in the director's office. As she exited the elevator, a cacophony of voices reached her ears, particularly that of President Qian's daughter. I'm telling you, this matter concerning my father's death is far from over. I will see you all brought to justice, especially that caregiver who utterly failed to save him. If I were your father, I would slap you senseless right now. Before she even entered the room, Li Yi responded loudly, causing an immediate hush as all eyes turned to her in the wheelchair. The woman, infuriated, approached Li Yi, pointing an accusatory finger. You little brat. You are the one responsible for my father's death. I will see you imprisoned. What a parade of harpies I encountered today. Earlier, Zhao Weiqing's wife had caused a ruckus, draining Li Yi's patience. And this woman was even more contemptible for daring to berate her so directly. In a sudden burst of resolve, Li Yi propelled her wheelchair forward. Her leg, still encased in plaster, collided with the woman's knee. Unprepared, The woman lost her balance and collapsed onto the floor. Ouch, my leg. Li Yimei exclaimed first, feigning distress. Have you no humanity? My leg was shattered in a heroic rescue, and you dare to inflict further injury? Do you intend to cripple me for your satisfaction? Director Bai, call the police. I intend to sue for intentional harm. Sir, I am Ms. Qian's lawyer, interjected a man in his 40s. Clad in a tailored suit and sporting black-rimmed glasses. Your actions are a distortion of truth and an attempt to confuse the situation. I advise you to act rationally unless you wish to spend the night in a detention center. Li Yimei cast a sidelong glance at him, her brow furrowing. I can see misfortune looming over you. Calamity is imminent, and bloodshed is on the horizon. Is this a nursing home or the entrance to a fortune-telling temple? The lawyer retorted angrily. Do you not believe me? Li Yimei replied innocently. I once spoke these words to another, and he too scoffed. Yet now he lies in a hospital bed. You are threatening my personal safety. On this basis alone, I could have you incarcerated. Do you believe me? The lawyer exclaimed, filled with indignation. Indeed, I believe you. As a lawyer, you are certainly adept at litigation. I, too, am a master in my field, skilled in the art of observation. Li Yi responded with a smile. Thus, it stands to reason that you should also place your trust in my words. You are foolish, superstitious, the lawyer retorted loudly. Given that the caregivers here hold such superstitious beliefs, I can already ascertain that this establishment is utterly unprofessional and riddled with significant management flaws. There is ample reason to suspect that Mr. Qian's demise is closely linked to your management. Prepare yourselves for court. With that, the lawyer stormed off. And the Qian siblings followed closely, their heads held high. Old Chun, the owner of the nursing home, hurriedly intervened. Mr. Qian, Lawyer Zhou, please do not take offense. Let us discuss this calmly. Li Yi, do apologize to Lawyer Zhou immediately. Do you wish to keep your position? With a sigh, Li Yi chose to ignore him. The nursing home was privately owned, and while the financier, Chen Daowei, was a decent man, he was rather timid. However, the more one bowed to them, the more they were bullied. If one were to stand firm against them, they would find themselves at a loss. After all, the nursing home was unlike other places. Every elderly resident signed an agreement, and unless there was negligence on the part of the nursing home, how could the institution be held accountable for a resident's passing? Old Chun attempted to intervene, but the group brushed past him, making their way to the elevator. When the doors opened, two individuals stepped out and inquired, "Excuse me, could you direct us to the director's office?" "Don't go there. I'm telling you, there are issues here. Abuse of the elderly, and they neglect to provide medical assistance when needed. My father was just killed by their negligence," the daughter of the Qian family asserted, clearly believing the newcomers were there to inquire about placing an elderly relative in the home. It brought her immense satisfaction to complicate matters for the nursing home. "What do you mean by that?" one of the newcomers asked, visibly perplexed. "Are you not here to place an elder?" Ms. Qian inquired. "Not at all. I have come specifically to express my gratitude to Master Li," replied none other than Chao Tianyu's father, Chao Jinlai. "Ah, old Chao," Li Yi remarked as he followed the others. "Master Li, greetings." Chao Jinlai immediately bowed deeply, employing respectful language. The Qian siblings and Lawyer Zhou were taken aback. Observing Chao Jinlai's attire, it was clear he was a man of considerable means. Not only was he adorned with a gold watch, but his commanding presence was undeniable. Yet here he was, showing such deference to a mere caregiver, addressing him as master. "I sincerely apologize, Master Li. Yesterday, when I went to pick up my new car, the vehicle administration was offline, which delayed the process by a day. I have just completed the necessary paperwork," Chao Jinlai explained, producing a set of car keys along with a leather bag containing the vehicle documentation. "Too kind of you," Li Yi responded with a smile, taking the items and glancing at the vehicle registration. The document featured a picture of a white BMW. "A Series 5? Oh, you are exceedingly generous." "Not at all. Were it not for Master Li, my son's life would have been forfeited. This modest gift of a car is merely a token of my appreciation," Chao Jinlai replied with a chuckle. Chao Jinlai wore a smile on his face, yet his heart bled profusely. Initially, he had intended to settle the matter with a mere 200,000, but when he witnessed Li Yi's indifference, he felt compelled to offer an additional vehicle, contemplating a domestically produced car costing around 100,000. However, yesterday, he found himself consulting a master to investigate the situation, for it truly was too perplexing. The master, being astute, could not help but offer praise upon hearing the circumstances. "I have not met the young man you speak of, and I cannot ascertain his abilities. Yet, Given the situation you described, it is likely quite intricate. At the very least, he discerned the presence of an infant spirit afflicting your son, which only began after your son offended him. Thus, it is prudent to avoid antagonizing such a person, even if one does not seek to curry favor. It was then that Chao Jinlai grit his teeth and resolved that he must ensure Li Yi felt wholly comfortable. Otherwise, the young man might resort to underhanded tactics. Even if it did not threaten one's life, the loss incurred by his family's considerable wealth could easily surpass hundreds of thousands. Sir, are you suggesting that he saved your son? Lawyer Zhou could not restrain his curiosity. Indeed, Master Li is truly an extraordinary individual. Chao Jinlai immediately extolled Li Yi. Just the other night, Master Li indicated that my son was plagued by misfortune. My son, being of the younger generation, was skeptical about such matters, but upon leaving, he encountered a series of calamities, traffic jams, a hit-and-run, a rear-end collision, and subsequently, his car caught fire. Just as he jumped out, another accident occurred. Lawyer Zhou pondered the situation. These events seemed orchestrated. Initially, his injuries were not severe, Chao Jinlai continued, but the ambulance suffered a flat tire en route. And after switching vehicles, it was a struggle to reach the hospital. They had a broken stretcher, which compounded his injuries. Furthermore, the lead surgeon experienced abdominal pain. And although a substitute intern was not uncommon, by the time they wheeled my son into the operating room, the surgical lights malfunctioned. After much delay, they could only remove his spleen, nearly resulting in a grave outcome. Then I heard that Master Li had advised my son, prompting me to seek his guidance. Master Li informed me that my son was tormented by an infant spirit and urged me to conduct a rite of passage. No sooner had the ritual concluded than my son emerged from the operating room. Truly a stroke of luck. Lawyer Zhou felt a chill. While the initial incidents might have been attributed to human intervention, the subsequent string of misfortunes could only be deemed coincidental, a mere stroke of bad luck. Most significantly, Mr. Chao did not appear foolish. His gesture of gifting a car worth several $100,000 as a token of gratitude surely lent credence to the truth of the matter. Could this young man genuinely possess the gift of discernment? Was not such a notion merely superstitious? Aside from Lawyer Zhou, who among those present did not feel a profound shock? Well, indeed, there was one. It seems this wretched place is not only rife with superstition, but also deceives. Ms. Qian exclaimed. Mr. Chao, let me inform you that you have been duped. They are undoubtedly orchestrating a scheme to swindle you. Hurry and reclaim your car keys. Chao Jinlai, a man of considerable acumen, recognized that this group was at odds with the nursing home, representing Li Yi's adversaries. He cast her a stern glance and replied, Your disbelief matters not, I believe, and it is none of your concern to voice your opinion. Ms. Qian was exasperated, yet upon reflection, she considered that someone who could casually give away a car worth hundreds of thousands might have made a rather astute decision to remain silent. Lawyer Zhou gritted his teeth, harboring skepticism, but ultimately conceded, whispering to Li Yi, Mr. Li, is what you just said true? What did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly. Li Yi retorted, cupping his ears and speaking loudly, feigning a hearing impairment. Zhou's frustration grew, and he contemplated walking away, but recalling the ordeal that Mr. Chao's son had endured, he mustered the courage to ask again, Master Li, did you truly say that I am plagued by misfortune? Why shout? I'm not deaf. Li rolled his eyes, nearly inciting Zhou's immediate ire. Fortunately, Li provided a definitive answer. Of course, what I said is true. I have no enmity with you. So why would I deceive you? Then, Master Li, how should I resolve this? Zhou inquired. Wait a moment. I just remembered that you intend to assist them in suing us, which means we have grievances. Why should I help you? Li Yi replied. Zhou promptly turned to the Qian siblings and said, I apologize, but I will not take on your case. Please seek another attorney. Chapter 22. Incomplete soul. After dismissing the Qian siblings and sending Chao Jin away, Zhou returned to the caregiver's lounge, closed the door, and began. Regarding the case of the Qian siblings, however, Li Yi interrupted, this matter does not concern me much. I am merely a worker. Zhou felt a twinge of frustration. He had initially intended to offer guidance on how to win the lawsuit, perhaps even volunteer his services, hoping to garner some favor from Li Yi. Yet, the latter showed no interest in engaging. Master Li, rest assured, I will certainly express my gratitude later, Zhou insisted with a forced smile, pondering how much would be appropriate for such gratitude. Despite the prestige of being a lawyer, he lacked the means to gift a BMW like Mr. Chao. Let us set that aside for now. I have a few questions for you, and you must answer truthfully. Otherwise, I cannot assist you. Li stated. Please go ahead. Zhou replied. Have you recently taken a life? Li asked with a serious expression. Zhou was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, How could you say such a thing? I would never. Well then, has anyone among your friends or relatives recently passed away? Li inquired again. Yes, a young woman, Zhou answered. A young woman? Zhou furrowed his brow in contemplation. No, in the past 2 years, the only person I lost was a cousin-in-law who was over 50. Hardly qualifies as young, does it? Not so. It should be a woman in her 20s, not exceeding 30, Li clarified. What about in earlier years? Any females you knew who died before 30? None. Zhou pondered for a while, then asked, Why do you want to know this? Nothing of importance. She is standing right behind you, Li remarked in a flat tone. What? Zhou exclaimed, startled, feeling a chill run down his spine. He jumped up and turned around, but there was no trace of a figure. You cannot see her, Li said, and there is no need to fear her. At least for now, she should pose no threat to you. But. Zhou was on the verge of tears. How can I not be afraid? Even if it poses no harm, it is still a ghost. Miss, over here. I am calling you. Li waved at the female ghost, yet she seemed oblivious, fixated solely on Lawyer Zhou. This situation was peculiar. Li had encountered numerous spirits before, typically those resembling humans, capable of walking and speaking, albeit invisible and inaudible to the average person. However, this ghost appeared somewhat dazed. Unresponsive to his calls, her gaze perpetually locked on Lawyer Zhou. Sighing, Li remarked, It seems this ghost is rather dim-witted. She does not even react to being called. Lawyer Zhou, meanwhile, began to feel increasingly paranoid. After all, he could not see the ghost. And Li's inability to provide a coherent explanation led him to suspect that Li might be playing tricks on him. Master Li, could you possibly grant me the ability to see her? Perhaps if I laid eyes upon her, I would recognize her, Lawyer Zhou proposed, opting for the adage that seeing is believing. That is not feasible, Li replied dismissively. What? You are a master. Cannot you draw a talisman to open my heavenly eye? And isn't it said that bull's tears can enable one to see ghosts? Lawyer Zhou inquired. That is not applicable, Li responded. Do you doubt me? If you don't believe, you are free to leave. I am rather disinclined to engage further. Li's words only deepened Lawyer Zhou's uncertainty. Master, could you describe her appearance? Perhaps I might have some recollection. Well, she appears to be in her 20s. Tall and slender, quite fit. As for her looks, she is not conventionally beautiful but not unattractive either. Notably, she has a small black mole above her eyebrow. Li described. Lawyer Zhou scratched his head for a considerable time, yet could not recall. Take your time to think it over. After all, she must have a reason to follow you. Even if she is not someone you know well, there is likely an indirect connection, Li suggested. Could she perhaps be one of my clients? I will return and check my files to see if I can find anyone resembling her, Lawyer Zhou mused. But if I do return home, will she continue to follow me? What if she intends to harm me? If she wished you harm, she would have done so already. Li replied. Master, could you bestow upon me a protective talisman? Lawyer Zhou pleaded. Such items are ineffective. The priority is to determine who she is and why she is following you. Otherwise, no remedy will suffice, Li remarked, feeling somewhat vexed internally. It was risky to rely solely on his yin-yang vision without tangible evidence. In contrast, Lawyer Zhou found Li's straightforwardness refreshing. Had he sought counsel from a different master, he might have been pressured to purchase an expensive protective jade amulet, only to find it fading and his tongue turning green after a week of concealment. After reassuring Lawyer Zhou that he need not worry for the time being, and that the female ghost posed no immediate threat, Li pondered the situation further. It was indeed unusual, and he resolved to attempt contacting Director Bai for clarification. Director Bai? Director Bai? It is Xiao Yi. I have a matter I wish to discuss. Li called softly into the air twice, yet no mist appeared, and Director Bai did not arrive. Sigh. I must remember to ask Director Bai for a means of contact next time. It is already 5 in the afternoon, and Feng Ting is about to finish work. Li simply descended the stairs again, glancing at the brand-new champagne-colored BMW parked below, yet he felt no sense of ownership towards it. The courtyard of the nursing home is quite spacious, adorned with flower beds and lawns, creating an elegant environment. Pushing the wheelchair, Li greeted the elderly residents as he made his way out the front gate, heading straight to a convenience store to purchase a pack of 10 yuan Hongtao Mountain cigarettes. There was no time to chat idly with Song Yang. He hailed a taxi to a nearby bookstore at Xinhai Garden, selecting several introductory books on feng shui and physiognomy. After all, since he had some spare time, it would be prudent to peruse professional literature and jot down some specialized terminology. This would lend credibility to his future endeavors of persuasion. With a dozen books resting on his lap, Li Yi returned to the community, where Zhu Dakue was feeling rather bored and called out to Li Yi, reminding him to turn on the television the next time he went out. "All right, let me ask you a question," Li Yi began, recounting the situation regarding Lawyer Zhou and the female ghost. It shouldn't be the case. That ghost was a fool in life, and she should have reacted. Zhu Dakue furrowed his brow and commented, "Her condition resembles that of a soul that is incomplete." Chapter 23. Moving. Wow, why is it so messy? Feng Ting exclaimed upon entering. They were already planning to move, and since I brought them some money, they decided not to take their luggage, Li Yi chuckled. With money to buy new things? What a waste. Feng Ting retorted, The renovation is quite nice, and the space is ample. This is worth $1 million. As she spoke, she began to tidy up, but Li Yi quickly intervened, advising, "Don't rush into cleaning. Wait until your day off, then hire a couple of housekeepers to help out." "Oh, the wealthy are indeed different. Now you're employing housekeepers?" Feng Ting scoffed. "For this little bit of work, I don't need to hire anyone." I looked around. The furniture and appliances are fine. Just need to replace the bedding and buy some new towels and toothbrushes. I can manage that myself. Li Yi, having no choice but to let her fuss, could only advise her to take it easy and not rush the move. After tidying up until 8, he treated her to dinner at a restaurant near the community, then took a taxi to return her to the city before heading back to the nursing home himself. Thus, for 3 consecutive days, the original clothes and bedding were discarded into the community's old clothing recycling station, and a complete set of new personal items was purchased. The kitchen utensils had all been replaced, making the place feel refreshed and ready for moving in. In the house Li Yi rented, there was little of value. The most expensive item was a second-hand laptop, alongside a bag of old clothes from Taobao and a set of bedding, which had now all been replaced with new ones. The remaining items could easily be transported with a taxi. However, moving is something that requires an auspicious date. In the past, Li Yi did not pay much attention to such matters, but now he felt it prudent to consult the lunar calendar. Fortunately, among the books he had purchased was an old almanac, and upon checking, he discovered that tomorrow, the weekend, was an auspicious day. Thus, he arranged for Feng Ting to come to the nursing home early the next day to assist with the move, followed by a visit to the market to prepare a celebratory meal for friends and family. Li Yi had no intention of making a fuss, for the acquisition of his house and wealth was far from above board. Boasting about it could easily incite jealousy. Even the mere mention of the BMW parked at the elder care facility, which had never been driven, had already provided endless amusement for the elderly and colleagues alike. Early in the morning, he took a taxi to the rental community, calling the landlord to come and settle the lease termination. The landlord, a sharp-faced fellow, shouted that the rent was not yet due and refused to return the money. He also claimed that a piece of wall plaster had come off due to tape being stuck to it, thus withholding the deposit as well. Feng Ting was inclined to argue with him, but Li Yi intervened, as Lawyer Zhou had just called. Li Yi asked him to come over to handle the situation. The rental community was conveniently located nearer to the elder care facility, and within 3 minutes, Lawyer Zhou arrived by car. Given that the building lacked an elevator, Li Yi did not ascend the stairs but instead explained the situation beside the greenery outside. Lawyer Zhou immediately adopted a stern demeanor and addressed the landlord, stating, "Your rental agreement does not stipulate that early lease termination comes with forfeiting the rent, nor does it specify the extent of damage required to withhold the deposit. Furthermore, it does not indicate that if the damage is excessively severe, additional compensation will be demanded. Therefore, whether you choose to return the money is at your discretion. But I can assure you that my client will make you suffer tremendously within the bounds of the law should you fail to comply." The landlord was taken aback, stunned by the lawyer's demeanor. Was he a lawyer or a thug? The implication was clear. If he did not return the money, they might resort to further vandalism. Such a scenario would indeed be detrimental to the landlord, for he was acutely aware that in this country, being a lawyer was less about a thorough understanding of legal texts and more about having solid connections. Intimidated, the landlord begrudgingly returned the rent and deposit. Li Yi and Feng Ting then gathered their belongings and moved using Lawyer Zhou's vehicle. As Li Yi sat in the front passenger seat, he skillfully diverted the conversation twice before they arrived at their new home. After sending Feng Ting off to buy groceries, he turned to the matter at hand. Over the past 3 days, lawyer Zhou had examined all records from legal firms, but found no individuals matching the ghostly description Li Yi had provided. Ultimately, he entrusted a friend at the police department to investigate recent cases from the past couple of years and uncovered a photograph of a woman reported missing last year. Upon viewing the picture on Zhou's phone, Li Yi compared it to the ghostly figure still trailing him and confirmed it was indeed the same person. How peculiar, lawyer Zhou remarked, furrowing his brow. I have no recollection of her whatsoever. Never seen her before? Li Yi inquired. Not at all, Zhou replied. According to the police report, her name is Lu Xiufeng, hailing from Sichuan province. She was employed at a local establishment and had not shown up for work for several consecutive days, prompting the owner to file a missing persons report. Such cases are often disregarded by the police. It's normal for employees in establishments like foot massage parlors to have high turnover rates. The only reason the owner reported it is that the establishment is relatively legitimate. Li Yi frowned, sensing that the situation was growing increasingly enigmatic. It is known that a ghost following a living person must have a reason, perhaps born of grievances in life or enmity in death. The only conceivable rationale for a ghost to pursue someone unfamiliar could be to absorb their vital energy or seek a substitute. The dilemma lies in the fact that lawyer Zhou's physical state neither exudes abundant yang energy nor appears weak enough to be easily bullied. What then? Is the motive of this female specter pursuing him? Master Li, Zhou inquired, is my streak of misfortune due to this ghost accompanying me? I have indeed been exceptionally unlucky these past few days. First, I reversed my car into a telephone pole, then I suffered a cut from a beer can, and now, even in my legal battles, I've been thoroughly investigated. If this continues, I might very well lose the next court session. A vengeful spirit clinging to someone can drain their yang energy, inevitably leading to a decline in fortune and an increase in misfortunes. Li Yi had previously consulted Zhu Dakue, who advised him to keep a ghost at bay to prevent it from siphoning his yang energy. The mere thought of such energy absorption made Li Yi shudder. According to Zhu Dakue, ordinary ghosts, even when attached to the living, are incapable of draining yang energy. In fact, in crowded settings or near those brimming with yang energy, they risk being harmed by it. True entities capable of absorbing yang energy belong to a nefarious category. They not only enhance their own cultivation through this absorption, but can also wield yang energy as a protective shield, rendering them impervious to sunlight. Otherwise, this female specter would not be able to follow lawyer Zhou around in broad daylight. Yet, the question remains, how can a ghost adept at such sinister arts appear so utterly devoid of spirit and wit? As Li Yi pondered, he instinctively glanced at the ghost and was taken aback to find her gaze sharpened, fixated on lawyer Zhou with a glimmer of intensity. Please, repeat what you just said, Li Yi urged urgently. What? Zhou replied, momentarily taken aback, before hastily reiterating. I have truly been quite unfortunate lately. First, I reversed into a telephone pole, then got cut by a beer can, and finally, I've been thoroughly scrutinized in my legal affairs. Stop, Li Yi interjected suddenly. I understand why she is following you. Chapter 24. The Ghost Spy. I have only taken on 2 cases recently, but neither of them is linked to the missing woman, Zhou said, bewildered. Indeed, but the moment you mentioned your legal troubles, she reacted, Li Yi noted. Please recount the details of those 2 cases. One involves a medical dispute where a young man caught a cold and, while receiving an 4 drip at a small clinic, tragically passed away before the bottle was empty. That's not it, Li Yi replied. The other case concerns a hit-and-run incident where a female driver struck and killed a girl. The girl's family has refused any compensation and insists on imprisoning the driver, Zhou elaborated. That's the one, Li Yi remarked, observing the ghost's immediate shift to intense focus. You should show a photograph to the girl's family and friends to see if anyone has encountered her. All right. Zhou hesitated. But if she continues to follow me, what if I face more accidents? Li Yi turned to the corner and called out, Dakue, can you restrain her? Li Yi felt powerless against the ghost, visible yet ungraspable, thus relying on Zhu Dakue's assistance. I'll give it a try, Zhu Dakue responded as he approached. Who are you speaking to? Zhou asked. It's nothing, said Li Yi to his subordinate. Dakue, greet lawyer Zhou. Zhu Dakue retrieved a cigarette, consumed it in 2 puffs, and then his form materialized. Upon witnessing the sudden apparition before him, lawyer Zhou felt his legs weaken, fortunate that a sofa was behind him. He possesses a bit of mystical ability, hence the manifestation, Li Yi remarked casually. However, you must not divulge this, speaking of it would invite disbelief. And it could also breach the cosmic veil, leading to significant complications. Lawyer Zhou nodded repeatedly, observing Zhu de Kuei approach the sofa and address the empty space. "Excuse me, miss," he said, extending his hand to gently pat the air. Turning back to Li Yi, he shrugged, no response. "Should I just bind her?" "Forget it. The strips you have on you are insufficient to fashion a rope," Li Yi replied. "Lawyer Zhou, just be cautious." "But I truly fear that trouble awaits if I go out," Lawyer Zhou expressed. "What if I send the photos to the interns at the firm and have them investigate?" "Of course, why didn't you mention you had someone to run errands?" Li Yi replied. Lawyer Zhou made a call for assistance from the firm, while Confronting had already returned with a bounty of groceries. Although it was still early, she intended to prepare a sumptuous feast, promptly retreating to the kitchen to begin her preparations. Li Yi and Lawyer Zhou engaged in casual conversation in the living room, inevitably discussing the predicament involving the Jin siblings. These siblings were indeed formidable adversaries. Lawyer Zhou had refrained from representing them, opting instead to switch to another attorney who continued the complaints and even managed to sway two elderly family members to testify against the nursing home. This caused quite a stir, creating a tempest of controversy. If this situation escalated further, the nursing home might indeed encounter some difficulties, especially given the current trepidation surrounding public opinion. Netizens cared little for evidence and were quick to conjure various conspiracies. Lawyer Zhou hoped that Li Yi would inquire about how to address this issue, allowing him to demonstrate his worth. However, Li did not take the bait, turning instead to shout towards the kitchen, urging Confronting to use less oil in her cooking. Lately, he had been financially comfortable, and the nursing home's cafeteria offered bland fare, prompting him to dine out for lavish meals. Now, he found himself craving something lighter. Confronting's culinary skills were commendable, embodying the essence of someone who could navigate both the dining room and the kitchen. Moreover, having indulged in her clandestine cooking since childhood, Li Yi savored the food, though Lawyer Zhou found it difficult to enjoy knowing two ghosts were standing in the dining room. He feared he might be forced to treat shark fin soup like mere vermicelli. After the meal concluded, Confronting began tidying the kitchen, and finally, Lawyer Zhou's phone rang. "No, none of them know Lu Xiaofeng," he said, frowning. "Unfamiliar?" Li Yi's brow furrowed as well. He surmised that the girl from the accident was likely acquainted with the female ghost, which explained her pursuit of Lawyer Zhou regarding the case's developments. Lighting a cigarette, Li Yi contemplated and suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing a critical question. If Lu Xiaofeng was friends with the accident girl, why would she cling to Lawyer Zhou to siphon his vitality? If it were the case that her involvement was not due to the accident, but rather purely for the purpose of absorbing yang energy, then upon hearing about this case, his eyes should have sparkled with intrigue. This deduction leaves us with but one final possibility. The incident is indeed related to the accident, yet the female ghost is not connected to the girl, but originates from another source. Furthermore, recalling what Lawyer Zhou mentioned about the opposing party having discovered his trump card, it seems he was on the verge of losing the case. This raises an unsettling thought that the opposition might have dispatched a spy, one that is not of this world, but in fact a female ghost. Li Yi took a deep drag from his cigarette and let out a bitter smile as he recounted his analysis. Lawyer Zhou was momentarily dumbfounded, his expression contorting in confusion. "I was nearly certain of winning this case. Although the incident's location lacked surveillance, we had eyewitnesses who provided her license plate number. Investigations confirmed she was indeed on her way home at the time, and she has multiple records of reckless driving, indicating a serious lack of driving skills. Most crucially, I uncovered surveillance footage showing her washing her car at a reservoir shortly after the incident. Yet, just the night before last, our office was broken into, and all the computers and records were stolen, including the footage from that reservoir, which was deliberately obscured. I was puzzled as to how the opposing party discovered this evidence, suspecting there might be a mole in our firm. Clearly, they possessed significant resources." Li Yi sighed, accustomed to the unscrupulous lengths to which the opposition would go to exonerate themselves. The world is rife with villains, and such shameless tactics do not shock him. What astonished him was their audacity to employ ghostly spies. Of course, it is plausible that the female ghost was not directly controlled by the female driver. It is likely that the opposing party hired a skilled practitioner. If it were merely a matter of monetary compensation, they might not care. But a hit and run that resulted in death, coupled with their refusal to settle privately, could lead to a prison sentence starting at 7 years, justifying their expenditure on a professional. This practitioner seems quite extraordinary, capable of utilizing a female ghost as a spy, a ghost that can absorb yang energy, and even one that is not fully intact. Who knows the true identity and capabilities of this practitioner? At the very least, Li Yi possesses only a pair of yin-yang eyes. If it came to a battle of wits, his chances would be exceedingly slim. Just as he was about to offer some words of comfort to Lawyer Zhou, who might as well prepare for defeat, Zhu Dakuai suddenly materialized, irate and exclaiming, "Boss, we must intervene in this matter." Chapter 25. This is my responsibility. Be quiet. Disappear. Li Yi hissed softly. Feng Ting is still in the kitchen. What if you scare her? He had no desire to publicize his ability to see ghosts or the fact that he had a ghostly companion. He did not wish for Feng Ting to discover that a spirit shared the same room with her. Just observing Lawyer Zhou's unease during lunch was enough to indicate the distress this situation could cause. Zhu Dakuai reluctantly vanished again, but continued to mumble about the necessity of intervention, though only Li Yi could hear him, and Li Yi chose to ignore the remarks. Lawyer Zhou, glancing at Li Yi's expression, stammered, "Masterly, you must take charge of this matter. I do not care about the outcome of the trial. It is simply that the girl's death was truly tragic. Initially, the car accident did not seem grave, as help was promptly on its way to the hospital. However, the driver fled the scene. The incident occurred on a newly constructed road with sparse traffic, and passers-by called the authorities. Unfortunately, the nearby hospital's ambulance was already dispatched, and by the time assistance arrived from another hospital, the victim had succumbed to excessive blood loss. Li Yi remained silent, not out of cold-heartedness, but rather due to an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. It felt akin to a farmer from the mountains venturing into the city, even with money in hand. He would first inquire about the price of a bowl of noodles, driven by unfamiliarity and trepidation, fearful of becoming the subject of ridicule. As Lawyer Zhou spoke, he retrieved his phone, displaying a photograph and sharing with Li Yi. The girl was merely 16, currently a high school student. She volunteered at an orphanage during the summer break and was involved in an accident while cycling home. Upon hearing this, Li Yi clenched his fist and struck the armrest of his wheelchair. He could remain indifferent to the fate of others, but he held the utmost respect for those kind-hearted individuals willing to bring warmth to orphans. This wonderful girl must not perish without justice. I will take charge of this matter, Li Yi declared. Thank you, Masterly, Lawyer Zhou exclaimed with delight. As long as you assist me in dealing with this female spirit without leaking any information, I shall find a way to win this case. That alone is insufficient. We must also uncover the individuals behind her, Li Yi stated gravely. Since the opposing party employed ghostly espionage tactics, capturing this spirit might only evoke further deceptions. Therefore, it was imperative to thoroughly expose her masterminds. Achieving this goal was not overly complex. According to Zhu Dakuai, spirits lacked the means to make phone calls, indicating that for this female specter to relay information, she would need to make a personal visit. Once Feng Ting had finished washing the dishes, Li Yi called out to her and accompanied Lawyer Zhou to his office. For this purpose, Lin Yi had even procured a sunshade for Lawyer Zhou to hold, shielding Zhu Dakuai as he entered the vehicle. Capturing ghosts would have to be entrusted to Zhu Dakuai. Lawyer Zhou's office was conveniently located adjacent to the courthouse. Li Yi wheeled himself into the office and poured tea, aware that he would follow wherever Zhou went. After handling a few documents, the office hours drew to a close. Despite having declined a dinner invitation with a valuable client, Zhou ordered takeout to pass the time in his office. Yet, the female spirit remained silent, and they waited until 10:30 at night. Feng Ting called, urging Li Yi to return home, questioning whether he planned to spend the night away from a wounded individual. Li Yi contemplated allowing Zhu Dakuai to remain, monitoring the situation in case the spirit departed, for he could transform into a corporeal form to inform Lawyer Zhou, who could then relay the information to him. Just then, the female spirit abruptly turned and approached the window. As both Li Yi and Lawyer Zhou were smokers, the air conditioning was on and the window was open. They watched as the spirit climbed onto the windowsill and leaped down. Li Yi hurriedly pushed his wheelchair over, standing on one leg to peer out the window, only to see the spirit float down from the 4th floor to the ground. Her descent is light, as if she were merely stepping down from 3 stairs. Dakuai, follow her, Li Yi called out, and Zhu Dakuai followed suit, leaping down. However, his descent was far from graceful, resulting in a rather clumsy fall. Fortunately, being a ghost, he was unlikely to perish again. He quickly got up and hurried to pursue the female ghost. Lawyer Zhou, meanwhile, was pushing Li Yi's wheelchair towards the elevator. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found no trace of the two ghosts. After taking a long detour, they finally spotted Zhu Dakuai waving at the entrance of a narrow alley behind the office building. Li Yi indicated the direction, and Lawyer Zhou pushed the wheelchair over, but Li Yi suddenly inquired, "How are you at fighting?" "Fighting?" Lawyer Zhou was taken aback. "Of course. The person meeting the female ghost will be human. Zhu Dakuai can handle the ghost, but what about the person meeting him?" Li Yi replied, "Should I call the police?" Lawyer Zhou, with his scholarly demeanor and glasses, hardly seemed like a fighter. "Are you foolish? What would you tell them?" Li Yi retorted. He had previously warned them not to speak of their ghostly encounters, as it might lead to disbelief or worse, a trip to a mental institution. "Should I find someone to help?" Lawyer Zhou's confidence dwindled further. "There's no time. If it comes to it, we'll face it together." Lawyer Zhou nearly wept. Although he wasn't entirely helpless, he had always prided himself on being civilized. His favorite sport involved two hemispheres separated left and right, and aside from that, he hardly walked 1,000 steps a day, often being at the bottom of his social media friends list. As for Li Yi, despite his youth and strength, being confined to a wheelchair meant he could only exert 2/10 of his fighting potential. Even if they teamed up, it would be futile. Regret for not preparing lingered, but there was no time to dwell on it. As they reached the alley's entrance, Li Yi muttered to himself, "Has the rendezvous partner not arrived? Standing here makes us rather conspicuous. Let us find a place to hide." Lawyer Zhou, unable to see Zhu Dakuai or the female ghost standing foolishly in the alley, complied with Li Yi's instructions and pushed the wheelchair further inside. They concealed themselves behind a parked van. Li Yi took out cigarettes, handing one to Lawyer Zhou, and grumbled, "You promised 2 packs every 2 days. Why did you ask me how many I needed?" As he continued to grumble, he pulled out another cigarette, lit it, and placed it on the nearby steps. Just as they were halfway through one cigarette, a vehicle entered the alley. In these times, parking was scarce everywhere. And even late at night behind an office building, there were no available spots. Yet, the car slowly came to a halt in the middle of the alley. Lawyer Zhou, momentarily stunned, thought the driver might be inebriated, only to see Li Yi extinguish his cigarette and push the wheelchair out, directly colliding with the front of the car. Are we staging an accident? Lawyer Zhou's mind briefly considered this possibility, only to realize that this was the rendezvous partner of the female ghost. In a flurry, he followed out, witnessing a man in his 40s descend from the vehicle. This man had an unusual appearance. Though his physique was robust, he was slightly hunched, his head protruding forward, and his eyes bore a fierce expression. Under the dim lights of the alley, he could easily frighten anyone timid enough to be caught in his gaze. Staging an accident, are we? The man said, glancing at Li Yi, craning his neck to assess him, and spoke in a menacing tone. Congratulations, you are correct, Li Yi responded. Li Yi chuckled. Old Zhou, call the police. Lawyer Zhou appeared somewhat taken aback, pondering how one could report a case of staged confrontation. It was a notion he had never encountered before. Was Li Yi perhaps intending to enlist the police as his allies? Yet, only moments ago, he had asserted that even the police would be powerless in this situation. The man then scrutinized the lawyer standing in the shadows, and with a grin, declared, Let's speak plainly. It seems you are indeed one of us. Incorrect. We are not the same, Li Yi replied, smiling. I am the good man, and you are the villain. The man felt a tinge of disbelief. Could this individual truly be Sonavi? Enough of that nonsense. Since you managed to follow her and locate me, I will concede this matter. Let us delineate the terms, the man said. Very well, I am willing to overlook this incident, but I require answers to 2 questions, and you must respond honestly, Li Yi stated, his demeanor exuding an air of superiority. Proceed with your inquiries, the man replied. Did you kill her? What has become of her remaining spirit? Li Yi inquired, maintaining an air of calm as he awaited the man's response. However, the man paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. I thought you possessed considerable prowess, but it seems you are utterly clueless. Do you not realize that the first step in necromancy is to slay her yourself? You must refine her soul, extracting 1 spirit and 2 souls to ensure complete compliance. Li Yi blinked, seemingly caught off guard. Humph. I suspect you merely stumbled upon some rudimentary knowledge of opening the yin-yang eye. You dare to follow me with such inadequate skills? Do you not fear a return from this endeavor? The man's expression turned menacing. Yet Li Yi merely smiled and replied, You are indeed correct. I have opened the yin-yang eye, but I possess no other skills. However, I am confident in my pursuit of you because I know you cannot kill me. Such bravado. I doubt the underworld would condone your necromancy. You must have exploited some loophole, for the ghostly emissaries have not come to trouble you. But if you attempt to slay me, I assure you the messengers of death will arrive post-haste. Do you believe me? Continue to boast. Truly, I am not deceiving you. I have connections below. Yet, I suspect their assistance will not be necessary, for today will mark your downfall. Though you can command spirits, you are not inherently endowed with the yin-yang eye. What do you mean? The man's complexion shifted. Because you cannot see him, Li Yi replied with a smile. Turning his gaze away, the man swiftly turned his head, but saw nothing. In a frantic motion, he retrieved a vial of eye drops from his pocket. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi suddenly propelled his wheelchair forward, delivering a swift kick to a vulnerable area, taking advantage of the height to strike a critical blow. The tactic of using a lowly kick is often looked down upon in the martial world, yet when facing a supernatural adversary, such scruples are of little concern. A cat, whether black or white, is a good cat as long as it catches the mouse. Any means to defeat the enemy is a valid tactic. The man collapsed to the ground, akin to a floundering shrimp, convulsing briefly before losing consciousness entirely. Lawyer Zhou approached, checking for his breath. Relieved to confirm he was still alive. Search his pockets for any items, and inspect the vehicle as well, Li Yi ordered from his wheelchair. Remaining composed as Zhou carried out the tasks. Lawyer Zhou, from a professional standpoint, analyzed the situation and concluded that it could hardly be classified as robbery. Moreover, the individual in question appeared to possess supernatural abilities, clearly indicating a malevolent nature. Thus, inflicting harm upon him seemed to fall outside the realm of legal prohibitions. While lost in his thoughts, he proceeded to empty the pockets of this man, discovering a wallet, a mobile phone, and a small gourd. As for the vehicle, apart from an antiquated peachwood sword, there were no other peculiar items. Li Yi first opened the wallet, revealing only a few hundred yuan in cash and a solitary bank card. Aside from an identification card and a driving license, he found a surprising number of membership cards. What a man who knows how to indulge. Upon glancing at the name and photo on the identification card, he casually tossed it aside, recognizing it as a blatant forgery. He then picked up the gourd, which was slightly larger than his thumb. Ideally, it should radiate a golden yellow or vermilion hue. Yet this one was obscured in a dark, lacquer-like finish, exhibiting a matte texture. Boss, it seems like part of her lost soul resides within. Came the voice of Zhu Dakue. Li looked up to find the female ghost had somehow drawn near, her gaze fixated on the small gourd in his hand. Is this yours? Li Yi inquired, lifting the gourd, but the ghost remained unresponsive, her eyes glued to it. Sighing in pity, Li Yi prepared to twist open the gourd's cap. Suddenly, the man on the ground exclaimed, "Stop." "Ah, you're awake rather quickly," Li Yi remarked, flexing his ankles. The man instantly covered his groin, aware that his vital areas were injured. Recovery would not be swift, and he was currently in excruciating pain, devoid of any fighting spirit. Truth be told, he felt quite wronged by today's events. As a master capable of summoning ghosts, he had never encountered such humiliation. Initially, he anticipated a clash of powers between fellow practitioners, yet he had been caught off guard by a low blow and a sneaky attack. Do not open the gourd, otherwise, she will transform into a vengeful spirit, the injured man grunted through gritted teeth. Why not? Li Yi casually inquired. Are you foolish? The man roared. But upon meeting Li Yi's gaze, he quickly subdued himself. His pain had not yet subsided, and he lacked the strength to fight back, recognizing the wisdom in compliance. He answered obediently. To summon a ghost, one must first torment the individual to death using specific methods, instilling in them a profound sense of fear and resentment at the moment of their demise. Then, one must bind the spirit with a formation and continue to torment it until the soul is fractured, ultimately sealing each fragment within a gourd. Although the incomplete soul may render her somewhat daft, as long as these two fragments are secured, she will undoubtedly obey your commands. Let me guess. If I were to open the gourd and she regained her complete essence, her first act would be to seek vengeance upon you, correct? A sinister smile crept across Li Yi's lips, sending a chill through the air. Though the man spoke with nonchalance, Li Yi could discern the cruelty embedded in his words. The notion of torturing someone to death, only to further torment their spirit until it splintered, was most abhorrent. It can be said, the man remarked, that if you are willing, I can teach you the specific methods. Once you create your own ghostly servant, combined with your ability to see beyond, you will be even more formidable. At that point, I could even introduce you to some opportunities. allowing you to earn money alongside me. You have no idea how lucrative this profession can be. For instance, from your case alone, I have already profited $80,000. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden soft sound interrupted him, as Li Yi discreetly removed the gourd's lid. Chapter 27. The Peachwood Sword and the Spirit-Gathering Bottle. As the lid was lifted, a wisp of gray smoke billowed forth, faint and delicate, akin to the smoke rings that are about to disperse. Even with Li Yi's supernatural sight, it was nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Yet, the moment the gray smoke emerged, the female ghost immediately rushed forward. Zhu Dakuai attempted to intervene, but Li Yi gestured for him to stop. Lu Xiufeng charged forward, and the wisp of gray smoke swiftly enveloped her. Instantly, she began to tremble, her face contorting in an increasingly severe manner, convulsing as if suffering from a seizure. Soon, blood began to ooze from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, soaking her clothing in crimson. Li Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Fearing that his good intentions might lead to disastrous consequences, she was on the brink of transforming into a malevolent spirit. As Lu Xiufeng finally ceased her convulsions and rose from the ground, she bore little resemblance to her former self. The vacant expression was replaced by a chilling coldness, and although the bloodstains around her features had vanished, her eyes glowed a fierce crimson, fixated intently on the demon. Her fingernails elongated to half a foot, and she began to advance toward the creature. The man trembled in fear, gritting his teeth as he suddenly seized the peachwood sword that Lawyer Zhou had retrieved from the car. Struggling to his feet, one hand clutching his groin, he brandished the sword and shouted, with the peachwood sword in hand, "Malevolent spirits, heed my command." Lu Xiufeng halted at once. His voice resonated with grandeur and righteousness. Yet it was evidently futile. Lu Ziyufang continued her relentless approach. As she drew near, the man finally thrust the sword forward, but regrettably. Before it could even graze her clothing, Lu Xiufeng vanished from sight, reappearing swiftly behind him. With a flick of her arm, her 5 sharpened nails, akin to craft knives, carved 5 deep gashes into his wrist, causing the sword to slip from his grasp. He stepped back, cradling his injured wrist against the car door, while Lu Xiufeng followed leisurely, her right hand dripping genuine blood, unlike the earlier illusory blood that had marked her eyes, ears, mouth, and clothing. Finally, she stood before him and slowly raised her right hand, her 5 nails aimed directly at the demon's chest. "Wait," Li Yi called out, swallowing hard. This female ghost had completely upended his understanding of spirits. He had always believed that ghosts were intangible and invisible, and even those with some degree of spiritual prowess, like Zhu Dakuai, could merely conjure illusions, never truly manifesting a corporeal form. He had initially believed that by releasing Lu Xiufeng, she would merely absorb his vital energy, diminishing his fortune, leading either to her suffering from a lack of vitality and succumbing to illness after some time, or perhaps encountering an unfortunate accident, such as a car crash. Little did he know that Lu Xiufeng could manifest a corporeal form. Astonishingly, she could inflict wounds with her very nails. If he did not restrain her, she might very well puncture him with 5 gaping holes. Such a person would not be missed in death, however. The problem lay in the fact that if he were to die, he could not extricate himself from the consequences. Although there were no surveillance cameras in the alley, the street corner undoubtedly bore witness to them. As long as nothing happened, no one would care. Yet, should a death occur, he and Lawyer Zhou would find it impossible to justify their actions. Li Yi's shout indeed caused Lu Xiufeng to pause, turning her blood-red eyes ominously towards him. This man was utterly deserving of his fate. To kill him would be too lenient. Li Yi, with righteous fervor, suggested, "I propose you torment him thoroughly, allowing him to experience the agony of a life worse than death." "You speak truthfully," Lu Xiufeng replied, her voice raspy and torn. Li Yi's spirit lifted. It appeared that with her soul restored, she could now converse, no longer trapped in the stupor of her previous condition, where she would respond to nothing. As long as communication was possible, there was hope. Observing that Lu Xiufeng raised her nail once more, she hesitated this time, seemingly contemplating how to inflict pain without outright taking his life. Li Yi hurriedly interjected, "Do not act here. If he screams, the police will come, and you will be unable to indulge your desires. Indeed, we could go to his basement. That is where he harmed me." Lu Xiufeng declared immediately, "Very well. You can have him drive you there." Li Yi clapped his hands, adding, "Oh, and remember, you may torment him, but do not kill him. Once you have had your fill of torment, Let him turn himself in to the police and confess to the crime of murdering you. At the very least, he would receive a life sentence. I could kill him and then torment his spirit, Lu Xiaofang countered. If you kill him, you will bear the weight of a life taken. Will you still wish to be reborn in the next life? Li Yi cautioned. In any case, once he is dead, even if you do not torment him, he will descend into the depths of hell. Lu Xiaofang fell silent for a moment before responding. I will consider it. May I inquire, Master, what is your esteemed name? I must remember your great kindness. It is but a small favor. It is not of significance, Li Yi humbly replied. I have heard that one must report their name in the underworld to have their merits attributed to them. My name is Li Yi, Li, as in the wood, and Yi, as in the sun, he promptly stated, though he remained uncertain of the true purpose of such merits. Yet he felt they must be beneficial. Much like money, who could ever have too much? Lu Xiaofang compelled the demon to drive home. If he refused, she would use her nails to dig into his ears, rendering him deaf until he complied. As they exited the alley, Li Yi sighed and called Lawyer Zhou to return. Lawyer Zhou pushed the wheelchair while Li Yi toyed with the peachwood sword, but Zhu Dakuai remarked, Boss, could you please wrap that up? It frightens me. Is this thing truly effective? Li Yi inquired. Peachwood is inherently protective against malevolent spirits, and this particular piece, struck by lightning a century ago, qualifies as a magical artifact. However, that individual lacks the requisite skill to wield it. Otherwise, a single strike could have sent Lu Xiaofang into a state of utter despair. Speaking of which, how can you boast of over 20 years of cultivation when Lu Xiaofang's prowess is so remarkable, while you cannot even manifest a tangible form? Li Yi's words left Zhu Dakuei flushed with shame. He contemplated arguing that he was a hero executed by gunfire, whereas she could be forged into a vengeful spirit. Yet he realized that Li Yi was engrossed in his own murmurs, fiddling with the spirit-gathering gourd. This gourd possesses the ability to gather spirits and seal demons. Unlike the demon-refining pot, it does not annihilate the spirits but preserves their ethereal essence. Zhu Dakuei hastily asserted his worth, explaining that if the leader required him to venture out during the day, he could conceal himself within it, emerging unscathed upon reaching their destination. This was indeed a rather convenient contraption. Li Yi casually pocketed it and then picked up the demon's wallet, extracting the soul bank card, which revealed an ultra-thin disc. Suddenly, Li Yi felt a pang of regret for neglecting to inquire about the bank card's password earlier. Oh, this disc seems to belong to me, exclaimed Lawyer Zhou, bursting with joy upon realizing that the surveillance footage of the hit-and-run driver was stored on this very disc. Chapter 28. Ghosts in the Backyard. Returning to the Xinhai community at midnight, Li Yi opened the door only to find the living room in darkness, save for the television that was still on. On the sofa lay Feng Ting, who stirred awake and exclaimed groggily, Why are you back so late? Lawyer Zhou took me out for a late-night snack on the way back, and I lost track of time, Li Yi replied nonchalantly, flicking on the living room light, which instantly inflicted upon him 1,000 points of damage. In the sweltering summer, Feng Ting, striving to save on electricity, had opted not to use the air conditioning, resulting in her wearing rather minimal attire as she curled up on the sofa for a brief nap, her short skirt riding up and her spaghetti strap slipping off her shoulder. Noticing Li Yi's averted gaze, Feng Ting remained unfazed, adjusting her clothing as she continued to press. I couldn't reach you by phone. Don't you think someone might be worried? My phone ran out of battery, Li Yi explained while wheeling himself into the living room. Though in truth, he had deliberately switched it off during the ambush, completely forgetting about that detail amidst the flurry of activity. All right, get some rest, Feng Ting yawned. Heading straight into the guest room, Li Yi stared in bewilderment, uncertain of the unfolding dynamics. However, he could not possibly send her away at this hour. Regardless of her being an elder sister, it would be inappropriate to let anyone return home at such a late hour. Yet, Li Yi remained oblivious to the fact that once a situation occurs for the first time, it tends to repeat, gradually becoming a habit. Feng Ting, whether due to her carefree nature, her trust in Li Yi's character, or perhaps intentionally, left her bedroom door ajar. After Li Yi finished his evening routine, he discovered she had once again fallen into a deep slumber. With no other recourse, he secured her door and retreated to the study. Retrieving the spirit-gathering gourd to release Zhu Dakuei, he then powered on the computer, casually selecting a television series to play from the first episode, advising him to behave and particularly forbidding him from spying on Feng Ting. To ensure peace, he locked the study door behind him. Returning to the master bedroom, Li Yi pondered deeply. After all, Zhu Dakuai was a ghost, while having him as a subordinate posed no issue. Allowing him to reside in the house was another matter entirely. Currently, being single allowed for some leniency. Yet what would happen if he were to find a girlfriend in the future? Zhu Dakuai would undoubtedly become a source of discomfort. Where, then, would be an appropriate place for him to stay? After some contemplation, Li Yi concluded that a nursing home would be the most suitable option. Although the nursing home had limited beds, fewer than 200, the land itself was extensive. Li Yi even suspected that the original owner's intention was not merely to establish a senior residence, but rather to acquire the land. Aside from the main building, there were vast open spaces adorned with flowers and vegetables, tended to by the elderly residents, who were quite skilled in gardening, thus eliminating the need for hired help. Additionally, there were a few small houses that were said to have been originally included with the land, currently lying unused and filled with various discarded items. It would be perfect for Zhu Dakuai to reside there without causing any disruption. Early the next morning, Li Yi took the Juling gourd to the nursing home, allowing Zhu Dakuai to familiarize himself with the surroundings of the back house, while he himself pushed a wheelchair into the main building. It was breakfast time, and the caregivers were busy feeding the elderly residents who could not manage on their own. Li Yi, with some audacity, requested a bag of yogurt and grabbed a couple of fried dough sticks for his breakfast. "Xiao Yi, come sit over here," called a frail old man. Li Yi, unhesitating, wheeled over, clutching the bag of yogurt in one hand and the fried dough sticks in the other, engaging in conversation while he ate. "Old Qian, those children of yours are utterly unreasonable. And what about old Du and old Li? How can they harm the nursing home like this?" The thin old man lamented. "But don't worry, if it comes to court, all of us old folks will testify for you." The other elderly residents at the table chimed in agreement. Li Yi chuckled, replying, "Then I shall count on you all. If I were to be dismissed, I would no longer be able to provide you with massages." Li Yi was regarded as a valuable asset at the nursing home. He was not tasked with menial chores like feeding or laundry. Rather, he was responsible for the health and well-being of the residents, spending his days conversing with them, offering massages, and ensuring they took their medication. His amiable demeanor and respectful attitude endeared him to the elderly, and he often shared light-hearted jokes with them, making him quite popular among the residents. After a cheerful breakfast filled with laughter, Li Yi, as was customary, encouraged them to take their medication. Before he knew it, the morning had slipped away, and he finally found a moment to check on the backyard. The front yard was relatively well kept, with flower beds and paved paths, while the backyard was more rustic, featuring a chaotic vegetable garden filled with various seasonal produce, proudly termed organic and pollution-free. At least there was a small path leading to a few small bungalows in the corner. Pushing the wheelchair, Li Yi made his way over and paused beneath a walnut tree in front of one of the bungalows. Unfortunately, although the door was ajar, a step at the entrance prevented him from entering. "How is this place?" Li Yi called out to Zhu Dakuai, who was squatting in the shadow of the doorway. "Boss, this one do. Someone has already taken over this place," Zhu Dakuai replied, his face etched with frustration. "What?" Li Yi was taken aback. This house had been abandoned for quite some time and had never been inhabited. "You, come here," Zhu Dakuai pointed towards a corner of the room inside. Li Yi blinked in astonishment as he observed a faint figure that was nearly imperceptible gradually approach Zhu Dakuai. He was rendered speechless. Was there truly a ghost here? "Boss, take a closer look. You should recognize him," Zhu Dakuai remarked. Pushing the wheelchair down to the foot of the stairs, Li Yi drew nearer and finally discerned that the spectral figure beside Zhu Dakuai was none other than the owner of the nursing home, Old Chun. But this was perplexing. Just 2 days prior, he had been discussing the lawsuit involving the Qian siblings with Director L. They had been trying to rally the families of 2 elderly patients to file a joint complaint. Old Chun, with a furrowed brow, had even suggested settling privately. Yet Li Yi had firmly stated that if they settled, he would be liable for any future deaths occurring in the home. Old Chun had mentioned returning to consult a lawyer, and yet in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a ghost. "Li Yi, can you see me? You truly can see me?" Old Chun exclaimed with excitement. But even as he shouted, his voice reached Li Yi's ears like a distant hum. Zhu Dakuai quickly restrained Old Chun, who was inching closer to Li Yi, almost stepping into the sunlight. "Calm down. In your current state, you could dissipate at any moment," he cautioned. The ghostly Old Chun hesitated, retreating into the shadows by the door. "Li Yi, I am dead. I died with grievances. You must help me seek revenge." "Why should I?" Li Yi replied. Although Master Li had a gentle temperament and was easy to communicate with, it did not mean he was devoid of grudges. When the Qian siblings had caused a commotion, old Chun had scolded him. Had it not been for Chao Jin's timely arrival with a vehicle, which enabled Li Yi to assert himself and sway lawyer Zhou's opinion, he might have been expelled and forced to compensate the Qian siblings. Hence, Li Yi held no fondness for this owner. While he was not a bad person, he lacked any sense of responsibility. While other spirits, consumed by resentment, often appeared as clear apparitions with some semblance of power, old Chen's spirit was so faint it was almost invisible. A being like this, no matter how much resentment it harbored, would not become a vengeful spirit. It wouldn't be long before it relinquished its attachments and obediently reincarnated. A spirit with such minor obsessions would hardly earn any merit upon resolution. Chapter 29. Business must be conducted this way. Old Chun was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth in Li Yi's position. After all, Li was merely an employee at his nursing home, working tirelessly for a meager salary of 3,500 yuan per month. He had no obligation to avenge him. Li Yi, well, our nursing home has always treated you fairly, hasn't it? After your injury, I even had Director L give you a red envelope of 500 yuan, Old Chin stammered. This remark incensed Li Yi. In reality, Director L had given him 2,000 yuan, implying that the nursing home had only reimbursed 500, with the remaining 1,500 coming from Director L's own pocket. While it was not a work-related injury, the nursing home should at least provide some compensation, and Li Yi could not tolerate Old Chun's miserly demeanor. Oh, a 500 yuan red envelope. Perhaps I should buy some paper money to burn for you instead, Li Yi retorted. How can you be so ungrateful? I died with such resentment, and you refuse to help me? What a waste of your extraordinary ability to see the spirits, Old Chun exclaimed, his indignation rising. The people of our nation have long been adept at manipulating sympathy. Is it reasonable to assume that if one meets an untimely demise, others are obligated to exact vengeance on their behalf? There is no such principle. Enough of this, de Kuei. There are plenty of rooms here. Simply choose another. In any case, given his current state, he shall soon depart this world, so it is best to ignore him. As Li Yi spoke, he began to push the wheelchair away. It was not that he was callous. Rather, this individual was exceedingly irksome. You asked for my assistance but failed to adopt a proper attitude, and you even dare to show anger? Boss, Zhu de Kuei called out to Li Yi once more. He doesn't even know how he met his end. If this continues, he will become nothing but a muddled spirit, destined to be reborn as either a fool or a pig in the next life. If you wish to assist him, do so on your own. I am merely an injured party trying to find a way to earn money to buy cigarettes for you. I have no time to indulge him, Li Yi replied tersely. He firmly believed that keeping Zhu de Kuei around was a mistake. He hadn't been of any real help. Instead, he had only entangled Li Yi in trivial matters. Just yesterday, he had fussed over lawyer Zhou's case. Yet after all that effort, he earned not a single penny. Ah, I see, Old Chin exclaimed, slapping his thigh. You want money, don't you? Li Yi rolled his eyes. While this was indeed true, was it necessary to be so blunt? Chun, observing that although Li Yi remained silent, the wheelchair had come to a halt, suddenly adopted a more assertive tone. So you want money? Name your price. However, I have my own conditions. You must directly avenge me by eliminating the one who killed me. Li Yi resumed, pushing the wheelchair, leaving Chun momentarily dumbfounded. Upon reflection, he realized that matters of murder were not something a mere caregiver could entertain, let alone someone of his own stature. Hiring a hitman was out of the question. Li Yi, don't leave. We can negotiate further. Even if murder is off the table, you could help me uncover who killed me and report them to the authorities. Chen hastily called out. Li Yi's wheelchair came to a stop beneath the shade of a tree. He took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and leisurely inhaled a couple of puffs before speaking. First, how do you intend to pay me? I must clarify that I have no interest in ghost money. Secondly, how much cash can you muster? Even if you have the means to pay, and your offer is generous, I still reserve the right to decline this job. Thus, your attitude is of utmost importance. Chen was once again taken aback, finally realizing that individuals capable of seeing spirits were few and far between. No matter how wealthy he might be, he could not find anyone else, at least not quickly, to assist him in seeking vengeance. Li Yi, what do you call me? Li Yi furrowed his brow and replied coolly. Chun, suddenly alert, quickly changed his address. Masterly. See, sometimes one must assert their authority for others to grasp the meaning of respect. Masterly, my death was truly unjust. I implore you to assist me. Chen finally adopted a tone of supplication. Well then, let us first discuss how much you can offer me, Li stated. Ah, my demise came so unexpectedly. I truly was unprepared, Chen lamented, his face contorted in distress. How about I send a dream to my wife, asking her to settle the payment for you? You can send dreams? Li inquired. I cannot. Would you teach me? I cannot either. De Kuei, can you? Li turned to Zhu De Kuei. No. Zhu Dakuai shook his head. Unless one possesses considerable cultivation, one must visit the Bank of the Underworld and utilize their dream transmission service. It seems that the Bank of the Underworld is involved in all sorts of affairs. They've evidently encroached upon telecommunications as well. It appears that President Qian holds quite a significant position. Does that mean one must report to the underworld first? Mr. Chen remarked. In that case, my reputation as a muddled ghost will be firmly established. Don't even think about dream transmission, Li scoffed. Even if you were to succeed, your wife would merely burn you some paper money. How could she possibly provide cash? Then what should I do? Chen sighed. Why don't you consider establishing an overseas anonymous account? Li pondered, realizing that Mr. Chen's wealth was somewhat lacking compared to Zhao Weiqing. Ultimately, the only asset he possessed was this nursing home, and even that modest plot of land held limited value. Actually, let's focus on this nursing home, Li proposed. How about this? I'll draft a contract stating that you've sold the nursing home to me, with the contract date set 2 days prior, before you passed away, and you simply need to sign it. What? Mr. Chen exclaimed in alarm. No way, absolutely not. I must retain some assets for my wife and children to survive. I never implied I wanted it for free, Li reassured him. Let us be fair, it's worth what it's worth. Do you even have the funds? Mr. Chen timidly inquired. If you could afford to buy the nursing home, would you be working here for a mere 3,500 yuan salary? Upon reflection, he remembered that this fellow had recently learned to read fortunes, and just days ago, Mr. Chow had gifted him a car. Would I bring it up if I were short on cash? Li retorted with a smirk. Just tell me whether it's feasible. Mr. Chen contemplated for a moment. His wife was hardly suited for managing a business. Even if he left the nursing home to her, it would likely falter and eventually collapse. It was better to sell it and have her deposit the funds in a bank. Fine. Mr. Chen gritted his teeth. But as a ghost, how can I possibly sign? Not to worry. I'll teach you how to possess a living being, Zhu Dakuai interjected. Just find someone with weak life force. It won't take much energy to sign a name. Once the payment method was settled, Li lit another cigarette and inquired, Now? Tell me how you met your demise. I have no clue. If I knew, would I be searching for you? Mr. Chen replied. You don't know who your enemy is, yet you're unaware of how you died? Li pressed. I truly don't know, Mr. Chen lamented. On the verge of tears. I drank too much the night before. Upon waking yesterday, I discovered I was dead. That doesn't necessarily mean you were murdered. It's possible you drank yourself to death, and you might not even have any enemies, Li reasoned. That is not right. If I had died from intoxication or illness, where's my body? Mr. Chen protested. When I woke up yesterday, I was already here, and it's been 2 days without anyone knowing I've passed away. Indeed, it had been 2 days, and the news of Mr. Chen's death had yet to spread. No one even realized he was missing. For a moment, Li felt quite overwhelmed. It seemed that this business endeavor would prove to be rather challenging. Chapter 30, The Private Lawyer. 5 days, no more than 5 days, were left to solve the case. For Boss Chun could only endure for so long. Should the matter remain unresolved beyond this period, his spirit would surely be lost. The issue, however, was that this individual was utterly clueless, leaving Li at a loss as to how to proceed. Moreover, at this point, he could not even be classified as a missing person. Thus, the first order of business was to file a report, enlisting the assistance of the police to ascertain who had taken his life. After all, this would fulfill the transaction, as long as he was not unjustly condemned as a ghost. Seizing the opportunity during lunch, Li approached Director LV with his meal box in hand. In the nursing home, the caregivers typically dined first, finishing their meals before attending to the elderly residents. Each caregiver often bore the responsibility of several seniors, leading to an inevitably drawn-out process. It would take at least 2 to 3 hours to feed everyone. Consequently, the caregivers ate rapidly, affording Li little time for conversation with Director LV, who was also tasked with feeding the residents, a necessity due to Boss Chen's frugality, which resulted in a shortage of staff. Thus, Li succinctly inquired, Director, has Boss Chen come in today? No, he didn't come yesterday either. And I can't reach him by phone, Director LV replied. What about his wife's phone? Perhaps we could inquire if she knows his whereabouts, Li Yi suggested. His wife mentioned he was out on business, Director LV responded. Is there something you need to discuss with him? Yes, regarding the lawsuit involving the Qin family. Lawyer Zhou informed me that they bribed the family members to provide false testimony. If we can verify that, it will simplify matters. I just wanted to speak with him to see if he might have some insights. Li Yi fabricated an excuse, stressing the urgency of the situation. Rumors were already circulating online that our nursing home was mistreating the elderly. If this escalated, even falsehoods could morph into truths. Very well. I shall call him later and ask him to come by this afternoon, Director LV said. Li Yi waited anxiously as Director LV, visibly irritated, set down his chopsticks and first dialed Boss Chen's number. Once again, there was no answer, so he proceeded to call Chen's wife's phone. Li Yi could not discern the words clearly, but the tone seemed rather unpleasant. After hanging up, Director LV's expression darkened. His wife claims she has no idea where old Chen has gone. It's quite normal for him to be out of sight for a few days while conducting business. If we can't find him, we may simply have to wait. Li Yi was left speechless by this response. Was this a sign of excessive trust in their relationship? Or an indication of indifference? How could she remain unconcerned after her husband had been missing for 2 days? However, filing a missing person report could only be done by relatives. Otherwise, even if the nursing home intervened, they would merely be dismissed by her words. Director, it has been 2 days without any news. Even the most carefree of individuals cannot remain unreachable for 2 consecutive days. Do you think something may have happened to Boss Chen? Li Yi attempted to persuade Director LV before discussing further matters. Ugh, we all know you have a knack for uttering ill omens. Let us hope you're not right this time. Director LV retorted. In a playful tone, Li Yi responded. Perhaps my words have brought misfortune upon him. We should hasten to locate him. Does he have any other relatives? He has a son studying at university in the capital, but I do not possess his contact number. Dean Liu, led astray by Li Yi, has indeed begun to ponder the matter of finding someone. What is his name, and which school does he attend? Let me see if I can arrange for someone to assist in contacting the school. As Li Yi spoke, he contemplated simply inquiring about Chun Dali's son's mobile number later on. Dean Liu recalled the name of Chun Dali's son and his school, as she had previously given him a red envelope when he was accepted into university last year. Li Yi pretended to jot something down on his phone when Lawyer Zhou entered the dining hall. Masterly, we have apprehended the person, Lawyer Zhou exclaimed excitedly. Who was captured? Li Yi inquired casually. The female driver responsible for the incident. Lawyer Zhou replied with enthusiasm. Thank you. For what? This is your case. It has nothing to do with me. Li Yi asserted decisively, as he was aware that his involvement in the matter was not something to be publicly acknowledged. Oh well, I must thank you for your guidance. Since we won the case, we are preparing to celebrate, and I came specifically to invite you. Lawyer Zhou said with a broad smile. I'm in the midst of my meal. Li Yi pointed to the half-eaten box of food. But you haven't finished. Lawyer Zhou remarked, preparing to push Li Yi's wheelchair. Wastefulness is a disgrace. Li Yi proclaimed firmly. Dean, please, save this half-box for me. I shall continue my meal later. Dean Liu was at a loss, wondering how she could possibly keep it. In such sweltering heat, it would spoil by evening. Where would it fit in the refrigerator? Frankly speaking, this fellow merely wanted her to wash his dishes. Li Yi was not solely after a delightful meal. He had important business to discuss with Lawyer Zhou as well. Once we finish eating, could you draft a contract for me? Li Yi asked. A contract? What kind of contract? Lawyer Zhou queried while driving. A transfer contract for the nursing home, including the land. Li Yi replied. Oh, I'm not particularly skilled in such matters. Perhaps I could refer you to a specialized contract lawyer? Lawyer Zhou suggested. No need. Just take care of it yourself. Li Yi said dismissively. But there are no buts. Your lack of expertise is inconsequential. The crucial point is that only you can handle this contract. I do not trust anyone else, Li Yi insisted. Lawyer Zhou pondered this, nearly slamming on the brakes in shock, and after a moment's hesitation, cautiously asked, who is the other party? Li Yi nodded. Lawyer Zhou forced a smile, realizing he had fallen into a pit from which he might never escape. Rest assured, just follow my instructions, and there will be no trouble. Even if trouble arises, I will take responsibility. Let me tell you, my friend, I have connections. Li Yi boasted with a grin. Lawyer Zhou continued to smile wryly, pondering how people usually say that having connections above makes matters easier. What did it mean to have connections below? Isn't it true that local officials are less effective than those in direct authority? No, that is not right. Suddenly, Lawyer Zhou realized the implications of his words. Goodness, no wonder this fellow was so audacious. He even dared to allow a female ghost to seek vengeance on that demon. After all, the demon was a human being too. If he were to be killed by a ghost, would this incident not somehow involve him? After all, they had interacted prior to his demise. One must never underestimate the police's investigative capabilities. However, at this moment, Lawyer Zhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. The anxiety that had plagued him was now dispelled. Master Li had someone backing him. How could such a trivial case possibly implicate him? Since he was unharmed, it followed that Zhou would also be safe. All right, after we finish our meal, come to my office, and I shall draft the contract for you, Lawyer Zhou proclaimed, unwittingly adopting the role of Li Yi's private attorney. Chapter 31. Suspects. After lunch, they first went to Zhou's office to print a contract. Zhou then escorted Li Yi back to the nursing home. Upon alighting from the car, Li Yi noticed a police vehicle parked next to his BMW. The pristine Nissan SUV was clearly not from the local precinct. He instructed Zhou to return immediately, and as he wheeled himself into the building, a colleague approached him, whispering, "Boss Chen has died. The police are in the director's office." Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, but then a surge of joy coursed through him. He had been fretting over how to report the incident, yet unexpectedly, the police were already aware. He wheeled himself towards the elevator, heading straight for the director's office. Two police officers were present. One, in his 30s, was slightly balding, while the other was quite youthful, appearing to be in his early 20s. Li Yi glanced at the younger officer and felt a twinge of annoyance. Was there truly someone more handsome than him? No, that was impossible. It must merely be the way that uniform accentuated the officer's stature. Li Yi had recently been using a wheelchair, which had somewhat affected his own image. "Xiaoyi, you arrived just in time. Have you heard the news? Boss Chun has died," Director Lu stated. "Yes, I heard about it and came over." "What exactly transpired?" Li Yi inquired, halting his wheelchair beside Director Lu and addressing the two officers. "Are you the Li Yi who speculated during lunch that Boss Chun might be in trouble?" The older officer asked in a grave tone. Typically, the person who reports a homicide is under significant suspicion. "Be forthcoming. Why did you kill Chindali?" A myriad of expletives raced through Li Yi's mind. However, having been involved in altercations as a child, he was familiar with the police's interrogation methods, which often involved intimidation tactics that could easily unnerve those with weaker psychological fortitude. "I must inquire, did you indulge in alcohol during lunch?" Li Yi responded evasively. In terms of psychological resilience, Li Yi had once been rather average, but after encountering several ghosts, he was no longer easily intimidated by mere words. Even though he knew he should perhaps exhibit a semblance of fear and act as if he were bewildered by their intimidation, he simply could not resist the urge to retaliate. "What do you mean, drinking too much at lunch? The higher-ups have strictly prohibited alcohol during working hours. How could I possibly have overindulged?" The officer with the Mediterranean hairstyle appeared momentarily flummoxed. "Since you claim you did not overindulge, then what do you mean by your nonsensical remarks?" Li Yi retorted. "I had business to discuss with Boss Chun and had been unable to locate him for 2 consecutive days. Is it not reasonable to be concerned? You have made unfounded accusations against me of murder, causing me immeasurable psychological distress. More importantly, your actions have severely tarnished the reputation of the police force, leading others to believe that your department operates without discernment or due diligence. Can you truly bear the weight of such responsibility?" Li Yi unleashed a barrage of words, leaving the Mediterranean-haired officer blushing with indignation, yet he dared not retaliate. The crux of the matter was that the man was recording the conversation on his phone. In these times, one fears nothing more than being posted online. Should anything untoward occur, not only would he face repercussions, but so too would the leadership within the precinct. "Brother, I apologize. Old Lu's words were inappropriate. Please forgive me," the young officer interjected, his tone carrying a hint of authority. Li paused, realizing that this young man was indeed the superior. Old Lu, the Mediterranean-haired officer, appeared conflicted, but upon observing the younger man's expression, he reluctantly turned to Li Yi and stated, "I'm sorry, I misspoke." The young officer chuckled. "Brother, you are magnanimous." About that video, Li Yi grinned. "Oh, I can't help but be curious. How did old Chen meet his demise?" The young officer sighed, realizing this individual was indeed a handful. Rather than deleting the video, he was inquiring about the case itself. It even crossed his mind that Li Yi might be a suspect. After a moment of contemplation, the young officer chose to divulge what he could. "Last night, Someone was fishing in the Jinshui Canal and discovered a corpse. Our investigation has confirmed the deceased is Chen Dali, with the time of death likely being the night before last. Murder? A body disposal? Li queried. How do you know it was a disposal? Old Lu immediately challenged. Li smirked. You just wrongfully accused me of murder. If he drowned, why would you even suggest that? Old Lu fell silent, caught off guard. Indeed, it is fundamentally established that Chen Dali met an unnatural death. However, specifics of the case cannot be disclosed during the investigation, so I ask for your understanding, the young officer continued. Li displayed a face of disappointment, as if longing for insider information but left wanting. Brother, the young officer remarked, eyeing the phone in Li Yi's hand. Oh, I'm not recording, Li Yi replied, flipping his phone around for a brief glance, and added with a smile, your work is no easy task, burdened by countless regulations and fears. How can one solve cases under such constraints? As a citizen, I certainly cannot complicate your efforts. While Li Yi spoke with an air of righteousness, both the young officer and old Lu found themselves bemused. Alas, how did he die? It's unfortunate. I had just signed a contract to purchase the nursing home from him. Now, to whom shall I voice my grievances? Li Yi shook his head in dismay. What? You signed a contract to buy the nursing home from him? The young officer furrowed his brows, inquiring further. Yes, just the day before yesterday. Director Lu and I, along with the three of us, had a meeting, and I rode back home with him. He remarked on my profitable ventures and asked if I would like to buy the nursing home. Upon considering it, I thought it a viable business opportunity, so I signed a contract. Once I transfer the funds, I proceed with the formalities, Li Yi proclaimed, weaving a tale that left Director Lu somewhat bewildered. You, my child, why did you not mention such a significant matter to me? And old Chun, too, had a stake in the nursing home. He could have consulted me before selling it. I didn't mention it because I thought about it after returning. The lawsuit concerning the Qian family is still unresolved. What if I have to pay? This business could incur losses, Li Yi remarked. How much did he sell it to you for? Director Lu inquired. What do you think it's worth now? Li Yi retorted. To be honest, the nursing home itself hardly generates profit. A surplus of 200,000 to 300,000 a year is quite commendable. The key is that land prices have surged significantly. Those 2 acres are worth at least 4 to 5 million, Director Lu replied. With that, Li Yi felt more assured. He decided to fill in the empty figure on the contract with 4 million. After all, if he wrote a sum too low, his wife would not consent, especially since Chen Dali had passed away. If the other party refused to acknowledge it, they certainly could not resort to litigation again. However, Li Yi was unaware that while he conversed with Director Lu, Officer Yin had escalated his level of suspicion several notches. Here they were discussing the signing of a contract to sell the only asset, and there, on the same night, a person had died. Anyone listening would surely suspect foul play. Nonetheless, Officer Yin refrained from making a scene and proceeded to inquire about Chen Dali's circumstances. He left a phone number, instructing them to contact him if they recalled anything. Chapter 32. Another death Jinshui River? Impossible. I haven't been there since the night before last, Chen Dali said, bewildered. I told you it was a case of disposing of a body, Li Yi replied. The police are currently investigating, but I suspect they are at a loss. Think carefully. Do you have any leads? For instance, who were you drinking with that night? Did you have any enemies? No, I'm always cautious. How could I have made enemies? Chen Dali answered. Li Yi thought to himself that if he were truly a model employer, he would help him seek vengeance without asking for a penny in return. That night, I was drinking with 2 acquaintances from business. We didn't drink much, and I wasn't drunk. I didn't dare drive. I just remember calling a Didi. And then everything went blank, Chen Dali said, frowning. It must be that driver. Zhu Dakue exclaimed. Do you think the police are fools? They've certainly investigated the driver. Li Yi retorted, irritated. Officer Yin may be handsome, but Li Yi did not consider him a mere pretty face. The way he and old Lu played good cop and bad cop so effectively indicated experience. The first thing to investigate would undoubtedly be the timeline leading up to Chen Dali's death. By now, those who had been drinking with him would have surely been questioned. And regarding the Didi ride, a simple phone call could retrieve user data. If the driver posed no issue and delivered you safely home, then the primary suspect is undoubtedly your wife, Li Yi asserted, tapping the armrest of the wheelchair with confidence. Impossible, Chen Dali shouted. I know what kind of person my wife is. Knowing someone's face but not their heart. There are countless instances of living together yet dreaming apart. Li Yi replied. Don't forget, you've been dead for 2 days. She hasn't even noticed your disappearance. When we called to suggest she report it, she scolded us for meddling. Chindali appeared somewhat bewildered, yet resolutely shook his head and declared, that is not the case. Although the children have grown over the past few years, and we have had our fair share of quarrels, she would never harm me. Nor does she possess the courage to commit such an act. I simply cannot believe it. I am not asserting that it must be her. It is just that she is under considerable suspicion, Li Yi responded. All right, shortly, Director Liu will be visiting your home to offer condolences, and I shall accompany him to see if there are any clues to uncover. Could you possibly take me along as well? I would like to speak with her briefly. Chindali implored, his eyes filled with hope. That is out of the question, Li Yi retorted, setting aside whether she believes me or not. Just imagine the trouble that would arise if word got out that I could communicate with the deceased. Although Chindali's wife is indeed a relative, assisting him would not pose a significant issue, yet it is always better to avoid complications. Moreover, there is only one spirit-collecting gourd, and I must take Zhu Dakue with me, which precludes bringing Chindali along. After all, one cannot visit someone's home under the guise of a detective. And since Zhu Dakue is a ghost, his ability to remain invisible would allow for a thorough examination of subtle clues. Nevertheless, this was merely speculation. And given the intelligence of that individual, one should not harbor excessive expectations. It was rather inconvenient to venture out with Li Yi, who was injured, however. Considering that Li Yi had already signed a contract with Chundali to acquire the retirement home, Director Liu selflessly drove them both to Chundali's residence. Chundali's home was located in the south suburb Century New City, a multi-story complex built over a decade ago, where finding such spacious accommodations now is quite rare. Fortunately, Chundali resided on the ground floor, allowing Li Yi's wheelchair to be easily maneuvered to the entrance, where Director Liu pressed the doorbell. The news of Chundali's demise had already circulated, and a few relatives were present, yet no mourning altar was established in the house. Instead, a single photograph was placed beside the television cabinet, and only a few incense sticks were lit, with no offerings of paper money. I only learned of this when the police came to investigate. Sister, why didn't you call me first? If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I am here to help, Director Liu said while grasping Chundali's wife's hand. There is not much to report. The body is still at the forensic hospital. How could such a fine person suddenly pass away? Chundali's wife wept, her eyes swollen and red, appearing genuinely distraught. If it were an act, her performance would undoubtedly earn her an Oscar. Li Yi furrowed his brow, discreetly retrieving the gourd and removing its lid, prompting Zhu Dakue to begin his search around the room as previously instructed. As the evening approached, several of Chundali's relatives bid farewell and departed, leaving only the sister of Chundali's wife to remain behind, assisting her sister in preparing dinner. After all, despite the tragedy, those who are alive must still eat. As this matter could not be resolved in a day or two, Director Liu followed her into the kitchen to lend a hand, leaving Li Yi and Chundali's wife in the living room, exchanging silent glances. You smoke, Chundali's wife remarked. It is commendable that you came to see him, even while in a wheelchair. Chundali treated me well during his life. It is only fitting that I pay my respects, Li Yi replied, naturally seeking to speak kindly of the deceased. After spending half a day observing, I began to sense that this woman was not the cunning and malicious character that Chundali had described. While she might share his somewhat frugal and stringent tendencies, it seemed implausible that she would possess the capability to murder her own husband. As she stood up and excused herself to the restroom, Zhu Dakui descended from the second floor and approached Li Yi, saying, Boss, I have inspected both upstairs and downstairs, and I feel that this house harbors some issues, though I cannot discern what they are. Li Yi retorted, somewhat irritably. What did you even observe? The sounds of chopped scallions sizzling in the kitchen filtered through the glass door, while the toilet in the restroom emitted a loud gurgle. Zhu Dakui scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He had been the one to advocate for Li Yi to take on this business deal. Although Li Yi had ultimately negotiated the terms, Zhu felt a twinge of guilt for being unable to assist. Should I take another look? There's a locked bedroom door upstairs that I couldn't access, and the restroom door has been shut the entire time. Perhaps I could sneak in when she comes out. However, boss, you must ensure that you release me afterward, Zhu Dakui remarked as he hurried to the restroom door. It would be quite ordinary to wait in line at a public restroom, but blocking the entrance at someone's home was rather inappropriate, especially in the presence of a woman. Fortunately, Zhu was rather audacious, yet he found himself waiting in vain for her to emerge. As Li Yi finished his cigarette, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He had been aware of the toilet sounds for some time, and it seemed unreasonable for her to remain inside for such an extended period. Even if she were a woman who took her time, this delay felt excessive. Li Yi called out to Director Liu, who was busy in the kitchen, and quietly said, "Director, she has been in the restroom for over 10 minutes without a sign of coming out. Could you please check if something is wrong? Don't speak so recklessly." Director Liu shot Li Yi a wary glance before heading to the restroom. He knocked on the glass door and asked, "Miss, are you done yet? I'm feeling a bit unwell." There was no response from within the restroom. A wave of unease washed over Director Liu as he hastily twisted the doorknob, relieved to find it unlocked. However, upon pushing the door open, he was met with a shocking sight. Chun Dali's wife was sprawled before the toilet, her head submerged in the remnants of water within the bowl. Chapter 33. The unfortunate child. The world is indeed full of the bizarre. I once heard the elderly residents of a nursing home recount tales of farmers who would mercilessly beat their cattle. On one rainy day, a cowherd slipped and fell into a water-filled hoof print, tragically drowning with his mouth and nose submerged. The elders claimed that the cowherd had met his comeuppance for his cruelty, ultimately being drowned by the spirit of the very cow he had tormented. At the time, I was skeptical, believing that the man must have suffered from a heart condition or a stroke, losing consciousness and drowning in that shallow water. However, my faith in the supernatural has since been restored. It is undeniable that this world encompasses more than mere mortals. It is indeed home to spirits. Otherwise, how could Dali's wife have met such a tragic fate in the confines of a toilet? Indeed, Director Liu hastily pulled her out of the restroom and performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation for a full 3 minutes. Yet there was not the slightest response. An ambulance arrived, along with the police, specifically the Criminal Investigation Unit, led by Captain Yin, accompanied by Officer Liu and several technical investigation personnel. They initially examined Mrs. Chun alongside the doctors, concluding that she had indeed drowned. Consequently, the 3 individuals in the house became suspects. After all, how could a mere puddle of water in the toilet possibly lead to drowning? Unless someone had forcibly held the victim's head down. Captain Yin, you cannot wrongfully accuse an innocent person, Li Yi lamented. Do not feign innocence. I must tell you, your suspicion is the greatest. Officer Liu interjected. Director Liu and Yuan Xiaomei were busy cooking in the kitchen, while Yu and Yuan Xiaolan were seated in the living room. They can provide each other with an alibi. But what about you? Li Yi wanted to summon Zhu Dakue to testify on his behalf, asserting that he had remained in the living room the entire time. However, if Zhu Dakue were to appear, it was likely that the police would cease their investigation and instead bind him for further scrutiny. Alas, Comrade Liu, I understand that I may have embarrassed you this afternoon, but you cannot engage in vendetta and wrongfully accuse the innocent, Li Yi said, patting his leg which was encased in a cast. In my condition, how could I silently force someone into the toilet, even if she were a woman? A mere struggle would have resulted in splattering toilet water all over me. Do enlighten me. What evidence do you possess to suspect me? Officer Liu was momentarily at a loss for words, while Captain Yin seized the opportunity to respond. Brother, it is not that we are targeting you. You indeed have become a suspect. Moreover, in police investigations, as long as there is reasonable cause, anyone can be considered a suspect. We still have 24 hours of interrogation time. As a citizen, you must cooperate, rather than create a ruckus. This left Li Yi at a loss for words. Observing Li Yi's silence, Captain Yin turned to the technical team and instructed, "All right, Xiaoyang, continue your work. Officer Liu and I will escort these 3 back to the station." Captain Yin, wait, come take a look at this. A bespectacled young officer called out from the dining table as he fiddled with the computer. What is it? Captain Yin approached and glanced at the screen. Surveillance? Indeed. It appears to be for theft prevention or monitoring domestic workers. It was concealed within the navel of that doll in the living room. I suspected that the plush toy did not match the decor of the house, and it turns out to be a pinhole camera, Xiaoyang explained. Captain Yin, look here. The screen displayed the footage of Director Liu and Yuan Xiaomei deliberating over their cooking plans before heading into the kitchen together. In the living room, Li Yi exchanged a few awkward words with Yuan Xiaolan, who then proceeded to the restroom, leaving Li Yi looking around. Meanwhile, the sounds of chopping in the kitchen mingled with the toilet flushing in the restroom, and Li Yi uttered something, albeit too quietly to be discerned. After what felt like an eternity, Li Yi called for Director Liu, urging her to check the restroom. Director Liu scolded him for being a harbinger of misfortune before she knocked on the restroom door. The footage revealed that since Yuan Xiaolan had entered the restroom, Li Yi had remained motionless in his wheelchair, rendering the notion of suspicion utterly implausible. Yuan Xiaomei from Leviuan had never set foot in the kitchen, making the possibility of the trio collaborating in a murder utterly non-existent. Captain Yin was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly as Xiao Yang replayed the segment of the video. He leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing it from beginning to end, yet failed to identify any suspicious details. Captain Yin, does this case qualify as a locked-room murder? Xiao Yang inquired with a hint of excitement while rubbing his hands together. Locked room my foot. Captain Yin retorted irritably. Inform the forensic team to check if the deceased had any underlying health conditions or whether poisoning or any substances that could induce sudden unconsciousness were involved. After issuing his orders, Captain Yin turned to Li Yi, furrowing his brow as he said, "Come on, the three of you will accompany me back to the station." Captain Yin, hasn't the surveillance already proven that we are not the murderers? What are we even going to the Criminal Investigation Division for? Li exclaimed hurriedly. Although he had once been to the police station as a child due to a brawl, this time he was headed to the Criminal Investigation Division. And even with his name largely cleared, he was reluctant to go there for tea. Rest assured, you are not being taken as suspects. You are to assist in the investigation, Captain Yin clarified as he beckoned old Lu to leave with him. The Criminal Investigation Division was not situated within the same compound as the City Bureau, primarily due to the initial constraints of space, which could not accommodate too many personnel, and also for confidentiality reasons. In any case, the second unit of the Criminal Investigation Division resided in an unassuming little courtyard. Its two-story red brick structure likely over 3 or 4 decades old. The trio was not treated like suspects. They were neither isolated nor had their phones confiscated. And they were even offered tea. However, no one attended to them, and they endured hunger until nightfall. When Feng Ting called, Li Yi reassured her not to worry while internally muttering to himself that she was probably planning to mooch off him for housing. Why else would she, who worked in the city, choose to cook for herself in the suburbs instead of returning home after work? After some reflection, he reasoned that perhaps she was simply concerned for him, as he had yet to fully recover from his injuries. Before long, Feng Ting appeared at the second unit, bringing 3 boxes of meals. The police did not obstruct her, especially since it was already past 8 in the evening, and denying food would have been unreasonable. As they ate, Feng Ting eagerly probed about the case, and Li Yi had no choice but to feign ignorance and deflect her questions. Just as they were finishing their meal, Captain Yin entered the room with a young man, leading to Yuan Xiaomei abruptly dropping her chopsticks and embracing the young man in tears. It turned out this young man was Chun Dali's son, Chen Xiaobin, who had rushed home from the capital upon receiving his mother's call, having barely managed to catch an expensive flight to attend his father's funeral, only to find that his mother was gone as well. Chapter 34. Farewell, what is going on here? What is happening? Chun Dali lamented, cradling his head in despair, while his wife stood beside him, tears streaming down her face. Their once peaceful life had been shattered, with both husband and wife suddenly deceased. It was a situation that would leave anyone feeling utterly frustrated. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding Yuan Xiaolan's death were indeed peculiar. Enough with the shouting, Li Yi retorted impatiently. I initially thought this was a case of vendetta, which would have been straightforward to investigate. However, given the bizarre nature of your wife's death, this situation is clearly quite complicated. I stand to lose significantly. Perhaps we should reconsider our course of action. This is unacceptable. How can this be? Chen Dali exclaimed anxiously. Master, you promised me. How can you go back on your word? Li Yi shrugged helplessly, acknowledging that he had no choice but to continue overseeing the matter, as he valued integrity. Now, let us talk about you. Li Yi turned to Yuan Xiaolan. How did you meet your demise in the toilet? Did you notice anything unusual in the bathroom? I'm not sure, Yuan Xiaolan replied, her expression bewildered. I only remember entering the bathroom. After that, I have no recollection. Suddenly, I found myself in the backyard, where old Chun was trying to wake me up. Li Yi clicked his tongue, visibly troubled. According to Zhu Dakui's observations at your home, there was indeed a heavy presence of Yin energy, suggesting the existence of a ghost. However, he found nothing after a thorough search. It seems that the ghost had been lurking in your bathroom, waiting for you to enter before taking your life. If that is the case, old Chun, it's likely that you too fell victim to that ghost, which later moved your body to the Jinshui Canal. The couple exchanged fearful glances, and Yuan Xiaolan suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, if there is a ghost in our home, isn't our son in danger? Li Yi, quickly call my son and tell him not to return home. Chen Dali urged. Li Yi, unfazed, took out his phone and replied, "When we left the criminal police station, your son was still being questioned. He probably hasn't finished yet." As he spoke, he dialed the number Yuan Xiaolan provided, and after a few rings, the call connected. "This is Li Yi, the caregiver from the nursing home. We met earlier," he introduced himself. "Yes, what is it?" Chen Xiaobin's voice was calm, betraying little emotion. Li Yi pondered. Considering that he had just lost his parents, such composure could either indicate a lack of empathy or an overwhelming sense of sorrow. "There's been an incident at home, and I'm concerned about your safety being alone. Perhaps you could come stay at the nursing home?" Li Yi was careful not to invite him to his own house, considering that Confronting was currently occupying a bed there. "All right, prepare a room for me. I'll come over after I finish giving my statement." Chen Xiaobin replied curtly before hanging up, offering no pleasantries or thanks, as if it were a given that he should be invited to stay. Li Yi sensed something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. He pocketed his phone and said to Chen Dali and Yuan Xiaolan, "Just wait. He'll be here shortly. Will we be able to see him when he arrives?" Yuan Xiaolan asked eagerly. "At this hour, if you wish to roam about, feel free," he responded. They were not in the small house in the backyard at that moment, but rather in the caregiver's lounge at the nursing home. Having previously made an excuse to return early under the pretense of escorting Director L, Li Yi noticed Zhu Dakui wandering in the front yard. He took the opportunity to ask Confronting to fetch him something to eat from the cafeteria, allowing Zhu Dakui to summon Chindali over. "Very well," Yuan Xiaolan said. "Could you please convey a message for us? I have suddenly passed away, leaving him as the sole child, feeling desolate and forlorn. I must impart some words of wisdom to him. This matter is not for me." Li Yi promptly rejected her without hesitation. "I will have a late-night snack and then head home. He probably hasn't even arrived before I leave. Besides, even if I were to deliver your message, he wouldn't believe me. If he did, I would be in quite a predicament. My poor son, how could I have met such an unjust end?" Yuan Xiaolan immediately burst into tears. With her crying and wailing, it was a masterclass in a woman's talents for drama. Remarkably, Chindali, who should have been offering comfort, joined in her lamentations. Li Yi, feeling exasperated, shouted at Zhu Dakui, "Keep an eye on them and ensure they don't make a scene." After saying this, he pushed his wheelchair away, disregarding Zhu Dakui's admonitions, and headed to the cafeteria. Although the mealtime had long passed, there were some elderly residents who required late-night snacks. So a chef was on duty, with ingredients prepared. When Li Yi arrived, 2 small bowls of egg noodles had just come off the stove. He slurped them down and pulled out his phone to call for a ride. However, in the dead of night, the nursing home was rather isolated, and no drivers responded for quite some time. Li Yi turned to Confronting and complained, "Can you believe we have a car parked in the yard but can't drive it? You might as well go get your driver's license." "I have no intention of doing that. If I learn, I'll just become a free laborer," Confronting retorted with a pout. "I'll pay for your tuition," Li Yi offered. "Once you've learned, you can drive me to work every day and then head off to your own job." "How delightful that sounds. You expect me to live in the city, drop you off at the nursing home every morning, and then rush off to work? I'd hardly get any sleep," Confronting exclaimed. "Hey, haven't you already taken over one of my rooms?" Li Yi protested. "Are you suggesting I stay there for free without paying rent?" Confronting replied with a grin. "Do you think I'm that stingy?" Li Yi chuckled wryly. "Haha, now that's an idea worth considering." Confronting patted Li Yi on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Tell me, does this mean we're cohabiting now?" Li Yi was startled, nearly toppling from his wheelchair. However, it wasn't Confronting's words that frightened him, but rather a ghost. Li Yi had encountered many spirits before, and typically, he wouldn't be easily startled. However, this particular ghost was extraordinary, and he recognized her. Lu Xiaofeng, with her red-rimmed eyes and long nails, floated gracefully at the entrance of the nursing home. Upon seeing Confronting pushing Li Yi in the wheelchair, she immediately glided over. "Your house was empty, so I thought of you after last time when I accompanied Lawyer Zhou here. It seems my visit was not in vain," Lu Xiaofeng remarked. Li Yi inwardly resolved never to allow anyone accompanied by ghosts into his home again. "I have come to bid farewell to the master. I must descend to report now," Lu Xiaofeng continued. Li Yi intended to say a courteous farewell, but with Confronting beside him, he found it impossible to voice it. "Master, why are you silent? Are you worried I might harm that fellow?" Lu Xiaofeng reassured. "Rest assured, I did not take his life. I ensured he could call the police while he still had breath left. He should be safe." Li Yi retorted, "Why should I worry? Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. His death is your karmic burden, and you alone shall bear its consequences. Lu Xiaofang, as if realizing something, continued, "Oh, I see. You find it inconvenient to speak, do you? Very well, I shall express my gratitude and take my leave." However, she abruptly turned, her expression shifting dramatically as she caught sight of headlights approaching from the street outside, transforming her countenance into one of terror as she darted behind Li Yi. Chapter 35. Are they in league? They are in cahoots. The phrase echoed in Li Yi's mind as he contemplated Lu Xiaofang's flight. Indeed, she had fled in panic. Merely at the sight of the headlights. "You all may return," instructed Qin Xiaobin, who had exited the vehicle and gestured for Yuan Xiaomei and her husband to leave. "What a child. It's not as if we lack a home," Yuan Xiaomei muttered before stepping out and turning to Li. "You are here to fetch Xiaobin, correct? Have the accommodations been arranged?" "I just spoke with Director L. She should have taken care of everything," Li Yi replied, his gaze fixed intently on Yuan Xiaomei. What could Lu Xiaofang's cryptic remark about them being in league truly signify? Who were they? Li Yi rapidly analyzed the situation. Lu Xiaofang had no connection with the trio before him, hence she should be unaware of the deaths of Chun Dali and his wife. It followed that she could not have been referring to Yuan Xiaomei and Qin Xiaobin as accomplices in their demise. Thus, it was most plausible that the they Lu Xiaofang mentioned pointed to the hunchbacked demon. After all, the only individuals Lu Xiaofang and Li Yi had in common were the hunchback demon and Lawyer Zhou. Clearly, Lawyer Zhou lacked the capacity to frighten Lu Xiaofang away. Therefore, Li Yi deduced that Lu Xiaofang was implying that one among Yuan Xiaomei and Qin Xiaobin was allied with the hunchback demon, a fellow fiend. Moreover, this individual must possess greater prowess, for otherwise, they would not have instilled such fear in Lu Xiaofang. Who could it be? The most suspicious individual was undoubtedly Yuan Xiaomei, as she was present at the time of Yuan Xiaolan's death. "Well, Xiaobin, go inside and assess the conditions. If it's unsuitable, you can return home with me," Yuan Xiaomei suggested as she prepared to enter with Qin Xiaobin. "No need, I can manage on my own," Qin Xiaobin declined. "Child, why are you so obstinate?" Yuan Xiaomei began, but then reconsidered chastising her nephew, who had just lost both parents. After a brief pause, she revised her tone. "Very well, you may go in alone. Should anything arise, call me, and we shall return in the morning." Qin Xiaobin nodded and turned towards the nursing home. "Shaoli, are you two waiting for a ride? Shall I give you a lift?" Yuan Xiaomei offered once more. "No, we have already called for a car," Li Yi replied. "Very well, we shall take our leave then," Yuan Xiaomei said, stepping into her vehicle. As Li Yi watched the taillights fade, he furrowed his brow, pondering who the true demon might be. Yuan Xiaomei appeared the most suspicious, yet her demeanor seemed entirely normal. What of Qin Xiaobin? Though his demeanor appeared suspiciously calm to the point of being numb. There were two considerations: his tender age and the fact that the deceased were his biological parents. Furthermore, there was the profoundly silent husband of Yuan Xiaomei, who neither exited the vehicle nor uttered a single word. His silence was striking, and since Yuan Xiaolan's demise, he had not made an appearance. The rare moment they encountered each other was separated by the glass of the car, rendering a clear view impossible. In that instant, Li Yi felt that everyone seemed suspect. Yet none bore the semblance of a nefarious entity, leaving him thoroughly perplexed. It seemed he truly lacked the aptitude for detective work. "Why don't you let them deliver it?" Feng Ting inquired. "It's been quite a while without anyone accepting the order." "It's fine. I can just enjoy a ride in the new car," Li Yi replied, propelling his wheelchair across the street. Songyang's small supermarket was still open, and as he approached the entrance, the sound of gunfire from a video game echoed within. "Stop playing, lock the door, and be my driver," Li Yi called out from outside. "Hey, don't disrupt me. We're in the final circle," Songyang retorted, just as a series of silenced gunshots erupted, nearly causing him to drop his phone in frustration. "Haha, I'm leaving," Li Yi announced, producing a set of car keys. "Hey, is this your first time driving this new car since it was delivered?" Songyang perked up instantly. News of Li Yi's clever antics and the acquisition of a BMW had reached the ever-inquisitive Songyang, who had even researched the online price for this imported model, which was over 800,000 yuan. Despite being a second-generation demolitionaire, he felt a pang of envy. "Hurry up, go find Lu Jie and open the main gate." "I'll wait for you here," Li Yi tossed the car keys to Songyang. The nursing home locked its main gate at night, leaving only a small door ajar. To drive in, one needed to summon the night shift nurse to unlock it, but the first-floor lobby ensured visibility for anyone coming or going. After locking the supermarket door, Song Yang hurriedly ran to retrieve the car, assisting Li Yi out of the wheelchair and into the vehicle before folding the wheelchair and placing it in the trunk, all the while grumbling about being treated like a laborer. He insisted that once Li Yi's legs healed, he would treat him to a drink. However, the primary focus remained on exploiting his gossiping skills, as he inquired about the news surrounding Yuan Xiaolan's death. Sigh. It seems your nursing home may not be able to continue operating, Song Yang lamented. Have you heard? Our area is slated for demolition. They're planning to develop it into a commercial district. Just considering the land your nursing home occupies, it could fetch a compensation of over 10 million. Who said that? Li Yi furrowed his brow. I have a friend in the city, Song Yang replied. The planning has just been released, and the news hasn't spread widely yet. I'm beginning to suspect that Chen Dali might have died because of this. If that's the case, his son is unlikely to survive either. Li Yi's heart sank. If that were indeed the reason, then, with the Chun family's demise, the nursing home's inheritance could potentially fall into the hands of someone else, most likely that elusive husband of Yuan Xiaomei. You should be writing novels. It would be a tremendous waste of talent otherwise. Li Yi remarked. Do you still not believe me? Song Yang proposed. How about we make a wager? Let's bet 2 rounds of drinks. If Chun Dali's son is indeed alive, it is also possible that someone attempted to kill him but failed. As long as no one has taken his life, I shall concede. You are truly heartless and cold-blooded, wishing for someone's demise, Li Yi retorted. I must return to the nursing home to inform him. Sister, once we reach the community, you should head back first, and I will return to the nursing home shortly. What good would it do to tell him? Song Yang countered. Even if you do, will he believe you? And even if he does, can he guard against those who wish him harm? In my opinion, it would be best not to alarm the snake in the grass. We should keep a watchful eye on him. If the assailant strikes again, we may catch them red-handed. Li Yi chuckled bitterly to himself. The crux of the matter was that this was no ordinary criminal case. The perpetrator was neither directly involved nor had they hired a hitman. Chun Dali's death remained shrouded in mystery, and Yuan Xiaolan's demise was equally bizarre. She had not even perceived the danger with her own clairvoyance. Under such circumstances, ensuring Chen Xiaoban's safety was nearly impossible unless one personally monitored him day and night. Chapter 36. The Order of the Spectral Envoy. What are we aiming for here? Staying up all night to play bodyguard? Song Yang exclaimed, tossing a peanut into his mouth. Upon returning to the nursing home, they found Chen Xiaoban already asleep. Thus, Li Yi decided to implement Song Yang's plan. The two set up a small table outside a convenience store, a vantage point from which they could observe both the entrance of the nursing home and the second floor within. You're quite content, aren't you? Li Yi remarked casually, taking a sip of his chilled beer. Alas, you speak the truth. Staying up late to play games is still playing. Being a bodyguard and catching a killer is, in fact, far more intriguing, Song Yang replied. Li Yi thought to himself that even if they were to stand guard for a year, they would likely not catch the culprit, for that being was not human. When Yuan Xiaolan perished, Li Yi had been mere minutes away, separated by a door. The restroom had only a door and a small ventilation window, secured with a burglar-proof grate. Not even a stray cat could have entered. Given such circumstances, how could anyone manage to kill? Moreover, the distance was considerable, even if the assailant intended to murder Chen Xiaoban tonight. Relying on the two of them as bodyguards would be utterly futile. Thus, during a brief moment of parking, Li Yi discreetly instructed Zhu Daqiu to keep watch outside Chen Xiaoban's window. As Song Yang engaged in idle gossip and drank with Li Yi, they consumed half a case of beer. Eventually, Song Yang excused himself, leaving Li Yi, whose injuries granted him the right to evade further drinking, to finish most of the remaining beer. As he munched on a peanut, Li Yi suddenly noticed a misty figure approaching, emerging in a tailored black suit. Old Jean. Oh, have you changed into your uniform? Li Yi remarked with a smile. Enough of that nonsense. Pour me a drink, Old Jean replied, boldly taking a seat on Song Yang's stool. Li Yi grabbed a new disposable cup and poured a drink for Old Jean, placing it before him. Speak up, Old Jean urged. What should I say? Oh, right, Mr. Jean, please enjoy your drink, Li Yi replied with a grin. This was a lesson learned from Zhu Daqiu. When inviting a spirit to partake of food or drink, one must articulate the invitation, lest it remain unconsumed. Old Jean grinned widely as he lifted his cup. Yet to Li Yi's eyes, it seemed as though he had merely raised one while the other remained untouched on the table. Beer was indeed more palatable. Though there was an ample supply of white liquor below, it was the beer that proved elusive. Beer is the best, Old Jean remarked. Indeed. who would offer a cup of beer as a tribute to their ancestors. Li splashed out his beer and poured himself another, saying, "Please, continue. So, the beer down there is in short supply? How about I procure a few cases for you to sell down below? That should yield a handsome profit, wouldn't it? Don't even think about it. If I dared to do such a thing, I would be dismissed on the spot," old Jean replied. "And then I would be left to drink Meng Po's soup, uncertain of what fate awaits me in my next life." Li chuckled. Realizing he had read too many novels, the idea of cross-border transactions seemed rather enticing. Old Jean drained another cup and said, "All right, let's get down to business. Lu Xiaofeng has reported to the city god temple. Her situation is rather unique. Despite her past of causing harm, it was driven by a desire for revenge, and no lives were taken. Thus, the city god has shown mercy and pardoned her punishment. You have played a significant role in this matter, not only saving her, but also exposing a malevolent being, and most importantly, you prevented her from taking lives. Therefore, the city god has decided to reward you. How much?" Li Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "All you think about is money. Do you not aspire to greater things?" Old Jean retorted. "No monetary reward? Then what is the prize?" Li Yi felt a surge of excitement as old Jin's tone suggested that the reward was far more valuable than mere money. "Here, take this." Old Jean casually pulled out a small jade token and tossed it onto the table. "What is this?" Li Yi picked up the jade piece, which was indeed substantial and felt genuine. The token was square at the base, rounded at the top, and shone with a deep black luster, possibly of ink jade. One side was blank, while the other was inscribed with a character signifying authority. "This is the ghostly order," old Jean explained, "which grants you an official status. Henceforth, when you encounter wandering souls or restless spirits, you can command them back to the underworld using this token. However, bear in mind that it is preferable to resolve their lingering attachments first, allowing them to willingly depart before using the token. Otherwise, their resentment may not dissipate, leading to unrest in the afterlife, and you would earn no merit, or worse, incur penalties. Isn't this essentially useless?" Li Yi scoffed. "How can it be of no use?" Old Jean countered. "How many living individuals possess a ghostly order? Do you understand the advantage of being backed by an organization? Even if you stir up a considerable commotion, as long as it aligns with the underworld's regulations, they will support you." Li Yi blinked, realizing the weight of old Jin's words, though they were delivered lightly. They held immense practicality. "All right, pour me another cup. I must be on my way. I need to capture a few more spirits tonight, as my performance this month is still lacking," old Jean stated. Li Yi hurriedly refilled old Jin's drink and added, "You chose the right time to drink. Don't rush off just yet. I happen to have a rather peculiar case that I suspect involves a ghost. I know. Those two who were not meant to die have passed on and have yet to reincarnate," old Jean replied. "This matter should have been handled by Director Bai, but she is too busy to manage it. Since you have taken over, it falls to you. However, the cause of their demise is unrelated to the matters at hand. It pertains to the living." "Matters of the living?" Li Yi found himself perplexed, eager to inquire further, when Song Yang emerged from the shop, fastening his belt and exclaiming, "Why have you poured me another glass?" Old Jean hastily gulped down the drink in his cup, then stood up and vanished with a twist of his body. Li Yi, with a resigned pursing of his lips, turned and remarked, "Whoever urinates first shall be punished with a drink." "What kind of rule is that?" Song Yang shouted, plopping down onto a seat, yet still lifted his glass to take a hearty sip, smacking his lips as he said, "Is this bottle a counterfeit? The taste seems off." "Oh, you actually have counterfeit goods here?" Li Yi refrained from admitting that old Jean had drained the vitality from it, leaving the remnants lacking in flavor. "There may be fake cigarettes, but counterfeit liquor is truly rare." As Song Yang spoke, he splashed the remaining half glass, perhaps due to improper sealing, letting the fizz escape. He insisted on switching to another can and continued drinking. A case of beer was swiftly consumed, leaving Song Yang lightheaded and unable to fulfill his duties as a bodyguard. "Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. It's time to sleep." Song Yang dragged a small table back into the shop, opting not to return home. After all, it was midsummer, and he could simply lay a mat sold in the store on the ground to make do until dawn. Li Yi, on the other hand, intended to return to the nursing home to sleep, his room situated above Chen Xiaobin's. Chapter 37. Who will benefit? Chen Dali and his wife had spent the previous night in their son's room. Just now, their son had risen to have breakfast, and they followed suit. As Li Yi washed up, he listened to Zhu Dakue report. Rinsing his mouth with tea while foaming with toothpaste, he asked, Did anything unusual happen last night? For instance, was there an attempt on his life? Nothing at all occurred, Zhu Dakue replied. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the assailants underestimated his youth, believing him to be manageable? Li Yi wiped his mouth and, supporting himself against the wash basin, returned to his wheelchair, pondering old Jin's remark about this being a matter of the living as he exited the room toward the dining area. If this incident were a haunting that caused harm, what could possibly lead to someone inexplicably dying in their own bathroom? It was only 7 in the morning, yet the dining room had already come alive with activity. The more vigorous elderly residents, who slept early, rose early. Indeed, before 6, some had already begun tending to the flowers. Now, each was energetically enjoying their breakfast. Greeting the elders along the way, Li Yi requested a bag of soy milk and 2 steamed buns, wheeling himself directly to Chen Xiaobin. Though Chen Dali was the owner of the nursing home, he seldom managed affairs here, and Chen Xiaobin's visits were even rarer. Essentially, no one recognized him, and he sat alone at a table, drawing curious glances and inquiries from the elderly about his purpose. Are you eating? Li Yi pulled out a chair to position his wheelchair at the table. Chen Xiaobin glanced at Li Yi before returning to his bun with focused attention. Master, perhaps you could convey a message for us? Seeing him like this pains our hearts, Yuan Xiaolan, standing behind Chen Xiaobin, said as she wiped her tears. Sigh. This lad used to be quite the spirited one, but in the blink of an eye, he has lost both parents, a blow too great to bear. I hope he isn't becoming dim-witted, lamented Chen Dali. Li Yi furrowed his brow upon hearing this, and glanced again at Chen Xiaobin, who was methodically savoring his bun, his gaze fixated on the table as if devoid of focus. This demeanor certainly hinted at a touch of foolishness. You still have to go to the criminal police team later, right? Li Yi attempted to strike up a conversation. Chen Xiaobin didn't even lift his head. Be cautious and pay attention. After all, the deaths of Boss Chun and the others were quite suspicious, Li Yi added, directing his gaze at Chen Xiaobin once more. Chen Xiaobin raised his head, cast a glance at Li Yi, and replied, I know. After finishing the last sip of his soybean milk, he stood up and departed without a word. Li Yi, feeling helpless, pursed his lips at Chen Dali and his wife, disregarding their persistent desire to converse with their son, and continued to eat in solitude. Nearby, Zhu Dakue was pulling them along, urging them to return to the back courtyard while the sun was still low, so they could find shade along the courtyard wall. Otherwise, once the sun ascended, they would be unable to venture out and would have to remain by the main building, constantly wary of being noticed. Living individuals could be affected by their lingering aura, and they, in turn, could suffer from the vitality of the living. It was better to seek a secluded spot for peace. Li Yi finished his breakfast and engaged in idle chatter with the elderly to pass the time. By evening, Li Yi learned from Director L that the autopsy results of Yuan Xiaolan had been released. She had indeed drowned. The police surmised that the shock of her husband's death had led to insufficient blood supply to her brain. It was likely that she fainted while bending over to flush the toilet after using it, tragically falling into the bowl and succumbing to asphyxiation. There was simply no other explanation. The restroom door had surveillance, and inside, there was only a ventilation window secured with a burglar-proof net, which showed no signs of tampering whatsoever. As for Chun Dali's situation, the police had yet to disclose any information. However, Director L had gathered some insider knowledge. According to the surveillance footage, the taxi driver did indeed drop Chen Dali off at home. Yet after exiting the vehicle at the community entrance, he did not return home, but instead turned around and took a small path, leaving the range of the cameras. What kind of misfortune has befallen this couple to meet such an ambiguous end? Director L sighed. I heard that our area is slated for redevelopment? Li Yi inquired. I hadn't heard that, replied Director L. If there's redevelopment, what will become of our nursing home? Oh, I see. You mean to say that once this land is redeveloped, it will be valuable? Is that why someone would want to harm old Chun and his wife? I never said that, Li Yi clarified. No, I must quickly call Captain Yen. Director L disregarded him and directly dialed Captain Yen. Li Yi sighed in resignation. While Director L managed the nursing home quite astutely, her intelligence seemed to plummet when faced with actual events. She hadn't considered that if this news reached the criminal police team, it would undoubtedly heighten her own suspicions. In the realm of criminal investigation, law enforcement meticulously delves into the motives behind crimes. Murders typically stem from either passion, revenge, or financial gain. The enigmatic demise of Chun Dali prompts an examination of who would stand to benefit most from his death, thereby establishing potential suspects. Unfortunately, the individual in question had previously been implicated in dealings with Chindali, and now, with the revelation of impending demolition in the area, what once appeared to be an equitable transaction has transformed into an opportunity for immense profit. This creates a glaring discrepancy, providing ample motive for the individual to eliminate Chindali and seize the advantage for themselves. Naturally, this line of reasoning could also be applied to oneself. If there were no personal interest in acquiring the nursing home, then upon Chindali's passing, who would reap the greatest rewards? The primary beneficiary would undoubtedly be Chen Xiaobin, as he would inherit his deceased parents' estate. However, since Chen Xiaobin is their son, who has been spending the wealth afforded to him, the notion of him resorting to murder seems implausible. Further analysis leads to a different perspective, following Song Yang's assertion. Chen Xiaobin himself is in jeopardy. Should he also meet his end, who would stand to gain? Unquestionably, it would be the couple, Yuan Xiaomei and her husband. Li Yi cannot help but recall Yuan Xiaomei's husband, who remained conspicuously absent during the investigation. As Li Yi contemplates the possibility of his involvement, he wonders how such a feat could be accomplished. Could it be true, as Lu Xiufeng suggested, that he manipulates others like a puppeteer? Yet, old Jean clearly stated that this matter pertains to living individuals, devoid of any connection to the deceased. Overwhelmed with thoughts, Li Yi decides to abandon his musings. Mere analysis proves futile, and a more direct approach through surveillance may yield better results. Given the impracticality of pursuing leads from a wheelchair, Li Yi instructs Zhu Dakue to accompany Yuan Xiaomei and her husband when they return Chen Xiaobin home. Chapter 38. Captain Yan Ming. Yan Ming finds himself in a state of distress. Though youthful, he has been on the front lines of criminal investigations since graduating from the police academy, personally examining numerous peculiar cases, yet none have been as bizarre as this one. Indeed, it is nothing short of strange. Although the autopsy results for Yuan Xiaolan have been released and a conclusion could be drawn, it remains merely conjecture. What are the odds that her husband dies and she subsequently collapses into the toilet and drowns? Clutching his pen, Yan Ming hesitates to sign the case report, sensing that something remains amiss. Captain Yan, we need to submit this report by tomorrow, remarks Lu from the office. Yes, I will sign it in the morning. Yan Ming replies, casting aside the pen. I need to find someone and inquire further. Thus far, through the analysis of various leads, Yan Ming has pinpointed a significant suspect. However, without concrete evidence, he refrains from alarming the individual. He now deems it necessary to consult Li Yi, even if no evidence exists. Perhaps he could extract some information through a bit of subterfuge. The individual appears to possess a sturdy psychological constitution during a previous encounter. Old Lu's attempt to deceive him backfired. This time, a different strategy may be required. Abandoning the police vehicle, Yan Ming opts for a standard domestic car and ventures alone to the Nanshan nursing home. As he parked the car, Yan Ming pondered what excuse he should concoct for being there. It would be rather implausible to candidly admit that he was investigating Li Yi. Moreover, claiming to visit Chen Xiaobin seemed equally unconvincing, especially since he had just returned from the criminal police unit. Just as Yan Ming settled his vehicle, he spotted Li Yi engaging in pleasant conversation with a group of elderly individuals who were leisurely chatting in front of the building. The sun had set, yet twilight lingered, and a gentle breeze swept through the courtyard. The elderly preferred the natural air over air conditioning, often lingering outdoors after dinner until darkness enveloped the sky before retiring for the night. Observing Li Yi amidst the laughter and camaraderie of the elders, Yan Ming felt a momentary dissonance. How could such a person possibly be a murderer? Even the serial killers he knew could not disguise themselves so mundanely shortly after committing a crime. Team Yan, Li Yi called out from a distance. You're here to investigate at this late hour? No, I merely stopped by on my way home, Yan Ming replied, though he himself found this explanation unconvincing. Surely, he must reside in the suburbs to justify such a detour. Have you eaten? Li Yi inquired with a smile. Not yet. How about we share a drink? Yan Ming suggested. Li Yi chuckled, clearly pleased that Yan Ming sought him out. However, the situation was apparent. There was no evidence against him, and it seemed Li Yi was attempting to offer him a drink to lower his guard, subtly probing for information. All right, let's go out for a drink, otherwise these old gentlemen will swarm the table, and you may find it hard to manage, Li Yi remarked, eliciting laughter from the surrounding elders. Thus, Yan Ming assisted Li Yi in navigating his wheelchair out of the nursing home, and they chose a nearby noodle shop. ordering a few small dishes and asking the proprietor to set up a table along the roadside. If I am not mistaken, you suspect me of being the murderer, Li Yi stated bluntly, laying down his drink. Why do you say that? Yan Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was taken aback by Li Yi's forthrightness. Yet, he maintained a calm facade, responding in a neutral tone. Li Yi poured 2 more glasses of beer, gesturing playfully. Our relationship has not reached that level. Then I must be inquiring about the situation, Yan Ming replied. In that case, there is even less need to treat me to drinks, Li Yi laughed. You criminal investigators must be quite busy. Why would I suspect you? Yan Ming pressed further. Because Chun Dali is dead, Li Yi replied with a bitter smile. I had signed a contract to purchase the nursing home from him, and coincidentally, rumors have surfaced about imminent demolition. Thus, one might think that perhaps Chun Dali learned of this and regretted selling the nursing home to me, wanting to retract his decision, leading me to murder him. And how did you kill him? Yan Ming inquired. That question is a trap, Li Yi retorted with an exaggerated eye roll. Are all police officers this devious? Yan Ming chuckled, picking up his chopsticks to sample a dish. I have the least motive to kill Chindali. First, the contract has already been signed. Even if he wished to back out, we would merely engage in a lawsuit, which I would undoubtedly win. Why would I risk everything to commit murder? Secondly, on the day he perished, I was at the nursing home. In the evening, I returned to the Xinhai Garden community. Both locations are under surveillance, and you should be able to verify that. Furthermore, Li Yi tapped his leg encased in plaster and remarked, Do you think I possess the ability to run through the city to commit murder? Yan Ming retrieved a cigarette case, offered Li Yi a cigarette, lit one for himself, took a puff, and then said, You could always hire an assassin. Li Yi chuckled in irritation and replied, If you insist on saying that, then you might as well investigate it yourself. What? If I don't phrase it that way, would you still assist me in the inquiry? Yan Ming inquired. Tell me the cause of Chun Dali's death, and perhaps I could guide you, Li Yi suggested. Yan Ming, furrowing his brow and smoking, stared at Li Yi for a while before stating, According to the autopsy results, he drowned. Drowned? Just like his wife? Li Yi frowned. Yan Ming nodded, explaining. Although Chun Dali had several external injuries, the forensic expert confirmed they were inflicted post-mortem, likely caused by rocks while drifting down the Jinshui Canal. Aside from that, there were no other signs of trauma. There were even no indications of struggle. If he had drowned or been submerged by someone, he would have fought desperately for his life, which typically wouldn't show merely in broken fingernails or scratches on the assailant. There would be remnants of blood and flesh in the nail beds. However, Chindali did not struggle, similar to how his wife perished in the toilet. He likely fainted suddenly and drowned. Unlike his wife, who died in a locked bathroom with surveillance in the living room, qualifying it as an accidental death, Yan Ming elaborated. Chindali, on the other hand, left the community on his own, ultimately meeting his demise in the Jinshui Canal, which is several miles away. Even if his body was washed there, the nearest section of the canal to his residence is still a couple of miles distant. No one knows what transpired. There is one person who may know, Li Yi suddenly interjected. Who? Yan Ming's eyes widened in surprise. I don't know his name, but you can easily find out. Li Yi replied. However, you must be prepared. Once you inquire, your entire worldview may shatter as a result. Chapter 39, Possession? How did you become aware of this case? In an interrogation room at the Hudong District Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team, Yan Ming asked Li Yi. I suppose I was one of those who brought him in, Li Yi said, lighting a cigarette and glancing at the wall where the words confess for leniency, resist severely were emblazoned. To my knowledge, he turned himself in, Yan Ming remarked. How could a murderer who had been at large for over 2 years suddenly confess without provocation? Li Yi countered. Are you implying that you influenced his confession? Yan Ming furrowed his brow. One of the factors, Li Yi replied nonchalantly. But no buts. Do not forget our agreement, Li Yi interrupted. Trouble arises the moment one gets entangled with the police. Yet, what can be done? Chindali's death was simply too enigmatic, and I cannot find a single lead. Initially, Li Yi had contemplated relinquishing this business venture, for after all, the nursing home was not a gift bestowed upon him. He would need to provide Chunda with at least 3 to 4 million yuan, a sum that he simply did not possess. However, upon learning that the nursing home was to be developed, its value would soar to over 10 million. The prospect of acquiring it for 4 million and selling it for 10 million within 6 months, yielding a profit of 6 million, was too enticing to dismiss. Thus, in order to resolve the case within the stipulated time frame, Li Yi found himself compelled to collaborate with Captain Yin, otherwise, he would have no means of confronting the individual in question. The iron door of the interrogation room creaked open, revealing two officers escorting a slightly hunched man, handcuffed and bearing an air of trepidation. The elder of the two officers directed a remark towards Captain Yin, urging him to expedite the process. Understood, Yin acknowledged. To be candid, he was aware that he was bending the rules. The man was a murderer who had just confessed, and the case had yet to be fully elucidated. According to protocol, individuals not part of the investigative team were prohibited from meeting him. The officers secured the man to the interrogation chair before exiting the room. Captain Yin took a seat opposite the man, alongside Li Yi, pondering how to initiate the conversation. Suddenly, the man, his face a mask of fear, exclaimed, "It's you? Ah, it seems you're not quite mad after all," Li Yi responded with a smile. Earlier that morning, when Yin Ming had come to fetch Li Yi, the conveyed information indicated that someone had indeed confessed to a murder case from 2 years prior. However, the perpetrator was reportedly deranged. When the police arrived to apprehend him, he was found in his basement, disheveled and reeking, his eyes vacant as he mumbled about his crime, clearly in a state of mental collapse. "What more do you want from me?" the hunchbacked man cried in terror. "Yang Chikuan." No shouting, Captain Yin admonished sharply. According to the agreement between him and Li Yi, the latter had consented to assist in the investigation, but Yin Ming was instructed not to disclose any information about him or even acknowledge his involvement in the inquiry. The circumstances surrounding the hunchbacked man were to remain confidential. Thus, Yin Ming had no choice but to silence him. Lest personnel from the precinct become involved and complicate matters for Li Yi. Yet, Yin Ming's reprimand did little to quell the man's agitation. "Even in my state, you still want to leave me alone?" he shouted. "You would do well to heed his words and remain calm. Otherwise, I want to hesitate to summon her back," Li Yi remarked, deliberately loosening a collar button to reveal a black jade talisman hanging at his chest. Yang Chikuan's eyes widened, fixated on the talisman, and he immediately ceased his outcry. Li Yi exhaled softly, relieved. It appeared this man recognized the significance of the artifact. After all, he possessed genuine tools of the trade, including a peachwood sword and a spirit-gathering gourd, which undoubtedly lent credibility to his authority. "I am not here to discuss your crime. Rather, I seek information regarding another case," Li Yi stated matter-of-factly. Yang Chikuan remained silent, his eyes filled with dread. "Do you have a partner or a fellow disciple?" Li Yi inquired, adept at extracting information. Yang Chikuan furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from answering. "Speak. Who is he, and what abilities does he possess?" Li Yi lit another cigarette, leaning back in his chair, adopting a posture of attentive waiting. However, Yang Chikuan's expression fluctuated, and he remained silent. Li Yi, unhurried, continued to smoke as he waited. Captain Yin was perplexed but refrained from interrupting, fully aware that Li Yi was the driving force behind this interrogation, and all he could do was refrain from meddling. As Li Yi finished his cigarette, he discarded the butt and pushed his wheelchair backward, signaling an intention to leave. It was then that Yang Chikuan could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "If I speak, I will surely face death." Li Yi pushed his wheelchair back toward him and replied, "If you remain silent, you will suffer worse than death." Yang Chikuan's expression shifted once more, evidently recalling his experiences from a few days prior. "Are you certain you want him to hear this?" He glanced at Yin Ming. "Captain Yin, the decision rests with you," Li Yi stated. Li Yi had mentioned yesterday that if Yin Ming chose to investigate this lead, his worldview would shatter. Yin Ming, of course, was skeptical and pressed Li Yi for clarification. Li Yi simply remarked, "What if Yuan Xiaolan did not drown due to fainting?" Yin Ming began to grasp what Li Yi was implying, yet he remained unconvinced. "I will stay," Yin Ming declared firmly. "Speak." Li Yi turned to Yang Chikuan. "You must be referring to the incident at the Nanjiao nursing home?" Yang Chikuan ventured. "I heard they plan to develop that area. If this deal goes through, it could be worth 10 million. "I am not interested in trivialities," Li Yi replied. "I have no partner, nor any mentor," Yang Chikuan said. "However, those of our ilk have a network. It was only that afternoon when you apprehended me that I caught wind of this news. At that time, only one of that family had died. Has another perished now? Otherwise, you wouldn't be involved. Are you familiar with his methods?" Li Yi inquired. "I envy them." Yang Chikuan's eyes glinted with fervor. "What do I do? If I put it nicely, I'm a private investigator. If not, I'm merely a paparazzo, a mere tale, a gatherer of intelligence." I can't even produce photographs or recordings. And if I need to procure any evidence, I must play the thief myself. How much can one earn this way? The last deal took me half a month of exhausting work, and I barely made 100,000. But look at him. Each transaction is worth millions, tens of millions. He wouldn't bother unless the stakes were high. Li Yi retrieved a cigarette from his pack, lighting one for himself, and gestured for Yin Ming to offer one to Yang Qikuan. After a couple of deep drags, Yang Qikuan squinted, choking slightly, and said, "There's nothing I can do. I lack the capability to engage in his line of work." "How formidable is he?" Li Yi asked, following the thread of conversation. "Are you aware of spirit possession?" Yang Qikuan's words sent a jolt through Yin Ming's mind, confirming his suspicions. "Are you suggesting that the spirits he practices with can possess individuals? That would indeed be more powerful than you," Li Yi replied nonchalantly. "No, he is not merely controlling spirits. Yang Qikuan shook his head, but suddenly fell silent. Li Yi assumed he was being coy, but upon closer inspection, he noticed Yang Qikuan had gone rigid, his eyes wide open, unblinking. "Stop him!" Li Yi suddenly shouted. Yin Ming was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning of those words. However, in the next instant, Yang Qikuan suddenly rose to his feet, only to be restrained by the interrogation chair, which caused him to collapse back into his seat. Almost immediately, he leaned forward abruptly, striking his head against the barrier of the interrogation chair. The sound of his head hitting the metal surface startled Yin Ming back to reality, prompting him to hurriedly navigate around the interrogation table to prevent Yang Qikuan from delivering a second blow. Yin Ming grasped Yang Qikuan's shoulders firmly, pressing him back against the chair's high backrest. Li Yi, struggling to rise from his wheelchair while gripping the table for support, quickly scanned the room. But it was eerily empty, devoid of any anomalies. What was happening to him? Yin Ming urgently inquired, exerting considerable force to restrain Yang Qikuan, whose strength was formidable. Without applying significant pressure, he could not hold him down. "The spirit has possessed him," Li Yi suggested, though he felt uncertain. Just moments ago, he had detected no unusual presence, nor had he glimpsed any spectral figure. This was the interrogation room, equipped not only with anti-theft bars on the windows, but also a solid iron door. According to Zhu de Kuei, while spirits could traverse walls, doing so weakened them significantly. Akin to a signal being disrupted, weaker spirits, like Chun de Li's, could vanish entirely upon crossing. Thus, spirits typically refrained from passing through walls. How then had this one entered? Just as in the case of Yuan Xiaolan, who had died in a bathroom that also featured anti-theft bars. As Yang Qikuan had asserted, this was not a case of possession. "What should we do?" Yin Ming exclaimed again. "Just hold him down," Li Yi replied, feeling helpless. Although he had recently delved into numerous texts on metaphysics and had heard many peculiar tales from Zhu de Kuei, he lacked the ability to perform spells or any spiritual prowess. Suddenly, Li Yi recalled Yang Qikuan's peachwood sword, which Zhu de Kuei had affirmed was indeed a legitimate talisman capable of harming spirits. Unfortunately, it was cumbersome to carry, and he had not brought it with him. A thought struck him. He remembered he possessed another talisman. Hastily, he removed the ghostly command emblem from around his neck and pressed it against Yang Qikuan's forehead. Unlike the dramatic effects depicted in films, there was no sound of branding iron searing flesh, yet Yang Qikuan's mouth gaped open as if to scream, though no sound emerged. Almost immediately, his tense body went limp, and Li Yi finally perceived a faint silhouette detaching from Yang Qikuan. However, the form was diminutive, barely reaching a height of 1 meter. As it separated from Yang Qikuan, it stumbled towards the rear window, swiftly squeezing through the gaps in the anti-theft bars. What was that entity? Why was its shadow so faint? Chun de Li's spectral form had been far more substantial. Without careful observation, it would have been utterly imperceptible. If it were indeed a spirit, it would likely dissipate within days, its essence lost. And why was it so small? It appeared to be the height of a 3- or 4-year-old child. "Wake up! Wake up!" Yin Ming exclaimed, releasing his grip on Yang Qikuan's shoulders. Having struck his head against the interrogation chair's barrier, Yang Qikuan bore a wound on his forehead, coupled with the fact that he had collapsed into unconsciousness, left Yin Ming deeply alarmed. Could he be dead? If he were to perish, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. It is important to note that this interrogation deviated from the standard procedure. At Li Yi's insistence, there was neither video recording nor audio documentation of the process. Thus, if Yang Qikuan were to die, both he and his accomplice would undoubtedly be implicated in murder. Do not worry. He will not die, Li Yi remarked confidently. He is not yet free from his corporeal form. Li Yi retrieved the ghostly command, wiped away the bloodstains of Yang Qikuan, and hung it back around his neck. He then pinched Yang Qikuan's philtrum, prompting the latter to slowly open his eyes. Do you recall what transpired moments ago? Li Yi inquired. Yang Qikuan, struggling to lift his head, touched his forehead with the hand cuffed to the chair and, noticing the blood on his fingers, remarked, I was just saying that. And then everything went blank. Did he arrive? Indeed, you almost knocked yourself unconscious in that chair, Li Yi replied. I am doomed. Haha, I am truly doomed. Yang Qikuan suddenly erupted in manic laughter. You are indeed doomed, but not today, Li Yi stated. Otherwise, you would have succumbed just now. What good is that? Tomorrow I shall meet the same fate. Yang Qikuan lamented. Perhaps not, Li Yi replied nonchalantly. If I could save you just now, I can capture him as well. Yang Qikuan's expression shifted in surprise, and he urgently exclaimed, You must capture him. It is imperative. Then you may continue, Li Yi instructed. Disclose everything you know. Taking a deep breath, Yang Qikuan began, I do not know his name, only his nickname, Old Crab, as in the creature. I have encountered him twice, but neither time was it his true self. Not his true self? Li Yi furrowed his brow, sensing the crux of the matter. Yes. Yang Qikuan locked eyes with Li Yi and continued, Did I not just mention? He does not command ghosts. He is a ghost himself. Impossible, Li Yi countered, recalling old Jin's assertion that this matter pertained to the living and was unrelated to the deceased. Well, he is not a dead ghost, but a living one. Yang Qikuan insisted. Have you heard of astral projection? Li Yi's eyes widened, realizing the significance of this revelation. He possesses an ability, whether innate or through some form of cultivation, to project his spirit, transforming into a living soul, a living ghost. Yang Qikuan elaborated. Then he can possess others. Li Yi frowned. Yang Qikuan's words bore an unsettling truth. If this were indeed the case, tracking him would prove exceedingly difficult. Imagine a being capable of shifting bodies and identities at will. How could one possibly pursue him? This was akin to rendering the suspect into every individual, as anyone could become the vessel he inhabited. I have seen him twice. He solicited my assistance in gathering intelligence, yet each time, the individual who came was different. However, I have heard that he cannot remain in any one body for too long, no more than a day, before he must return to his original form to recuperate, Yang Qikuan added. Li Yi furrowed his brow. While this did narrow down the search parameters, it seemed of little practical use. I have told you everything I know. You must act swiftly. For if he returns, I shall be doomed, Yang Qikuan urged once more. Rest assured, we shall move expeditiously, Li Yi assured him. Li Yi nodded and said, Team Yen, let us go? Yen Ming rushed to knock on the door, but Li Yi moved his wheelchair slightly, retreating back to quietly inquire, by the way, what is the password for the bank card in your wallet? Chapter 41. The mobility scooter now. I have acquired a reputation for coercive interrogation. As they drove out of the substation, Yen Ming remarked. The injury on Yang Qikuan's forehead was quite evident, although the officers at the substation remained silent. The glances exchanged with Yen Ming carried a certain implication. However, Li Yi chose not to engage with this topic, merely stating, How much have you comprehended? Yen Ming paused briefly before responding. I've grasped a little through observation and inference. That's good. I shall not elucidate further, Li Yi replied. Though there were no explicit prohibitions against discussing supernatural matters, excessive discourse could be deemed a breach of cosmic secrets, potentially jeopardizing one's merits. Generally, those directly involved in the events could be informed without issue, but Yen Ming, being a police officer merely investigating the case, was less pertinent to the core of the matter. Allowing him to speculate was permissible, yet providing excessive clarification was inadvisable. That won't do, the case remains unsolved. And I have numerous questions, Yen Ming said anxiously as he parked the car under the shade of a tree. And how do you intend to solve the case? Even if you apprehend the one capable of astral projection, what charges could you possibly bring against him? Li questioned. Don't tell me you plan to report this truthfully. Yen Ming was taken aback. Indeed, even if the murderer were captured, how could the case be concluded? Reported as it is? He was certain that should he dare to do so, the eventual fate of the murderer was uncertain. But he would undoubtedly be stripped of his badge and confined to a psychiatric facility. Yet, the perpetrator must be caught. Yen Ming gritted his teeth. Of course, that is a given. Let us go. First, take me back to the nursing home. During the journey, Li Yi remained silent, contemplating the information he had gathered thus far. According to Yang Qikuan, the entity could only sustain its possession for a maximum of 1 day before needing to return to its original body to recuperate. However, whether during the deaths of Chun Dali or Yuan Xiaolan, it likely did not take a considerable amount of time, particularly in the case of Yuan Xiaolan, which occurred within a mere few minutes. For a ghost, wandering the city was no simple task. Li Yi was uncertain whether a soul feared sunlight. But at least from its attempt to slip through the gaps in the security window, it seemed to fear being struck by people or vehicles. This suggested that its original body could not be far away. Turn around, Li Yi suddenly exclaimed. What? Yin Ming inquired. I have a possibility in mind. We must return. Li stated. It won't be so easy to meet Yang Qikuan again, Yin Ming lamented. Having just met, the man had already sustained an injury. It was unlikely that his friends at the substation would agree to another meeting. If we don't see him, Li Yi replied, let us check the surveillance footage. I suspect the murderer was nearby at the time. After returning, they reviewed the surveillance footage, searching for suspicious vehicles in the vicinity. Only one vehicle met the criteria. Yin Ming gazed at the footage displaying the mobility scooter driving away, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Although Day City serves as the provincial capital, it remains relatively underdeveloped, particularly in the suburban areas. Here, one can frequently encounter the peculiar presence of elderly mobility scooters, which, despite being four-wheeled, do not require registration. In this day and age, even motorcycles necessitate licenses, and electric bicycles must be registered. Yet, these electric vehicles evade such regulations. This particular half-worn mobility scooter was also unregistered and bore tinted windows, obscuring the view of its interior. Its stay was less than 20 minutes, indicating that it nearly arrived concurrently with us. Li Yi said, adjust the road surveillance. Yin Ming's expression turned grave as he immediately borrowed a computer from the substation to access the road monitoring footage. Indeed, the vehicle had trailed behind Yin Ming's police car, originating from the nursing home. Let us go, Li Yi instructed. Where to? Yin Ming inquired. Back to the nursing home, Li Yi replied. Since this vehicle followed us from near the nursing home, it's possible the individual has returned there. Let us move. Yin Ming promptly led the way, speeding along the route. Li Yi felt a sense of trepidation, grateful that he refrained from using the siren and adhered to traffic regulations. Upon returning to the nursing home, Li Yi immediately proceeded to the duty room on the first floor, where surveillance was also installed. Accessing the external walls monitoring system, Li Yi and Yin Ming reviewed the footage from recent days, yet they found nothing. The electric scooter had not appeared at all. What now? Yin Ming despondently offered Li Yi a cigarette. You're the police. Why are you asking me? Li Yi retorted, lighting the cigarette. You should check the surveillance near Chun Dali's residence to see if that electric scooter has shown up. Understood. Yin Ming nodded emphatically. This matter is solely your responsibility, understand? I do. If I mention it, no one will believe me, Yin Ming said, rising to leave. Also, be cautious, Li Yi added. Since the adversary had been tailing them and attempted to eliminate Yang Qikuan, it was evident that they were aware of the potential threat posed by their investigation. Thus, it was prudent to consider that the individual might directly harm both Yin Ming and himself. I possess the ability to perceive spirits and hold the ghost officer's decree. They may hesitate to act against me, but I cannot say the same for Yin Ming, he thought. How should I exercise caution? Yin Ming queried, perplexing Li Yi. He was at a loss. Not only could he not draw protective talismans for living souls, but even for restless spirits, it was not within his capabilities. Lending the ghost officer's decree was out of the question, as it served as his official identification, akin to a work certificate issued by the authorities. However, he recalled that he possessed a peachwood sword, which could ward off evil spirits. But asking Yin Ming to carry a peachwood sword back to the Criminal Investigation Unit seemed impractical. Just be careful, Li Yi said helplessly. Yin Ming, with a wry smile, departed. Li Yi exited the monitoring room, greeting a group of elderly individuals while pushing a wheelchair, before heading to the small bungalow in the backyard where he met Zhu Dakue and Chen Dali. Zhu Dakue had been keeping a watchful eye on Yuan Xiaomei and her spouse the previous night, and returned early to report to Li Yi that there were no anomalies. According to Li Yi's description, Chen Dali and his wife expressed that they had never paid much attention to an old utility vehicle, as anyone would naturally take a second glance at a supercar worth millions. However, who would bother to notice an old utility vehicle priced at 30 to 50,000? Master, how is my son doing now? Is he any better? Yuan Xiaolin immediately questioned after answering Li Yi's inquiry. How would I know? I haven't seen him, Li Yi replied. This morning, after having breakfast, Li Yi was taken away by Yan Ming, and at that time, Chun Xiaobin had not yet risen. That shouldn't be the case. My son never sleeps in. He went to bed quite early last night, Yuan Xiaolin murmured. A sudden unease gripped Li Yi's heart, as he feared that the young man might have met an unfortunate fate as well. Chapter 42. A necessity to kill initially. Li Yi was most suspicious of Chun Xiaobin's uncle. Based on Song Yang's deductions, if the entire Chun family perished, the one who would benefit the most would undoubtedly be Yuan Xiaomei, the closest relative. However, according to Yang Qikuan, that individual typically engaged in transactions worth millions and had done so more than once, which contradicted Yuan Xiaomei's family's financial standing. Analyzing that person's modus operandi, Li Yi surmised that he would first eliminate the entire family until only one remained, then impersonate the survivor to transfer all their assets before ultimately silencing the last living witness. In this manner, all the wealth would be secured, while not entirely undetected. It would at least evade the scrutiny of the living. However, this time, he had inadvertently chosen the wrong target and the wrong moment, resulting in Chun Dali's spirit seeking out Li Yi. Sitting in a wheelchair, Li Yi knocked on Chun Xiaobin's door, his heart racing with anxiety. If this young man had also met his demise, there would be a considerable chance that the perpetrator had succeeded in his scheme and had already transferred the nursing home. Although Li Yi could ascertain the cause of Chun Dali's death, he would be unable to acquire the nursing home, even with the contract in hand. A legal battle would ensue, and the odds of winning would be slim. After knocking a second time, Li Yi's heart sank further when no response came. Was he to be cursed with another instance of unfortunate foresight? However, he had not voiced his inner suspicions aloud. Could it be that mere contemplation was enough to manifest such outcomes? Coming. Suddenly, Chun Xiaobin's voice emerged from within, sounding somewhat weak, as if he had just awakened. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief, waiting momentarily before the door finally opened. What is it? Chun Xiaobin appeared somewhat drowsy. Oh, I noticed you hadn't eaten breakfast, and feared you might have overslept. It's nearly noon, Li Yi casually remarked, while internally pondering how poorly the young man must have been sleeping these past few days. With parents lost under mysterious circumstances, who could possibly rest easy? Had he finally reached his limit and overslept? Understood, Chun Xiaobin said, promptly shutting the door. Was this behavior not exceedingly rude? Even if a friend had disturbed his slumber, a simple expression of gratitude would have sufficed. Li Yi pushed his wheelchair away, turned, and entered the elevator, making his way to his own room upstairs. Moments later, he returned to Chun Xiaobin's door and knocked once more. Chun Xiaobin opened the door, casting a cold glance at Li Yi. There's one more thing I forgot to mention, Li Yi said. Chun Xiaobin remained silent, and Li Yi gestured for him to come closer. Chun Xiaobin paused for a moment before stepping closer and slightly bowing. Suddenly, Li Yi raised his hand, forcefully pressing the recently removed ghost officer's order against Chun Xiaobin's forehead. Chun Xiaobin's eyes widened in shock, though no sound escaped his lips, his state reminiscent of Yang Qikuan at that moment. Following this, a faint, childlike figure detached itself from him and swiftly darted toward the back window. However, Li Yi reached out and retrieved a peachwood sword from behind his wheelchair, casting it forward with a flick of his wrist. The sword struck the short legs of the spirit, eliciting a piercing wail as it tumbled to the ground. Did you truly believe you could deceive me? Li Yi remarked disdainfully, maneuvering his wheelchair past the unconscious Chun Xiaobin until he reached the spirit. He first picked up the peachwood sword, then scrutinized the creature closely. At last, he realized it was not a child, but rather a dwarf. Originally less than a meter tall. Now, with its legs severed by the sword, it lay on the ground, appearing even smaller. Oh, I had assumed that what had emerged was a primordial spirit or some such entity, hence its juvenile appearance. Turns out it is merely a dwarf, Li Yi commented. You dare to harm me. The dwarf cried out, its visage twisted in pain. I would not hesitate to kill you, Li Yi replied coolly, pointing the peachwood sword at the dwarf's throat. Please, don't kill me. I concede. The dwarf gritted through its teeth. Should I be expecting the next line to be let me go? Li Yi inquired. I will pay you, the dwarf exclaimed. Pay? Li Yi chuckled. What do you believe your life is worth? 5 million, the dwarf declared. If you spare me, I will give you 5 million. TSK. I have heard you have earned more than 10 million, Li Yi said with a teasing smile. 10 million. My entire fortune, all of it is yours, the dwarf insisted. Are you certain this is your entire wealth? Li asked, genuinely intrigued. I still have 2 properties that I haven't sold. If you desire them, they are yours too. The dwarf replied fiercely. Forget it, too hot to handle, Li responded. Now let us discuss this 10 million. How will the transfer occur? Such a substantial sum requires my personal presence at the bank for the transfer, so you must allow me to return to my own body first, the dwarf stated. Li pondered for a moment, realizing this was a perilous undertaking. This creature was formidable. As a spirit, killing it was inconsequential. But once it returned to its physical form, he would be unable to expel its soul again. As for directly killing it, Li had no desire to risk his life, nor did he trust that he could eliminate a living person without attracting police attention. As for letting it go, that thought never crossed Li's mind. Should he allow it to escape, who could guard against its lethal methods? Even if it dared not possess him, he was not alone in this world. This risk was absolutely untenable. Alas, it was a pity. 1 million was within reach, but slipping away. Li felt a deep-seated frustration at the cumbersome process of transferring large sums through banks. If only it were as simple as with overseas banks like Zhao Weiqing's, where one could transfer funds directly with just an account and password, merely incurring a small fee. What a hassle! Li let out a sigh, his peachwood sword poised to strike, when suddenly he heard a startled cry from the doorway. Momentarily taken aback, he watched as the dwarf sprang up from the ground. Astonishingly, the legs that Li had severed had grown back, though his form had become increasingly ethereal. The diminutive legs dashed swiftly toward the entrance. In a panic, Li hurled his peachwood sword once more, but this time the dwarf was prepared. With a flicker of movement, he propelled himself off the wall, leaping onto the ceiling, and executed a somersault to land at the door. Just then, a figure rushed past. It was Sister Lu, the caregiver, who had evidently been passing by, and, upon seeing Chun Xiaobin collapsed at the entrance, let out a startled scream before rushing over. The dwarf's figure lunged at Sister Lu, merging with her in an instant. Sister Lu stiffened momentarily, then suddenly turned to face Li, who was pushing the wheelchair toward her, and displayed a peculiar smile before sprinting outside with remarkable speed. By the time Li navigated around Chun Xiaobin and burst out the door, there was no trace of Sister Lu. Chapter 43. The dwarf in films. It is common for the antagonist to beat the protagonist to near death, only to prattle on before being unexpectedly vanquished. Little did Li anticipate that such a scenario would unfold in his own life. Yet, the troubling reality was that he was not the villain but the hero. Was this script truly one where the antagonist usurps the role of the protagonist, defying mainstream values? Alas, one could only blame that fellow who incessantly spoke of money, a staggering 10 million at that. Li could hardly restrain himself. Growing up in an orphanage, he had experienced material deprivation from a young age, naturally developing a stronger desire for wealth than the average person. Initially, Li managed to maintain a degree of restraint. As director, Bai had always imparted the lesson that one should not covet what does not belong to them. His love for money manifested more in his frugality. However, after the experiences with Yang Feifei and his mother-in-law, the earnings from Zhao Weiqing and Chao Jinlai, Li's values inevitably shifted. He began to believe that earning money through his own capabilities was commendable. What was there to feel ashamed of? Yet here he found himself ensnared by the very thing he had pursued. It seemed that henceforth, he could no longer fixate solely on wealth. Nor could he entertain the notion of easily acquiring money from every possible avenue. As Li pushed the wheelchair and awaited the elevator, he dialed Yan Ming's number. With Sister Lu possessed and sprinting away, he knew he could not keep pace, but based on prior deductions, the entity's true form should not be far off. And having previously injured it, he was confident that by swiftly sealing the area, it could not escape. Li's deductions proved to be accurate. Sister Lu raced out of the nursing home, oblivious to the sweltering midday sun, and dashed toward a nearby budget hotel, ignoring the front desk's greetings. She barreled into the elevator just before the doors closed, ascended to the 5th floor, and rushed to the door at the end of the corridor. Naturally, Sister Lu did not possess the room key. Upon reaching the door, her body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, while the soul of the dwarf slipped through the window at the end of the corridor, effortlessly climbing onto the eaves and jumping into the adjacent room through its window. The room was a standard one, and on one of the beds lay a diminutive figure. The spirit of the dwarf hurriedly climbed onto the bed, re-entering its own body. Awakening, the dwarf stretched and, in a flurry, leapt from the bed, seizing a small bag discarded on the nightstand before rushing towards the door. his unsteady gait reminiscent of a waddling duck. Truth be told, he loathed his own physique, stunted in growth since childhood. He watched as his peers surpassed him in height one by one, a bitter taste of envy and humiliation gnawing at his spirit. Throughout his youth, he lived under the scrutiny of peculiar gazes, his heart laden with insecurity and rage. He harbored resentment towards all those taller than himself, detested the strange looks cast his way, and loathed those who feigned indifference to his deformity while attempting to befriend him. Above all, he resented his parents. Despite being dwarfs themselves, why did they bring him into this world? Thoughts of suicide crossed his mind, a desperate attempt to end his tragic existence. He did attempt to take his own life, yet he did not perish. The sole person he felt grateful for in his life was the doctor who saved him. For as he hovered near death, his soul had departed from his body, and upon being revived, he discovered he could still perform such feats. He began to experiment with allowing his spirit to roam freely, even attempting to possess others, and to his delight, he succeeded. Although each possession could last no more than a day before he had to return to his own body, otherwise, his spirit would weaken. Teetering on the brink of dissolution, it was sufficient for him. He started to possess those who were tall, those normal men, relishing the admiration of others through their bodies, enjoying the pleasures of life and the company of women. However, soon he received warnings. He realized this world harbored others with extraordinary abilities, and he could not act without consequence. Yet, after experiencing this newfound freedom, he comprehended that in this world, a man need not be tall to command respect. Wealth was of utmost importance. Though he was short of stature, he considered himself astute. Thus, he embarked on the pursuit of wealth, but with utmost caution. Each endeavor was preceded by meticulous investigation and well-structured plans. He targeted affluent individuals from uncomplicated familial backgrounds, first possessing those family members who were difficult to control, leading them to unexpected demise. Notably, his preferred method was drowning, for it was the simplest and most convenient for him. During possession, he shared in all sensations, including pain. Drowning another was straightforward. A mere leap into the water would suffice, and upon extricating himself, the victim's consciousness would remain clouded for a time. Sequentially, he would drown family members until only one remained. Then, through the city's shadowy channels, he would transfer their wealth, ultimately extinguishing the last living witness. Through his cautious approach, he amassed considerable wealth over the years, never encountering a hitch. However, this time, an inexplicable incident occurred, all because of that limping boy. After eliminating Chindali, he kept a vigilant eye on the police investigation, ensuring the safety of his actions. Although his methods had never been detected by the authorities, typically deemed as accidental deaths, this time that young officer surprisingly suspected it to be murder, compelling him to exercise caution. He then noticed that Officer Lee seemed to harbor suspicions about him. Subsequently, he discovered that Lee was also investigating the case. Upon further inquiry, he learned from the grapevine that Lee had a talent for reading faces, reportedly earning a BMW with just a single statement. What a splendid scapegoat. Thus, when Lee visited Yuan Xiaolan, he decided to eliminate her. Unbeknownst to him, surveillance cameras were installed in her home. However, he soon stumbled upon an opportunity. That young officer was accompanying a hunchbacked man to inquire about the situation. He had dealings with the hunchback during his previous crimes, having sought information from him on 2 occasions. He had intended to consult him this time as well, but he had taken on a surveillance lawyer's job, leaving him no choice but to investigate personally. After all, to impersonate someone convincingly for several days in order to transfer assets, one must familiarize oneself with their social circle and acquaintances. How could he disguise himself without knowing them? This very reason led him to overlook his investigation of Lee. Had he known there was something peculiar about him, he would not have acted so rashly. The hunchback was aware of his existence, although they had never met in person. That posed a risk. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the hunchback altogether, believing that it would sever their connection. Even if he failed to kill them, the chaos would certainly entangle them, granting him ample time to complete his task. Yet, within the interrogation room, there was no water, rendering his preferred method of drowning useless. He attempted to cause a head injury, but it was painfully ineffective. Oh, why fear pain? Had he mustered all his strength to kill the hunchback, he would not have ended up in such a predicament. This deal was now impossible, and he needed to vacate the city swiftly. He could forfeit the 2 properties he had not yet targeted. At worst, he could relocate to another city, engage in a couple of new deals, and regain everything. As the dwarf spoke, he had already fled the hotel, making his way to a small alley beside it, where his old electric scooter awaited. Chapter 44. The Conclusion. No man is indifferent to luxury cars. The dwarf considered himself a man as well. Yet, despite his financial means, his physical stature rendered him incapable of obtaining a driver's license. His feet barely reached the accelerator. Thus, he had no choice but to purchase a modest old scooter, which could barely reach 60 kilometers per hour and was unsuitable for highways. Half standing, half sitting in the driver's seat, he pressed the accelerator and the electric scooter set off. He needed to escape this place, this city, and distance himself from Lee. He feared not the police. He was confident they could find no evidence linking him to the murder. Even if he were named a suspect, without direct evidence, they could not convict him. He was terrified of Lee, the cripple who seemed capable of perceiving his very soul. A ghostly messenger, he held an official position in the underworld, adorned with a ghostly insignia around his neck. Unable to possess him, he found himself unable to bring about his demise. Yet, he pondered, while I may lack the means to extinguish his life, perhaps others could do so. The dwarf contemplated. After all, it merely required money. At worst, he could invest a little to hire someone to eliminate him. The circles he frequented were not devoid of such specialists. In fact, one need not pay exorbitant fees to hire someone from within his network. A few rogues could easily be found, and a mere few thousand could suffice to take a life. What if he was a ghostly messenger? At most, he could capture spirits. Surely, a few living men could not fail to dispatch a cripple. If he could orchestrate the demise of Lee, would he not be free to act as he pleased in this realm? There would be no need for him to flee. The dwarf's excitement grew with each passing thought, and unconsciously, he pressed the accelerator to its limit. However, the old mobility scooter could barely reach 60. Just then, the wail of police sirens pierced the air, startling the dwarf. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed a police car rapidly closing in. It was that young officer, the captain of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team. The dwarf immediately recalled Yin Ming. That fellow was in league with the cripple, and they had met the camel together. This was dire. If he were caught, even if he could not be charged, trouble would inevitably ensue. What if the cripple employed some trickery? He feared it could spell his end. Desperately, the dwarf pressed the accelerator, but the vehicle had already reached its limits. How could he outrun a police car? A change of route. The advantage of a small vehicle lay in its agility, allowing it to dart through narrow alleys where police cars could not follow. With a sharp turn, he veered into a side street. Unfortunately, this road was under construction, with numerous pits dug for the installation of underground cables by the electric company. Typically, a driver seated normally would be able to see the road conditions and warning signs, but the dwarf, standing, could not see beneath the front of the vehicle, only gazing ahead. Thus, the unfortunate old mobility scooter plunged headfirst into a pit. To make matters worse, he was unable to fasten his seatbelt while standing. Consequently, he was flung from the vehicle, landing fortuitously on a steel rebar jutting from the roadbed. The 2 traffic officers in the patrol car, closely trailing him, were dumbfounded. What was happening? They were on a routine patrol when they spotted an old mobility scooter approaching, an inconsequential contraption they thought to ignore. Yet, to their shock, the vehicle appeared to be without a driver. Almost fainting from surprise, they wondered if this dilapidated mobility scooter had somehow become self-driving. Upon closer inspection, they realized there was indeed a driver, albeit a mere child, no more than 4 or 5 years old. This was unacceptable. They needed to pursue and ensure the child stopped. Otherwise, if he crashed, it would be his fault. But what if he harmed others? The officers quickly turned around, activating their sirens to signal the child to halt, only to be taken aback when the vehicle showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, it abruptly turned into a side road and plunged straight into the excavation for the cable installation. Whose responsibility was this? It is certainly not Li Yi's responsibility. He is presently waiting at the entrance of the nursing home for Yin Ming. The dwarf, in his guilt, fails to consider how long Yin Ming has been driving the police car. How could he possibly arrive so swiftly to apprehend him? It would take at least 20 minutes to travel from the 2nd Division to the nursing home. By the time Yin Ming receives Li Yi's call and hastily arrives at the nursing home, the news of the dwarf's inexplicable death has already spread throughout the social circle. This couldn't have been your doing, could it? Yin Ming stares at his phone, dumbfounded. Of course not. Li Yi vehemently denies. Then you claim you harmed him? Yin Ming inquires. I injured his very soul, not his physical form, Li Yi replies. I have never even encountered him in person, yet his death is rather peculiar. Isn't it? Yin Ming remarks. One could only say it is a form of retribution, Li asserts. So, has this case been resolved? Yin Ming asks. Certainly. It has been resolved. Furthermore, with the death of a person, for me, it is a conclusive case, Li states. As for your end, you shall manage it as you see fit. What else can be done? Yin Ming sighs. Yuan Xiaolin has already classified it as an accident, and Qindali will likely handle it as an incident occurring after drinking. Isn't that sufficient? Li responds. Yin Ming pulls out a cigarette case. Burdened with thoughts, lights one for himself, and then realizes he should offer one to Li, saying, I somewhat regret seeking your assistance. How can I continue to be a police officer after this? I warned you that your worldview would shatter, Li replies. In the future, for any such bizarre cases, you must assist me in resolving them. That is impossible. Li immediately retorts, I am not a police officer. Who dragged me into this murky water? Yin Ming insists. You must take responsibility. Li exclaims, irritated. Indeed, I have attached myself to you. Yin Ming extinguishes his cigarette and prepares to leave. Dealing with the police is always troublesome. Look, this is even more shameless than a rogue. Li shakes his head in resignation, pushing the wheelchair towards the duty room on the first floor where Sister Lu is still in a daze. The unfortunate Sister Lu, possessed by the dwarf, had rushed to the nearby budget hotel, but upon the dwarf's departure, she found herself unconscious in the corridor for quite some time. Upon awakening with no recollection of how she arrived there, she is understandably perplexed. Thus, Sister Lu firmly believes she has encountered a ghost. Li, of course, would not unveil the truth. He merely comforts her to rest well. The elderly residents, upon hearing the tale, unanimously conclude that she has succumbed to hysteria. Hysteria, according to psychiatry, falls under transient mental illness. In folklore, it is said to be influenced by spirits, encountering negative energy. Mental health professionals find such conditions unmanageable, as they lack the potential for recurrence and may even result in collective episodes, leaving the cause elusive. However, the folk approach to such situations is rather nonchalant. As long as no harm is inflicted during the episode, there are no lasting repercussions. Sister Lu, in this instance, is easily placated by the elderly residents. Next, Li prepares to collect his dues. Chapter 45. A tangle. The Count Qin Xiaobin has awakened. This time, it is truly him who has returned. Do you recall the events of the past few days? Li inquires. Qin Xiaobin appeared somewhat dazed, nodding as he recounted, I remember my mother called me, saying my father had encountered an accident. I took a flight back, and police were there to greet me, informing me that my mother had also met with misfortune. After that, everything became a blur, and I think I ended up at the police station. Then I found myself here. Li nodded, realizing that during the time of the dwarf's possession, Qin was not entirely devoid of memory. Rather, his spirit had lost control over his body, causing his recollections to become obscured. In light of this, there was no need for extensive explanations. It sufficed to say that his fainting was a result of overwhelming grief. It seemed that the situation was not dire. As a quasi-physician, Li offered a few medical recommendations, primarily advising him to relax and rest adequately. Qin Xiaobin nodded repeatedly, expressing gratitude to Li fervently. This was indeed the demeanor of a normal individual, in stark contrast to the aloofness he exhibited while possessed, where he could barely muster a courteous word. His poor acting skills were destined to be exposed. By the way, there was another matter. Li retrieved the contract that he had just had Qindali sign. This contract was not easy to finalize, after several days of effort. The true culprit had finally been identified, and the perpetrator had faced their just deserts. Qindali could finally lay his concerns to rest. The only aspect he found unsatisfactory was Li Yi's asking price of 3,800,000. Initially, he had intended to offer 4 million, but due to the funds accumulated during this period, as well as the money extracted from Yang Chiquan's bank card, he could only manage slightly over 3,800,000. Fortunately, Qindali was unaware of the impending development of the nursing home's land, a fact Li chose to withhold from him. After all, how would a deceased person know about such matters? Thus, despite being a tad below his anticipated amount, it was not excessively so, and he consented. As for Li Yi, he felt no guilt for having outwitted a ghost. The rumors surrounding the redevelopment were dubious at best. For instance, the old community where Li Yi had previously resided had been clamoring for demolition for a decade, yet it remained unchanged. Moreover, it was only fitting that he profited. Had it not been for him, the Qin family would have faced extinction. Saving their son warranted a token of gratitude, did it not? Consequently, Li enlisted the assistance of an elderly gentleman with a robust physique, who aided him in wheeling Chun Dali to the backyard, where Dali, following Zhu Dakui's instructions, possessed the old man to sign the document. What? Impossible. My father would never sell the nursing home, Chun Xiaobin exclaimed, his anger flaring as he laid eyes on the contract. The black and white text left no room for doubt. Li replied, "Look here. It states clearly that the nursing home, along with the land and ancillary structures, is being transferred to me for a one-time payment of 3,800,000. Impossible. My father had no reason to sell the nursing home." Chun Xiaobin glared at Li, his eyes ablaze. "I've heard that this area is set for development. The land value will skyrocket. Tell me, did you kill my father just to seize our land? You ought to direct that question to the police," Li retorted, irritated. "Humph. Regardless, I don't believe you," Chun Xiaobin shouted defiantly. "My father is already dead. What can you do if I refuse to acknowledge this?" Li sighed in exasperation. "What a waste of a good person. Had I known, it would have been better to let the dwarf finish you off." However, the dwarf truly managed to bring about his demise. It seems this will only add to the confusion, making it even more difficult to account for. At a loss for how to articulate the situation, they were suddenly interrupted by a commotion from downstairs. The two had to pause their conversation and descended to discover that the Qian siblings had returned to cause a ruckus. With only a few days remaining before the court hearing, the trio had evidently invested considerable effort into extorting money, even going so far as to hire online influencers to create a stir on local forums and social media platforms. The uproar was quite pronounced. Were it not for Chun Dali's death, it was likely that all discussions would have revolved around this matter in recent days. Unbeknownst to the Qian siblings, Chun Dali had passed away. Witnessing the lack of response from the nursing home, they believed their intimidation tactics had taken effect and were emboldened. Today, they had even invited several local media reporters, along with a handful of dubious bloggers and social media personalities, nearly 20 in total, to conduct interviews. Although they claimed it was an interview, the outcome of the reporting was ultimately dictated by the Qians. As the reporters converged, Chun Xiaobin inquired about the situation from Director Lu, and his face paled as he finally grasped why his father had chosen to sell the nursing home. "Very well. I agree to sell the nursing home to you," Chun Xiaobin exclaimed, pulling Li aside. "Oh, your father has deceived me," Li retorted, revealing his awareness of the troubles concerning President Qian. Although it was somewhat troublesome, given the price, he felt he wouldn't incur a loss. However, he had not anticipated their level of disruption. If this gained traction online, it could lead to consequences far beyond mere financial loss. It might even land him in prison. "The contract has already been signed, in black and white. You cannot back out," Chun Xiaobin shouted. "But your father is dead," Li countered. "That does not absolve you from your obligations," Chun Xiaobin insisted. "Otherwise, I will take you to court for breach of contract." "Ah, so you're resorting to legal measures. Who will you sue? The nursing home? Come, let us file a joint lawsuit. There is strength in numbers." The daughter of the Qian family, overhearing the mention of a lawsuit, quickly approached. "Spare me," Li scoffed. "Do you even know who he is? He is the son of Chun Dali." The smile on the Qian daughter's face vanished, replaced by a cold expression. "Huh, your father was responsible for my father's death. Just wait. I will see to it that he is imprisoned." "That, alas, seems improbable," Li shook his head. "What do you mean improbable? I have influential connections," Ms. Qian declared proudly. "Influential connections are of little consequence. It is the connections below that matter," Li retorted. "What do you mean by that?" Ms. Qian furrowed her brow. "Have you not heard? Chun Dali has already passed away," Li informed her. "What? He is dead?" Ms. Qian was momentarily taken aback, pondering where she would direct her extortion. "Even in death, you must bear the consequences of your father's actions." She pointed an accusatory finger at Chun Xiaobin. "Why are you blaming me? My father sold the nursing home before his passing," Chun Xiaobin shouted. Ms. Qian was once again left speechless, eventually asking, "To whom did he sell it?" "To me," Li replied with an innocent smile. "You? Perfect. You will be responsible for the compensation," Ms. Qian exclaimed. "On what basis? Your father passed away in a nursing home managed by Chun Dali. What gives you the right to extort me?" Li challenged. But what? If you have the capability, go after Chun Dali," Li scoffed. "Pursue Chun Dali?" Chapter 46. Boss Li. Initially, it was presumed that extorting the timid and easily frightened Chun Dali would be a straightforward endeavor. However, just as the money seemed within reach. Chen Dali met his untimely demise, and the owner of the nursing home transformed into Li Yi. This individual evidently intended to employ underhanded tactics, prompting the Qian siblings to promptly consult their attorney for strategies. Their primary objective was to ensure they pursued legal action against Nanshan Nursing Home rather than Chen Dali personally. The lawyer busied himself preparing counterarguments against Li Yi's potential deceitful claims. Li Yi, however, made his way to Attorney Zhou's office, supported by crutches. Indeed, his rib injury had not been severe, and he had nearly fully recovered, managing to use the crutches with difficulty. "Ah, you again?" Attorney Zhou expressed a hint of reluctance upon seeing Li Yi, fearing that he might once more attempt to exploit him, perhaps regarding the transfer contract of the nursing home, which would be an illegal act. "What do you mean? If business comes knocking, why wouldn't you welcome it?" Li Yi retorted, unceremoniously seating himself in the chair opposite Zhou's desk, resting his crutches against the table. "What is this commotion? Is it regarding your nursing home lawsuit?" Zhou inquired. "What do you mean This is mine, personally," Li Yi asserted. Chen Xiaobin was eager to transfer ownership, and Li Yi was just as eager to take over. Thus, he willingly paid a brokerage firm to handle the procedures, which were completed in just 2 days. The nursing home was now Li Yi's personal asset. With 100% ownership, although Director Liu retained a 10% share of the profits, as per the original agreement between him and Chen Dali. Li Yi had left it unchanged, recognizing that Director Liu had performed his duties competently. Upon hearing this, Attorney Zhou could not suppress a grimace. The fraudulent contract had indeed taken effect. "This case is now entrusted to you," Li Yi declared. "You mentioned that this case would be straightforward to win, correct? It can be won, but it may not be as simple as you think. As you know, they are currently creating quite a stir in the media, which could influence the case's trajectory to some extent," Zhou replied, furrowing his brow. "I am unconcerned. It must be won." Li Yi insisted. "Not only must we win, but I also intend to countersue for defamation against the nursing home's reputation, seeking compensation for its damages. This presents a challenge for me," Zhou chuckled wryly. "Without sufficient evidence, such defamation cases are difficult to win, and even if we do prevail, the compensation awarded may be minimal. I will find a way to gather evidence. You just focus on the lawsuit." Li Yi pondered for a moment before responding. "Of course, we must countersue. How else can we prove the nursing home's innocence? As for evidence, I have a clever plan." In the past few days, Li Yi had attempted to master the dwarf's technique of soul separation, but had failed. It appeared that the rewards obtained from near-death experiences varied. Although he had acquired the ability of yin-yang vision, he could not learn the skill of astral projection. While he could not replicate the dwarf's ultimate technique, he could easily grasp the camels. Therefore, Li Yi assigned Zhu Dakue the task of surveilling the Qian siblings that evening. Given their impetuous nature, the 3 siblings would undoubtedly discuss the case, and perhaps they would inadvertently reveal secrets. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in countless battles. Even without the means to record audio or video, understanding the opponent's thoughts allows Lawyer Zhou to respond with far greater ease. After leaving Lawyer Zhou's office, Li Yi took a taxi back to the nursing home. As the new proprietor of the facility, he found the elderly residents to be exceptionally warm towards him. The uproar caused by the Qian siblings and the recent passing of Chen Dali had left the seniors in a state of concern. They pondered what would become of them should the nursing home cease operations. The elderly often find themselves in such circumstances due to various hardships. Perhaps their children are too busy, or they face financial difficulties. Otherwise, they might simply hire a caregiver to assist them at home. Some even contend with ungrateful children who are unwilling to bear the burden. Consequently, finding a suitable and satisfactory nursing home proves to be an arduous task. Firstly, the facility must have commendable conditions. It is indeed rare to find a nursing home like Nanshan Senior Community, which spans 2 to 3 acres with ample grounds for planting flowers and grass. In contrast, some nursing homes in urban areas occupy entire residential buildings, devoid of activity spaces, with rooms crammed full of beds, leaving no room to turn around. Secondly, the nursing home must employ a sufficient number of well-trained caregivers. Do you think the Qian siblings' allegations of elder abuse at the nursing home are mere fabrications? They dare to speak out because such incidents are far too commonplace. Thus, the residents were genuinely pleased with Li Yi taking over the nursing home, for he is the most skilled caregiver there, renowned for his kind demeanor towards the elderly. Having long since earned their trust, Li Yi's management of the nursing home would certainly not resemble that of an amateur who might drive the establishment to closure. Rest assured, there will be no price increases, Li Yi reassured the elderly residents who repeatedly inquired about potential hikes in fees as he wheeled his way to the director's office. Oh, the boss has come to inspect the operations. Director Liu remarked with a smile. Is it interesting here? Li Yi replied with a wry smile. What's wrong? Isn't it correct to call you boss? Director Liu chuckled, urging him to sit down. You should be resting. Your injury hasn't healed yet. Why are you avoiding the wheelchair and insisting on using crutches? Indeed, Li Yi felt quite fatigued. While using crutches appeared easier, it proved to be quite taxing. By the end of the day, he regretted not opting for the wheelchair, which would have been more convenient. However, now that he had ascended to the position of owner, he could not allow others to look down upon him. Maintaining the authority of a proprietor was essential. You've arrived just in time. 2 families have requested to remove their elderly relatives. This situation cannot continue, Director Liu said. No worries. Once the court hearing takes place in a few days, everything will be fine, Li Yi reassured him. This lawsuit is bound to be won, but even with a favorable outcome, the nursing home's reputation would inevitably suffer, leading to a decline in business in the short term. Well, as long as you're not worried about losing money, everything will be all right, Director Liu said. How could I not worry about losing money? Li Yi replied with a bitter smile. All my assets are tied up in this nursing home. While a lack of profit may not be a problem, incurring losses would leave me unable to cover any expenses. Oh, it won't come to that. At worst, you might earn a bit less, but you'll at least break even, Director Liu chuckled. In any case, this area will be slated for demolition in 6 months. When the land is sold, you will still make a profit. Li Yi pressed his lips together and remarked, we cannot approach this matter with such a mindset. The elderly residents are quite satisfied with our nursing home. How will they be accommodated once the demolition occurs? I have considered using the compensation from the demolition to reconstruct it. Thus we must manage our operations with a long-term perspective. Just as he was articulating his thoughts, Feng Ting burst through the door in a flurry, disregarding the serious conversation between the two, and exclaimed, Xiao Yi, I have resigned. What? Li Yi was taken aback, pondering what trouble this young lady was stirring up again. While he was in the midst of handling the transfer procedures for the nursing home, Feng Ting was clamoring to resign in order to work for him. However, considering her temperament, he couldn't help but think that putting her in charge of the elderly might lead to disastrous results. Thus, he hesitated to give his consent. To his surprise, Feng Ting had already made her own decision. I had a spat with the boss, and she let me go on the spot, Feng Ting declared, her voice brimming with indignation. Li Yi blinked in confusion, wondering what new predicament had arisen. Chapter 47. Business opportunities. Feng Ting had been working as a receptionist at an advertising agency, relying on her looks to secure her position. However, beauty often attracts trouble. And while a few persistent admirers were hardly a challenge for someone like Feng Ting, the reality remained that, to certain employers, employees were akin to private assets. Although the company owner was a woman who refrained from crossing personal boundaries, she still sought to leverage her employees for her own gain. Fortunately, she dared not overstep too far. It was merely the case that when a significant client arrived, she would summon several employees to accompany her for a meal. Yet Feng Ting, the receptionist, found herself burdened with the additional role of a sales representative, expected to endure these social engagements without any commission, which had long since filled her with resentment. However, for the sake of her salary, she had learned to swallow her frustrations. Today, a Mr. Huang had returned, having previously dined with Feng Ting at the behest of the owner, during which he had obnoxiously attempted to intoxicate her. With her keen instincts, Feng Ting had managed to slip away then, but this time he specifically requested her presence for karaoke. As the workday concluded, the owner sought out Feng Ting to assign her this task, insisting that she must not abandon her post midway this time, and must ensure Mr. Huang was thoroughly entertained, or else the failure to secure the contract would fall squarely on her shoulders. In the past, Feng Ting had reluctantly accepted such indignities, knowing she would have to endure yet another meal and karaoke session. At most, she could devise ways to prevent Mr. Huang from taking advantage of her, but now, emboldened by her newfound options, she resolutely refused the unreasonable demands of her employer. Do you still wish to keep your job? The owner barked, revealing her true colors. She believed that by controlling Feng Ting's livelihood, she could act with impunity. It's not as if I'm asking you to sleep with him. It's merely a meal and some singing. There will be many others present. How much could you possibly lose? Are you truly willing to forfeit your monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000 for something so trivial? Thus, when Feng Ting decided to resign on the spot, the owner was momentarily dumbfounded, her expression shifting from shock to anger, perceiving it as a challenge to her authority. This ignited a verbal clash between the two women. Am I to suffer losses? Confronting declared triumphantly, relieved that she did not have a heart condition, for otherwise she would surely be hospitalized at that moment. At least you didn't suffer any losses, Li remarked, bemused yet unable to stifle a sigh at the hardships of life. After graduating, I entered a nursing home, where there were far fewer trivial matters to contend with, and Director Liu was particularly accommodating towards the staff, making the atmosphere considerably more relaxed. In contrast, Confronting found herself in a more challenging situation, having changed jobs several times in the 2 years since her graduation. She faced the incessant annoyance of persistent suitors and struggled with her forthright temperament, which made her journey rather arduous. Of course, I won't let myself be at a disadvantage, Confronting exclaimed with bitterness. However, I still haven't completed my resignation procedures, so I suppose last month's wages and this half of the month are lost. Typically, companies would withhold half a month's salary and have regulations requiring a resignation notice to be submitted half a month or even a month in advance. If one wished to resign, the withheld wages would be forfeited. Never mind, I can do without it, Li replied nonchalantly. That won't do. I can't just forfeit this half-month's salary, especially with payday tomorrow. Regardless of the circumstances, I must reclaim my wages from last month. Confronting's spirit was resolute, evidently prepared for yet another confrontation. All right, I'll accompany you tomorrow. Li felt compelled to offer his support. No need for that. I can manage on my own. With you around, I'd have to worry about you if things escalated, Confronting retorted fiercely. Li found himself at a loss for words. Yet he considered that it was ultimately the company's prerogative. Even if Confronting was exceptionally assertive, she might still face setbacks. Reluctantly, he insisted on accompanying her, to which Confronting eventually acquiesced. The company disbursed salaries in the afternoon after work, and since there was little to occupy her the following day, Confronting was assigned to the nursing home, where her role was that of a caregiver. After all, even Director Liu had to assist the elderly with their meals, and it was unreasonable to expect Confronting to be idle. With a salary of $3,500, if you think it's too low, seek employment elsewhere, Li advised. The nursing home provides meals, and I don't have to pay rent at home. It amounts to more than what I would earn working in the city. Why should I not take it? Confronting donned her white coat and followed Sister Liu to begin her shift. Li, however, was filled with concern, fearing that her temperament might lead to conflicts with the elderly residents, which could create complications. Fortunately, the morning passed without incident, and the elderly gentleman and lady surprisingly took a liking to her boisterous and spirited demeanor, allowing Li to breathe a sigh of relief as he leaned on his cane and made his way to Song Yang's small supermarket. I'll take a pack of Hometown Mountain. Li tossed 10 yuan onto the counter. I say, Boss Li, you are worth several million. In 6 months, you'll easily surpass 10 million. Is it really appropriate for you to buy a 10 yuan pack? Song Yang exclaimed. Incorrect, I want the 7 yuan pack. Li replied with utmost seriousness. It wasn't a matter of being miserly. He simply had very little money left. After purchasing the nursing home for 3.8 million and incurring several thousand in transfer fees, Li's bank balance had dwindled to less than 2,000, akin to a return to square one. I've seen stingy, but I've never seen someone as frugal as you, Song Yang grumbled, throwing a pack of white box Hometown Mountain onto the counter and rummaging for 3 yuan in change. Li pocketed the money, opened the cigarette pack, and offered a cigarette to Song Yang, who disdainfully declined and instead lit up his own small cigarette. Li remained unfazed by the jeers of the individual before him, casually savoring a cigarette from Hometown Mountain. He nonchalantly seized a lighter from the counter, igniting the smoke and inhaling deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke as a Cadillac came to a halt in front of the nursing home across the street. Are you the one being sought? Song Yang inquired. Why would they be looking for me? Li retorted. You are the director. Who else would they seek? Song Yang replied. Li rolled his eyes, finally understanding why some individuals sever ties with their former friends upon acquiring wealth, not due to disdain for their less affluent companions, but rather because the bitterness of envy becomes intolerable. Fortunately, Song Yang's wealth surpassed Li's, and since he had recently come into riches, Li decided to afford him some grace, focusing instead on his cigarette. Before he could finish the cigarette, the young man who had just disembarked from the car emerged from the nursing home, not bothering to drive, but instead walking straight across the road toward the small supermarket. Excuse me, is Mr. Li here? The young man inquired upon entering, his gaze fixated on Li Yi, clearly having received directions from the attending nurse, who informed him that Li Yi was there to purchase cigarettes. "I believe he is looking for you," Song Yang remarked. "Is there something you need from me?" Li Yi asked. "Ah, Mr. Li. I was introduced by General Manager Chow from Jinlai Pharmaceutical. I have a matter I would like your assistance with," the young man explained. "Are you here for divination?" Song Yang interjected. Li Yi shot him an exasperated glance. The young man was indeed clever, although it seemed his intellect was misapplied. "Well, one could say that," the young man affirmed. "Master Li, I kindly ask that you do not decline. As for the fee for the divination, that can be discussed. Please share the specifics, and I will see if I can assist." Li Yi extinguished his cigarette, but, realizing that he was in need of funds himself, and since assistance was being offered, he deemed it wise to listen. Chapter 48. Misfortune befalls the family with no seating available in the small supermarket. The three leaned against the counter, each nursing a bottle of mineral water as they conversed. The young man introduced himself as Zhang Guo, a name that carried a certain charm, yet he was undeniably a quintessential second-generation rich kid. His family owned a real estate company and was involved in numerous related enterprises, ranking among the affluent in Day City. However, their family had recently encountered a series of misfortunes. First, his mother had fallen down the stairs, fracturing her thigh and requiring hospitalization. Shortly thereafter, his father was involved in a car accident and found himself in the same hospital, sharing a room with his wife for companionship. As if that weren't enough, his elder brother was embroiled in a scandal involving the company's female secretary, leading to a confrontation with her boyfriend, who attacked him with a knife, resulting in 3 stab wounds to his back. Thankfully, he survived. Meanwhile, his sister faced harassment from her ex-boyfriend, prompting her current partner to intervene, resulting in a chaotic brawl that left her injured as well. Even their family's nanny had been bitten by a dog in their community. It seemed no member of the household was unscathed. "But you are unharmed, are you not?" Li Yi remarked. "I have a feeling I am next in line," Zhang Gu replied with a wry smile. "That may not signify much. Perhaps it is merely coincidence?" Li Yi scrutinized Zhang Gu, observing no signs of malevolence surrounding him. "It cannot simply be coincidence," Zhang Gu remarked, setting aside other matters. "Let us speak of my brother." That day, a man pursued him wielding a knife. Although he ran swiftly, the assailant could not keep up. Yet, as fate would have it, a vehicle suddenly obstructed his path, resulting in a knife wound. He immediately resumed his flight, but just as he gained some distance, a dog sprang forth and tripped him, earning him another cut. He continued to flee, only to have a piece of watermelon rind fall from a garbage truck right beneath his feet. Indeed, this scenario raises some concerns, Li Yi mused. To be honest, I was once skeptical of such tales, but since President Chow is a friend of my father, he specifically recommended you after hearing about our family's plight. As I listened, I began to believe a little. Zhang Gu spoke earnestly. "Master Li, I beg of you." "Well, since it was old Chow who referred you, I shall give it a try," Li Yi replied. "However, I must clarify that I cannot guarantee a solution, naturally. If I fail to resolve the issue, I will not charge you. Rest assured, Master, as long as you are willing to assist. Even if it does not culminate in a solution, I assure you it will not be in vain," Zhang Gu insisted. "See, no wonder there are so many masters with such thoughts. Whether they accurately predict or resolve issues, they still earn a profit," Li Yi remarked. "Now let me ask, are your family members all at the hospital?" "They are at the same hospital, correct? That would make things much more convenient. Let us go tomorrow." "Master, let us not wait until tomorrow. If you have time, shall we not go now?" Zhang Gu urged. "Now, I have some matters to attend to," Li Yi replied, feeling somewhat conflicted, as he had promised to accompany Feng Ting to collect her salary. "Master, lives are at stake. I fear that if I wait until later, I might also meet with an accident on the way back. How about I wait for you to finish, and then we go to the hospital together?" Zhang Gu suggested. "Ah, I see your urgency," Li Yi responded. "Perhaps it would be best to head to the hospital now. However, you must ensure you bring me back afterward, and then you can drive me to take care of my affairs." "That is no problem," Zhang Gu readily assured him. "Then let us depart." Zhang Gu dashed to fetch the car, while Li Yi leaned on his crutches and made his way to the entrance. To his surprise, Song Yang also scurried over, eager to lock the door. "What are you doing?" Li Yi exclaimed. "Just watching the show." Song Yang grinned. "I want to see how you manage to deceive people. If it fails, I might learn a trick or two. Surely it would be quicker than earning a living running a small supermarket." "Damn," Li Yi cursed. "Given our brotherly bond, you still wish to keep secrets?" Song Yang shouted. "Fine, Considering your condition, I'll take it upon myself to assist you as a temporary aid. Li Yi pondered for a moment and said, if you wish to accompany me, then by all means, but any profits are none of your concern. I say, you must have been a pauper in your past life, Song Yang retorted, just as a Cadillac turned around and halted by the roadside. Thus, they boarded the vehicle and made their way directly to the second hospital. Located in the northern part of the city, they navigated a lengthy detour around the ring road, only to be caught in traffic in the bustling city center. By the time they arrived, it was already nearing 3 in the afternoon. Li Yi pondered to himself, realizing that he must act swiftly, otherwise he would miss the opportunity to assist Feng Ting in securing her salary. After much effort, he arrived at the No. 6 inpatient building, reputedly the VIP ward, unlike other crowded hospitals. Here, the rooms were well-equipped and entirely private. Father, this is Mr. Li Yi, Zhang Gu announced as he escorted Li Yi into a spacious room containing 2 hospital beds. Lying upon them were an elderly couple, likely in their 50s or 60s. The old man, despite donning a patient gown, exuded an air of authority. Oh, Mr. Li, you are quite young, remarked General Zhang. Is there a problem? Li Yi asked, furrowing his brow. Oh, no problem at all. I was merely expressing my astonishment, General Zhang quickly clarified. Old Chow had shared some enigmatic tales, and he felt it prudent not to approach this peculiar individual with the same tactics he employed in business. Intimidation was to be avoided. You have no issues. Nor do I, yet the problem does not lie with either of you, Li Yi stated. General Zhang was taken aback. Is that all there is to it? Indeed. It is merely a matter of taking a glance. Should I perform a ritual dance with a peachwood sword for you? Li Yi replied with a smile. Master Li, you jest, General Zhang responded, somewhat bemused. Enough, who is next? Let us see everyone, Li Yi declared. I have my elder brother and sister in the adjacent room. Zhang Gu informed him. The caregiver, Aunt Ling, had only received a rabies vaccination and did not require hospitalization. Thus, the 3 proceeded next door, where Zhang Ji's elder brother, Zhang Yin, resided. Li Yi began to grasp the significance behind General Zhang's naming conventions. The brothers represented both intellect and strength. However, Zhang Yin was far from scholarly. He was a coarse individual who immediately cursed upon hearing Li Yi introduced as a master. Since when did you start believing in these charlatans, you fool? If he possessed such abilities, would he need to fortune tell for money? He could just predict lottery numbers. He exclaimed, Brother, watch your words. Father insisted we invite Master Li. Zhang Gu interjected hastily. Master Li, please disregard him. He has that temperament. Does our father's folly render you foolish as well? Get lost. I have no need for his help. Zhang Yin shouted. Come now, brother, don't be so rude. Let Master Li take a look at my fortune. Zhang Gu's sister, Zhang Shuiying, chimed in with a smile. The young lady appeared to be only mildly injured, not even lying on the bed, but rather sitting on the sofa engrossed in her phone, with only a bandage wrapped around her arm. Very well, let me take a look. You've had 2 abortions. Haven't you? Li Yi remarked, casting a glance at her. Zhang Shuiying was instantly taken aback. Her family was entirely unaware of her past. How could this man possibly know? Upon seeing Zhang Shuiying's reaction, both Zhang Yin and Zhang Gu were equally astonished. Could it be that Li Yi had indeed struck the mark? However, before they could inquire further, Li Yi continued, Yet this is not the crux of the matter. Your family's troubles do not stem from this. Chapter 49. The Wall of Misfortune. Indeed, the family's misfortunes were not rooted in the actions of these individuals. For Li Yi had not perceived any malevolent spirits. Zhang Shuiying's 2 infant spirits were inconsequential, as they had yet to manifest any significant power, at most. They might bring her a modicum of misfortune, but it was unlikely they would endanger her entire family. Well then, I must take my leave. I have pressing matters to attend to, Li Yi remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Gu, reminding him of their agreement for him to serve as a driver for the night. You cannot renege on your word. Master, if it isn't their issue, then what could it be? Perhaps you should visit Aunt Ling? She is at my home. By the way, could it be that there is a problem with the feng shui of my house? Zhang Gu said begrudgingly. Li Yi found himself in a predicament. He was no expert in feng shui. Although he had perused a few books on the subject recently, the complex diagrams left him bewildered, and he had only managed to memorize the names of the trigrams after several days of study. Master, my home is nearby. If you return, you'll pass right by it. Why not take a moment to have a look? Zhang Gu suggested again. Very well, instead of returning to the nursing home, I'll head directly to the city, Li Yi replied, dialing Confronting to instruct her to take a taxi to the company, promising to meet her downstairs shortly. After ending the call, they proceeded to the Zhang residence. The Zhangs lived next to People's Park, in one of the city's earliest villa complexes. Though the standalone villas were modest in size and showed signs of aging, the interiors had recently been renovated. Masterly, would you like some water? Zhang Gu and a woman in her 40s poured 2 cups of tea, one for Li Yi and the other for Song Yang. This woman was Aunt Ling, and fortunately, her injuries were not severe. Li Yi glanced at Aunt Ling and remarked, "This has nothing to do with her." Oh, Zhang Gu waved his hand, signaling Aunt Ling to step out, then settled onto the genuine leather sofa. Masterly, we just renovated our home. Do you think it could be a feng shui issue? Let me take a look, Li Yi replied. Of course, he was not adept at feng shui. His talents lay in perceiving spirits. Perhaps there was indeed a ghost lurking in that very place. The villa, while not expansive, still contained a considerable number of rooms, at least a dozen across 2 floors. Li Yi examined each room thoroughly, even requesting Zhang Gu to open the wardrobes to inspect every nook capable of concealing a person. This exhaustive search consumed a significant amount of time. Yet, it proved fruitless. Nothing was uncovered. There is also a basement, typically used as a wine cellar. Should we not check that as well? Zhang Gu, losing patience, began to doubt Li Yi's abilities. Meanwhile, Song Yang had already reclined on the living room sofa, engrossed in his phone. Let us take a look, Li Yi agreed. Although he did not genuinely believe there was a ghost in the house, he had sensed little in the way of negative energy upstairs or downstairs. After spending considerable time with Zhu Dakuai, Li Yi had developed an instinct for identifying the presence of negative energy. Even locations where a ghost had briefly lingered would retain traces of it. His desire to explore the basement stemmed more from a curiosity about the opulence of a wealthy person's wine cellar than any belief in the supernatural. The so-called wine cellar turned out to be merely a basement filled with several wooden racks, adorned with a plethora of labeled bottles of red wine. After surveying the space, Li Yi felt a twinge of disappointment, partially due to his indifference towards red wine, but also because he had yet to encounter any spirits. What is that room? Emerging from the wine cellar, Li Yi pointed towards another locked door in the basement and inquired. That is where my father keeps some antique calligraphy and paintings. Zhang Gu replied. Let us take a look. Li Yi's interest was piqued during the treasure appraisal craze of the past couple of years. He had inevitably followed the trend and watched various programs, lamenting his lack of familial heritage. If only he had inherited some precious artifacts, he could have struck it rich. Zhang Gu hesitated. Are you not allowed to see? Li Yi frowned in dissatisfaction, turning to leave. He had heard that some collections had dubious origins, and certain items were indeed unsightly, so he didn't want to press the matter. However, Zhang Gu called out, Masterly, please wait a moment. I will fetch the key to unlock the door. Li Yi paused, contemplating whether to forego the exploration, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Men, particularly those who fancy themselves cultured, often have an affinity for antiques, whether out of pretentiousness or for their inherent value. In any case, broadening one's horizons is never amiss. As Zhang Gu ascended to retrieve the key, Li Yi waited by the entrance to the treasure room. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with narrowed eyes, and exhaled a plume of smoke, only to discover that the surroundings had plunged into darkness. One would not typically associate a basement with dim lighting and a stifling atmosphere. After all, a wealthy person's villa would have a well-lit and spacious subterranean area. Yet, in the brief moment it took for Li Yi to light his cigarette, the originally bright, white-walled basement had transformed into an impenetrable void, with only the glowing ember of his cigarette offering any illumination. What was happening? Had the power gone out, or had the lights been turned off? Li Yi fished his phone from his pocket, illuminating the screen and activating the flashlight feature. When he shone it ahead, he was utterly astounded. This was no basement. It was an actual cave. The uneven walls were made of natural rock, and the ground was pockmarked, certainly not tiled. Most alarmingly, both sides were deep, bottomless caverns, leaving him uncertain of which way led to an exit. The sudden transition from a villa's basement to such a vast cavern sent a wave of panic through Li Yi. Though he maintained a facade of calm, taking another drag from his cigarette and even leisurely exhaling a smoke ring. His movements were deliberate, but his mind raced. If his intuition was correct, this must be an illusion, akin to a mirage. He recalled an elderly man from the nursing home, Wang, recounting how, in his youth, he would sometimes feel disoriented on familiar paths at night, sensing something amiss. a peculiar pothole, or an oddly positioned tree, leading him to simply stop and smoke. Realizing too late that he was perilously close to a riverbank, where a few more steps could have sent him tumbling into the icy waters. Thus, Li Yi decided to mimic this strategy, standing still to smoke, reasoning that since it was daytime, he need not wait for the crowing of a rooster or for Zhang Gu to return with the key. The illusion would surely dissipate. Yet, after finishing one cigarette and lighting another, Zhang Gu still had not appeared. How long could it possibly take to fetch a key? Li Yi began to sense that the situation was becoming increasingly troublesome. If he were truly trapped here, how could he assist Feng Ting? The temper of that girl is truly fierce. If things escalate, she might find herself at a disadvantage. Thus, Li Yi extinguished his cigarette, rose to his feet, and caressed the ghostly talisman around his neck, calling out loudly, "Who dares to challenge me? Surrender now, and perhaps I shall spare your life." He chuckled. "A mere ghostly envoy, yet your bravado is remarkable. I am eager to discover your true worth, daring to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Chapter 50. A dream. This was an ancient spirit. Did he not hear him refer to himself as old man? Among the specters Li Yi had encountered, few were elderly, including Director Bai, Old Jean, and President Qian, all of whom had appeared youthful after their demise. If that were the case, how old could this self-proclaimed old man truly be? Did he pass away at an advanced age, thus unable to become youthful, or had he lingered for an extended period after death, resulting in his current elderly form? Generally, elder ghosts wield considerable power. Since he was so audacious, he should not hide in the shadows. Let him reveal himself, Li Yi asserted. Do you think you, in your current state, deserve to see my true form? First, shatter my illusion. The aged voice retorted. Li Yi, reluctantly clicking his tongue, pondered the challenge of breaking this illusion. It seemed deceptively simple, yet he lacked the capability. The myriad tales he had read and heard from the elders contained numerous legends regarding this matter. It was said that a ghostly wall would dissolve at dawn. Yet the sun was already high in the sky. Perhaps like in the films, one could bite their tongue to dispel illusions, with a single drop of blood vanquishing all demons. Li Yi placed the tip of his tongue beneath his teeth and bit down gently. Ouch. Never mind. That method was best left untested. Furthermore, there was the use of maiden's urine, a substance of pure yang energy. However, he had never experienced such a thing himself, nor could he claim to be a maiden. As for black dog blood or comb blood, he had no means to procure such items at this moment. Li Yi lit another cigarette, pondering as he smoked. Perhaps he need not take action himself. He could simply endure until Zhang Gu found the key, at which point the illusion would dissipate. You, young one, if you lack the ability, you might as well surrender. I may yet spare your life. The ancient voice echoed once more. Then come out and kill me if you have the capability, Li Yi replied nonchalantly. Are you not afraid of death? The ancient voice questioned. To be honest, I am not afraid of death at all. Li Yi exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking languidly. Why is that? Because I have connections below. My existence there might be better than it is now. Li Yi harbored a certain envy for the rich second generation, who seemed to live effortlessly, with endless resources at their disposal. Despite feeling a sense of emptiness or boredom, they could easily venture into successful endeavors. He realized he might never have such opportunities in this life, but if he were to die, with the positions held by Director Bai, Old Jean, and Old Qian below, becoming a ghost could indeed be quite pleasant. At the very least, in his next life, he would not have to endure the fate of being an orphan. Of course, as the saying goes, better a miserable life than a good death. If one could avoid death, who would willingly embrace it? However, with an escape route in mind. Li Yi's confidence in his words far surpassed that of those who boasted about their fearlessness. He truly was unafraid. A mere ghostly envoy, an auxiliary member of the underworld, yet your audacity is astonishing. The old ghost remarked. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige you. You may remain here, and I shall observe how long it takes for you to perish from hunger. No sooner had the old ghost's words faded than Li Yi's stomach grumbled twice. He rubbed his belly, sensing a hollow emptiness within. Indeed, he felt somewhat famished. At the nursing home, he typically consumed 2 servings of rice, but today, due to Feng Ting's promise of a sumptuous dinner upon receiving her salary in the evening, he had refrained from taking extra rice. Yet, even without the additional rice, considering that he had been recuperating daily with limited activity, it was perplexing that he should feel so ravenous. After all, it was not yet evening. This must be an illusion, a mere figment of his imagination. Yet the more he entertained this thought, the louder his stomach protested. It seemed that this mirage affected not only the visual realm before him, but also his very mindset. The old ghost's assertion that he would starve had prompted his belly's outcry. Li closed his eyes in contemplation, then opened them to find a dining table before him, laden with an array of delectable dishes and a chilled bottle of beer exuding frosty vapors. Ah, how simple this is, he chuckled. Taking a seat at the table and indulging in the feast, devouring meat and drinking heartily, relishing the flavors. Impossible. How can you alter my illusion? The old ghost exclaimed. It is not difficult at all. Knowing this is a mere illusion. All of it is fabricated, akin to dreaming. If you can influence my dream, I can adeptly modify it myself, Li replied with a grin. Altering the course of dreams requires both innate talent and practice. From a young age, Li had known nothing but poverty, yet his most blissful moments occurred within his dreams. Unbeknownst to him, he had honed a unique skill, the ability to consciously disrupt the unfolding of his dreams. While he could not dictate every detail like a novelist, he could at least steer the narrative in a different direction. Li casually experimented, seeking that sense of control within his dream, and to his astonishment, he succeeded instantly. Even while awake and clear-headed, he found himself crafting intricate details. The dining table was now adorned with all his favorite dishes, each imbued with the finest flavors he had ever savored. This illusion is of my own making. Here, I hold the reins. The old ghost's voice betrayed a hint of exasperation, and as soon as he finished speaking, Li noticed a transformation of the dishes on the table. The braised pork had morphed into live earthworms, the pork vermicelli had become a plate of tapeworms, and the braised intestines remained, albeit raw and unwashed. Go on, lad. Continue feasting, haha. The old ghost cackled. This has lost its appeal, Li declared, dropping his chopsticks. Not possible. Such splendid fare must not go to waste. The old ghost retorted vehemently. Just as his words echoed, Li felt two figures appear beside him. Women even plumper than Fat Jia, the caregiver at the nursing home, one on the left and one on the right, each gripping his shoulders. One of them freed a hand and forcefully shoved an earthworm towards his mouth. The creature known as the soil insect, or TUN, is said to dry into a medicinal herb, yet its appearance is undeniably grotesque, resembling a beetle from a mummy film. The mere thought of it wriggling in one's mouth is enough to make anyone recoil in horror. Li contemplated resisting, but upon glancing at the imposing figures beside him, he resigned himself to his fate. The sheer size of the two women, particularly the larger one, made any struggle seem futile. Thus, Li closed his eyes once more, only to reopen them and find the soil insect looming perilously close, poised to be thrust into his mouth. This is intolerable. Though this was merely an illusion, the experience of consuming a soil insect was one he fervently wished to avoid. As the creature pressed against his lips, he felt an involuntary urge to resist. However, the other portly woman seized the opportunity to firmly grip his head, rendering him utterly immobile. The first woman was already prying at his lips, and the insect's legs brushed against them, sending shivers down his spine. In desperation, he realized he had no choice but to bite his tongue. Chapter 51. Blood on the tongue. The act of biting his tongue was not an attempt at self-destruction. A mere pinch of the tip, allowing a few drops of blood to escape, mingled with saliva and trickled through the gaps in his lips. Instantly, the soil insect vanished, and even the woman's grip began to dissolve. He then expelled the remaining blood, a cascade of crimson foam that scattered through the air, leaving the nearby table and cave walls riddled with darkened spots that rapidly spread further. Soon, Li sensed the weight of the two women's grasp had dissipated. Turning his head, he found that they had indeed vanished. Who would have thought that such a young soul could possess such merit despite lacking in skill? The voice of the old ghost echoed. Li was aware that he had solved a few cases, thereby accruing some merit, but he remained oblivious to the extent of his gains. From the old ghost's words, it seemed he had garnered quite a bit, surely. The esteemed director Bai and others had tallied his points favorably. Apologies, but I have someone waiting below, Li remarked, closing his eyes again and reopening them to find the tattered illusion had vanished. He stood at the entrance of the basement, leaning against the wall, still clutching the cigarette, which had accumulated a significant amount of ash. Clearly, his venture into the illusion had not lasted long. It was akin to dreaming. Sometimes one experiences a convoluted and lengthy dream. Yet only a few minutes have actually passed. Li pondered whether the brain operates with greater speed during dreams than in wakefulness. But But I digress. The current circumstances are unrelated to neuroscience. He flicked the ash off the cigarette and took another drag just as Zhang Ge descended the stairs. Masterly, shall we finish the cigarette before going in? There are quite a few antiques of considerable age inside, Zhang Ge suggested. Understood, Li Yi replied, taking another puff before discarding the cigarette, but the basement was bright and immaculate, yet devoid of an ashtray. He paid it no mind and dropped it to the floor, extinguishing it with his foot as he gestured for Zhang Ge to open the door. The vault's security door creaked open, revealing an array of antique display racks filled to the brim with vases, jars, and various calligraphies and paintings, their authenticity remaining a mystery. However, Li Yi was certain that the misfortune plaguing this family must originate from this very spot. Otherwise, they would not have scoured the entire villa without uncovering any issues. And yet he found himself ensnared in an illusion upon merely standing at the entrance. Li Yi cast a sweeping glance around the room, yet no spectral figure emerged. His gaze fell upon the myriad of jars and vases, contemplating whether this old ghost might be concealed within them, akin to how his own spirit-gathering gourd might hide within a porcelain vessel. Were there any items collected recently? Perhaps those that had been placed here prior to the incident? Li Yi inquired. Indeed, there were a few items, Zhang Ge replied. This way, please. Zhang Ge led Li Yi to a display cabinet, pointing to several pieces of porcelain and jade resting on one of the shelves. These were received by my father a few days ago, but he hasn't yet had the opportunity to consult an expert. Li Yi examined the collection, noting 2 porcelain vases, 2 pieces of jade, and a ceramic figurine adorned with a cheerful expression. Picking up one of the porcelain vases, he gently felt the rim. Although it exuded a faint aura of yin energy, it was not substantial, indicating the absence of any malevolent spirits within. The other vase bore similar characteristics, revealing itself to be a mere ordinary vessel. Li Yi surmised that these were likely unearthed funerary artifacts, thus accounting for the lingering yin energy. He disregarded the 2 jade pieces, for while legends suggest that unearthed jade may carry ill fortune, it was more a matter of the yin energy permeating them, rather than any inherent evil spirits. The last item was the ceramic figurine, approximately 30 centimeters tall, exquisitely crafted, standing with hands clasped in greeting, its plump face beaming with joy. Where did this come from? Li Yi inquired, reaching out to grasp the figurine. Zhang Ge's expression reflected dismay. As a fellow antique enthusiast, he held these items in high regard, typically handling them with white gloves. Never would he be so brazen as to touch them directly like Li Yi. This was acquired by my father from an antique dealer he often engages with. Zhang Ge explained. Let us be practical. Where was it excavated from? Li Yi retorted disdainfully, all the while meticulously sensing the figurine in his grasp. It bore no traces of yin energy, instead radiating a warmth that should signify yang energy. Zhang Ge was taken aback. He had assumed Li Yi was entirely unacquainted with such matters, only to discover that he had accurately discerned the true origins of these items. The antique trade is rife with both genuine and counterfeit pieces. However, among the authentic ones, many are indeed unearthed artifacts. While some may be averse to such items, a greater number are indifferent. Zhang Lao, for instance, belonged to the latter category. Naturally, such artifacts could not be obtained directly from the excavators, as they typically pass through the hands of antique dealers first, allowing for plausible deniability should any issues arise. Yet, could one truly remain ignorant of such dealings? They were sourced from Dongyan City below. I heard there were over a dozen pieces in total, several of which have already been taken by prominent buyers from the capital. Leaving these few that my father chose to acquire, Zhang Ge elaborated. Li Yi furrowed his brow, convinced that his analysis was erroneous. This terracotta figurine was palpably different in aura from the 2 vases. It bore no trace of the ominous energy that enveloped the latter, rendering it impossible for them to originate from the same burial pit. Some artifacts exuded a sinister vibe, while others radiated vitality. No, it cannot be, Linny asserted. You should investigate. This figurine and those vases do not share the same provenance. Not the same provenance? Zhang Ge inquired, puzzled. Indeed, pursue this matter further. Once clarified, the situation will become apparent, Li Yi replied. Are you suggesting that my family's trouble stems solely from this figurine? Zhang Ge questioned. One might say so, though I cannot assert it with certainty at this juncture, Li Yi responded. Then should we not shatter it? Zhang Ge implored anxiously. If you wish to court disaster, by all means, attempt to break it, Li Yi retorted, offering the figurine to Zhang, who recoiled in fear. What should we do then? Zhang stammered, withdrawing his hand. Enough with the chatter. First, ascertain its origin, and then we shall proceed, Li Yi commanded, tossing the figurine back onto the antique shelf. Brushing his hands together as he exited the treasure chamber. Upon returning to the living room upstairs, where Song Yang was engrossed in a game of chicken, he inquired, "What is the verdict? Did you uncover anything?" "Stop playing and let us go," Li Yi replied. "Why are we leaving? Has the issue been resolved? Did you receive the payment?" Song Yang queried, trailing closely behind and whispering to Li Yi. "The matter remains unresolved," Li Yi stated. "Have you identified the problem?" Song Yang pressed. "Uncertain. I have merely unearthed a few clues," Li Yi said, turning to Zhang. "You drive, let us go?" Seated in the Cadillac, Li Yi dialed Confronting, informing her of his imminent arrival, only to learn that she had already exited the vehicle. Without waiting for him to instruct her to wait before ascending together, she abruptly hung up. Given her temperament, she certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to stand idly by the roadside. Chapter 52. 2 Mangoes. The Cadillac halted before the advertising company. Yet a police car was parked nearby. Li Yi's heart sank. Could it be that Confronting had already engaged in a confrontation? He attempted to call Confronting, but the call went unanswered. Unfazed by his unfamiliarity with her office's floor number, he leaned on his cane and proceeded into the building. "Li Yi, don't rush. Be cautious. It would be troublesome if you fell," Song Yang shouted, hastily following. "Master Li, what is the matter? Perhaps I can be of assistance," Zhang chimed in. "Go to Aoxiang Advertising and inquire about the floor number," Li Yi instructed. "Aoxiang? I know it," Zhang replied, darting ahead to summon the elevator. One must admit, the fellow displayed considerable acumen and lacked the haughtiness often associated with the affluent, presenting a far more amiable demeanor than his siblings. The elevator ascended directly to the 12th floor. As the door slid open, Li Yi's heart plummeted once more. 2 police officers stood outside the elevator. The officers wore stern expressions, flanking a young man who appeared dejected yet indignant. Behind him, a throng of men and women murmured, pointing fingers and hurling various insults. Scanning the surroundings, Li Yi noted Confronting's absence and felt a slight relief. He exited the elevator, observing the officers escorting the young man upward. While the volume of conversation among the surrounding crowd suddenly intensified, "I never anticipated that Xiao Tian could be such a person. Who would dare to lift a female colleague's skirt in broad daylight while at work? What a pervert! Could it possibly be a jest? Who would joke by lifting someone else's skirt? The crux of the matter is my astonishment at his taste. Amidst so many beautiful women in the company, he chose to lift Su Gupa's skirt." A few men burst into laughter, while several women rolled their eyes. Li Yi, however, breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the police had come to apprehend Lu Meng, with no connection to Confronting. With his mind eased, Li Yi and his companions turned to exit the elevator and encountered the sign of Aoxiang Advertising Company. The scale of Aoxiang was quite considerable. Yet the company merely rented a large office here, primarily for client reception, with only a dozen or so people working in the office. As for the production and installation of advertisements, they had a separate workplace. However, today was payday, and the entire staff had gathered, making the office too cramped to accommodate everyone, with many standing in the hallway. After considerable effort, Li Yi and his companions squeezed to the company entrance, scanning for Confronting's figure, when suddenly a scream erupted from within the office, causing instant chaos. What was happening? Song Yang eagerly pushed his way inside. As a gossip aficionado, missing out on such excitement would be a travesty. In no time, the employees waiting for their salaries gathered at the entrance, while some rushed out from within. Li Yi and Zhang struggled to maintain their balance at the door, retreating a few steps to lean against the staircase wall. After a brief commotion, Song Yang emerged again, making exaggerated gestures to relay the situation inside. It was said that the finance department was distributing salaries when suddenly one employee reached for his envelope, but instead yanked at the finance staff's clothing. Song Yang recounted, gesturing animatedly towards Li Yi. Li Yi furrowed his brow, while Zhang stood agape. How audacious! Indeed. Song Yang nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. Just then, the elevator doors opened again, and the 2 police officers returned, prompting the onlookers to part and allow them entry. Moments later, they emerged with a young man sporting a bruised face, looking utterly dejected and remorseful. While waiting for the elevator, one officer muttered, "What a bizarre situation." Indeed, just as we got into the car, another Lu Meng appeared, the other officer replied. What must one feel to commit such an atrocious act? The officer inquired of the young man, who was handcuffed. I don't even know what happened. A sudden thought crossed my mind, and I acted on impulse. The young man lamented, tears streaming down his face. Officer, will I be sentenced? As they spoke, the elevator arrived, and the officers escorted the young man inside. This situation feels rather peculiar, Song Yang remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Lead sure, what is going on? Zhang Gu inquired. Did you rush here because of this incident? Li Yi shrugged. Although he hadn't come for this reason, the occurrence was indeed strange. Two young men had been taken away by the police for mischief, and claiming that there was no issue would be quite the anomaly, especially when Li Yi saw the accountant. He became even more convinced of this notion. The accountant, a woman of considerable age, approximately in her 50s, had a figure that had become somewhat misshapen, particularly after shedding tears that seemed to evoke a tempest of sorrow. Reflecting on the first individual who had been apprehended, it was evident from the discussions among the company's employees that his romantic interest was referred to as Aunt Sue, clearly indicating that she too was not in the bloom of youth. It is well known that men typically favor women who are young and beautiful, youth being synonymous with beauty. Of course, this preference does have its limits. For instance, a teenager might be attracted to a middle school girl, but a man in his 40s who finds himself drawn to a girl young enough to be his daughter would be deemed abnormal. There are also adolescents who are infatuated with women in their 20s or 30s, yet when they reach their 40s, they will still desire those same women, never shifting their affections to women in their 40s or 50s. Therefore, to suggest that those two young men were so captivated by an older lady that they dared to act recklessly in public is something Li Yi finds utterly implausible. Thus, only one explanation remains. Hey, what brings you here? Fong Ting's words snapped Li Yi back to reality, though they were directed toward Song Yang. Song Yang remained silent, pointing disinterestedly at Li Yi, prompting him to inquire, So, have you received your salary? Received nothing. It wasn't my turn, and then this incident occurred. The accountant has gone home, so I can't collect my salary today, Fong Ting retorted in frustration. Did the boss's wife give you any trouble when you arrived? Li Yi asked again. She wouldn't dare. She is not here today, Fong Ting replied. Oh, then let us leave. We can come back another day when salaries are distributed, Li Yi suggested. Masterly, weren't you here to exorcise spirits? Zhang Gu interjected. Not at all. Li Yi quickly interrupted, concerned that Fong Ting might be unaware of his ability to exorcise spirits while assisting her in collecting her salary. Oh, Zhang Gu responded. I know the owner of this company. I can speak on your behalf, so you need to make another trip. Is that true? Can your words really carry weight? Fong Ting exclaimed, her spirits lifting, for she had no desire to return, especially since the boss's wife was absent today. Otherwise, securing her salary would have necessitated quite a scene. Of course, no problem, Zhang Gu assured her. Li Yi hesitated momentarily. He trusted that Zhang Ji's words would indeed hold significance. After all, he was a notable second-generation wealthy individual in the city, and his reputation would not be insignificant. However, the issue of spirits haunting the place lingered in his mind. Should he intervene if he encountered any? Chapter 53. The ghostly Taoist with the accountant's predicament preventing the distribution of salaries. Such circumstances were to be understood. Yet, several employees departed the company with heavy hearts and sighs. By the time Li Yi and his companions entered, the majority of the staff had already vacated the premises. The company's vice president greeted Zhang Gu with considerable courtesy, offering tea and cigarettes. In conversation, Li Yi learned that Zhang Ji's family real estate business had numerous advertising contracts with A.O. Xiang, making it clear that this was a significant client, one that warranted proper attention. Upon hearing that Zhang Ji's intention was to assist Fong Ting in reclaiming her salary, the vice president promptly dialed the boss lady, quietly outlining the situation. He then handed the phone to Zhang Gu while he urged Fong Ting to state her desired amount. Rather than consulting the finance department, he simply began to count out cash from his own wallet. In contrast to Zhang's company, which conducted business worth several million annually, this mere few thousand yuan in salary seemed insignificant. After all, it was a personal visit from the esteemed Zhang. To decline would be akin to courting disaster. Moreover, this money was rightfully owed to her. The boss lady repeatedly spoke kindly to Zhang Gu over the phone, humbly admitting that the previous day's misunderstandings were her fault and requesting forgiveness. Zhang Gu, however, switched the phone to speaker mode, insisting that the boss lady apologize to Fong Ting directly. With no other recourse, The boss lady reluctantly uttered her apologies, stating that if Confronting wished, she could return to work, assuring her that her salary would not only remain intact, but might even see an increase. Yet Confronting would never agree. Her brief experience at the nursing home had been quite pleasant. Why would she return to discomfort? Li Yi, indifferent to their polite squabbling, turned his gaze towards the adjoining room. The company was replete with glass walls, and aside from the offices of the boss and vice president, the finance room was a spacious area, dominated by a large metal filing cabinet. Perched on top of the cabinet was an elderly man, clad in flamboyant attire reminiscent of Taoist priests, with white hair and a beard styled in a bun, exuding an air of ethereal detachment. Nevertheless, his expression was decidedly unsettling, marked by a lewd grin. Indeed, he was an old rogue, a lecherous old man. The old Taoist smile faltered as he fixed his gaze upon Li Yi, only to break into another grin. Little rascal, upon seeing me, why do you not come forth to pay your respects? Li Yi pursed his lips, questioning what had transpired today. First, he encountered a doddering old man at Zhang Ji's house, who displayed an air of arrogance derived from age. Now, he faced another lecher, both exuding an aura of superiority due to their advanced years. Li Yi found the old man beneath his contempt, merely a lecher, perhaps with some abilities, but ultimately just a voyeur of older women. There was no need to engage with him. In truth, Li Yi was uncertain of his ability to confront such an individual. The older one became, the more formidable they seemed. This was evident from his capacity to manipulate the two younger individuals into submission, indicating that he possessed some form of sorcery, while Li Yi was utterly devoid of such skills. Why invite unnecessary trouble? However, as Li Yi turned away, the lecherous old man was not to be disregarded. Dare you ignore me? Have you grown weary of life? The Taoist promptly glided down from the filing cabinet, not jumping or flying, but rather descending with a graceful gliding motion, as if he were floating, and landed delicately before the door. Li Yi noticed that the door to the finance room was closed and casually shifted his attention to Confronting, who was placing her salary into her bag. The vice president, with an ingratiating demeanor, was engaging Zhang Gu in pleasant conversation, suggesting that he would treat them to dinner that evening. Zhang Gu glanced at Li Yi, who simply turned his head towards the doorway, indicating his lack of interest. Yet, as Li Yi turned away, he found the lecherous old man standing right at the entrance, his flamboyant attire billowing in the air conditioning. Child, still pretending? Now that you see me, why do you not hasten to pay your respects? The old man inquired. Who are you? Must you be so arrogant? Li Yi felt a sudden urge to retort, yet with so many individuals present, he refrained. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom, he announced to the departing crowd. The vice president promptly pointed out the location of the facilities, and with the aid of his crutches, Li Yi made his way out, leaving everyone to wait a moment longer. Hey, I knew it. Are you afraid of gossip? The lecherous old man followed Li Yi out of the office. Once inside the restroom, Li Yi set aside his crutches and leaned against the sink, removing the ghostly official seal from around his neck. The old man, however, continued his incessant chatter. Whose disciple are you? Not even offering a greeting upon seeing me. How terribly rude and ill-mannered of you. Or perhaps you lack a master and are a natural-born yin-yang seer. But wait, you possess a ghostly seal. Li Yi chose silence, raising his hand to press the official seal towards the old man. Having learned from past mistakes, specifically the dwarf incident, which he narrowly escaped due to excessive chatter, he resolved that there would be no more idle talk when it came to confrontation. It was evident that this old man was a lecher, orchestrating mischief among the youth towards elderly women. Capturing him would undoubtedly be a stroke of luck. What are you up to? The old man reacted swiftly, retreating to the entrance of the restroom just as the seal was about to touch him. Li Yi remained silent, one hand clutching the seal, while the other steadied himself against the sink as he pursued the old man. The restroom door was closed, and the space was confined. It would be akin to catching a fish in a barrel. Stop. Don't think that just because you are a ghostly official, I fear you. The old man shouted. I was a ghostly official long before you were born. Li Yi furrowed his brows and paused, asking, You were also a ghostly official? Is that so surprising? The old man replied. To be honest, had I not grown accustomed to a carefree life, I could have easily become a city god by now. Li Yi blinked. Having acquired some understanding of the hierarchy in the underworld, each village had its land deity, and each city had its city god, who was akin to a mayor in the realm of the dead, wielding considerable power. Figures like Director Bai, Old Jean as the Black and White Impermanence, and old Qian as the president of the underworld bank all fell under the jurisdiction of the city god. While the old man's words contained an element of boastfulness, it was plausible that his experience was indeed considerable. Since you have served as a ghostly official, how dare you manipulate mortals for your amusement? That is a violation of the law, Li Yi admonished. What manipulation? The old man exclaimed. You mean those two fellows from earlier? That was a good deed I exchanged for. A good deed? Li Yi was perplexed. Yes. Being a ghost is quite lonely, you know? These days, there are fewer and fewer mortals who can see ghosts. If I don't find some entertainment for myself, I might just wither away from boredom. The old man insisted. I used my merits to absolve my sins. What concern is it of yours, little ghostly official? Is that even permissible? Li was taken aback. You don't even know this. The old man widened his eyes. In this day and age, do ghostly officials not receive any training upon their appointment? Chapter 54. The drunken old Taoist Li Yi certainly had not undergone any training. It was merely old Jean tossing him a badge one day, declaring that he had attained an official position, without even mentioning his duties, powers, or whether he would receive a salary. Li Yi could not help but harbor some grievances. Dean Bai and old Jean were perpetually busy, leaving no time to discuss the specifics with him, often causing him to feel somewhat out of his depth. Nevertheless, he would not admit any fault, resolutely leaning on his cane as he exited the restroom, ignoring the incessant chatter of the old Taoist trailing behind him, and returned to the office to summon everyone to leave. After departing the office building and settling into the Cadillac, he instructed Zhang Gu to drop him off at the nursing home. Before parting, Li Yi cautioned, "Tonight, do not return home. It would be best for you to stay elsewhere, and have your housekeeper move out as well." Zhang Gu nodded repeatedly, though he remained somewhat skeptical despite Li Yi revealing that his sister had undergone an abortion. However, it was wise to err on the side of caution. Spending a night at a hotel posed little inconvenience. Once Zhang Gu drove away, Feng Ting insisted on treating everyone, having successfully retrieved her salary, encompassing both last month's and this half-month's pay. She felt it appropriate to express gratitude, especially considering Zhang Ji's considerable efforts. Yet, Li Yi, without awaiting Zhang Ji's agreement, dismissed the idea. Clients were clients, and becoming too familiar could complicate negotiations once the work was complete. The remuneration for this task had yet to be established. With Zhang Gu gone, Song Yang stubbornly followed along, as did the old Taoist, who trailed after Li Yi. Both Li Yi and Feng Ting were rather frugal, opting not to dine at an upscale establishment, but rather at a modest noodle shop beside the nursing home. They ordered a few cold dishes and a case of beer. "Hey, the beer is chilled, right? Pour me a glass," the old Taoist exclaimed, watching the trio toast, his throat parched, and clearly a lover of spirits. Li Yi continued to ignore him. "Hey, haven't you been through ghostly training? Allow me to give you a little lesson," the old Taoist offered, lowering his tone in hopes of bartering his expertise for a drink. Li Yi remained unresponsive. "Well, I see you possess remarkable potential. How about you take me as your master, and I will teach you authentic spells?" He persisted, raising his stakes. Li Yi casually peeled a peanut and tossed it into his mouth. "Do you know how many sought to learn from me while I was alive? I never paid them any mind. Now that I am willing to teach you spells, shouldn't you kneel and call me master?" The old Taoist boasted. Li Yi took a sip of beer, swished it around, and spat it out at the old Taoist's feet. "Hey, is that how you honor a spirit? You can lay on the ground if you wish, but what else with the mouth rinsing?" The old Taoist retorted angrily. "How was work today?" Li Yi turned to Feng Ting and inquired. "It was all right. Dean LV assigned me to care for those elderly individuals who can manage on their own. So there's no need for feeding or changing diapers, just chatting with them, which isn't tiring at all," Feng Ting replied. Li nodded, acknowledging that Dean LV's arrangement was quite sensible. After all, someone like Feng Ting, lacking proper training, would surely struggle to care for those who were not self-sufficient. "Oh, your attitude has successfully riled me," the old Taoist shouted. "If you dare not treat me to a drink, then don't expect to enjoy one yourself." Li Yi continued to feign ignorance, yet overhead a raven's call, followed by a splash as a green and white bird droppings plummeted into his beer glass. "Goodness, haha, bird droppings." Song Yang guffawed, slapping the table. "You must be incredibly unfortunate for that to land in your cup. It rivals even the misfortunes of Zhang Ji's family." "Zhang Gu, what is wrong with his family?" Feng Ting inquired. Song Yang immediately began to elaborate, recounting how Zhang Gu had come to the shop at noon seeking Li Yi's assistance. Followed by tales from the hospital, and ultimately discovering nothing at his home, sharing every detail. Li Yi, however, remained silent, brimming with irritation. The droppings were evidently not a mere coincidence, but a prank orchestrated by the old Taoist. Missed my aim. I intended for that to hit your face. The old Taoist boasted gleefully. Cheers, Li Yi declared, splashing his drink at the old Taoist's feet, muttering under his breath. Damn, you expect me to drink after that? The old Taoist retorted angrily. Li Yi disregarded him, having discerned that the old Taoist's skills were rather limited, merely capable of manipulating others or birds to execute his whims. If he possessed any real power to inflict harm, he would have targeted Li Yi directly. I must ask, Li Yi, how did you know that girl had 2 abortions? Song Yang exclaimed, astonished. I thought you truly could read fortunes. He can read fortunes. He learned from the semi-mortal gene at the nursing home, Confronting interjected. During the previous incident involving Chao Tianyu, Li Yi had used this excuse, and Confronting had even inquired at the nursing home, where many elderly confirmed that Jin Yuan was indeed a semi-mortal, often conversing with Li Yi during his lifetime. I know about that semi-mortal. My grandfather sought his advice for his burial site, claiming that if he was buried there, our family would prosper. Look at me now. Do I seem prosperous? Song Yang scoffed. I heard there's a building in your village renting for hundreds of thousands a year. Li Yi retorted disdainfully. And what about your little convenience store? Isn't that your own property? What does that matter? It's merely a result of urban development. Nearly everyone in the urban village is in the same situation. Song Yang replied. In matters like these, if you choose not to believe, no amount of explanation will sway you. Yet if you do believe, you might still fall for a charlatan's words, Li Yi remarked. Modern individuals have been instilled with materialistic education from a young age, fostering a resistance to feudal superstitions. Yet upon careful analysis, is believing in science not a form of superstition in itself? Li Yi had no interest in debating metaphysics and spirits with Song Yang. While Confronting tugged at Song Yang to continue discussing their afternoon outing from the hospital to Zhang's residence, Song Yang delightedly boasted before the ladies, embellishing the opulence of Zhang's home and Li Yi's pretentious examination of every room, oblivious to Li Yi's encounter with a ghost in the basement. Kid, don't tell me you failed to resolve that issue right then and there. What kind of ghost messenger are you? Unable to handle such a trivial matter is simply pathetic, the old Taoist exclaimed. Do you even understand the situation? Just throwing around disparagement? Li Yi felt a surge of annoyance. It was not merely an unresolved issue, but he had not even discerned the true nature of the disturbance. The only takeaway, perhaps, is that the terracotta figurine is rather suspicious. We must wait for Zhang Gu to clarify its origins before we can speculate on the underlying issues. Indeed, Li Yi can only conjecture, as he has no other recourse. By the way, I've resolved this dilemma for you. You owe me a drink. How about that? The old Taoist remarked. Chapter 55. I do not take a master. A bottle of beer was opened and placed before the old Taoist. First, tell me what you know, Li Yi said leisurely while seated on a simple bed in the 4th-floor room. Ahem, the information I've gathered is likely incomplete. You must have made further discoveries. Share everything, and I shall assess it for you, the old Taoist replied, sitting cross-legged on the opposite stool, stroking his beard and assuming an air of wisdom. Li Yi frowned but proceeded to recount the illusions he encountered in the basement, as well as the form of the terracotta figurine. I suspect it is that figurine. It felt warm to the touch, devoid of any energy. Indeed, your deduction holds merit, the old Taoist nodded. What? After all this time, your conclusion is merely that it holds merit? Li Yi exclaimed in frustration. Ah, still so impulsive, the old Taoist chuckled. In truth, you have already identified the crux of the matter. What you lack is experience. The terracotta figurine, devoid of energy yet imbued with yang, indicates that it is not possessed by a ghost, but rather a deity. What? Li was taken aback. Of course, it is not a formidable deity. Merely the earth god, the old Taoist remarked with a hint of disdain. The earth god? Li clicked his tongue. The earth god is among the most familiar deities to people, akin to the kitchen god, present wherever there are humans. However, in comparison, the kitchen god is the head of the household, typically honored only in the kitchen with a mere portrait. Aside from the 23rd day of the 12th month, when offerings are made, few remember his existence. The earth god, on the other hand, is a bona fide deity. In times past, every village and alley would have a shrine dedicated to the earth god. Although often small, sometimes merely a hole in the wall, it nonetheless served as a temple. A place of worship. If my guess is correct, it should indeed be the earth god. The old Taoist stroked his beard thoughtfully. If it were another deity, not only would they be unlikely to cause harm, but if they did, it would not be limited to mere misfortune. They would ensure a more severe consequence. And you, a mere ghostly envoy, wish to interfere? That would likely not manifest as an illusion, but rather lead to your utter annihilation. So what should we do about this? Li Yi inquired. This matter is both difficult and simple, the old Taoist replied, yet his gaze remained fixed on the bottle of beer. You should drink, Li Yi finally said, offering the beer to the old Taoist. The old Taoist grinned, lifted the bottle, and drank deeply, finishing half the bottle in one go. Setting it down, he murmured, having sat for too long, it has lost its chill. Speak quickly, Li Yi asked impatiently. The origins of the earth god are rather intricate. Some were bestowed titles after their demise, while others ascended through cultivation, accumulating enough merit to earn their titles. Therefore, to address this matter, one must first ascertain the true identity of this earth god and the extent of his domain. The old Taoist remarked, in my estimation, this earth god has been displaced to that particular household. Thus he is enacting punishment to make them aware of their transgressions, hoping to facilitate his return. Is sending him back truly the solution? Li Yi inquired. Not necessarily, the old Taoist replied. It depends on whether this earth god is a ghost or a demon. Ghosts are transformed from humans, retaining a semblance of humanity, and are generally more reasonable. If he is a demon, however, the situation could escalate. It may not be resolved without casualties. Li Yi nodded, lighting a cigarette as he said, if he is a ghost, it should be manageable. We can return him. But if he is a transformed demon and insists on causing trouble, then we might have to eliminate him. Such bold words. Do you truly believe you can vanquish a sanctioned earth god? The old Taoist scoffed, taking a sip of his beer. Isn't there still you? Li Yi retorted casually. You promised to assist me in resolving this matter. The old Taoist momentarily faltered, his eyes darting as he responded, I did promise to help you. But help does not equate to doing it for you. I will guide you on what to do, but the actual endeavor rests upon your shoulders. Li Yi was left speechless by the old Taoist's audacity. He sensed that this endeavor would undoubtedly carry risks. The old Taoist was merely preparing to remain in the shadows while he bore the brunt of the danger. You'd best be reasonable. If I take the initiative and perish, you cannot claim to have aided me successfully. I will certainly lodge a complaint against you below. Li Yi stated coolly. Do not forget, I have connections down there. Humph. I knew your rise to becoming a ghost messenger must have involved some favoritism. The old Taoist replied disdainfully. Rest assured, since I have vowed to assist you, I will not let you perish. Even if we cannot vanquish him, I can at least ensure your escape. Preserving your life should not be an issue. Are you certain? Li Yi asked, tapping his leg encased in plaster. I insist you write it down, the old Taoist declared, finishing his beer in one gulp and casually tossing the empty bottle into thin air, where it vanished. Li Yi retrieved his phone and opened the notes application. The old Taoist began to recite various traditional Chinese medicinal herbs and their respective quantities. Go fetch 2 prescriptions now. Once consumed, you can remove that plaster. The old man instructed confidently. Is it truly that miraculous? Li Yi asked. Believe it or not, the choice is yours. Regardless, I have offered my assistance. Should you ignore my advice and meet your demise, it will not be my fault, the old Taoist boasted. After contemplating for a moment, Li Yi decided to test the old Taoist's claims, reasoning that he probably wouldn't meet his end. Thus, he called Song Yang to drive him to a nearby pharmacy to procure the herbs. The pharmacy even provided on-site cooking services, transforming 2 prescriptions into 6 small bags of herbal concoction, costing Li Yi over 800 yuan, as the old Taoist prescription contained several valuable ingredients. Upon returning to the nursing home, he consumed 1 bag before sleeping. The next morning, he awoke to an intense itching sensation in his leg, encased in plaster, an indication nearing recovery. To his surprise, the old Taoist truly possessed some skill. After breakfast, Li Yi purchased a bottle of erguo, along with a bag of peanuts and a package of orchid beans, and made his way to the backyard, supported by crutches. The couple, Chandali, has already descended into the underworld, while Zhu Dakue has been dispatched by Li Yi to surveil the Qian siblings. In the courtyard, only the newly arrived old Taoist remains. Is this a gesture of gratitude for my presence? The old Taoist cheerfully lifted a bottle of erguo and took a sip, then popped a piece of orchid bean into his mouth. Enough of the trivialities. Li Yi remarked. By the way, you mentioned wanting to teach me some Taoist arts yesterday? Have you come to your senses? Do you wish to take me as your disciple? The old Taoist grin stretched wide. I have no intention of becoming your disciple. I merely seek to learn your spells, Li Yi stated. On what grounds? The old Taoist retorted. Li Yi gestured towards the erguo tu and the orchid beans. Just this? The old Taoist exclaimed in dissatisfaction. It must meet a certain standard daily, Li Yi replied. If you choose not to teach, then so be it. The old man took another sip of liquor, smacked his lips, and said, Deal. Chapter 56. Ghostly symbols. No matter how powerful the yin-yang eyes may be, lacking the ability to wield spells renders them useless. When faced with a formidable ghost, one can only flee. Thus, for the sake of his future prospects, Li Yi resolved to learn some spells from the old Taoist. However, according to the old man's claims, his advanced age made it somewhat late to begin learning Taoist arts. Excelling would be exceedingly difficult, but acquiring some skills for show and self-defense would suffice. Li Yi shared this sentiment. He had no desire to become a master hero slaying demons and saving the populace. All he wished for was to earn a bit more money and lead a leisurely life. Consequently, neither the teacher nor the student was truly invested. They spent the entire morning dawdling, with idle chatter consuming the majority of their time. As noon approached, Li Yi's phone rang, revealing a call from Confronting. What are you doing in the courtyard? Confronting complained. I am diligently studying, striving for improvement, and delving into the intricacies of feng shui and physiognomy, Li Yi replied. Oh, if that's the case, then it's fine. By the way, that Zhang came looking for you yesterday. Should I send him over, or do you want to return? Confronting inquired. Let him come over, Li Yi decided, estimating that Zhang had uncovered the origins of the ceramic figurine, and he wanted the old Taoist to observe and listen as well. Zhang arrived in the courtyard under the blazing sun, drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Li Yi sitting in the dilapidated house, he immediately began to complain. Master Li, why are you here? This house seems to have been uninhabited for years. Li Yi replied, It is quiet here. Indeed, the front is rather lively, Zhang remarked, but this place is rather worn down. I noticed the wall of the adjacent room is cracked. It could be deemed unsafe. Should I find someone to help you repair it? That's too much trouble. Li Yi responded. Not at all. My family specializes in this type of work. It would be quite convenient, Zhang insisted. The key issue is whether it is worthwhile. This area is slated for demolition by the end of the year, Li Yi pointed out. Haha, that may not necessarily be the case, Zhang chuckled. My family has been awarded the urban renovation project for this area, and your nursing home is not included in the planning. What? Li Yi blinked in disbelief. He had been looking forward to the demolition, anticipating a windfall of 10 million. Truly, would I deceive you? The demolition plan only extends across the street. This phase of the project will take at least 5 or 6 years before they even consider your side, Zhang asserted with conviction. Li Yi immediately felt deflated, as this indicated that his business venture had incurred some losses, shattering his dream of doubling profits within 6 months. Well, I'll have the company send someone over to assess the situation and devise a plan. If it can be repaired, we shall repair it. If not, we can construct a few new rooms. We cannot allow you to conduct your research in a dilapidated building, Zhang remarked. Li Yi hesitated slightly before nodding, and then inquired, Have you clarified the origins of that terracotta figurine? You were indeed correct, Zhang replied hastily. The figurine is not from the same location as those porcelain pieces. It was stolen from a local earth deity temple. The item does possess some antiquity, so it can be sold as an antique along with other excavated goods. Li Yi glanced at the old Taoist, impressed that he could deduce it was an earth deity solely from the description. Indeed, you are not mistaken, Li Yi stated. The issue you face stems from this earth deity's statue. It has been honored with incense and offerings. Yet you have removed it from its rightful place and engaged in trading. How could such a dignified deity not be angered? What? It's just a terracotta figurine. Is it truly the embodiment of the earth deity? Zhang exclaimed. It is not the physical form but the spiritual essence, Li Yi explained. It is akin to the relationship between the human body and the soul. You have taken its corporeal form. How could the true essence not be incensed? Li Yi was applying what he had just learned, and although he was unsure of the old Taoist energy manipulation techniques, the sage was well-versed and had shared many anecdotes throughout the morning. So what should we do? Zhang asked, now somewhat panicked. This is indeed a difficult predicament. Li Yi pondered. It largely depends on whether he is amicable and your sincerity in apologizing. Alternatively, if he possesses a generous heart, He may choose to overlook your transgressions and allow the statue to return to its original location. However, should he be excessively infuriated, your family may face dire consequences. What? Zhang Ge was thoroughly alarmed. Initially believing it was merely an issue of feng shui, he was now confronted with the reality that the earth deity was causing havoc. The misfortunes his family faced, including hospital visits, were already troubling enough, and the possibility of fatalities was a grim thought. Master, you must assist us, Zhang Ge implored. While I am willing, I cannot guarantee success, Li Yi replied. Master, please do your best. Regardless of the outcome, my family will not treat you poorly, Zhang Ge assured him. Li Yi contemplated whether he should propose a fee at this moment. If he succeeded, what would his compensation be? If he failed, a token of appreciation would be in order. However, he ultimately decided against it. After all, the family had already promised to repair his house, and outright demanding money felt somewhat ungracious. Very well, let us visit your home once more. I shall do my utmost to assist, Li Yi stated. It was lunchtime, so Li Yi suggested that Zhang Ge go ahead to the cafeteria for a meal while he prepared to join him shortly. Zhang Ge realized that Li Yi's suggestion was a means to avoid any potential conflict of interest and left without any fuss. Li Yi then retrieved the gathering spirit gourd and addressed the old Taoist. Come, let us depart together. Hey, you possess such a treasure? The old Taoist responded. But it is unnecessary. Are you not afraid of the sun? Li Yi asked in astonishment. Ghosts fear sunlight and the presence of the living. Have you not noticed that nearly all ghost stories unfold in the dead of night? No, it is simply because I had not prepared to accompany you. The old master spoke with an air of inevitability. How could you not go? Li Yi, filled with urgency, exclaimed, You promised to help me resolve this issue. My leg is still injured. If I cannot escape, it would be disastrous. Rest assured, I shall assist you. The old master replied. Here, I shall bestow upon you a talisman that will at least enable your escape. As he spoke, the old master retrieved a piece of talisman paper from his robe and dipped a bald brush in his mouth before hastily sketching several strokes on a worn chair, ultimately pressing a seal upon it. A ghostly script? Li Yi scoffed. The issue is, I cannot wield this ghostly item. What use is it to me? This is not meant for dealing with ghosts, but for you, the old master declared, raising his hand to slap Li Yi's forehead. The talisman shimmered and melded into Li Yi's brow. This talisman will shield you from the influence of mind-altering techniques. He can no longer use illusions against you. Moreover, with the ghostly decree hanging around your neck, you are essentially invincible. Li Yi pondered for a moment. This approach sufficed, as he was merely heading for negotiations and did not intend to eliminate him. If matters escalated, he could always call upon the old master for assistance. Thus, Li Yi retrieved a peachwood sword from his room and, with a flourish, displayed it. The old master, alarmed, stumbled back, neglecting even his bottle of wine, and shouted, Be cautious, you rascal, do not let it touch me. Are you afraid of this? Li Yi chuckled. I am not afraid. It is simply unnecessary, the old master retorted. Though Li Yi sensed his bravado was somewhat hollow, with a wry smile, he shouldered the peachwood sword and, leaning on his crutches, set forth. Chapter 57. The 9 Layers of Ice and Fire. Greetings, Lord of the Land. May you be well. At the Zhang family villa, Li Yi instructed Zhang Ge to open the door and ascended the stairs, bowing respectfully to the clay figurine. Oh, it appears you have done your homework and know who I am. A voice, laced with mockery, echoed. Indeed, Lord of the Land, please do not take offense. The Zhang family was unaware of your esteemed identity, but now that they are informed, they shall surely return you to your rightful abode, Li Yi replied. Humph. Do you think this is the end? The Lord of the Land retorted. I am a deity, a celestial being ordained by the heavens. It is one thing for mere mortals to be ignorant of worship. It is another to treat my divine form as an antique to be bought and sold, placing me alongside these underworld relics. How can I quell my resentment without annihilating their entire lineage? Li Yi's heart sank as he glanced at the smiling clay figurine, pondering that the true essence of this Lord of the Land was evidently not human. Had he not claimed to be ordained by the heavens, rather than recommended by the underworld? Heaven bestows mercy upon life, and ignorance is no sin, Li Yi spoke cautiously. Humph, I am the Lord of the Land. The life and death of my subjects are dictated by my decree, the Lord of the Land asserted. Oh, but it seems you are not currently within your own jurisdiction. Are you? Li Yi pointed out. The Lord of the Land paused, realizing that his anger stemmed from being removed from his domain, deprived of offerings. Indeed, This place was not his territory, and the Zhang family were not his subjects. Even if the Zhang family acted inappropriately, should you not pursue legal recourse by first reporting to the local magistrate, allowing him to determine the course of action? Li Yi once again raised a banner. For the magistrate is indeed the superior of the land deity. Who could have anticipated that this land deity would not be swayed by such reasoning, furiously exclaiming, "I shall kill you, and what of it?" Li Yi clicked his tongue. Indeed, the demon was unreasonable. If it were to come to that, he would have no choice but to flee. Leaning on his crutches, Li Yi slowly retreated, remarking, "Alas, I am doing this for your own good. Consider this. If you were to accuse the Zhang family, you would be the plaintiff. Yet, should you truly intend to harm someone, I would have to press charges against you, thereby branding you as a malicious assailant. At that point, your official status would be in jeopardy." "Haha, you dare to threaten me?" The land deity retorted angrily. "Do not think that because I let you escape yesterday due to a momentary lapse, you shall live to see another day today." The tone suggested he was serious. Without uttering another word, Li Yi turned to leave, only to find an old man standing before him, grinning broadly and clasping his hands together. It was unmistakably the animated terracotta figure. A mirage? Hadn't he, the old priest, claimed that his talisman could shield him from such illusions? Cursed old fool, he tricked me out of a bottle of erguo too. Li Yi discarded his crutch and drew forth his peachwood sword, yet the old man exhibited no fear. Instead, he bowed respectfully. A sudden chill enveloped Li Yi. Reminiscent of the biting winds during a snowstorm in the depths of winter, the cold slicing against his skin like a myriad of tiny knives. Li Yi instinctively raised the back of his hand, clutching the peachwood sword, to wipe his face, only to discover it smeared with blood. The frigid air had indeed lacerated his cheek. A mirage. This was undoubtedly a mirage. Li Yi mused to himself, contemplating whether to bite his tongue. After all, the wound from yesterday had yet to heal, causing him pain even while eating. The thought of last night's beer made the experience all the more torturous. Observing the old man bowing to him once more, Li Yi resolved to fight back. He raised his peachwood sword and swung it at the old man. But an intense heat wave surged towards him, akin to walking in the middle of a road on a sweltering afternoon after a fortnight without rain. The gust did not bring relief. Rather, it scorched his skin, threatening to blister it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the skin on his arm, which held the peachwood sword, beginning to peel away, a thin layer of white membrane curling off. So that is how it is. Li Yi suddenly understood the true power of this illusion. It stemmed from within himself. What of the frigid and fiery extremes? As long as he did not succumb to disbelief, it would have no hold over him. Li Yi steadied his breath, narrowed his eyes, and swung the peachwood sword once more. The smiling visage of the terracotta figure finally shifted. Still grinning, it was evident that the smile had become strained, and its movements were now frantic as it bowed once again. In that instant, Li Yi sensed the surroundings darkening profoundly, and a hailstorm the size of fists began to rain down. Should it strike his head, it would surely split his skull. However, Li Yi stood resolute, choosing not to flinch or evade, directly disregarding the hailstorm as he swung the peachwood sword unhesitatingly at the old man. Hail struck Li Yi's head, but, much like a balloon, it bore no harm. The peachwood sword swung down upon the old man's neck, producing a crisp sound akin to shattering tiles. In an instant, the light brightened, and when Li Yi looked again, where was the hail? Where was the old man? Before him lay only a pile of shattered clay figurines resembling rubble. Goodness, was it really this simple? Li Yi murmured, a wave of apprehension washing over him. He noticed his arm had shed skin, and his hand was stained with blood. He recalled a scientific demonstration whereby a person, deeply hypnotized, would be told that a bowl of boiling water would be poured onto their arm, leading to a burn response, even though only cold water was used. It seemed that the illusion created by this land deity was akin to deep hypnosis. It merely crafted an environment, and one's imagination would conjure the consequences, resulting in actual physical reactions. Indeed, it was impressive, had he not possessed a resolute mind. That hail might have led to his demise. Li Yi picked up his cane and prodded the ceramic shards on the ground, confirming there was nothing amiss before ascending from the basement. Zhang Gu approached him eagerly, his demeanor exceedingly courteous as he supported Li Yi's arm and inquired, "Master, how did it go? Has it been resolved?" Li Yi was uncertain. After all, the clay figurines were merely the avatar of the land deity, whose true form had yet to reveal itself. However, with the avatar gone, The true being would have lost its anchor, either retreating to its domain to survive or becoming a wandering spirit, destined to be scattered by the influx of yang energy. Wow, Master is indeed formidable. I cannot thank you enough. Zhang Gu exclaimed dramatically. Li Yi furrowed his brow. Zhang Gu had left a cultured impression on him, though somewhat prideful. He was not without humility and displayed no signs of flattery. Master, you have saved the lives of my entire family. I must extend my heartfelt gratitude, Zhang Gu continued, still exuberant, as he retrieved a leather case from beneath the coffee table and placed it before Li Yi. Li Yi's breath caught in his throat. The case was filled to the brim with glimmering gold ingots. Back in college, he had once visited a gold shop with classmates during an anniversary celebration, where a golden pathway was created beneath a glass floor, dazzling under the lights. Yet, this was far more impactful. While the golden pathway was merely for admiration, this case of gold ingots could be his own. Li Yi's eyes sparkled, his hands trembled, and his heart raced, breath quickening as he yearned to reach out and examine the treasure, though a sense of unease lingered. Rubbing his heated temples, a sudden coolness washed over his brow, prompting Li Yi to ponder what felt amiss. The gold was dazzling. Yes, it was the gold that seemed wrong. It was not that the gold might be counterfeit. Rather, in this day and age, who would settle rewards with gold? The Huayuan was a robust currency, and even international transactions were conducted in dollars. Gold was reserved for speculation or jewelry crafting. Reflecting on Zhang Ji's peculiar behavior, Li Yi suddenly wondered, could this be yet another illusion? Master, take a look. Here are 20 gold ingots, each weighing 1 pound. See if the weight is sufficient, Zhang Gu remarked, as he thrust one of the gold ingots into Li Yi's hand. Each ingot weighed a pound, which meant this entire box amounted to 10 kilograms. Given that the current price of gold is over 200 per gram, 10 kilograms would be worth over 2 million. This time, the remuneration was indeed substantial. Li Yi's mind raced with calculations, and he instinctively reached out to accept the gold ingot, but suddenly felt a refreshing chill wash over him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Something was amiss. Li Yi immediately withdrew his hand and shifted his body away from the sofa. What's wrong? Do you not desire the gold? Zhang Gu inquired. Of course I desire it. Li Yi felt a surge of heat within him, and despite his better judgment, he reached out again, yearning to grasp the gold ingot tightly, to embrace it, to kiss it, to take a bite. Why bite it? To verify its authenticity? Another wave of coolness swept over his forehead, bringing clarity. Indeed, who would keep such a vast amount of gold at home? Gold worth 2 to 3 million should be kept in a safe. Yet he had so nonchalantly pulled it out from beneath the coffee table. Moreover, he had effortlessly lifted it with one hand, placing it on the glass table without a hint of a heavy thud. Li Yi's eyes brightened with realization. He suddenly drew forth his peachwood sword and, without waiting for Zhang Gu to speak, struck the gold ingot with it. Ah! Zhang Gu exclaimed, startled, as he leaped back, twisting in midair with a grace that even the most skilled gymnast would envy. Well done, young man. You have discerned the truth, Zhang Gu acknowledged. However, as Li Yi surveyed his surroundings, he noticed no change. He was evidently still ensnared within the illusion. He swung his peachwood sword again, smashing it down onto the coffee table, causing a cascade of gold ingots to roll across the floor, revealing them to be nothing more than donkey droppings. Truly, money is but dust. Originally, if you had simply provoked me, I would have ended your life without hesitation. Yet, you have destroyed my physical form, and thus, your demise will not suffice. After I take your life, I shall exterminate your entire family. Your parents, your siblings, and every relative shall meet the same fate. Apologies, but I am an orphan. I do not even know who my parents are, so good luck finding them. Li Yi replied, brandishing his peachwood sword as he advanced. While he intended to project an imposing presence, his reliance on a crutch diminished his intimidation. But do not forget the prerequisite. You must be capable of killing me, rather than being vanquished by my hand. As he spoke, Li Yi had already circled around the sofa, now only 3 steps away from Zhang Gu. Were it not for his leg injury, he could have lunged forward in an instant, but now, he was forced to approach cautiously. Zhang Gu remained motionless, continuing to taunt. An orphan? Then I shall eliminate everyone you know, friends, lovers, colleagues, classmates. None shall escape. A pang of dread struck Li Yi's heart as the image of Feng Ting surfaced in his mind. Li Yi had but 2 relatives throughout his life. One, the late director Bai, and the other, Feng Ting, whose bond had long since woven itself into the very fabric of his being since childhood. The earth deity sought to leverage this connection as a means of coercion, clearly encountering Li Yi's defiance. In a fit of rage, Li Yi raised his peachwood sword, taking a few tentative steps on his injured leg before bringing the sword down upon Zhang Ji's head. Alas, the old Taoist's medicinal concoction was no panacea. 2 doses had failed to restore Li Yi to full health. Without his cane, he found himself unable to maintain balance, stumbling as he struck the sword against Zhang Ji's shoulder. In that moment, Li Yi fell, struggling to regain his footing, only to witness Zhang Gu clutching his shoulder and howling in pain. A wave of confusion washed over Li Yi. What was transpiring? Zhang Gu, who had not flinched or dodged his attack, now writhed in agony. This was hardly the prowess one would expect from an earth deity. As Li Yi scrambled to his feet, he cast a glance around the living room, noticing the coffee table remained untouched. Not a trace of gold ingots or even donkey dung was to be found. Bewilderment enveloped him. Clearly, what he had just experienced was an illusion, yet he could not ascertain whether he was still ensnared in a dream. Young man, consider yourself fortunate. Today, I shall merely administer a warning. Next time, I shall ensure your demise, echoed the voice of the earth deity, reverberating in the air as Li Yi scanned his surroundings, finding naught but emptiness. Master Li, what has happened to me? Zhang Gu inquired, cradling his shoulder. Li Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. This was indeed the genuine Zhang Gu. While the tone of his voice had been the same, the inflection was distinctly different, an aspect that is difficult for others to imitate. Are you unaware of what transpired? Li Yi asked. I was seated on the sofa, awaiting your return. I must have dozed off momentarily, only to awaken abruptly due to a sharp pain in my shoulder, Zhang Gu responded, utterly perplexed. Oh, you were possessed by a spirit, but I drove it away with my peachwood sword, Li Yi declared. Though this was a fabrication, he could hardly admit to his own confusion. Such honesty would jeopardize the trust of his client, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. Really? Is there truly a ghost in my house? Zhang Gu gasped, startled. To be precise, it was a demon, the true form of the earth deity. However, there is no need for alarm. I have shattered his physical vessel, that clay effigy, thus diminishing his power. He has fled, Li Yi reassured him. Is that sufficient? Zhang Gu queried. Certainly not, Li Yi replied. He is notoriously obstinate, vowing to annihilate your entire family, and he will not relent until his objectives are achieved. Though I have driven him away for now, rest assured he will return. What should we do then, Master Li? You must devise a plan to prevent him from causing further turmoil, Zhang Gu implored. I shall see this matter through to the end, rest assured, Li Yi promised. That is a relief, Zhang Gu sighed, though he winced in pain. The peachwood sword, despite lacking a blade, had inflicted considerable harm. Upon examining his injury, Li Yi noted the shoulder marred by a deep purple bruise, likely indicating a fractured collarbone. If that sword were to strike his forehead, Zhang Gu would likely suffer a fractured skull and internal bleeding, akin to the state I was in not long ago, barely clinging to life. This damned contraption nearly led me to inadvertently slay Zhang Gu. Had that happened, even if he chose not to take my life, the charges of murdering a wealthy heir would surely condemn me to 2 decades in prison. Chapter 59, Offering of Incense. What? My talisman failed? That is impossible. The old Taoist exclaimed fervently. Indeed, it was ineffective. I nearly met my demise because of you. Li Yi touched the bloodstains on his face. Although not as severe as in the illusion, his skin was indeed broken, oozing a few droplets of blood. His arm bore the marks of sunburn as well. Yet, these were trivial matters compared to the crucial moment when I wounded Zhang Gu. Had I not foolishly stumbled, Zhang Gu would likely be lying in the morgue now, while I would be confined to a solitary cell in the detention center. It's inconceivable, even if his mesmerizing technique was exceptionally potent. My clear heart talisman should still exert some influence. Please recount the events from earlier in detail, the old Taoist insisted stubbornly. As Li Yi recounted the events at the Zhang residence, he meticulously recalled his sensations during the struggle within the illusion. Indeed, there were moments when a chill washed over his forehead, momentarily clearing his mind. Could that have been the talisman's effect? Yet, it seemed rather trivial. Oh, it appears I underestimated this fellow, the old Taoist remarked. If I am not mistaken, it is likely a weasel or a fox spirit, particularly adept in the arts of seduction and illusion. Thus, my talisman could not entirely prevent you from succumbing to the illusion. However, your awakened awareness of being trapped within it and your instinct to resist can still be credited to my talisman. Li Yi scoffed, but found it difficult to dispute this assertion. I shall not pursue this matter further, but your share of the feast tomorrow will be halved, he declared, not allowing the old Taoist to retort. Now, the pressing issue is that I have shattered its corporeal form, yet its true self has fled. Clearly, this is far from over. What should we do next? First, let us consider why it fled. The old Taoist stroked his beard thoughtfully. The answer is quite simple. Its powers have been depleted. As a local deity, its strength derives from the incense offerings of the populace within its domain. How many are still inclined to pay homage to the land deity now? Not to mention, its statue has been missing for quite some time. It has harmed the Zhang family, and perhaps even the group of tomb raiders who stole its statue, all while expending considerable energy to create the airport illusion to confront you. Oh, Li Yi nodded, realizing why it had retreated despite having the upper hand. Thus, it is most likely seeking a place to pilfer some incense offerings to regain its strength before returning to trouble you, the old Taoist continued. Can incense truly be stolen? Li Yi asked, astonished. Why not? The old Taoist replied, setting aside the fact that many businesses now offer tributes to the god of wealth. Consider how many deities are enshrined in the newly constructed or expanded temples. Apart from those temples that are flourishing with incense offerings or are particularly efficacious, where the true deities revel in the worship, there exist lesser shrines of dubious origin. The idols enshrined in these temples often lack a true master, as even the celestial beings are too preoccupied with their celestial duties to attend to them. Consequently, many virtuous earth immortals and lesser spirits may temporarily assume these roles, enjoying the offerings while providing assistance when they can. Some merely consume the incense offerings without offering any form of reciprocation. Do monsters not fear the deities? Can they truly enter the temples? Li Yi expressed skepticism. Monsters, too, possess a spectrum of morality. Some do not harm humans and, in fact, bless the local populace, leading to numerous temples being erected in their honor, such as the 5 revered deities of Hu, Huang, Hui, Lu, and Bai, found in various regions. The old Taoist remarked that it is not uncommon for spirits to inhabit statues within temples, pilfering incense offerings, provided they refrain from malevolent deeds or overstaying their welcome, as such actions might draw the rightful deity's ire. Li Yi pursed his lips. It appeared that even celestial beings have their share of confusion. So, it is possible that he may be concealing himself in a nearby temple? He inquired. There is certainly a possibility, the old Taoist replied. His powers have been depleted, and if he does not replenish them in a timely manner, it is akin to a human exhausting their strength and succumbing to hunger without sustenance. Very well, I shall trust you once more, Li Yi declared. Let us seize this opportunity. Then you should hasten, the old Taoist urged. You must accompany me, Li Yi insisted. I cannot. During the day, how could a ghost like me roam freely? The old Taoist offered an excuse. I possess a spirit-gathering bottle, Li Yi revealed, producing a small gourd. That too is not feasible. Even within the gourd, I cannot assist you, the old Taoist countered. Once I locate him, I shall release you in the main hall, Li Yi asserted. Well, that also is not permissible, the old Taoist sighed in resignation. To be frank, I find myself in a similar predicament to his. My powers are severely limited. Lacking offerings, I can only rely on meditation to absorb a modicum of celestial energy, barely sustaining my true form. Yet you can still manipulate others for amusement? Li Yi remarked. That is merely a form of entertainment. The old Taoist retorted with indignation. The powers you have accumulated must surely be spent on such frivolities, Li Yi continued to prod. Have you refrained from reporting to the underworld for fear of being unable to entertain there? Living beings, or rather, even spirits, require amusement, the old Taoist exclaimed in exasperation. Oh, by the way, you mentioned that you once served as a dancing spirit in the underworld? Surely, accumulating experience could lead you to become a city god? Why did you cease such duties? Was it due to your interactions with female spirits that you were dismissed from your position? Li Yi's imagination ran wild. Silence. Can we not enjoy ourselves without bickering? The old Taoist shouted. Ha, I have hit the mark. Li Yi laughed heartily. But I did not expect you to be so lackluster, possessing no powers at all. Keeping you around seems rather unwise. The old Taoist grew anxious, insisting that a life filled with food and drink seemed effortless, though for a solitary spirit, it was exceedingly indulgent. Though I may lack combat abilities, I possess experience. Just like a retired athlete can still serve as a coach, the old Taoist quickly defended his value. However, Li Yi merely smiled faintly before turning to leave. A bottle of erguo too and 2 bags of peanuts amounted to just over 20 yuan, making it quite a bargain to keep such a seemingly erudite, yet non-combative old Taoist. Nonetheless, the old man was too shrewd, so a little admonition was necessary to remind him that the food and drink were hard-earned, lest he become aloof and hoard knowledge without teaching properly. Fortunately, the next lead had already been clarified. What remained was to find a driver to take him to various temples for a thorough search. Luckily, there were not many temples in Dao City, and with the ongoing urban renovations that had demolished several, there were only a few left, allowing for a complete tour in less than half a day. Chapter 60. The city god Li Yi was not one to visit temples and light incense. Had he not experienced death once, he would have never believed in the existence of ghosts and deities. However, after his brush with death, he had no intention of seeking a statue for worship, nor did he remember the customs of visiting temples on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. Yet, by the afternoon, Li Yi had nearly visited all the temples in the city, including a Zhenwu temple, a Guanyin temple, a Guanyu temple, and even a Confucian temple. Despite his extensive search, he found no evidence of spirits hiding within the statues, nor could he even sense the divine presence of any deity. Perhaps his yin-yang eyes could only perceive ghosts and not gods? As Li Yi pondered this, he heard his phone's navigation announce, "Arriving at your destination in 200 meters. Damn, this place is hard to park," Song Yang remarked as he slowed down. Even though it was already afternoon, the area around the city god temple was still bustling with people. Numerous tricycles lined the roadside, selling incense and candles, while some oddly dressed individuals wearing sunglasses sat on small stools, their makeshift altars adorned with white cloths painted with trigrams. It must be said that this place was the most vibrant he had encountered all afternoon. It was rumored that the city god temple of Dao City was particularly efficacious, as it had been established for many years, unlike the other newly built temples. Li Yi leaned on his cane as he got out of the car and sauntered towards the temple. However, the entrance featured a daunting set of steps, crafted from ancient bluestone, making it somewhat laborious for Li Yi to ascend. As he struggled, an elderly man wearing sunglasses approached and remarked, "So you do know how to come here?" Li Yi was taken aback. After all, he had been a ghostly messenger for several days now, technically an extraneous employee of the underworld, while the city god was his direct superior. Yet, since his appointment, he had never paid his respects to his superior. It was only after the car accident that he thought of seeking divine assistance. Where had he been all this time? The old man, with an air of mystery, said, "I must tell you, your situation is quite serious. Merely burning incense will not suffice. Come, sit down, and let me calculate your fate." "Calculate your own misfortune," Li Yi retorted, prodding the old man sharply in the chest with his cane. The old man lost his balance and fell onto the stool, tumbling to the ground. "His sunglasses ask you, why you're attacking me?" the old man cried, sitting on the ground and refusing to rise, clearly contemplating a career in deceit. Being a fraud is not an easy endeavor. If you can't read faces, then don't embarrass yourself. Li Yi scoffed, leaving the old man behind as he walked away. The old man attempted to pursue him, but Song Yang laughed and said, "If you're looking to swindle someone, you ought to have sharper eyes. Do you really think you can predict his fortune? Do you see that car? He earns his living through fortune-telling, charging a luxury car for each reading." The old man was left speechless, while Song Yang indulged in a moment of pretentiousness, eagerly following Li Yi into the temple. The city god temple is modest in size, featuring 2 courtyards. The main hall, directly facing the entrance, houses the city god, while several side chambers are dedicated to various deities, including the bull head and horse face, the Black and White Impermanence, the judge, the Yiksha, Zhongkue, and Mengpa, among others. By evening, a few devotees lingered in the temple, and Li Yi purchased incense, which he burned in the courtyard before bowing respectfully to the city god. However, the deity did not manifest to offer reassurance to his junior. He then proceeded to pay his respects to the Black and White Impermanence, calling out the names of Dean Bai and Jin Yuan, yet still, there was no sign of them. It appeared that the city god temple was primarily intended for the living. They likely had another office, perhaps making appearances on the 1st and 15th of the month to collect offerings. At least, it seemed deserted at that moment. Li Yi relaxed and wandered about, contemplating that the earth god was unlikely to come here to pilfer offerings. He treated the visit as a mere tour of his workplace. Song Yang had accompanied Li Yi all afternoon, and after visiting several temples, He had grown weary of the various clay deities, disregarding Li Yi's enthusiasm, and plopped down beneath a large cypress tree at the entrance, refusing to move. Li Yi leisurely transitioned from the front courtyard to the back, where he found another main hall and several side chambers. However, the side chambers served as quarters for the practitioners, and the main hall was locked. Peering through the window, he saw it was completely empty, presumably cleared out for the replacement of the deity's statue. As he turned to leave, he unexpectedly caught sight of Dean Bai. "What brings you here?" "Perfect timing. Since we haven't started work yet, let me introduce you to the leadership." Dean Bai, without further ado, pulled Li Yi inside the grand hall. Li Yi was puzzled, as the door had clearly been locked, but upon looking up, he discovered that the hall was not empty at all. Seated behind the altar was a man with a long beard, whose attire bore a resemblance to that of the city god in the front hall, though his demeanor was far less imposing, radiating a genial smile. "Li Yi, why are you not kneeling before your official?" The city god chuckled warmly. "I would wish to bow, but alas, my leg cannot bend." Li Yi replied with a wry smile, patting the plaster cast on his leg. "This simply won't do." The city god exclaimed. "Here, take this spirit-replenishing pill crafted by the medicine king. I bestow it upon you to sample." With a wave of his hand, a glowing pill soared toward Li Yi. He reached out to catch it, but it suddenly veered off course, leaving him astonished as the pill swiftly entered his mouth. A wave of coolness cascaded down his throat, spreading a delightful sensation throughout his chest and abdomen. "When you return to your true form, shatter that nuisance, and your leg will be healed," the city god remarked, pointing at the plaster cast on Li Yi's leg. "Thank you, city god. Next time, I shall bow before you," Li Yi replied joyfully. "Ah, bowing is of little consequence. Now that you have become a ghostly messenger, you must engage in substantial duties. What is it the living say nowadays? Let your performance speak for itself." The city god chuckled. "Oh, I have come this time to capture demons," Li Yi hurriedly stated. "There is no need to report the specifics to me." The city god replied with a smile. "Well, the situation this time is rather complicated, as the instigator is a land deity," Li Yi explained. "Is that so?" the city god remarked, picking up a tablet from the divine table. Li Yi blinked in surprise, and the city god chuckled, saying, "What? Is it strange that our realm has high-tech products?" Strange? To deny that would be disingenuous. However, upon reflection, it seems quite reasonable. After all, ghosts are transformed from humans. So it is hardly surprising that the earthly artifacts appear in the underworld. "Ah, I have found it," the city god suddenly exclaimed. The land deity of Lu Family Village in Dongxiu Township, Shandong County, has had its physical form stolen by tomb raiders and sold as an antique. Indeed, he possesses the authority to punish those involved, though to take a life seems a bit excessive. "By Wu Chang, you shall take care of this matter." Wu Chang acknowledged the order. "All right, prepare to start work. Take him back," the city god instructed. Bai Wu Chang then led Li Yi out of the grand hall, closing the door behind them. "In a moment, you must go to Zhang Huangjai village on Wunan Road, where there is a fortune teller. That weasel spirit is hiding there." After finishing his words, Bai Wu Chang gave Li Yi a gentle push, causing him to stumble slightly before regaining his balance, only to find himself still standing beneath the window of the grand hall, with the door securely locked. Chapter 61. The Great Immortal Zhang Huangjai on Wunan Road, a suburban village rumored to be on the brink of demolition. After inquiring along the streets, Li Yi finally located the relatively secluded lane. The street was narrow, with no room for cars to park. So he instructed Song Yang to find a parking space while he got out of the vehicle. The storefront was modest, consisting of a single room, and upon entering, Li Yi was greeted by a multi-tiered wooden platform adorned with a statue of Maitreya Buddha. Beside it stood Laozi, along with the Jade Emperor, Guanyin, Sakyamuni Buddha, Wuxing Lamu, and the Earth deity, resembling Tang Song, among dozens of other deities, many of which Li Yi could not even recognize. Observing the arrangement, Li Yi understood the level of the fortune teller. The notion of not troubling multiple patrons was clearly disregarded here, as dozens of figures, including both Buddhist and Taoist icons, cluttered the space, suggesting a lack of coherence in their practice. The fortune teller herself appeared to be in her 50s, with short, graying hair and eyes that darted about like those of a rat. She was listening to a devotee while stealthily sizing up Li Yi. In fact, such fortune tellers have a considerable market. Whether genuine or not, there will always be individuals who believe, allowing them to effortlessly earn thousands each month. Occasionally, they might stumble upon a particularly affluent client, which could sustain them for a significant time. "Ah, today's incense is burning splendidly," the fortune teller remarked, holding a chopstick and gesturing towards a thick stick of incense in the burner. "Look at the smoke. It arches in the middle and curls at both ends. This is a gold ingot incense, and I am certain this time the outcome will be favorable, likely yielding some profit." The woman in her 30s, filled with excitement, promptly produced 50 yuan and tossed it into the merit box, expressing her heartfelt gratitude as she departed. "Are you here to burn incense or to seek a reading?" the fortune teller inquired, turning her gaze towards Li Yi. "I neither burn incense nor consult the oracle. I have come to seek someone," Li Yi stated. "Oh, what brings you to me?" The fortune teller sensed a lucrative opportunity, operating her shop, where patrons casually paid for incense offerings and divinations. Though most clients typically contributed a minimum of 10 yuan, it was a trifling sum. If she were to venture out for feng shui consultations or to exorcise spirits, the same old tricks would apply, but with the added convenience of home service, starting at 300 or 500 yuan, and sometimes reaching 3,000 or 5,000. "I am not here for you," Li Yi replied. "Not for me." The fortune teller was taken aback, for she was alone in the shop. "I am looking for that," Li Yi exclaimed, pointing at a diminutive statue on the altar. This figure was not human, although it donned a long robe. Its head was that of a sharp-nosed weasel. The director had once mentioned that the earth deity was a weasel spirit. Upon entering, Li Yi had noticed the statue, and while the fortune teller attended to another client, he scrutinized it closely, discerning its peculiarity. The weasel's head seemed to sway, even appearing to cast a double image. As Li Yi's yin-yang eyes revealed both the clay effigy and the true spectral form of the weasel spirit. With a mere gesture from Li Yi, the weasel spirit detached itself from the statue and leaped onto the fortune teller. The fortune teller shuddered, then raised her head, fixing an intense gaze on Li Yi, filled with a fierce determination. "Is this possession? Young man, you are courting death." The fortune teller's voice transformed into that of an elderly man. Li Yi leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his case, deliberately prolonging the moment. The city god had entrusted Bai with this matter, so she would surely arrive promptly. And there was no need for him to engage in a conflict. "I had initially considered allowing you to linger a few more days, but I did not anticipate you would deliver yourself right to my door. Do not blame me for being rude," the fortune teller declared. "Alas, does your face not ache?" Li Yi shook his head. "What?" The fortune teller was momentarily stunned. "You have threatened to kill me multiple times, yet here I stand, alive and well. Meanwhile, it seems you have exhausted your powers and resorted to stealing incense offerings in such a disgraceful manner. How dare you? You are as good as dead," the fortune teller shrieked, baring her teeth and lunging at Li Yi. This situation was becoming quite precarious. The entity had chosen to forego illusions in favor of a physical assault, while illusions were formidable, having experienced them twice. Li Yi felt he had gained a modicum of experience and should not be ensnared again. However, with the spirit possessing this elderly woman and her behaving so wildly, how could he respond? To fight? A single strike with her cane could incapacitate him, and he might even face legal repercussions. To flee? Although the city god's elixir was said to have healed his leg, the cast remained, rendering him unable to run. As the fortune teller lunged closer, Li Yi was compelled to use his cane to fend her off. Yet, the fortune teller, seemingly frenzied, gripped the cane and yanked it away with an unexpected strength that belied her age. Caught off guard, Li Yi lost his grip, and she seized the cane, discarding it on the floor before once again charging at him with wild abandon. Although Li Yi still possessed a cane, he refrained from using it as a weapon and quickly drew the peachwood sword secured to his belt. Due to the incident with Zhanggu earlier that morning, Li Yi dared not wield the sword's tip. Instead, he struck the shaman with the flat of the blade against her shoulder. The shaman let out a yowl. Akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on, her assault halted as she staggered back several steps, barely managing to lean against the altar. "Enough of this," Li Yi declared with a serious expression. "I am here on the orders of the city god to find you. Soon, the White Impermanence will personally arrive. You would do well to behave and wait. Do not force my hand into making your soul scatter." "Just you?" The shaman laughed maniacally. "Do not speak of the White Impermanence. Even your city god cannot intervene. Today, I shall see what power you possess to kill me, the mighty earth god." With that, the shaman charged at Li Yi once more. In a moment of panic, Li Yi raised the peachwood sword, but before he could strike, she seized his wrist with a vice-like grip. Pain shot through his wrist, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. The sword fell to the ground as the shaman delivered a headbutt that sent him stumbling backward until he fell onto the threshold. With urgency, Li attempted to crawl out the door. He found himself helpless, lacking both magical skills and martial prowess. Without his sword, he was no match for the shaman's immense strength. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold, the leg encased in plaster was grasped by the shaman, who pulled with all her might while even tearing at the plaster with her teeth. The plaster was reinforced with gauze, making it impossible to break easily. It required a saw and scissors. Yet, in her frenzied state, the shaman managed to rip the plaster apart piece by piece, threatening to expose his flesh beneath. Desperation surged within Li. Damn it, I have only just healed this leg. If you tear it to shreds, I will be confined to a wheelchair for life. In a fit of determination, he lay on the ground, curled up, and began to strike at the shaman with arms and legs flailing. Chapter 62. The Earth God's meal, what a disgrace. Utterly lacking in decorum. How embarrassing it was for a dignified millionaire, a ghostly envoy of the underworld, a young man in his 20s, to be engaged in a brawl with a woman in her 50s. The absurdity of the situation was heightened by the nature of their combat. The shaman clung to Li's leg, biting and tearing, while he tugged at her hair, attempting to push her away. As she clawed towards his vulnerable spots, he retaliated by pinching her nostrils and delivering slaps to her face. Where's Deepening? Li fretted, overwhelmed with anxiety. Reinforcements, it seemed, were never timely, only appearing when all hope was lost and life hung by a thread. But the stakes were already perilously high. In a sudden move, Li squeezed his thighs together. Although the shaman's previous strike hadn't landed on a critical area, the flesh at the top of his thigh was highly sensitive, and her clawing, even through his trousers, was excruciating. This is it. I must resort to my ultimate move, Li declared, tearing the ghostly envoy's talisman from around his neck and raising it to press against the shaman's head. The ghostly envoy can indeed repel souls that do not belong to their rightful master, and the weasel spirit, serving as the local deity, is no exception. With a piercing scream, its true form emerged from the body of the shaman. The weasel moved with remarkable speed, making it nearly impossible to catch with bare hands, especially considering it had attained a level of spiritual refinement. However, the situation was quite peculiar. As the weasel spirit emerged from the shaman's crown, it found itself directly in front of Li's face. Poor Li, in the midst of his pain, had his mouth agape, and the weasel, spotting an opening, caused a sudden chill to wash over Li's mouth, reminiscent of sipping an ice-cold beer on a scorching summer day. The coolness flowed down his throat and settled in his stomach, prompting an involuntary burp. Surprisingly, it was rather pleasant. Why aren't you getting up quickly? What a sight this is. Li turned to see Director by standing at the doorway. Glancing at the shaman sprawled across his abdomen, he jolted and kicked her aside, hurriedly rising from the ground. Director, why did it take you so long to arrive? Li complained. I arrived early, Director replied. Now that the weasel has ventured beyond its territory and exhausted its magical power, it poses little threat. You see, you're just fine, aren't you? I knew you could handle it. Li hesitated. It entered my belly. No worries. It will be digested in due time, Director reassured him. Is that really all right? Li felt a twinge of guilt. After all, the weasel was a local deity. The tradition of venerating the land deity has long since faded. And now, without offerings, it bore a grudge and ceased to protect the local populace, even causing harm and threatening lives. Killing it for self-preservation would not be a crime. There was no need for excessive worry, Director explained. Oh, that's a relief, Li said, rubbing his belly, feeling the earlier coolness dissipate, replaced by a warm sensation within. This weasel spirit has been around for 2 or 3 centuries. Consuming it will allow you to absorb some of its essence, the extent of which depends on your own capabilities, Director continued. And the old Taoist you captured is a troublesome character as well. However, he possessed genuine skill during his life. You may learn a few techniques from him to safeguard yourself in future predicaments. Understood, Li replied. By the way, if I encounter trouble again, how do I reach you? Should I go to the city god temple? Foolish child, the city god is already using a tablet, of course. We have smartphones, Director chuckled. Your ghostly envoy order has a communication function. Simply press it against your heart and silently invoke my name. Thoughtful dialing? How impressive. Li was still processing the information when Director turned to leave, adding as she walked, Director Qian has been urging you to win your case swiftly, so he can finally rest in peace. All right, Li responded, but by the time he looked up, Director Bai had already vanished. Sighing, he pondered, why must she always come and go so hurriedly? Li glanced at the shaman lying on the ground, her face swollen, and noticed her eyelids fluttering as if she were on the verge of awakening. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized his crutches and stepped outside. The crutches were the property of the nursing home, essentially purchased with his own funds. Even if they were no longer needed, discarding them was out of the question. As for the plaster that had been stripped down to just the foot, it conveniently spared him the trouble of wearing only one shoe. Upon exiting the shamaness shop, he retrieved his phone and called Song Yang, instructing him to bring the car back. He then contacted Zhang Gu to inform him that the matter had been resolved. Masterly, you truly resolved it? Is everything all right now? Zhang Gu inquired anxiously, his concern palpable, as his entire family lay in the hospital, himself included, nursing a fractured collarbone. It's all taken care of, no need to worry, Li replied, suppressing his irritation, as he had yet to receive payment from the client and could not afford to lose his temper. Didn't you say that was a land deity? How did you manage to resolve it? Zhang Gu pressed, still skeptical. I devoured it. Li knew that such a claim would only deepen Zhang Ji's disbelief. So he moderated his tone, explaining, I searched all day and eventually found him hiding in a shamaness home, stealing incense offerings. I captured him and ended his life. Furthermore, this land deity was actually a weasel spirit. He had drained his powers, which is why I could confront him. Oh, I see, Zhang Gu replied, falling silent for a moment. Growing impatient, Li prompted him again. Masterly, could you tell me where this shamaness house is? Why? Don't you believe me? Are you seeking confirmation? Li's tone turned sharp, sensing doubt in Zhang Gu's words. No, Masterly. Since you say it's resolved, then it must be so. However, given that it was a land deity involved in our family's misfortune, I wish to perform a rite to guide him to the afterlife. There is no need for that. His soul has already been scattered. He won't be able to seek vengeance, Li stated matter-of-factly. Zhang Gu exclaimed, pausing momentarily before continuing. Thank you, Masterly. You are truly a benefactor to my family. I wish I could treat you to a meal to express my gratitude, but I am currently hospitalized. I will visit you once my observation period ends tomorrow. You're too kind. Let us leave it at that, Li said curtly before hanging up. He began to contemplate the Zhang family's situation, which was far more dire than the Chao family's. Moreover, the Zhang family was wealthier, raising the question of how much gratitude they would extend. The Chao family had compensated him with a mere 20,000 and a BMW worth 7 to 800,000. However, he had gone to great lengths for the Zhang family, including personally eliminating a city god. Surely, he deserved more, perhaps starting at 200,000. Chapter 63. Behind the scenes in the hospital room of the second hospital, General Zhang sat in a wheelchair, his son Zhang Gu standing beside him with one arm in a sling. Opposite them was a portly man in his 50s, his visage round and imposing. What? The soul is scattered? That is a land deity. How could it be so easily killed? Indeed, that is what he claimed, Zhang Gu replied. I sense he isn't lying. He seems to possess genuine skill. I dare not speak of other places, but in Day City, I have yet to encounter someone with such remarkable prowess, remarked the portly man. Master Xing, what shall we do next? If he indeed kills that land spirit, would our efforts not be in vain? Inquired General Zhang. Indeed, the portly man nodded in agreement. Originally, according to my plan, we were to wait until that land spirit exhausted its powers, taking advantage of its weakness to negotiate terms, thus claiming it for my use. With its divine essence, all future real estate projects would surely succeed. However, if it were to perish, its divinity would vanish, rendering our prior preparations futile. Alas, we have suffered a great loss. My entire family has been hospitalized, lamented General Zhang with a despondent expression. I suggested that you find someone mediocre to wear the land spirit down. Yet who would have thought you would find such an individual? Master Xing remarked. General Zhang, with a furrowed brow, replied. Who could have anticipated that the young fortune teller introduced by old Chao would possess such formidable abilities? He appeared so youthful. Surely he must be inexperienced. Father, why not let it go? Our recent developments have been quite favorable. There is no need, suggested Zhang Gu. What do you know? General Zhang retorted sternly. The real estate market is becoming increasingly challenging. If we cannot guarantee the success of each project, one misstep could lead to our downfall. Master Xing, shall we not consider starting anew? It is not so simple, Master Xing replied. Do you have any idea of the effort I expended to find this land spirit? Ordinary spirits cannot be approached. We must seek those whose minds are disturbed and on the brink of losing their essence. Otherwise, their divinity would not allow it. Moreover, we must devise a suitable method to draw it from its territory, particularly in depleting its powers, which would require your family's risk. Can you bear such a burden again? General Zhang clenched his teeth and declared, "Very well, I am willing to take the risk." "Father," Zhang Gu exclaimed urgently, "enough. This matter was never meant for you to know. Since you have guessed, I shall not conceal it from you. But you must not interfere with my decisions." General Zhang said solemnly. Zhang Ji's countenance darkened. As the son of the general, he was accustomed to his father's unwavering authority. He realized he lacked the ability to thwart his father's will. Yet he could scarcely fathom that his father would disregard the safety of their family for the sake of the company. "Haha, General Zhang truly possesses courage," Master Xing exclaimed. "In that case, I shall reluctantly assist you in devising a plan once more. However, I remain skeptical that the lad can indeed slay the land spirit. Thus, I must meet him first. If he is deceiving you, then there is no need for such complications. Pray tell, what have I gained from this day's endeavors?" Song Yang complained. After a day of toil, all he had managed was to drive around searching for parking. He was absent when Li Yi attended to business. And though he remained oblivious to Li Yi's actions, the shattered plaster on his leg indicated that the situation had been quite intense. "Enough of the complaints. Allow me to treat you to a meal," Li Yi offered graciously for once. "I have little interest in your humble eatery," Song Yang retorted. Yet he dutifully parked directly in front of the small noodle shop. "Hey, call your sister out as well." Song Yang casually sat down and began to speak. "What do you want her for?" Li Yi asked with a wary expression. "Don't tell me you've taken a liking to her?" "Well, she is not bad looking. But I fear I wouldn't be able to handle her temper," Song Yang replied, curling his lip. "If I'm going to find someone, she must be gentle and virtuous, completely obedient to me, a beauty." Li Yi let out a cold laugh. "Even if you fancied her, you wouldn't meet her criteria." "What nonsense. What flaw do I have?" Song Yang protested. "Let me tell you her standards. First, the man must be handsome, at least as good-looking as I am. He must treat her well, and crucially, have assets of at least 10 million, Li Yi explained. "Come on, if she is interested in you, that's that," Song Yang exclaimed. "I'm not qualified. My assets haven't reached 10 million, Li Yi sighed. "As for the demolition, it's Zhang Gu's family who is in charge. He said that the demolition will extend to the road, and your grocery store can be taken down. But the nursing home is out of the question." "What a blessing," Song Yang shouted. "Think about it, we're so poor here. How much can we expect from the demolition compensation? If your side doesn't get demolished, once they build here and the surroundings thrive, the property prices will soar. But it's going to take 4 or 5 years." Li Yi shook his head and sighed. "Nonsense. Once our side finishes demolishing, your property prices will immediately rise. At least a bit higher than our demolition compensation. How fortunate you are to profit from this," Song Yang exclaimed. Li Yi blinked, realizing the truth in his words. Then a sudden worry struck him. Could it be that Feng Ting truly had feelings for him? He had always regarded Feng Ting as an older sister, having grown up together and never entertained such thoughts. The realization sent a wave of panic through him. What should he do if that were the case? Accept her feelings? Or play hard to get? The familiarity made it all the more complicated. Lost in thought, he chatted with Song Yang about the issue of his leg in a cast. Merely a result of a careless fall. He fabricated a story about the Zhang family situation. Even he found it hard to believe. As for whether Song Yang would buy it, he shrugged. It didn't matter. He couldn't speak the truth. After sharing a bowl of noodles and 2 bottles of beer, they parted ways. Back at the nursing home, Feng Ting hadn't finished work yet, and the elderly residents required attention before bedtime. Li Yi greeted them and hurried back to his room. To his surprise, someone was already there. It was Zhu Dakuai, whom Li Yi had instructed to keep an eye on the Qian siblings. "Boss," Zhu Dakuai exclaimed upon seeing Li Yi, his face a mask of astonishment. "How have you suddenly gained so much skill?" "Much skill?" Li Yi asked. "After eating the land deity's offering, I truly feel invigorated, as if I had slept soundly and awakened naturally." "There is no other difference," Zhu Dakuai said, scratching his head. "Quite a bit. At least 2 or 3 decades of experience, comparable to mine," he added. Li Yi felt a tinge of disappointment. Director Bai had mentioned that the weasel spirit possessed at least 200 or 300 years of cultivation. Had he truly absorbed only 1/10 of it? Such inefficiency was disheartening. Chapter 64. The Heavenly Step, Li Yi admired Jin Yang's martial arts novels, particularly envying Duan Yu's Northern Darkness divine skill. The ability to absorb another's internal energy was simply exhilarating. In comparison to Duan Yu, my ability to absorb only a mere fraction of the supernatural energy seems rather futile. What can 20 to 30 years of cultivation achieve? One only needs to look at Zhu Dakuai to understand. At best, he can materialize to frighten others. The problem is that I am human, not a ghost, rendering this tactic seemingly useless. As Li Yi sighed, he listened to Zhu Dakuai report on the progress of their investigation. Over the past few days, they finally made some headway in tracking the Qian siblings. The Qian siblings were pulling out all the stops. They not only rallied the elderly to join their cause, but also bribed a hospital doctor to testify that the heart condition of President Qian was due to the nursing home's negligence, compounded by improper rescue methods, which ultimately led to his demise. Coupled with the media's sensationalism and the court's partiality, they felt quite confident about winning the lawsuit. Their only concern was that the nursing home had changed ownership, now under Li Yi, while the individual who should have been held accountable, Chandali, was deceased. Thus, their primary focus was to establish the nursing home as the defendant rather than the owner behind the scenes. In other words, regardless of the ownership change, the nursing home would still be liable for compensation. Whether the funds came from Chandali or Li Yi was a separate matter altogether and of no concern to them. You should discuss this with lawyer Zhou, Li Yi advised. Boss, revealing one's true form is quite illegal. You might want to give him a call instead, Zhu Dakuai suggested. Reluctantly, Li Yi dialed lawyer Zhou's number, using the speakerphone to relay Zhu Dakuai's message verbatim. This perfectly plays into our hands. At the trial, you can feign an intention to shift the blame onto Chandali, while I will use that doctor to create an opening. The case is as good as won, lawyer Zhou remarked, adding that the trial was set for the day after tomorrow, and he would visit the nursing home tomorrow afternoon to brief the necessary witnesses on what to expect. After hanging up, Li Yi sighed once more. President Qian had truly suffered. Even after several days of his passing, his body remained frozen in the morgue. It was no wonder he had asked Director Bai to relay his wish to win the case swiftly, even if it meant opposing his own children. Such behavior was exceedingly unfilial. All right, you may return to the backyard now, Li Yi said. By the way, boss, you haven't given me the cigarettes from the past few days, Zhu Dakuai said, somewhat shamelessly. Oh, right, Li Yi replied, feeling his pocket and finding only half a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes. After some thought, he decided to head downstairs to find Song Yang, selling a pack of Hongtao Mountain and a bottle of Erguo too, then made his way straight to the backyard. Without electricity in the backyard, Li Yi unwrapped the entire pack of cigarettes at the square gate, burning them all for Zhu Dakuai, specifically instructing, "You did well this time. Keep this pack for yourself. As long as you perform diligently, there will be no shortage of cigarettes." Zhu Dakuai grinned widely, his mouth stretching from ear to ear, and he couldn't help but flaunt to his new colleague Lao Dao. "Look at this. The boss truly favors us. Do you get this treatment? Little Li, I see your leg has healed. Haha, is this medicine of mine effective?" Lao Dao quickly boasted about his contributions. Effective? Nonsense. This is the elixir bestowed upon me by the city god. I was cured immediately after taking it. Unlike your worthless prescription, which cost me several hundred and was completely wasted. Li Yi retorted, somewhat irritated. The elixir from the city god? The old Taoist, taken aback, exclaimed. How could he be so kind to you? Li Yi, disinterested, replied, what kind of miraculous elixir is so powerful? Not only has it healed your wounds, but it has also inexplicably granted you over 20 years of cultivation? The old Taoist furrowed his brows, staring intently at Li Yi. As Li Yi uncapped a bottle of wine but found no glass, he decided to place the entire bottle beside the fire used for lighting incense, saying, Old Taoist, with my meager cultivation, is it possible for me to learn a few spells now? With 2 or 3 decades of cultivation, I might barely manage to draw some low-level talismans and take a few steps of the heavenly gang. The old Taoist, fixated on the wine bottle, replied, however, I do possess a rare skill that consumes little magical energy, yet wields considerable power. This bottle of wine is a gift for you. Li Yi pointed at the bottle, prompting a grin from the old Taoist, who immediately took a large swig. Don't just drink. Hurry and teach me, Li Yi said irritably. It's actually quite simple. The old Taoist began to explain while sipping his wine. In Taoist practices, spells are not solely reliant on talismans and incantations. Wielding a peach wood sword, and stepping on the heavenly gang are essential to maximize the spell's power. Under the moonlight, the old Taoist first instructed Li Yi in the steps of the heavenly gang. Li Yi practiced diligently for 2 rounds, but soon grew impatient. While it looked exciting, it was exhausting to perform. Bending low and leaping high left him breathless in no time. It seemed he truly wasn't suited for the path of Taoism, much like he wasn't cut out to be an athlete. Despite his well-proportioned physique, which appeared robust, his smoking habit acquired in college had diminished his endurance. Although his early experiences in fights ensured he retained some explosive power, his lung capacity had declined, leading to poor stamina. Perhaps that will suffice for today. We shall continue tomorrow, Li Yi panted, wiping the sweat from his brow as he prepared to leave when he heard the old Taoist exclaim, "There are people over there." People? That's hardly surprising. Li Yi thought to himself, considering the smoke he was producing and his clumsy, drunken boxing practice. The elderly residents and caregivers upstairs would undoubtedly come to investigate. It seemed he would need to address this in a meeting tomorrow, instructing them not to concern themselves with any happenings in the backyard. Lost in thought, Li Yi noticed the old Taoist took on a vigilant posture. Fixated on the back of the house, he realized the old man was not referring to the front yard. Who goes there? Do not hide in the shadows, Li Yi called out in a tone reminiscent of martial arts films. Although he could not see anyone, he trusted the old Taoist's keen perception. As for Zhu Dakue, he was still desperately smoking. The health risks of cigarettes were of no concern to a ghost, and he had consumed nearly half a pack and was thoroughly intoxicated. Lacking skill, yet your senses are quite sharp, a man's voice came from behind the house. It seems we are fellow practitioners. Why not step out and reveal yourself? Li Yi suggested. There is nothing worth seeing, the other replied. I initially thought you were a rising star, only to find you cannot even master the basic heavenly gang steps. Li Yi's mind raced, pondering whether this individual was someone from the circle. According to the hunchback demon Yang Chikuan, this circle was small, yet most practitioners in Dahu City were connected within it. This was partly for convenience and collaboration, and partly because members needed to guard against reckless peers who could escalate matters and compromise everyone's safety. Thus, Li Yi pondered whether the news of his triumph over the camel and the dwarf had finally reached the circles of his peers. Were they preparing to avenge their fallen comrades, or were they considering inviting him to join their ranks? Chapter 65, The Talented Sigil Painter. A person incapable of even walking the foundational steps could hardly be expected to vanquish a deity of the land. Master Xing wore a countenance of disdain. He had anticipated encountering a promising disciple of the mystical arts, only to discover a charlatan instead, leaving Master Xing feeling as though his efforts had been in vain. Master Xing, inquired Director Zhang of the land deity. The land deity had exhausted its magical power, and its corporeal form had been shattered by that young man. Therefore, it was imperative for him to first pilfer some incense to regain his strength or seek out another corporeal form. Manipulating someone through mystical arts to transport it back to its jurisdiction, Master Xing explained. In the meantime, you should dispatch someone to Shandong County to ascertain whether anyone from the village has offered incense to the land deity. I will also visit nearby temples. Perhaps I might uncover its true form. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, Master Xing, Director Zhang replied. Master Xing waved his hand dismissively. Well, I must admit, part of the blame lies with me. Had it not been for an unexpected matter, I could have prevented the land deity from escaping in its weakened state, thereby avoiding being deceived by that young man. Fortunately, Master Xing was able to uncover his true nature in time. We haven't even compensated him yet, Director Zhang chuckled. Father, I sense he possesses some degree of skill. Even if he deceives us, we should at least offer him a token of gratitude, Zhanggu remarked. Are you afraid he might cause us trouble? He'd need tenfold courage for that. Director Zhang scoffed. Master Xing, what do you think? Zhanggu turned back to him. Fear not. Given his meager abilities, should he dare to cause trouble, I shall handle him with ease. Master Xing declared with an air of arrogance. Zhanggu sighed in resignation. This matter was beyond his control. Li had a restless night. The inexplicable figure who had been spying on him during his training had merely uttered a phrase of disappointment before vanishing. As the saying goes, what is more fearsome than a thief is a thief who keeps a watchful eye. This individual knew his whereabouts, yet he had not seen their face, and this unsettling feeling was truly tormenting. As dawn broke, Li Yi, bleary-eyed, hurried to the backyard, dragging the old Taoist with him, insisting that he teach him some methods for self-preservation. With your aptitude and this laziness, You wouldn't learn any skill, no matter what I teach you. The old Taoist scoffed. Back in my day of apprenticeship, who didn't rise early and toil late, beyond meditating until dawn to absorb the essence of sun and moon? Every moment was dedicated to refining skills and understanding the mystical arts. After a lifetime of effort, one cannot afford to slacken. But you practiced the foundational steps twice yesterday and, despite numerous mistakes, gave up. It's no wonder the mysterious figure expressed disappointment in you. Don't tell me you only know the rudimentary steps, Li Yi responded. For instance, sigil painting and incantation should come more easily to me. Despite being injured and unable to rest properly, Li Yi had grown accustomed to the ease of a wheelchair. No longer burdened with labor, he had become indolent, especially now that he was the boss, possessing the means to shirk work. Physical exertion was the last thing he wished to undertake. Moreover, sigil painting and incantation did not demand excessive energy, seemingly suiting him well. That makes it even harder to master, the old Taoist retorted. 2 bottles of erguo tu and some marinated meat. The old Taoist is certainly not one to adhere to strict rules. Just the day before yesterday, he was grumbling about wanting to indulge in some braised meat. Not to mention he would rather expend his merits to manipulate others into playing tricks, simply for a fleeting moment of amusement. Do you dare to trade for a bottle of liquor that costs more than 20 yuan? The old Taoist exclaimed. Deal. Li Yi promptly replied. A bottle of Niuer 26. We won't quibble over 4 yuan. Li Yi scampered off to the front courtyard for a meal, then hurried to Song Yang's place to sell some brushes and ink, returning to receive guidance from the old Taoist on drawing talismans. First, I will teach you an exorcism talisman, which will effectively ward off some malevolent spirits and wandering ghosts. However, if you encounter an old ghost of his caliber, it may not be very effective, the old Taoist indicated, gesturing towards Zhu Dakuai, who was smoking nearby. The old Taoist sketched a talisman, and Li Yi followed suit, initially imitating it nearly perfectly, but then struggling with the more challenging aspects. For a talisman to be effective, the power is crucial, the old Taoist explained. You must concentrate while drawing, allowing your energy to infuse the talisman for it to take effect. Vermilion and yellow rice paper can better carry the power, but since you don't have them now, just make do and try. Li Yi focused intently, wielding the brush for quite a while before placing the tip on the white paper, gradually tracing the lines. However, after just a few attempts, he found it difficult to replicate the design accurately. The old Taoist watched with disdain, but just as Li Yi completed his final stroke, the old Taoist's expression suddenly shifted. It seems somewhat decent. Li Yi tilted his head, admiring his creation. How did you accomplish this? The old Taoist asked, trembling, as if he wished to approach and examine the talisman but feared damaging it. What do you mean, how did I do it? Li Yi responded, puzzled. What had initially appeared as utter nonsense suddenly came to life with that last stroke. This talisman, although lacking vermilion and yellow paper, and even though the brush was a cheap new one, possesses formidable power, nearly akin to the effects I achieved when I was alive using vermilion, the old Taoist exclaimed. Haha, does this mean I am a genius at drawing talismans? Li Yi rejoiced. As a genius, one need not toil excessively. Learning comes effortlessly. No need to practice hundreds of times. Thus, Li Yi leisurely concluded his lesson, heading to the front courtyard early to chat with the elderly, awaiting lunch. The food at the nursing home was quite satisfactory. The chef was a relative of Director LV and possessed commendable skills. However, the elderly struggled with the rich dishes, which primarily consisted of beef, lamb, and chicken, lacking a touch of lightness. After lunch, now fully recovered, Li Yi resumed his role as a caregiver, assisting a few elderly individuals with massages and adjusting their daily medications when Lawyer Zhou arrived. The court appearance, as it turned out, was not as grand as depicted on television. It merely involved recounting the situation in front of the judge. All the necessary details were noted by Lawyer Zhou on paper, advising everyone not to speak too much to avoid being tangled in the opponent's arguments, leaving the caregivers and Director LV to their tasks. Li Yi personally accompanied Lawyer Zhou back, taking advantage of his ride until the intersection, where he found a braised meat shop to purchase a piece of braised pig lung along with half a piece of pig liver, as those were the 2 cheapest options available. As for the wine, it was precisely priced at 20 yuan per bottle, not a single cent more. For Li Yi felt it would be unjust. He considered himself a genius, acknowledging that his accomplishments could not solely be attributed to the old Taoist's expertise. Upon returning to the backyard, the old Taoist grumbled about Li Yi's stinginess while indulging in meat and wine. Zhu Dakue, with a shameless grin, joined in, and the two grew more familiar as the evening progressed. The old Taoist refrained from smoking, while Zhu Dakue relished his meals and drinks. Fortunately, the old Taoist was quite generous and did not mind sharing a feast with him. Li Yi, distractedly tracing the talismans sketched by the old Taoist, languished in the passage of time. As darkness descended, he grew increasingly vexed by Zhang Ji's absence, who had promised to deliver a token of gratitude. Before the work commenced, he had spoken so highly of assisting his friends in renovating the backyard. Yet now, with the work completed, he had vanished without a trace. Hadn't the government long proclaimed that no wages should be withheld from migrant workers? Chapter 66. The toilet haunts. The outcome of the lawsuit was never in doubt. Li Yi testified twice in court, initially as the proprietor of the nursing home. He asserted that the responsibility for the matter concerning President Qian lay with the previous owner, Chandali. Indeed, the attorneys representing the Qian siblings began to argue vehemently, maintaining that the nursing home was the liable party, while the question of who bore responsibility after the ownership change was a separate issue entirely. It took considerable effort to clarify his stance. Once accepted by the judge, they felt victory was within reach. However, their ace in the hole, the doctor poised to commit perjury, was left speechless by a few succinct inquiries from Attorney Zhou, as if his professional acumen paled in comparison to that of a mere lawyer. Subsequently, Li Yi testified a second time, this time as a caregiver. Attorney Zhou posed 3 questions to him. The first pertained to how often the Qian siblings visited. The nursing home maintained a visitor registration system, requiring family members to sign in. Over the 3.5 years that President Qian resided there, the total visits from the 3 siblings combined were fewer than 10. On average, each sibling did not even visit once a year. The second question inquired about the day President Qian suffered a fatal heart attack. Specifically, what brought the siblings there that day. This was easily verifiable. Not only could the elderly residents of the nursing home testify, but the surveillance cameras in the corridors had captured their boisterous voices, though not entirely clear, enough to discern mentions of demolition and compensation. The third question, however, was one that Li Yi provided to Attorney Zhou. Where did President Qian wish to be buried after his passing? The Qian siblings, as his children, appeared utterly bewildered, having no knowledge that President Qian had purchased a burial plot in his hometown. When Li Yi revealed the deceased's wishes in court, even the judge, though not particularly astute, recognized the siblings' gross incompetence. Their lawsuit against the nursing home was not born of genuine grief over their father's death, but rather an attempt to extort money from the establishment. Thus, the court ruled that the nursing home bore no responsibility for President Qian's demise, and the allegations of elder abuse were nothing but baseless rumors. As soon as the verdict was rendered, reporters invited by Director L disseminated the news online, while those hired by the Qian siblings swiftly defected. Consequently, the Qian siblings' reputation for being unfilial and unjust spread widely, and the Nanshan senior apartment finally had its name cleared. 3 siblings emerged from the courthouse, their spirits visibly dampened. Li Yi, however, caught up with them and inquired, "When will the memorial service for President Qian be held?" "Enough of your boasting. We can still appeal," shouted Qian, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Yi. "Alas, death is a solemn matter. Resting in peace is paramount. Your father lying in the morgue is hardly an appropriate situation. An appeal may be possible, but shouldn't we at least ensure he is laid to rest?" Li Yi replied, "Why are you so eager to bury my father? Is there something wrong with his remains? Do you dare to let me have him exhumed for another autopsy to gather evidence against you?" Ms. Qian exclaimed with unfounded imagination. Li Yi found himself at a loss for words, exhaling a resigned sigh. "Do as you wish, but please inform me when the memorial for President Qian is scheduled. After all, I have cared for him for over a year, and it is only fitting to pay my respects." Having said this, Li Yi did not wait for the Qian siblings to respond. He turned and climbed into the van parked by the roadside, which was designated for the elder care facility. He realized that the likelihood of these siblings returning to their senses and acting with moral clarity was exceedingly slim. He even harbored concerns that they might neglect to inform him about the memorial service for President Qian, or worse, might opt for a quiet cremation without ceremony. Given the embarrassment of their legal defeat, Li Yi had pledged to President Qian that he would return his ashes to their homeland for burial. What if the siblings refused to make that journey? Thus, while seated in the van, Li Yi took the opportunity to remind Director L to keep an eye on matters at the crematorium, as he had acquaintances there. Once the cremation occurred, They would receive notification to confirm whether the ashes would indeed be sent back home. With a victory in the lawsuit, a celebration was in order. Since the expenses would be covered by the elder care facility, Li did not hesitate to find a mid-range restaurant near the courthouse, ordering a lavish spread that cost 300 yuan. Apart from Director L and 2 caregivers, the entourage included Lawyer Zhou and several members from the firm. As the sole male representative from the elder care facility, Li inevitably found himself accompanying Lawyer Zhou and the others, drinking to the point of a throbbing headache. He stumbled off in search of the restroom. During the bustling lunch hour, the restaurant was lively, yet the restrooms were limited. One of the 2 stalls was out of order. After a lengthy wait, the occupant of the only usable stall finally exited. Li, impatiently unfastening his belt, pushed open the dividing door, only to be taken aback. Another person was inside. He had thought such absurdities only occurred in decaying capitalist nations. Yet here was a scene unfolding in the heart of China, ahead of its time. Wait a moment. How had intoxication led to such grotesque circumstances? While the situation suggested a rendezvous of 2 individuals, it was, in truth, a misunderstanding. For the occupant within was far from human and certainly incapable of engaging in any act reserved for 2 beings. "Can you see me?" inquired the uncertain voice from within the restroom. Li feigned ignorance, yet the pressing nature of his predicament was becoming unbearable. While others might be able to disregard the presence of an apparition, he found it impossible to relieve himself under the scrutiny of another's gaze. "Leave," Li commanded with a stern expression. "Ah, you can truly see me," the spirit in the restroom exclaimed, excitement evident in its voice. "How wonderful. Master, you must assist me. First, step outside. I need to urinate," Li hissed through clenched teeth. "Ah, yes, master. Please proceed," the spirit replied, grinning obsequiously as it exited the stall. "Do you expect me to relieve myself for you?" Li retorted irritably, closing the door behind him. The feeling of relief rushed over him like the mighty Yangtze River flowing eastward. "Master, may your endeavors be met with success," the spirit called out from outside the stall. Li nearly stumbled, almost wetting his shoes, taken aback by the spirit's absurdity. Had it been influenced by too many comedic performances? After successfully relieving himself, Li glanced into the mirror, hoping to catch a glimpse of the spirit's appearance, only to find nothing reflected. Turning to look, he saw a young man in his 20s, with a sharp, rat-like face that immediately suggested he was no good. "Master, you must help me. My death was so unjust," the spirit lamented. "Why should I care about your grievances? What reason do I have to assist you?" Li responded with irritation. The spirit, momentarily taken aback, realized the absurdity of expecting help from a stranger. Observing the spirit's disheveled appearance, Li's annoyance deepened. "You look like you've been struggling in life. It's no surprise you remain a penniless ghost. I have no time for idle chatter." With that, he turned to leave the restroom. The spirit, finally regaining its wits, pursued him, exclaiming, "Master, I have money." Chapter 67. A Ghost's Revenge. Upon returning to the nursing home, Li headed straight to the backyard, ignoring the old Taoist and Zhu Dakuai, who were still idly sipping their drinks. He pulled out the spirit-gathering gourd and released the male ghost from the restroom. "Hey, you brought back another one," the old Taoist exclaimed. "Where did you find this?" "Just an ordinary little ghost with no skills. What do you intend to do with it?" Li retorted, "It's more useful than you. This is a client. Customers are akin to deities. Here, have a smoke, brother," Zhu Dakuai said cheerfully, offering a cigarette. As the saying goes, wine and cigarettes go hand in hand. The little ghost, taken aback, quickly accepted the cigarette, expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, Li plopped down onto a rickety 3-legged stool against the wall. The shabby dwelling contained a fair share of discarded furniture, remnants left behind by former occupants, including broken cabinets and dilapidated benches, as well as old beds from the nursing home. Out of boredom, Li managed to assemble a makeshift table and a few rickety stools, providing a semblance of a seating area. "Esteemed client, what assistance do you require from us?" Zhu Dakuai inquired with a beaming smile, his demeanor exceedingly cordial. Having worked with Li on various tasks, he had come to enjoy the rewards that accompanied successful completions, whether in the form of a few extra cigarettes or a taste of something finer, making him quite eager in his work. This is not the crux of the matter. The key question is, how much money do you possess? Li has always focused on the true essence of matters. Well, I don't really know," the little ghost timidly replied. As a specter, He could keenly sense the formidable presence of the two fellow spirits nearby. It was as evident as comparing the stature of individuals. While humans might measure by height, ghosts were judged by their cultivation and mastery. To them, it was as clear as day, akin to a 1.5-meter tall individual feeling weak in the knees upon encountering a 2.3-meter tall basketball player. Such a disparity in physique and strength could instill fear even in the absence of any hostile intent. "Damn it, are you toying with me?" Lee exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, causing the flimsy folding table to collapse onto the floor. The little ghost was startled, dropping the cigarette he held. "And no, I wouldn't dare. I truly haven't deceived you," he hastily stammered. "What I meant was about the things I've buried. I have no idea how much they might be worth." Buried items? Antiques? Lee's interest was piqued. "Yes, not just antiques, but many valuable treasures," the little ghost quickly asserted. "Elaborate," Lee urged. "Well, to put it simply, I am a thief," the little ghost confessed. "It's quite apparent," the old Taoist interjected. "Do not interrupt," Lee chided. "Please continue. Take your time. My name is Wei Liuqi, but people call me Wei 6. I am a thief, though I adhere to principles, exclusively robbing corrupt merchants and wealthy households." The little ghost explained. "I originally had 2 accomplices. We never failed in our endeavors. However, one day, they acted without me and broke my rules. Instead of simply stealing, they became infatuated with a beautiful woman, and after violating her, they killed her." "Damn, that's not what I asked. I want to know about the items you hid." Lee replied impatiently. Noticing Wei Lu's aggrieved expression, he gestured for him to continue. "Those 2 fled after committing the crime, but the police caught me. I insisted I was innocent, yet they beat me and ultimately pinned the crime on me, declaring me the mastermind. While those 2 escaped and were deemed irrelevant as long as someone took the fall. Did you get executed? Is that why you harbor such resentment, unwilling to be reincarnated?" Lee completed his thought. "No, I wasn't executed. I hadn't even been sentenced. I died in the detention center," Wei Lu clarified. "You wouldn't believe it. In the detention center, thieves and violent offenders have the least rights. I fell victim to both categories, enduring daily beatings. Given my frail physique, it was quite normal to be beaten to death." "Ah, I see. So, your aim is to find those 2 accomplices to clear your name, correct?" Lee surmised. "No. I want that interrogating officer to pay with his life," Wei Lu shouted. Lee frowned. "After my arrest, I provided proof that I wasn't in the city on the day of the incident. I had been at an underground casino in a neighboring city. I possessed the train ticket as evidence, but he tore it up to claim a quick resolution for the case." "Train ticket? Nowadays, everything is interconnected. Can't you just check it?" Lee remarked. "Back then, it wasn't possible. It's been over 20 years since my death," Wei Lu replied. Lee felt a moment of vexation. The fellow before him appeared to be in his 20s, and he couldn't help but assume he had not been dead for long. He momentarily forgot that spirits do not age. Even an old ghost may retain the visage of a youthful child. Indeed, that police officer later received a promotion, moving from the criminal investigation team to the prosecutor's office, and then to the court. "Now, I find myself waiting daily at the restaurant by the courthouse. Utterly powerless against him," Wei Lu lamented. "Master, you must assist me in bringing this beast to justice." "Well, let us discuss what you have buried," Lee stated, directly addressing the matter of compensation. "Oh, many items. I can hardly recall them all. At any rate, the cash stolen back then has been spent, and the valuable items that were difficult to sell have been hidden away. I buried 3 large boxes in total," Wei Lu recounted. 3 large boxes? How big are they?" Lee's eyes gleamed with interest. "Approximately this size," Wei Lu gestured, indicating a suitcase of considerable dimensions. "Agreed," Lee promptly declared. "I will help you exact your revenge, ensuring that the police officer pays the price he deserves. Then you will reveal to me the location of your buried treasures, and you shall obediently descend to the underworld." "No problem," Wei Lu responded cheerfully. "Boss, how do you plan to deal with that police officer?" Zhu Dakuai eagerly jumped in. "Deal with him? Stop fixating on death. You all have already passed on," Lee retorted, exasperated. "Are you not aware that the underworld is quite strict regarding murder?" Master, Wei Lu began to stammer. "While your death may have been somewhat unjust, you certainly brought it upon yourself. Why resort to theft? You even chose 2 incompetent allies who led to your demise. Who can you blame for that?" Lee stated. "But you just agreed to help me," Wei Lu protested, a frown upon his face. "I said I would help you seek vengeance, not commit murder." I intend to unravel this case from years past, to expose how that captain orchestrated your downfall, leading to your tragic fate. Once this information is revealed, he cannot escape punishment. The specifics of his retribution will be determined by the law, and your vendetta will be satisfied. Li Yi shot a glance at the dissatisfied Wei Lu and continued, "Do not be ungrateful, or I shall withdraw from this arrangement entirely." Chapter 68. Summoning Evil Spirits. As for Wei Lu's case, there was no urgency. After all, 20 years had already passed, and a day or two more mattered little. The primary concern was that, given the passage of 2 decades, investigating the matter would undoubtedly be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Li Yi calculated that the funds in his pocket would barely cover a few days. Thus, the pressing issue was why Zhang Ge had yet to send his token of gratitude. When would the promised renovations to the courtyard be fulfilled? After waiting another day, Li Yi contemplated making a phone call to inquire, but he hesitated, fearing it might undermine his status as a master. After some thought, he decided to call Chao Jinlai indirectly. He merely intended to express gratitude for the client he had referred, while subtly indicating that such individuals should not seek him out in the future. After all, he had resolved their problems and saved their family. Yet they had not even shown their faces. Chao Jinlai, being quite astute, immediately grasped the underlying message. Once he hung up, he promptly contacted President Zhang, effectively questioning why they had allowed someone to work without offering thanks, putting himself in a difficult position. However, the issue lies in the fact that Zhang's family is wealthier than Mr. Chao, which undeniably diminishes his assertiveness in conversation. Mr. Zhang feigns ignorance, refusing to engage, leaving Mr. Chao with a belly full of resentment and no outlet for it. While harboring ill feelings towards the Zhang family, he ponders how to placate Li Yi, given that the business was introduced by him, and he cannot absolve himself of responsibility when complications arise. That evening, Mr. Chao visited the nursing home. Expressing his astonishment at discovering Zhang's true character, he took it upon himself to accept responsibility for the situation and offered a 10,000 yuan fuel card, hoping that Master Li would not be upset. Upon hearing this, Li Yi was instantly infuriated, thinking to himself, "After all my hard work, nearly sacrificing my life, and this man dares to avoid compensating me?" This matter was far from over. "Mr. Chao, this is not your affair. You were merely benevolent in introducing the business. You may keep the fuel card. I shall settle accounts with the Zhang family." Naturally, Li Yi bore no grudge against Mr. Chao, as he still hoped for future introductions to affluent clients. "Master Li, if you hold no ill will towards me, I shall be at ease. However, please keep the fuel card. If you refuse it, it would imply that you are still angry with me," Mr. Chao remarked. Li Yi chuckled, appreciating Mr. Chao's adeptness in handling matters. After accepting the fuel card and dismissing Mr. Chao, he promptly called Zhang Ge. "Mr. Zhang, I hear you intend to act dishonorably. Expecting me to work for free, is that so?" Li Yi confronted him directly. On the other end of the line, a female voice responded, "I apologize, Mr. Zhang is unavailable. I am his secretary. How may I assist you?" Li Yi, furious, nearly hurled his phone, but ultimately refrained, considering his insufficient funds to purchase a new one. "Since it has come to this, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Old Dao, teach me a few tricks to bring misfortune upon others. As long as no one dies, the more ruthless, the better." "Haha, are you not a reincarnation of a sage, solely committed to good deeds? Why resort to spells for harm?" The old Dao chuckled. "The sage proclaims to repay grievances with virtue. How then do I repay kindness?" Li Yi retorted angrily, "If I endure this, I will not be a sage but a fool." Exactly. Our Taoist teachings emphasize swift retribution for all matters arise from the heart. Concepts like self-cultivation and moral integrity are mere trifles of the Chuanjian sect. The old Dao laughed heartily. "Though you may be lazy and foolish, I admire your spirit. Thus, I shall not haggle with you this time. I will teach you a couple of spells for free." Li Yi scoffed, thinking, following one's heart simply means being cowardly. However, this matter could only be resolved with determination, regardless of how prosperous the Zhang family might be. If they wished to toy with him, this situation was far from over. The old Dao, indeed, was not one to mince words. He was genuinely invested in assisting. Without hesitation, he drew a talisman and instructed Li Yi to learn from it, explaining that this was a forbidden technique in Taoism. Normally, talismans are meant to ward off evil and ensure safety. However, spells intended to harm are strictly prohibited from being disseminated. It was only due to his ancient teachings and emphasis on eradicating evil and supporting the weak that this secret method was passed down. The talisman was called the evil summoning talisman, in stark contrast to protective talismans. When in use, one must hold the talisman in one hand, gaze at the target, and recite the corresponding incantation, thereby suppressing the target's righteous and vital energy, which would naturally invite various malign influences upon them. The precise consequences remain uncertain. It could entail financial loss, misfortune, legal troubles, or even unwelcome romantic entanglements. Certainly, nothing good will come of it, as the old sage remarked while stroking his beard. Is it truly this troublesome? Must I keep a watchful eye on him to cast my spells? Li Yi's indolence resurfaced, pondering whether a remote incantation could bring him such calamity that he would be compelled to come here and offer apologies. Do you think you possess sufficient skill? The old sage retorted, somewhat irritated. With your meager 2 or 3 decades of cultivation, if it weren't for your commendable talent in talisman drawing, you wouldn't even be able to create this malevolent charm. Li Yi, feeling somewhat helpless, pouted and headed to Song Yang's shop to purchase yellow talisman paper. However, while Song Yang's small supermarket stocked paper for ancestral offerings, it lacked the more refined yellow talisman paper. Thus, he found himself locking the door and driving to a nearby Buddhist supply store. Li Yi had always been vexed by the existence of Buddhist supply stores while there were none for Taoist artifacts. Admittedly, the term props had been sullied by the film industry, yet purchasing Taoist supplies from a Buddhist shop felt rather unsatisfactory. Nevertheless, with no alternatives available, Li Yi selected a stack of pre-cut talisman paper, a wolf hair brush, and a packet of prepared cinnabar ink. Upon returning to his car, he spread the talisman paper across the back seat and began to draw a talisman. Following the old sage's instructions, he sensed the magical energy within the paper, confirming that his creation was indeed successful. The next task at hand was to exact revenge on Zhang Ge. There was no need for a phone call. A direct visit to the second hospital would suffice, as that family would not be discharged anytime soon. Upon hearing about the Zhang family's refusal to settle their debts, Song Yang was infuriated. Originally a good-natured individual, he stormed off faster than Li Yi, bursting into Chairman Zhang's hospital room and demanding that Zhang Ge come out. Having previously found Zhang Ge to be quite agreeable, Song Yang was deeply disappointed to discover his deceitful nature. He had intended to confront him with a black eye, but found him absent. Unable to locate the younger Zhang, he was relieved to see the elder still resting in bed. Adopting the persona of an enforcer, Song Yang approached and attempted to grasp Chairman Zhang by the collar. The old man, unaccustomed to such confrontational behavior, immediately shouted for security. At that moment, Li Yi entered the room at a leisurely pace, urging Song Yang to refrain from impulsive actions, reminding him that they were there to collect a debt, not to rob like bandits. Chairman Zhang, your actions have been rather unscrupulous. I saved the lives of your entire family, yet you choose to renege on your word? Li Yi addressed him, hands clasped behind his back, moving to the head of the bed. What do you mean you saved my family's lives? Do you have any evidence? Chairman Zhang retorted, his temperament quite obstinate. Matters of this nature cannot be laid bare. I wouldn't prevail in court against you, so let us resolve this in our own way. I advise you, in business, it may be acceptable to act unscrupulously, but when it comes to this, I fear you may not withstand the repercussions of your deceit. If you possess any capability, bring it forth. I am eager to see just how formidable a little trickster like you can be. Chairman Zhang scoffed disdainfully. Li Yi fixed his gaze on Chairman Zhang, choosing silence, which made the latter increasingly uneasy. Eventually, Zhang turned away, leaving without uttering another word. Chapter 69. The power of the elder Chairman Zhang, having risen from humble beginnings, navigated the tumultuous waters of commerce for decades. He transformed from a mere building material merchant into the largest real estate mogul in Dahua City, weathering all manner of storms along his journey. How could a mere young lad like Li Yi intimidate someone like Chairman Zhang? Thus, Zhang, the esteemed leader of a conglomerate worth billions, paid little heed to such warnings. However, he was seething with indignation at Li Yi's audacity. How could a figure of his stature be threatened by a mere youth? Such a slight was intolerable. The noble man takes his revenge, not after a decade, but promptly. Enraged, Chairman Zhang immediately seized his phone, summoning the driver and bodyguard who had wheeled his wife into the courtyard for some fresh air. After the call, he placed the phone on the bedside table, only to have it slip from his grasp and fall. As he turned to retrieve it, one hand bracing against the edge of the bed, He inadvertently lost his balance on the silk bedding he had insisted on bringing from home, tumbling to the floor. Unfortunately, a plastic urinal lay beneath, jarring against the recently healed rib he had sustained. With a cry akin to that of a wounded beast, he howled in agony. Yet the empty hospital room offered no solace. Shouting into the void was futile. After a moment's respite, he struggled to retrieve his phone, intending to call for the duty doctor, but to his dismay, the nearly 10,000 yuan titanium phone had powered down upon impact, refusing to respond despite his persistent attempts. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Chairman Zhang endeavored to rise from the floor to press the call button at the bedside. However, just as he managed to lift himself halfway, the bedding slipped beneath him once more, and he found himself back on his knees beside the bed. Cursed be that old woman, he lamented, for insisting that the hospital linens were unsightly and demanding he bring the exquisite silk sheets from home. After a considerable struggle, he finally discarded the bedding, steadied himself against the edge of the bed, one hand clutching his ribs and the other groping for the call button. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the window. A car had blown a tire downstairs, startling Chairman Zhang so profoundly that his legs buckled beneath him, forcing him to kneel once again. The bedding he had so violently displaced now lay strewn across the floor, and the unforgiving edge of the bed struck his ribs anew. In pain, he leaned back, losing his precarious balance, and his head collided with the bedside table. When the driver returned, pushing the elderly lady back into the room, he found Chairman Zhang unconscious, his face a ghastly shade of gray, and hastily called for doctors and nurses for assistance. In truth, there was little to be done. He merely suffered a mild concussion, yet given his wealth, the doctors were more than willing to run tests and procedures, bustling about with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, they were quick to review the surveillance footage, eager to discern how Chairman Zhang had managed to wreak havoc in his hospital room and sustain further injuries. Although there were no cameras in the room, the hallway footage revealed only Li Yi and Song Yang had entered the ward moments prior. Thus, upon their return to the nursing home, they were met by a police car waiting at the entrance. "Why are we being arrested?" Song Yang exclaimed. "Why? Surely you know why," the local police officer retorted, his eyes narrowing. In truth, he was as bewildered as they were, as this was a request for assistance from the city bureau. Nevertheless, he showed no leniency towards the suspects, swiftly moving to place them in handcuffs without further ado. "Hold on, let us accompany you. Surely handcuffs are unnecessary?" Li Yi exclaimed. "Unnecessary? Who do you think you are to decide?" The police officer retorted. "Do you even comprehend the gravity of your situation? What crime have we committed? Speak clearly. If you can't, don't even think about taking us away." Feng Ting, along with several caregivers, stood by the police vehicle, observing intently. "What is this? Do you intend to resist violently? Believe me, I can take you all back." The officer, visibly agitated, asserted his authority. "Go ahead and arrest us. If you don't, you're nothing but a coward." Feng Ting was unafraid. She turned and shouted towards the dormitory. "Elders, the police are trying to unlawfully detain Li Yi and threaten to shut down our nursing home. Come out quickly." It was just past 8 in the evening. The elderly had yet to retire. Excluding those who were disoriented or bedridden, the rest rushed out. With about 100 seniors leaning on canes and using walkers, blocking the entrance and obstructing the police vehicle. A few, struggling with their words, attempted to reason with the officers. "On what grounds do you wish to arrest Xiaoyi? Which law has he broken? Do you possess an arrest warrant? Without one, your actions are unlawful, and we can report you for misconduct." This elder was well versed in the law. "What gives you the right to shut down the nursing home? If you close this place, where are we supposed to go? You intend to drive us out at night? Are you prepared to take responsibility if we freeze outside?" Their arguments were relentless. The unfortunate deputy chief, along with several officers, found themselves under siege by the elderly, who chided them while occasionally poking fingers at them. In no time, the officer's hat had fallen off, and his uniform was rumpled, stripped of any prior authority. "My apologies, I did ask not to be handcuffed. Yet you refuse to believe me," Li Yi remarked sarcastically. "Cease this at once. If you continue to encircle us, I will have no choice but to arrest you all." The officer, trying to assert his dominance, blustered. "Go ahead, try it." An elderly man surnamed Nyo bellowed. "In my lifetime, I've only seen people taken to detention centers. I've never been one to reside in one." Hearing this, the officer realized he was dealing with a seasoned individual and felt a wave of defeat wash over him. "Yes, arrest me. It's perfect timing. I haven't taken my medication tonight. If I end up inside, I might just perish there." Surely the state would provide some compensation? Another elderly woman with a heart condition chimed in. Once these words were spoken, the officers were left utterly helpless. They could not contend with any of these individuals. Is there anything more to say? Li Yi chuckled, lighting a cigarette. Let them quiet down. The officer finally softened his tone. To be honest, I'm unsure of the exact nature of your offense. Allow me to make a phone call. Is that so difficult? Let us communicate civilly, Li Yi suggested. Everyone, please, let him make the call. Why call? Are you summoning reinforcements? Elder Neo grumbled. Perhaps he is calling for a vehicle. With so many of us, that one van cannot possibly accommodate us, Elder Hua interjected. Laughter erupted among the crowd, leaving the officers in an awkward silence. After some difficulty, the call was finally connected, and the officer quietly inquired. Moments later, he hung up with a resigned expression and said, Mr. Li, may I ask if you visited Mr. Zhang Baoqi at the second hospital earlier? Indeed, that is correct, Li Yi nodded in affirmation. After your departure, Mr. Zhang sustained severe injuries and fell into a coma, thus requiring your assistance in the investigation, the deputy director articulated with great caution. In a coma? That shouldn't be the case. I merely grasped his collar. I did not strike him, Song Yang murmured softly. Although the deputy director heard this, he chose to disregard it. For the pressing issue was to safely escort the injured individual back before addressing any further concerns. Even if they failed to bring him back, the paramount objective was for themselves to leave the nursing home unscathed. Chapter 70. The Paper Man. I believe this must be a misunderstanding. Mr. Zhang was perfectly fine when we left. We were not there to engage in any altercations, Li Yi asserted. If one truly thought that the elderlies would provide them with the audacity to confront the police, they would undoubtedly be mistaken. The police officers were themselves apprehensive, unaware of their own transgressions, rushing to apprehend individuals while hastily applying handcuffs, a clear violation on their part, which rendered them reluctant to escalate the situation. If they were indeed murderers, could they rely on 100 or so elderly folks? In the face of the state apparatus, all else is but a fleeting illusion. Thus, Li Yi, having completed his charade, recognized the necessity of diplomacy. It was essential to downplay the gravity of the situation. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not is not for either of us to determine. We must await the results of their investigation, the deputy director stated. It was indeed our mistake to handcuff you without clarifying the situation first. However, you still need to accompany us for further inquiries. Li Yi contemplated for a moment and replied, I can go, but I shall do so alone. He is merely my driver. Song Yang, upon hearing this, expressed his discontent. Who is your driver? You have never paid me. Li Yi retorted, You fool, it is evident this matter does not concern us. Accompanying me merely subjects you to a night of discomfort at the police station. Be obedient and return home to rest. Come back in the morning to drive me. The police, observing the unfolding situation, did not insist further. Securing one individual was sufficient to satisfy their duties, especially given the ambiguity surrounding their own actions, which nearly led to a significant blunder. Consequently, the deputy director straightened his cap and adjusted his collar before stepping into the van. Li Yi then reassured everyone that he was merely cooperating with the investigation, not being apprehended. Cooperation with police inquiries is a civic duty and a matter of honor, prompting the elderly to clear a path for the police vehicle's departure. I will accompany you, Feng Ting expressed her lingering concern. Very well. Your task is to ensure that the elderly return to their rest. Li Yi assigned the duty before finally boarding the van, which set off. The local precinct was not far, only a 5-minute drive away, leading to an old 3-story building with a modest courtyard. Li Yi was ushered into the interrogation room. Where he was seated, cigarettes were provided, and tea was available at his discretion, thus he faced no undue hardship. Although termed an inquiry, it consisted of merely 2 questions, followed by the completion of a brief record, after which he was left alone to sit in silence. Though his phone had been confiscated, Li Yi felt no loneliness, as the old Taoist, Zhu Dakuai, and the thief Wei Liuqi had all followed in the police vehicle, and he was unperturbed by the prospect of sitting atop the van. The old Taoist surprisingly still had half a bottle of liquor left, while Zhu Dakuai contributed 2 packs of cigarettes. The 3 specters indulged in drinking, smoking, and idle chatter, which made Li Yi's mouth water with envy. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly lingered until 2:30. Li Yi, drowsy and yawning, was bragging about his past glory in ghost hunting when he suddenly halted, his brow furrowing in concern. Zhu Dakuai also sprang to his feet. his eyes wide and fixed on the doorway. "What's the matter?" the thief stammered, feeling a twinge of unease from the two men's reactions. Li, drawn by their attention, shook off his drowsiness and noticed a piece of paper being slipped through the crack at the bottom of the door. "Are advertisements being distributed even in the police station?" Li pondered curiously, intending to investigate the nature of such an impressive advertisement. However, to his astonishment, the paper stood upright, taking on the distinct form of a human figure, complete with facial features, and wielding a dagger in hand. Upon witnessing this alarming sight, Li felt a surge of dread. Folklore abounds with tales of sorcerers crafting paper figures that come to life, often associated with bloodshed. "Be careful," the old Taoist exclaimed, hastily retrieving a talisman and a brush from his robe to inscribe a spell. No sooner had the old man spoken than the paper figure lunged at Li. Its movement was bizarre, resembling a marionette, yet it was astonishingly swift, reaching Li in the blink of an eye, its dagger aimed squarely at his heart. Li scrambled to evade the attack, barely avoiding the strike, but his frantic movements were chaotic. As the paper figure relentlessly pursued him, Li lamented his predicament. Having been brought to the police station, he did not carry his peachwood sword, and the ghostly talisman around his neck could not strike from a distance. To use it against the paper figure, he would first have to endure a dagger strike. Desperately dodging and running, he shouted at Zhu Dakawei, "Aren't you going to help? It's not a ghost. I can't deal with it." Zhu Dakawei replied, his face a picture of distress. "Old Taoist." Li called again. "All right," the old Taoist shouted, clutching the inscribed talisman. "Just draw a talisman and stick it on it." "What?" Li responded, bewildered. "Well, I've exhausted my power. The talisman I draw will be ineffective," the old Taoist admitted awkwardly. "Damn it." Li dodged just in time, narrowly escaping the dagger. But his clothing was torn by the blade. Hearing the fabric rip, he realized the dagger was indeed real. "How can I draw without paper or a pen?" he cursed while running. "You can bite your fingertip and draw it on your clothing. Your talent is strong. You can make it work without vermilion and yellow paper," the old Taoist shouted. Li grimaced at the thought of biting his finger, feeling a pang of pain. He certainly did not wish to engage in self-harm. Furthermore, attempting to draw a talisman while fleeing would be inherently perilous. Any lapse in focus could result in a dire outcome, making it unnecessary to worry about whether the blood from his fingertip would suffice for the drawing. Thus, with quickened steps, Li continued to run, internally berating himself for having brought along 3 ghosts, none of whom proved useful. Exhausted from the relentless sprint, his smoker's lungs gasped for breath, and his legs felt weak. If this continued, he would surely meet a dead end. He had to devise a plan swiftly. Certainly, the paper figure is made of paper, and a mere spark could easily reduce it to ashes. Although the police confiscated my lighter, relying on a plastic lighter that costs a mere $1 to resolve the situation is evidently unrealistic. I fear that before I can ignite it, I might end up harming myself. After running another lap around the interrogation room, Li felt his throat parched, and the back of his throat felt glued together. While he ran, he picked up a disposable teacup from the table, contemplating taking a sip, when suddenly an idea struck him. He turned and splashed the water from the paper cup onto the paper figure. Unfortunately, there was only a small amount of water left at the bottom of the cup, and the droplets merely dampened the figure slightly, failing to impede its movement. Li then fixated on the water dispenser, and, upon completing another lap, he yanked the faucet back. The sound of gushing water resonated beautifully for the first time. Water quickly flowed across the floor, soaking the paper figure's feet. As it attempted to leap again, it appeared noticeably weakened. By the third lap, the paper figure's drenched lower legs had vanished, leaving only half of its thighs intact. When it stumbled over a puddle, it toppled completely into it. Chapter 71. You have an illness. I can cure it. Crafting a paper figure is not particularly challenging. Yet animating it is a far more intricate endeavor. The old man pointed at the paper figure in the puddle, remarking that this was a rather rudimentary version. It still resembled a mere paper doll. In his youth, he had witnessed a master create a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to a living person, complete with flesh and the ability to speak. Don't dwell on the past. If you were truly capable, why didn't you assist earlier? Li retorted angrily, tugging at his shirt, the most expensive one he owned, purchased for 69 yuan from a brand on Taobao. Although it was last year's model, he typically wore work uniforms. And now this shirt was ruined without even having a chance to shine. Didn't I teach you the incantation specifically for manipulating puppets? You should blame yourself for not using it. the old man mumbled, lacking conviction. Hearing this only fueled Li Yi's frustration. Had he followed the old man's instructions, he might not be facing a paper figure in a puddle, but rather lying in a pool of blood. Boss, we cannot linger here. You should leave quickly. If someone else decides to conjure another paper figure, your trick will no longer be effective, Zhu de Kuei advised earnestly. Li Yi was nearly brought to tears by the foolishness of someone who would assist the enemy. However, remaining in this place was indeed untenable. The fact that someone was employing the sinister art of paper figures within a police station clearly indicated that the adversary had already come looking for him. He approached the door, only to find that the interrogation room door was locked from the inside. How outrageous. Was he being treated like a criminal? Li Yi pounded on the door, creating a cacophony that eventually drew the attention of the officers. Someone shouted, "What are you banging on about? There's no lock." Who locked this room? Finally, the door to the interrogation room swung open, revealing the deputy director standing outside. "I apologize. I have no idea how this door got locked." "It wasn't me," the deputy director quickly clarified upon noticing Li Yi's expression. He witnessed firsthand the unwavering support that the elderly residents of the nursing home extended towards this individual. Who knows if there were any retired officials among them? If someone were to back him up, it could lead to troublesome inquiries. Locking someone up might very well constitute a violation. If they were to persist, it could become a convenient grievance for them. Upon hearing this, Li Yi immediately declared, "I harbor serious doubts about the intentions of those who locked him up. There must be surveillance in the corridor. Let me review the footage." "Is that truly necessary?" "It might simply have been a case of someone inadvertently triggering the lock," replied the deputy director. "I insist on viewing the footage. Otherwise, I shall contact my lawyer," Li Yi asserted without wavering. The other party had likely left a trace on the surveillance camera when they shoved a paper figure through the door crack. Although Li Yi suspected this incident was largely connected to the Zhang family, he felt compelled to first see what sort of evidence the other party had captured. "Have you been watching too many movies? Or are you just a recluse, completely oblivious to the realities of the nation?" The deputy director was visibly irritated. "What good would involving a lawyer do? You think he could remedy your predicament?" the veteran remarked from the side. Li Yi retorted, "Well then, if you have an ailment, I can treat it." "My ailment? What affliction do I have?" The deputy director puffed out his chest with disdain. Li Yi shot a glance at the veteran, who commented, "You have kidney deficiency." "You have the kidney deficiency," Li Yi countered. The deputy director's expression soured. Oddly enough, he had no physical ailments. He merely struggled to meet his weekly quotas, attributing it to age and recent fatigue from work. He had brushed it off, but the young man's words struck a chord, making him feel uneasy. After all, what man in his 30s or 40s is devoid of such issues? Even if one still possessed vigor, it was incomparable to their 20s. Was this fellow truly trying to deceive him? However, Li did not allow him the chance to voice his doubts, reiterating the veteran's words. "In truth, you are not deficient. You have been tainted by something unclean. Perhaps a gust of cold wind brushed against you while relieving yourself. Or you may have developed ill thoughts upon witnessing a corpse." The deputy director's face turned ashen as he hurriedly glanced around, reassured only when he saw no one else present, before dragging Li Yi into his office. At that moment, a memory resurfaced. 2 months prior, a murder had occurred in the district, where a girl had been strangled, found naked. As one of the first officers on the scene, he could not help but lament the tragic loss of such beauty. When the criminal investigation team arrived, he had stepped away to relieve himself, but as he did so, a chilling breeze had caused him to shiver, causing his flow to diminish. It seemed that from that moment onward, he had felt unwell. "Do you understand these matters?" The deputy director, momentarily dismissing his years of materialist education, shut the office door and inquired earnestly. Li Yi had no time for lengthy discourse. He simply retrieved the talisman he had drawn for the first time from his pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Take this, burn it to ashes, and mix it with water to drink. Everything will be well." Very well, the deputy director thought the expert was too modest to articulate more clearly. He accepted the talisman and, without a word, turned to his computer to retrieve the surveillance footage. The inquiry room is located at the far eastern end of the second floor. To reach it, one must first pass through a large office bustling with police officers on duty in the evening. Additionally, there is another room where a group of intoxicated individuals are recovering from their brawls. Yet, a portly middle-aged man traverses the lengthy corridor towards the inquiry room, unnoticed by anyone, even as a police officer passes him without a glance. "Look at that guy. He is busy stuffing paper figures." Zhu Dakuai exclaimed, standing behind Li Yi and gazing at the screen. Do you remember the fellow who peered at you practicing in the backyard of the nursing home a couple of nights ago? That's him. The old Taoist interjected. Li Yi furrowed his brow, having initially thought the man was merely an observer from the city's so-called circle. But now it seemed he was indeed affiliated with the Zhang family. A person capable of crafting paper figures to such a degree must possess considerable skill. Even if he couldn't defeat the local deity, he should at least have the ability to protect the Zhang family members. It was unfortunate that all the Zhangs were hospitalized, yet they sought him out instead. Li Yi found it difficult to comprehend this perplexing situation. But he was certain that the old man Zhang's talismans against evil had likely been rendered ineffective by this rotund individual. Bolstered by this man, old Zhang sought vengeance against him. It was utterly shameless. Not only did they expect him to work without compensation, but they also turned the tables and sought to eliminate him. Had he not been clever enough to counteract the man's dark arts, his life would surely be forfeit. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The talisman against evil is far too lenient. Just wait until I deal with you directly, old man. Chapter 72. Meditation. Li Yi considered himself not a violent person. As a child, he never fought to the death nor bullied others without cause. Typically, he would retaliate only if provoked, preferring to avoid conflict altogether. However, the Zhang family's actions had crossed a line. If they could summon this sorcerer to deal with him, their intention to use him as a pawn was clear. He hadn't anticipated that he would actually succeed, yet they refused to offer any compensation. Instead, when he issued them a warning, they sought to eliminate him outright. Such audacity was beyond belief. To confront the Zhang family, one must first eliminate that rotund sorcerer, the old Taoist advised. Otherwise, given his capabilities, I suspect he could neutralize most ordinary spells, unless you are willing to annihilate the Zhang family entirely, preventing any opportunity for retaliation. Li Yi stroked his chin and replied, let us refrain from murder for now. I suspect not all members of the Zhang family are complicit. Likely only old Zhang, and perhaps his two sons are aware of the plot against me. Are you going to kill him or not? The old Taoist queried, somewhat exasperated. Just moments ago, Li Yi had been seething with rage about wanting to take a life, yet now he hesitated when it came to serious matters. Kill, Li Yi declared, but not directly. Did you not hear He Wuchang mention that while the underworld may not concern itself with the tribulations of the living, any loss of life will be recorded in the book of life and death? The old Taoist sighed, pausing for a moment before stating, let us not rush into killing members of the Zhang family just yet. I suggest you first consider how to deal with that rotund man. He abandoned the paper figure and departed, likely astonished that you survived its assault. It is possible he may return, and should he do so, it may not merely be a paper figure he brings. What am I to do? Li Yi asked urgently. With your current strength, you cannot contend with him. You must prepare diligently, for there may yet be an opportunity, the old man advised. First, we must find a location to set traps and gather talisman paper. Along with your peachwood sword, perhaps there lies a chance for counterattack. Upon hearing this, Li Yi realized he needed to hasten back. For the peachwood sword was still at the nursing home, as were the talisman paper and brush, along with the vermilion powder located in the small house in the backyard. Although the deputy director had been exceedingly gracious after Li Yi assisted him with his ailment, even offering his office for Li Yi's rest, it was nevertheless impossible to prepare adequately within the precinct. Li Yi rushed to the entrance and called out to Director Ma. The deputy director approached, and upon learning of Li Yi's intention to leave, he made a phone call. He was informed that the monitoring and the phone call from General Zhang to the driver had been corroborated, confirming that General Zhang was indeed not unconscious when Li Yi departed. However, this did not entirely absolve them of suspicion, yet there was no need to detain him further at the station. After a brief admonition to remain reachable, Director Ma personally drove Li Yi back to the nursing home, stopping just outside, evidently wary of being encircled by the elderly residents. Li Yi waved him off and, after exchanging pleasantries with the on-duty caregiver, headed straight upstairs. He intended to retrieve the peachwood sword and proceed to the backyard, only to find Feng Ting asleep in his room instead of returning home. Is everything all right? What time is it? Feng Ting asked, groggily sitting up, her spaghetti straps slipping from one shoulder. Li Yi's heart raced uncontrollably at the sight. It's 3:30, he replied, turning his gaze away. Oh, Feng Ting responded, then lay back down. Li Yi squatted beside the bed, and their faces were mere inches apart. Don't misunderstand. I merely need to fetch something, Li Yi stammered, hastily retrieving the peachwood sword from beneath the bed. Huh, as if you have the courage. Confronting scoffed, rolling over to sleep on her side. Li felt a pang of hurt. Being scorned by a beautiful woman for having the intent but lacking the courage was a blow to any man's pride. Yet, despite Confronting's beauty and kindness, he felt an overwhelming familiarity that rendered him hesitant. As he grasped the peachwood sword, he prepared to leave, but the thought of retreating without a word felt cowardly, akin to knowing one cannot win, yet still wishing to leave an impression. I'm busy today. I'll call you another time to show you what true audacity means, he muttered, not waiting for Confronting's response. He swiftly exited the room, shutting the door behind him, and dashed down the stairs without waiting for the elevator. With the peachwood sword in hand, Li focused his mind and began drawing talismans under the guidance of the old man. He produced 7 or 8 charms, including those for warding off evil, slaying demons, and driving away spirits. Soon, he felt utterly exhausted, as though he had exerted himself to the utmost. Drawing talismans drains your vitality. You are fatigued. Do not overextend yourself. Quickly meditate to recover, the old man instructed. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Li exclaimed in frustration. Isn't it supposed to be easy to restore one's magical powers? If that fellow arrives now, we would be doomed. For us spirits, the restoration is indeed quite challenging, but you, being a living person, possess the natural flow of yang energy within you. With meditation, it won't take long for you to fully recover. Even without meditating, if you simply eat well and sleep, you can regain most of your strength, the old Taoist explained. Oh, that sounds promising, Li replied, settling down on the ground as instructed by the Taoist, closing his eyes to sense the circulation of vital energy within him. The pure essence he had cultivated over 2 to 3 decades, thanks to the land deity, began to flow through him, and after completing a small cycle of energy circulation, the weariness he felt diminished somewhat. Before long, the sky brightened, and an hour later, the elderly began to rise one by one. Many of the healthier ones hurried to the backyard to tend to the vegetables and water the plants. Upon seeing Li meditating in the small house, they couldn't help but come over to check on him, asking if the police had troubled him at the station last night, and questioning why he chose to meditate all night when there were so many available rooms. As Li managed the concern of the elderly, he pondered how to express his gratitude. After all, they had surrounded the police car for his sake, and though they were not family, their kindness deserved acknowledgement. But how could he best thank so many people? Waiving a month's accommodation fees was clearly out of the question. The lawsuit involving the Jean siblings had already affected the business of the nursing home, and waiving another month's fees could lead to its closure. Moreover, for some of the elderly, money was not a pressing issue. The accommodation fee of over 1,000 yuan a month was hardly significant. So what did the elderly truly need? Certainly, they wished for good health, free from ailments, and a few extra years of life. While he might not be able to influence their lifespan, he believed he could assist with their health. His own knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine might be insufficient, but he had the old Taoist to rely on. Chapter 73. Barbie doll. Someone outside wishes to harm you, and you still have the time to indulge in such trivial thoughts? The old Taoist dismissed Li Yi's concerns, finding fault with his lack of focus. As long as I am alive, life must go on, Li Yi asserted. Even if he were to kill me, I would have still helped the elderly, and that would count as some merit. The old Taoist smacked his lips and remarked, no wonder I observe that your countenance reflects deep fortune. With such a mindset, it is no surprise that you often turn misfortune into fortune. Very well, I shall lend you a hand. Li Yi felt his face warm with embarrassment. While he claimed his intentions were solely to thank the elderly for their support, he couldn't deny a hint of self-interest. The reason he could die and return to life, and earn the favor of the city god, was fundamentally due to the backing he had received. Director Bai had raised him since childhood, and out of gratitude, he chose to study nursing. His diligent care of Jin Yuan had earned him recognition, and perhaps even the bank manager had spoken favorably on his behalf, which was why the city god acknowledged his existence. Li Yi could not help but ponder the extraordinary talents that resided among the elderly in the nursing home. There might even be individuals who would ascend to positions of authority in the future. It was imperative for him to maintain good relations with them. While harboring personal motives was not inherently objectionable, the true danger lay in those mediocre souls who, in their quest to vindicate themselves, accomplish nothing at all. With a prescription provided by the old Taoist, Li Yi approached Director Bai, requesting the procurement of a batch of medicinal herbs to brew a large pot of herbal tea. Additionally, Li Yi learned a simple routine of the 5 animal frolics from the Taoist. After breakfast, he began teaching the more sprightly, elderly residents in the courtyard. Many seniors, inspired by his demonstration, joined in, practicing diligently for half the day before enjoying a bowl of herbal tea, which invigorated them and alleviated their ailments. In no time, the elderly were singing Li Yi's praises, and he felt a sense of fulfillment as he relished his moment of recognition. However, he soon hurried to the rear courtyard to continue his talisman drawing. Yet, as noon approached, the portly fellow had not returned. "It's likely I'll have to wait until evening. I suspect his spells lose potency during the day," the Taoist remarked. "In that case, I shall take a brief nap," Li Yi replied. "Nap? What are you talking about? We Haven Tea received the food and drinks for today yet. And does last night's all-nighter count as overtime? We Haven Tea had any extra rations. That's rather unacceptable," the Taoist exclaimed. Fine, you're the boss," Li Yi replied with resignation, returning to the front courtyard just as Director Bai descended from the upper floor. He called out to Li Yi, "Perfect timing. The crematorium just called to inform us that Director Qian will be cremated tomorrow." "Oh, it's finally time for the cremation," Li Yi sighed. "Indeed. I was beginning to think they would appeal. It seems they realize that further protests will yield no victory, and extorting us will not be so simple," Director Bai scoffed, his frustration evident. It was a tremendous indignity to be falsely accused of seeking monetary gain after having worked diligently and conscientiously. Now that the opposing party had finally faced reality, it could be seen as a moment of vindication. "Well, I must go tomorrow morning," Li nodded. "They are not holding a memorial service, opting for a direct cremation," Director Bai informed him. "I should attend as well. Old Qian asked me before his passing to ensure his ashes were returned to his hometown," Li stated. "Haven Tea, you already conveyed his wishes? You fulfilled your duty. There's no need for you to go again. Being neither relatives nor close friends, it might stir up trouble," Director Bai warned with concern. Li Yi thought that under different circumstances, simply relaying old Qian's last wishes would suffice. Once a life had extinguished, whether promises were kept became inconsequential. However, old Qian had compelled him to make a promise, and given that old Qian had served in a position of authority, it would not do to renege on that vow. "It's fine. I'll go in a personal capacity," Li waved his hand dismissively as he departed. Considering the money in his pocket, Li decided to buy a bottle of erguo too. However, upon crossing the street, he found the small supermarket across the way closed. He pulled out his phone to call Song Yang, but after a prolonged wait with no answer, he realized he could hear the ringing of a mobile phone from inside the house. Li hung up and knocked on the door, yet there was still no response. As he continued to knock with increasing force, his efforts grew louder, enough to rouse even a comatose individual, yet the silence within persisted. Li's expression suddenly shifted, and he couldn't help but consider that perhaps the paper figure from the previous night was not merely targeting him, but was seeking vengeance against others as well. He dashed back to the nursing home to retrieve a crowbar, which he forcefully wedged beneath the rolling shutter door, prying it open with considerable effort. He hardly cared that it was broad daylight and that passers-by might alert the authorities. After a strenuous struggle, the door finally yielded. With a clatter, he pushed the rolling door aside and, through the glass, beheld Song Yang sprawled motionless on the army cot at the counter, appearing almost lifeless. Rushing inside, he placed one hand on Song Yang's nose to check for breath while feeling for a pulse with the other. To his relief, Song Yang's face was ashen and his breathing shallow, but his heartbeat remained steady. Although the situation was dire, it seemed there was no immediate threat to life. A quick glance around the room revealed a startling sight. Song Yang was clad only in a top, while the lower half of his body lay bare, a certain appendage languishing amidst a mass of indeterminate pus-like substance. Good heavens, how many times must one endure such a fate? Li thought. Just then, a voice called from outside. "Hey, what's going on in there?" Li hastily grabbed a large towel to cover Song Yang's embarrassing exposure. Otherwise, word would spread and his reputation would be utterly tarnished. The local convenience store owner, known for his nocturnal escapades, might even make headlines for such a scandal. "Oh, I stayed up too late and overslept, causing me to think he was dead," Li mumbled evasively. "Wake up, you fool," he urged. But Song Yang had already drifted back into slumber. The laundromat owner next door remarked, "I was worried something had happened. You were too hasty in breaking in. Now you'll need a professional to fix the door." "Yes, I'll address that once he wakes up," Li replied nonchalantly. With the rolling shutter door still closed and the room dimly lit, The woman peeked in and confirmed that Song Yang was indeed deep in sleep before turning away. Li Yi began to investigate the state of the convenience store, as he found it implausible that Song Yang could have engaged in such reckless behavior throughout the night. Even if he possessed the stamina, who would willingly partake in such an endeavor? It was inconceivable that this incident was devoid of sinister undertones. Recalling his own encounter with the paper figure, Li Yi surmised that Song Yang's condition was likely a result of the same malevolent force. Yet, he pondered why the paper figure had not simply killed him. Perhaps it sought to avoid the complications of a murder investigation, opting instead for a more insidious demise. As for his own near-fatal encounter, it was possible that being in the police station provided a certain level of protection. Were he to be slain there, no one would delve deeper into the matter. Despite searching diligently, Li found no trace of the paper figure, save for a suspicious Barbie doll discarded beneath the bed. Chapter 74. The Taoist named Li. The Barbie doll was strikingly beautiful, with large eyes, a petite mouth, long eyelashes, a curvaceous figure, and an allure that would captivate any young girl. However, as a mere toy, its charm was superficial. The notion of a living counterpart was simply preposterous. Li Yi recalled having seen news articles online about foreign women undergoing surgery to resemble Barbie dolls, the images leaving him with an unsettling sensation. Oh, it appears that residual magic lingers on this doll. It must have been responsible for his current plight, Li Yi mused. He crouched to inspect the Barbie doll further before turning his attention to a shelf filled with various spirits. I am quite astonished. He has transformed into a real person, yet he still manages to indulge himself. Lin Yi shook his head with a wry smile. Old Dao, is there any hope for this fellow? Almost none. Old Dao replied without looking back. I suspect he is still a novice. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago from such excess. He is left with just a final ounce of vitality. What shall we do now? Li Yi inquired. First, let us take him outside to bask in the sunlight. And then we shall procure some restorative nourishment for his waning energy, Old Dao advised. Li Yi, feeling somewhat helpless, returned to the nursing home to fetch a wheelchair. He wrapped Song Yang in a large bath towel and unceremoniously placed him in the wheelchair, wheeling him outside to the roadside. After 10 minutes in the sun, Song Yang awoke, groaning and lacking the strength to speak. You truly are something else. Even a Barbie doll can exhaust you? Li Yi chuckled, disregarding Song Yang's bewildered expression. He instructed him to stay put by the door while he hailed a cab to purchase restorative herbs. Old Dao's prescriptions have always been rather pricey. Just one batch of medicine cost him several hundred. By the time Li Yi returned, he dared not call for a taxi, instead carrying the concoction of herbal broth on public transport. After a flurry of activity, evening approached. As Song Yang consumed the herbal broth, his complexion began to improve and clarity returned to his mind. Yet, he remained incredulous that he had spent the entire night in such debauchery. Li Yi, wary of leaving him alone to tend the shop, repaired the rolling shutter's lock and wheeled him back to the nursing home. He first dined in the cafeteria, later bringing back several extra dishes to the backyard. He set up a small table for Song Yang's dinner and placed another one for Old Dao as a reward, ensuring to include a bottle of liquor and some cigarettes for Zhu Dakuai. As for the little thief, his presence was barely felt. Whether he could partake in the feast depended solely on his own cunning. Eat, drink, smoke, Li Yi beckoned, for only then could the spirit receive its offerings. Who are you speaking to? Song Yang could not help but ask. I am speaking to you. Hurry and eat, Li Yi retorted, glancing back at him. You should eat as well. Song Yang pointed to the table, mistakenly believing it was Li Yi's. Why the fuss? We could simply share a meal together. Li Yi ignored him and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it up. Old Zhang's behavior had become intolerable, while Li Yi could endure his attempts to harm him. Targeting Song Yang was utterly outrageous. Did they truly believe that Song Yang, an ordinary mortal without any magical prowess, would escape their malice? Li Yi had been wavering on whether to confront the old man directly, but he resolved that if this back and forth continued, he would retaliate. Who knew who their next target would be? However, eliminating old Zhang would not prove easy, particularly with that rotund accomplice. Li Yi contemplated that waiting idly was not a viable strategy. It was one thing for the fat man to arrive tonight. If he did not come, would they not spend the night in vain anxiety? After all, one cannot guard against thieves forever. It would be better to take the initiative. Old Dao, can you create paper figures, or perhaps a Barbie doll? Li Yi inquired. This kind of dubious craft is beneath my dignity to learn. Old Dao replied, his expression one of pride. Ah, are you a person of the righteous path? Yet you still manipulate others and play tricks, right? By the way, aren't you capable of controlling people? Then that settles it. Li Yi exclaimed, smacking his thigh. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Who are you talking to? Song Yang suddenly widened his eyes. Oh, I almost forgot about you, Li Yi admitted, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He truly did not want Song Yang to know too much or become too deeply involved, especially since this fellow was known for spreading gossip like wildfire around the nursing home. If he were to discover that ghosts truly existed, it would undoubtedly lead to him being sent to a mental institution. Are you really out of your mind? Song Yang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, I have a habit of talking to myself, Li Yi replied, scratching his head. That's nonsense. Song Yang shivered. Are you talking to ghosts? Absolutely not, Li Yi immediately denied. Don't lie to me. I've already figured it out. Song Yang took a deep breath to steady himself. Ever since your car accident, you've become rather eccentric. At first, I believed Feng Ting when she said you could read fortunes, but the Zhang family situation is so peculiar, and with what happened to me last night, I feel half dead. Unless there are ghosts involved, many things simply cannot be explained. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to tell him. After all, he almost died and is technically a part of it, the old Taoist said, taking a sip of his drink. This guy is actually quite decent. Although he scolded me last time we burned paper, he was merely trying to guide people onto the right path, Zhu Dakuai added, taking a drag from his cigarette. All right then. Li Yi gritted his teeth and nodded. Dakuai, manifest yourself for him to see. Zhu Dakuai grinned, took a deep puff of smoke, and began to fade in and out of visibility. Look, Li Yi gestured for Song Yang to turn around. Whoa, Song Yang shivered, feeling his scalp tingle and his body stiffen. What are you showing your bald head for? Li Yi cursed at Zhu Dakuai before turning back to Song Yang. Indeed, there are ghosts. Just now, I was conversing with one. Big brother, are you scared? Zhu Dakuai exclaimed with a laugh. Song Yang looked a bit dazed, much like Yi Gong who loved dragons. While Yi Gong was indeed fond of dragons, encountering something unseen would frighten anyone. Although Song Yang had mentally prepared himself, how could he not feel fear at that moment? Rest assured, he is my little brother and will not harm you, Li Yi reassured him. By the way, old Taoist, I still do not know your surname. You just remembered. The old Taoist huffed, but it matters not. I have long forgotten my worldly name. It is better not to mention my Tao title. Since the founder of Tao is surnamed Li, and you also bear the surname Li, then I shall adopt the surname Li as well. Li Yi pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. Wait, there are more ghosts? Song Yang inquired. This is Taoist Li. And that thief over there, what is your name? Never mind, no need to ask, Li Yi replied. The poor thief was about to announce his name, but the latter half of the sentence severely wounded his pride. They cannot reveal their true forms. You cannot see them, Li Yi continued. I died once and gained the ability to see both the living and the dead. Everything that has transpired recently is related to ghosts. The specifics can be discussed later. The pressing issue at hand is that the Zhang family refuses to pay and seeks to retaliate against us. Last night, you were under some sort of enchantment, which is why you spent the entire night with that Barbie doll. Chapter 75, A Father's Pitfall. Song Yang grappled with the incredulous situation, listening to Li Yi muttering to himself. I supply you with drinks daily. After consuming so much over these days, haven't you accumulated any spiritual power? Li Yi retorted with irritation. After saying that, he wore a look of disdain as he listened. Enough with the bickering. Stop acting like a man-child, Li Yi said, growing impatient. Let me tell you, if we cannot overcome this hurdle, I'm done for when that guy comes back. I may have subordinates who could perish without consequence, but if I die, who will buy you drinks? After a moment, Li Yi chuckled. That's the spirit. It's either you or me in this situation. Let us confront him together. What are they talking about? Song Yang could not help but inquire of Zhu Dakuai. They're planning to seek revenge on the one who harmed you, Zhu Dakuai replied. Boss, take me with you. You can't have a fight without me. What will you do? You don't know any spells. Just stay home and watch him. Li Yi pointed at Song Yang. Can I be of assistance? Song Yang asked nervously. Just take care of yourself, Li Yi said, and then he departed. Accompanied by the old Taoist, he headed straight for the roadside, contemplating where to exact his vengeance. The old man was certainly still in the hospital, but security would undoubtedly be heightened. After all, a billionaire with tens of billions at stake would not find it challenging to hire a host of bodyguards. If he were to go to the hospital, he feared he might be captured before even entering the doors. After some consideration, Li Yi decided to lure the snake out of its hole and thus made his way to the Zhang family villa. It appeared that the Zhang family had all gone to the hospital, likely leaving only Zhang Ge, whose injuries did not require hospitalization. As long as he could locate this fellow, he doubted that the old man would hesitate to act recklessly. The villa community had excellent security, requiring visitors to register, rendering it impossible for taxis to enter. Li Yi and the old Taoist got out of the car at a distance, gazing at the towering 2-meter wall in silence. I told you to study diligently, but you wouldn't listen. You should know that when I was alive, I could leap over such a height with ease. The old Taoist admonished Li Yi, disregarding the fact that he had trained since childhood, while Li Yi had only practiced for a few days. Just then, a Cadillac came to a halt, and the passenger window rolled down, revealing Zhang Ji's face. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. The guy had come to kidnap him. Yet he had been the one to spot him first. Zhang Ge, somewhat conflicted, smacked his lips and chuckled awkwardly. Looking for me? Get in the car. Since matters had escalated to this point, Li Yi decided to be straightforward. He opened the back door for the old Taoist to enter first, then adjusted himself to sit down as well. The driver appeared wary, yet he complied with Zhang Ji's instructions and drove into the community, insisting that Zhang Ge and Li Yi could not be alone together until the car was parked, at which point they would enter the living room together. Have a seat, Zhang Ge said, settling onto the sofa, pulling out a cigarette pack to light one, and then offering the remaining pack to Li Yi. Li Yi was rather unceremonious. Although this premium cigarette was less to his liking than his habitual hometown mountain brand, one single stick was equivalent to an entire box of his usual choice. Thus, to abstain from a bargain would be sheer folly. Initially, I was entirely unaware of this situation. Zhang Ge took a puff of his cigarette and remarked, "My father believes you deceived him. With your capabilities, it is utterly impossible for you to have slain the earth deity." Li Yi inhaled deeply, remaining silent. "I believe you may lack merit, yet your efforts are not in vain. My father has stated he will not compensate you. However, I had intended to offer you something." Zhang Ge continued, "It is regrettable that I missed your call. Otherwise, this matter would not have escalated to this extent." Li Yi took another drag, still silent. "You harmed my father in the hospital. It is only just that he seeks retribution," Zhang Ge asserted. "When will this cycle of vengeance end? I propose we consider this matter settled. If you return now, I assure you I will ensure no further harm comes to you." Li Yi took another puff of his cigarette and then erupted into laughter, smoke billowing from his nostrils and mouth. Zhang Ge was taken aback. But Li Yi's expression morphed into one of fierce disdain. Is this the logic of the affluent? Clearly, the rotund individual you engaged possesses the means to protect your entire family, yet you have dragged me into this turmoil. I am inclined to believe you intended for me to serve as cannon fodder. There must be some ulterior motive at play. Yet, not only did I survive, I have vanquished the earth deity. Has this not thwarted your grand designs? You surmise that I am merely a charlatan due to my rudimentary skills, and thus you seek to cast me aside. Such a clever calculation. Zhang Ji's countenance shifted. Could it be that Li Yi had unraveled the intricacies of this plot? I suspect you never anticipated that both Song Yang and I would emerge unscathed, and now you are concerned that I might indeed possess genuine abilities. Seeking to downplay the matter? Li Yi extinguished his cigarette and rose. This situation has reached a point where it must culminate in a resolution, one way or another. Li Yi declared solemnly. Do not act impulsively, Zhang Ge pleaded, shifting nervously on the sofa, attempting to distance himself from Li Yi. Meanwhile, the driver stepped forward. One fist clenched in preparation for an attack, while the other hand instinctively reached towards his lower back. Old Dao, it is your turn, Li Yi exclaimed, only to plop back down onto the sofa. Zhang Ge and the bodyguard were momentarily stunned. What was this fellow's issue? He appeared to be brimming with righteous indignation, yet he seemed merely engaged in verbal sparring. Li Yi did not deny his intention to merely engage in rhetoric. It was not that he believed he could not contend with the professional bodyguard, but rather that with Old Dao present, there was no need for him to soil his hands. Old Dao, with a pained expression, retrieved a talisman and floated over to the bodyguard, directly affixing it to his forehead. The bodyguard, oblivious to Old Dao's presence and the talisman upon his brow, suddenly appeared disoriented. He turned to face Zhang Ge and, without a second thought, withdrew the baton secured at his waist and began to assault him. Poor Zhang Ge was bewildered, enduring several strikes before he could even fathom that his bodyguard was attacking him. He curled up on the sofa, cradling his head, and after a considerable pause, finally remembered to call for help. All right, do not kill him, Li Yi instructed. The old master chanted an incantation, causing the bodyguard to freeze and step back in a daze. To his dismay, Zhang Gu was bloodied on the sofa, clearly indicating that the bodyguard had not held back. "Call your father and instruct him to come here immediately, and he must come alone," Li Yi commanded. Are you kidnapping me?" Zhang Gu stammered. "I merely came to visit him. Since he is absent, it is only natural to summon him back," Li Yi replied nonchalantly. "Of course, you may choose not to call him, or even bring more people along, but I wouldn't mind allowing him to continue his assault. By the way, there should be a kitchen knife in your house, correct?" Zhang Gu trembled and hastily retrieved his phone. At this point, he had no choice but to comply. Chapter 76. Divine Symbols. "I have never believed in ghosts, nor in the existence of people like you," Zhang Gu stated, wiping the blood from his forehead with a tissue. "However, during this time, I have come to find this world exceedingly terrifying. If ghosts and individuals like you truly exist, how can we mere mortals survive?" "You are overthinking it," Li Yi replied, puffing on a cigarette. "Whether it be ghosts or individuals like myself, all have their own survival rules. Just as among ordinary people, there are those who possess great strength and can fight, yet they do not indiscriminately kill, for there are laws and ethics. Those who violate these rules are deemed criminals and will be apprehended and punished. Then controlling him to assault me, does that not constitute a violation of these rules?" Zhang Gu questioned. "Certainly it does," Li Yi smiled. "However, there is one beneficial aspect to the underlying rules. Good deeds are recorded positively, while bad deeds are noted negatively. As long as one performs more good deeds, occasional misdeeds may go unpunished. Is such a rule really in place?" Zhang Gu forced a bitter smile. "Enough of this useless banter. When will your father arrive?" Li Yi inquired. "You must know that my father would never come alone," Zhang Gu replied. "In fact, he likely will not come at all. To him, my existence pales in comparison to his business. Even if I were to perish, I still have an elder brother." "Is your father truly so indifferent towards you?" Li Yi asked. "Do you know the truth about the land deity?" Zhang Gu sighed bitterly. "Master Xing, the one you referred to as the portly man, claims to have a method to compel the land deity to protect my family's company, ensuring that all projects prosper. However, to achieve this, he must first deplete the land deity's power. And what was the outcome? My entire family ended up in the hospital. For the sake of the company, he was willing to gamble with the safety of my entire family, my mother, my brother, my sister, and even my father, let alone my own life." Zhang Gu wore a bitter expression, caught between resentment and helplessness. "To deplete the land deity's power and then force him to protect you? You are rather naive." Li Yi chuckled. "The land deity has jurisdiction, you know? It's akin to expecting the police from the northern precinct to handle cases in the southern precinct. Do you truly believe the southern officers would be pleased?" Zhang Gu stared in astonishment and replied with a pained smile. "I genuinely do not understand this matter. Perhaps Master Xing has a way, or he is merely deceiving my father." "Incorrect." Suddenly, sounds emanated from outside the door. Although there exists the notion of a land deity presiding over a territory, in contemporary times, most places have long been devoid of land temples, resulting in a significant vacancy and the absence of any oversight by such deities. Therefore, should the land deity desire, they could easily shift their jurisdiction, today overseeing the southern part of the city and tomorrow the northern, without issue at all. Li Yi chuckled, having waited patiently, and indeed, he was not disappointed. The rotund Master Xing had arrived. Li Yi had not anticipated that Chairman Zhang would dare to take risks, for he knew that this matter would inevitably lead to Master Xing's appearance. To eliminate the Zhang family, it was imperative to first remove him, allowing for unrestrained manipulation. "Master Xing?" Li Yi waved at him. "To be honest, your survival surprises me. How did you evade my paper figures?" Master Xing inquired. "Do you have any with you now? I could provide a live demonstration," Li Yi replied with a smile. "There aren't that many. While crafting paper figures is straightforward, refining a quality soul that can fight and kill requires considerable effort," Master Xing explained. "Oh, I apologize for the inconvenience. It seems I have cost you," Li Yi grinned. "By the way, you can add this to the Zhang family's account. No need for you to worry about it." Master Xing replied, "Regardless, the ability to break my paper figures signifies a measure of skill on your part. It's a pity, however, that you must die. Otherwise, I would have been interested in taking you on as a disciple." "A disciple? Just like you, capturing land deities and offering them as puppets to the affluent?" Li Yi retorted. "To be fair, one might consider it mutually beneficial," Master Xing replied. "In this modern age, people have long abandoned the practice of venerating land deities. How many have starved due to lack of offerings, or have simply abandoned their posts? By inviting them here, we provide them a place of refuge, ensuring daily offerings, a boon for them indeed. I have witnessed shamelessness, yet never to the extent you display, Li Yi sighed, shaking his head. I apologize, but your perspective is inconsequential, for you are about to meet your demise. As Master Xing spoke, he retrieved a small gourd from his robe, uncorked it, poured a bit out, and then put it away before producing a bottle of eye drops. You claim you can slay the true form of the land deity? I am eager to see the extent of your prowess. This is a malevolent spirit I have concocted. I wonder if you can perceive it. Ha ha ha. As Master Xing chuckled, he applied the eye drops, and after blinking a couple of times, he focused and exclaimed, "Oh, where's my little ghost? Huh, I expected this master to be formidable. Yet it turns out he hasn't even opened his celestial eye and requires eye drops to see spirits." The old Taoist laughed heartily. Do not bully those of lesser cultivation. You might inadvertently ruin their livelihood, Li Yi added, delivering a sharp retort. You also possess ghost servants. Master Xing's expression shifted dramatically. Nonsense. I am no fool with incomplete souls. The old Taoist kicked the trembling little ghost on the ground, stating, Little Li, this fellow harbors ghost servants. According to the laws below, he is subject to soul detention and life extraction. Quickly call that old Gene of yours, and have him come to collect the souls. That makes sense. This way, we won't have to intervene ourselves. Li Yi clapped his hands and promptly drew the ghost messenger order from his sleeve. According to Dean Bai, as long as he held the order and silently recited the name of the person he wished to summon, contact would be established. The mention of the ghost messenger order caused Master Xing's expression to shift dramatically. He quickly pulled out a talisman and affixed it to his chest before charging towards Li Yi. However, the driver and bodyguard intervened, positioning themselves between Master Xing and Li Yi, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Master Xing's ample face. Surprisingly, despite his corpulence, Master Xing displayed remarkable agility, deftly evading the bodyguard's strike and countering with an elbow that landed squarely on the bodyguard's jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. With a sigh, Li Yi, who was fiddling with the ghost messenger order but receiving no response, rose from the sofa. Be careful, he has used the divine strike talisman. The old Taoist exclaimed urgently. Taken aback, Li Yi was unfamiliar with the divine strike talisman, but its ominous name suggested trouble. At that moment, Master Xing had already approached, seizing Li Yi by the collar with apparent ease, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Li Yi was alarmed. Though he was slender, he was solidly built, weighing over 130 pounds. How could someone lift him so effortlessly? Grasping Master Xing's wrist with both hands, he kicked frantically, but Master Xing merely twisted and slammed Li Yi down onto the floor, causing a violent upheaval in his insides that was utterly unbearable. Before Li Yi could regain his breath, Master Xing was already upon him, forcefully removing the ghost messenger order from around his neck. Did you not wish to summon someone? Let us see how you intend to do that. Master Xing hurled the order to the ground, shattering the obsidian artifact into pieces. Now what hope do you have left? Master Xing tightened his grip around Li Yi's throat. Not only will I end your life, but once you are dead, I shall capture your soul and transform you into my ghostly servant. Chapter 77. The Talisman of the Celestial Master. This man is no human. Li Yi was not merely throwing insults. He was stating a grim reality. The strength emanating from Master Xing was far beyond that of any ordinary human. Despite his robust physique, even someone built like a bodybuilder would struggle to unleash such power. With a single kick, Master Xing sent their three-person solid-wood sofa flying, effortlessly appending the rosewood coffee table and tearing away the carpet to reveal the oak flooring beneath. From his robes, he produced a dagger and began etching into the hard oak, the surface yielding to his touch as if it were mere sand, forming an intricate and bizarre design. Kid, your potential seems promising. I hope you won't disappoint me after the transformation, Master Xing sneered, gripping Li Yi's neck and lifting him again. This is bad. He intends to capture the soul. The old Taoist shouted, pulling out a spiritual talisman and rushing to Zhanggu, slapping it onto his forehead to compel him to intervene. Unfortunately, Zhanggu had barely made it towards Master Xing when he was effortlessly tossed aside, crashing into the wall-mounted television, which promptly met its demise. Master Xing strode confidently to the center of the design, muttering incantations under his breath. Li Yi, think of a way out, urged the old Taoist in desperation. Li Yi felt an overwhelming sense of rage. Having been thrown around mercilessly, he now found himself with a tight grip around his neck. How could he be expected to devise a solution in such a dire predicament? He lamented the incompetence of his minions, who were utterly unreliable in critical moments. With his breath constricted, Li Yi felt as if he were on the brink of suffocation. He thought to himself, should he perish here, he would be doomed. His spirit scattered and reformed by this fiend into a ghostly puppet, deprived of any chance at a life of privilege. In a tempest of indignation and fury, his vision began to blur. The old Taoist, with a heavy sigh, realized that it was time to make a hasty retreat. Although it was regrettable that the fool who had bought the wine had met his end, his own life was of paramount importance. Just as the old Taoist turned away, a series of dull thuds echoed behind him. Turning back, he beheld Li Yi relentlessly kicking Master Xing in the chest. The latter, utterly unprepared and having already absorbed multiple blows, inadvertently loosening his grip on Li Yi's neck. Li Yi fell to the ground but sprang back to his feet with an agility that defied human capability. Instead of traversing the even floor, he leaped onto a nearby tea table, crouching low with his upper body erect, his hands hanging at his chest in a manner reminiscent of a weasel. The old Taoist gasped, his heart racing. Although he had not witnessed Li Yi's battle with the earth deity, he recalled Li Yi mentioning that he had consumed the deity. Could it be that the spirit of the earth deity had been revitalized? Or had Li Yi perished, allowing the deity to seize control of his body? Before the old Taoist could reach a conclusion, Li Yi spoke, his voice raspy and aged, a stark contrast to his usual tone. So it was you who orchestrated this. You schemed to steal my essence while seeking to destroy my true self? Just wait, I shall annihilate you. Master Xing's eyes widened in shock as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, bursting into laughter. I've been searching for you for days. Who would have thought you were hiding within this brat? This is fortuitous indeed, as I one need to seek out another earth deity. Li Yi, undeterred, launched himself forward with the agility of a weasel. Before Master Xing could close his mouth from laughter, Li Yi seized his ankle, swinging him around in midair until he landed face first on the floor. The sound was painful to hear, eliciting a wince from the old Taoist. As Master Xing struggled to rise, Li Yi pressed a foot onto his back. Yet, Master Xing's talisman was not to be trifled with. With a mighty shout, he summoned a surge of strength, managing to throw Li Yi off. Standing upright, Master Xing sneered, "You think a depleted weasel can challenge me? I suggest you surrender, or I shall force you out of his body and capture your spirit, condemning you to eternal suffering." Li Yi remained silent, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury as he charged once more. Master Xing stood resolute, waiting for Li Yi to grasp his ankle again. In a sudden motion, he withdrew a seal from his pocket and pressed it against Li Yi's forehead. "Will you not yield?" Master Xing was momentarily taken aback. His Tianshi seal had always proven to be remarkably effective against possession by malevolent spirits. A mere touch was sufficient to expel any foreign specter. Yet, to his astonishment, Li Yi exhibited no reaction whatsoever, almost as if he were deliberately demonstrating the seal's utter ineffectiveness, before flashing a grin in his direction. A sense of foreboding washed over Master Xing as he suddenly found himself airborne once more, tumbling left and right, face-planting and landing on his rear. Even though the divine talisman could amplify strength and withstand blows, it could hardly endure such a barrage of falls. Why had the Tianshi seal failed him? Confused, Master Xing gazed at the bloodstains on the ground, at his own body, which had been reduced to a pulp, his heart heavy with obsession. The earth deity was not possessing me. Rather, I had consumed him. What I had just witnessed was merely the remnants of his last divine thought. Li Yi grasped a cushion and wiped the blood from his body. "Did you truly kill it?" "Impossible. You lack the capability," Master Xing's spirit exclaimed in agitation. "Then consider your Tianshi seal to be ineffective," Li Yi retorted, picking up the square jade seal. "Since it has failed, it shall be mine. By the way, apart from exorcising spirits, what else can this object accomplish?" "My lord, it is actually used for talisman drawing," the old Taoist hurriedly interjected. "The primary function of the runes is to commune with the celestial deities. With this seal, it is akin to affixing an official stamp, allowing higher-level runes to take effect." "Such a hassle? Can't one simply draw it directly?" Li Yi feigned exaggeration, disregarding the old Taoist's change in address. It seemed this revelation had left the old Taoist utterly stunned. If one's Taoist cultivation is high enough, there is no issue. However, for those with shallow cultivation, the seal is essential. For instance, your current level of cultivation allows you to draw some protective talismans without problem, but to inscribe a divine talisman, The seal is indispensable. The old Taoist explained further. With this, I can draw divine talismans? Then it must be a treasure. Without hesitation, Li Yi thrust the Tianshi seal into his pocket, ignoring Master Xing's expression that seemed ready to devour him. How shall I clean up this mess? Li Yi pondered, surveying the chaotic scene, a sudden wave of dread washing over him. This was his first act of killing. Although a weasel spirit had momentarily possessed him, his awareness had remained intact, and he knew exactly what he was doing, yet he could not control his actions. Indeed, he had relinquished himself to such brutal behavior. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Master Xing. However, he understood that if he did not eliminate him, his own survival was at stake. Thus, he allowed the weasel spirit's final vestige of thought to wreak havoc until Master Xing was reduced to a mere mass of flesh. Only when the weasel spirit vanished without a trace did Li Yi reclaim control over his body. Yet the dilemma remained. The weasel spirit's vendetta had been avenged, leaving him to grapple with the aftermath of this calamity. Chapter 78. The end of life's span. Though Li Yi had arrived with the intention of killing, he soon realized that the consequences of his actions were far more complex than he had anticipated. On the ground lay a pool of minced meat and a spattering of blood, and cleaning it up proved to be a formidable task. More importantly, there were 2 eyewitnesses present. Should they be silenced as well? Li Yi found himself in a quandary when someone nearby remarked, "Ah, it seems I have arrived late." Turning to look, he saw it was Jin Yuan. "I was busy exorcising spirits when I heard your call and couldn't respond in time. I was just about to return when I discovered your ghostly decree had shattered, prompting my hasty arrival. Although I see I am still a step too late," Jin explained. "But how did you defeat him? He seems rather formidable." Li Yi was rendered speechless with frustration. "Why is it that you always arrive just a moment too late? If it weren't for the earth deity's intervention, I might have perished. You, Xing Wuyo, have used your sorcery to harm lives, a matter that should be addressed by the realm of the living. After your lifespan expires, we can settle the score. Compelling the earth deity to protect others also invites the wrath of the celestial order. But you must not attempt to kill a ghostly envoy," Jin Yuan admonished sternly. "Do you intend to refine his soul into a ghostly servant? Do you think our underworld is merely for show?" As Jin spoke, he flicked his wrist, summoning a black chain that appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, he hurled the chain towards Master Xing. The latter, filled with dread, attempted to evade it, but the chain swiftly coiled around his waist, binding him tightly after several turns. "Well, this fellow won't have a pleasant fate. I shall ensure he is well attended to." Jin grinned at Li Yi. "Indeed, I trust your handling of matters. However, there are still 2 others, Li Yi said, pointing at Zhang Ge. "Him and his father. Had they not acted in bad faith, I would have completed my task and collected my payment without further incident. Ironically, they have done a good deed. Without their treachery, you wouldn't have been able to eliminate this heinously wicked individual. Do you realize how much merit you've accrued by ridding the world of him? It equates to the labor of 2 or 3 months for me." Jin chuckled. "I have no concept of that," Li Yi retorted. "Do you have a parole or something I could see?" "Of course, the ghostly decree contains the records. Haven't you seen it?" Jin inquired. "You never taught me how to use it," Li Yi exclaimed in exasperation. "Well, I have been rather busy," Jin replied. "How about this? Since your ghostly decree is shattered, I will have someone issue you a new one, and then I can teach you how to check your merits." "That sounds acceptable," Li Yi agreed. "But what about that Zhang fellow? While I find the Xing family despicable, without Zhang's financial backing, he would have been powerless. Oh, the elder Zhang is the mastermind and shall meet his demise as his lifespan is depleted. As for this young man, he is likely in less trouble. After all, he was merely informed and did not partake in the decision-making. It is up to you to decide his fate, but do not kill him. After all, being reborn as a wealthy heir suggests he has accrued merit in a past life. Should you take his life, it would lead to significant complications." With that, Jin raised his hand and beckoned to the ghostly servant of Master Xing, pulling the chain to draw him into an ethereal mist that had suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, the mist vanished, leaving no trace of the ghostly figure behind. Li Yi smacked his lips, realizing that this was the only course of action he could take. Although he yearned to personally eliminate President Zhang, he was still grappling with the mess at hand. Lighting a cigarette, he was startled as an old man emerged from behind a sofa. "Leaving? Are you afraid that old Jin will catch you? Do you think hiding will make him oblivious to your presence?" Li Yi scoffed, recalling that Deepening had mentioned he could learn some protective spells from the old man, clearly indicating that the latter was already aware of his existence. What nonsense! The old man retorted. I have no interest in dealing with him. If not for me back in the day, I would now be his superior. Li Yi rolled his eyes, dismissing the old man's boastful claims, and turned to Zhang Ge, lamenting the loss of a 60-inch television while giving Zhang Ge a kick. He still has my talisman on him, the old man said, forming a hand gesture and reciting an incantation. Zhang Ge suddenly opened his eyes and sat upright. Ah, murder, murder, Zhang Ge stammered. Why are you shouting? You were the one who killed him. Have you forgotten? Li Yi chastised him sternly. What? Zhang Ge looked bewildered. To be precise, I used magic to control your body. And you were the one who struck him down, Li Yi clarified. And no, that's impossible. Zhang Ge seemed unconvinced. What? Would you like me to demonstrate again? You could take him out as well. Li Yi pointed at the still unconscious driver bodyguard. And no, that won't be necessary, Zhang Ge said, though still harboring doubts. He dared not attempt it again. The driver had indeed gone mad and attacked himself, which was quite telling. If Li Yi could control the bodyguard, he could certainly control Zhang Ge as well. But that's not the crux of the matter, Li Yi continued. Your father instructed this demon to kill a land deity and attempted to have him eliminate me. Such heinous acts warrant divine wrath. The underworld will undoubtedly terminate his lifespan, and he will not see the dawn of tomorrow. As for you, while you are not the mastermind, you are an accomplice. And while the death penalty may be avoided, your punishment shall not be light. I am uncertain how to deal with you. Please, master, show mercy, Zhang Ge implored. Well, considering your substantial wealth, you may contribute financially. In the future, engage in some charitable acts. Perhaps donate to orphanages or nursing homes to accumulate some virtue, Li Yi suggested. Of course, Zhang Ge nodded vigorously. Furthermore, I prefer to remain low-key and avoid the limelight. What transpires here, Li Yi added, is of no concern to you. Zhang Ge immediately replied, I understand. Li Yi smiled, appreciating Zhang Ji's perceptiveness. As he stood and stretched, preparing to leave, he noticed 2 bloodstains on his clothing. While they were not immediately noticeable, it was clear that the garment would be unwearable upon his return. He lamented the need to shop online later, incurring additional expenses. Oh, one more thing, Li Yi interjected. You hired me to handle the land deity's affair. My fee is 2 million. Are you planning to renege on that? 2 million? Zhang Ge was taken aback. Is that too much? Li Yi glared at him. And no, it's not too much. I'll transfer it to you immediately, Zhang Ge said. Pulling out his phone, secretly sighing to himself that had he known it was only 2 million, he would have readily given it. With his family's fortune in the billions, such a sum was hardly a concern. Do not claim that you truly eliminated the lord of the land. Even if it is a fabrication, it matters not. Yet here we are at this juncture. Chapter 79, The Gain. Boss, are we truly departing like this? Are you not concerned he might report us or seek vengeance? As they exited the Zhang family villa, the elder inquired while walking beside Li Yi. What is there to fear? Li Yi retorted disdainfully. The informant, the one surnamed Xing, is already deceased, and old Zhang will not survive the night. Only Zhang Ge remains, and he is a clever individual. He understands fully that I am not to be trifled with. Unless he wishes for his own demise, he will assuredly keep this matter to himself. Indeed, I worry he may struggle with the burden of his family's affairs. If word were to leak, it would ultimately create trouble, the elder remarked. What do you propose we do? Li Yi, too, harbored similar concerns. Exchange a measure of merit for peace, the elder suggested. What do you mean? Li Yi blinked in confusion. Today's events are rife with flaws. You can utilize some merit to negotiate for safety with the heavenly way. This matter will not only remain concealed, but even if it were to be exposed, it would not implicate you, the elder elucidated. Is such a thing truly possible? Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you unaware? It is akin to manipulating others in such a manner that I remain unscathed, solely because I expended merit. The elder explained. Ah, this simplifies matters. Li Yi exclaimed. How does one exchange merit? Quite simply, you perform a hand gesture and recite a thought, declaring your intention to use merit to absolve that particular incident, the elder replied. And what quantity of merit is required for this matter? Li Yi inquired further. I cannot say. However, once you declare the exchange, the heavenly way will naturally deduct the necessary merit. The precise amount is beyond valuation, and should your merit prove insufficient, no deduction will occur, and the situation will unfold as it would have otherwise, the elder replied, adding, Yet I surmise that the merit required will not be trifling, considering a life was lost, and the flaws are numerous. Regardless, let us proceed with the exchange. Li Yi resolved. promptly following the elder's lead to learn a straightforward hand seal. He mentally recited the incantation but felt no discernible change. Without the ghostly official's decree, he remained oblivious to the extent of his merit or how much had been deducted this time. There was no alternative but to await the following day when old Jean would assist him in re-establishing the ghostly official's decree. With 2 million in hand, Li deemed it necessary to celebrate. On the return journey, he purchased beer and barbecue, and could not resist acquiring 2 bottles of 50 yuan liquor. "Boss, you've earned 2 million, and yet you hesitate to buy a bottle of Maotai?" The elder chattered. "Frugality is a virtue," Li retorted. "In plain terms, you are merely stingy." The elder scoffed. Li chose to disregard him. What of being frugal? Despite his worth being in the millions, just this afternoon he had found himself without a penny to his name. Now that he had finally secured 2 million, he could not afford to squander it recklessly. Wealth must be spent judiciously. However, after some contemplation, Li decided to share a portion with Song Yang. The bulk would undoubtedly remain his. Yet he could not bear to part with even a small amount. After some deliberation, he decided to give him 100,000. Especially since Song Yang had been tirelessly assisting and had nearly lost his life in the process. "Are you truly giving me 100,000? Song Yang asked, incredulous as he cleared his ears, thinking he had misheard. "Indeed. Hasten to provide me with your account, lest I find myself regretting this moment. And you shall receive not a single dime." Li, holding his phone and accessing Alipay, mused that online transfers incur service fees. 100 yuan for 100,000 is hardly a pittance, enough for a pack of cigarettes, yet scarcely worth the trouble. Without hesitation, Song Yang divulged his bank account details, his grin stretching from ear to ear. What could incite such elation? However, Confronting approached, illuminated by her phone, and upon entering, noticed Song Yang's radiant smile and inquired, "I've made some money," Song Yang proclaimed with pride. "Ah, is it that Zhang Ji's money finally come through?" Confronting's eyes sparkled, recalling how Li had been murmuring about it for days. "How much did you receive?" 100,000. Song Yang gestured with his fingers, forming a cross. "How much?" Confronting's eyes widened in disbelief. 100,000. Song Yang reiterated with a broad grin. "Goodness!" Confronting exclaimed, suddenly agitated. "What have you done to earn such a sum? Was it merely driving a couple of times? I could do that too. Shui, I'm taking my driving test tomorrow. From now on, just hire me, and I won't ask for 100,000, just 10,000 at a time will suffice." "I say, we shouldn't be so brazen," Song Yang lamented with an exasperated smile. "And what if I am? This is my brother. Naturally, I shall seize the opportunity for such lucrative work." Confronting argued without reason. "Enough, let us not provoke further," Li interjected, bemused. "Tingjia, let us wait until you obtain your license before discussing this." "Li, you have changed. You now side with him instead of me." "Why? Ah, I see now. No wonder you wouldn't let me be your girlfriend. Even after so long with Yang Feifei, you never slept with her. It turns out you." Confronting's eyes widened in horror as she pointed between Li and Song Yang. Poor Li, still in a daze. While Song Yang had already met the table with his forehead, Li finally grasped the situation, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Was this young lady exhibiting tendencies of a fujoshi? After a night of revelry, with beer flowing freely, Song Yang succumbed to slumber there, while Li assisted the slightly inebriated Confronting to the front yard for rest. Unexpectedly, upon stepping outside, he stumbled over a stone, causing the pair to tumble in a disarrayed heap, with Confronting laughing heartily, while Li smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "Damn it! I forgot that guy promised to help me renovate this place." At this juncture, Li felt it awkward to call and request the reconstruction of the backyard, considering that at this moment, that fellow might very well be mourning his father in a hospital. After assisting Confronting back to his resting quarters, he settled her on his military cot, and, unable to resist, he licked his lips and turned to the bathroom. Halfway through undressing, Li reached into his pocket, first placing the heavy talisman aside, along with an unremarkable spirit-gathering gourd. Additionally, he retrieved several talismans he had pilfered from Master Xing's corpse, accompanied by a few peculiar trinkets. For instance, a vial containing a liquid purportedly made from cow's tears mixed with the dew of the Dragon Boat Festival, claimed to allow an ordinary person to temporarily open their third eye and perceive spirits. Moreover, a jade ring said to gather spiritual energy and accelerate the cultivation of qi. The copper bell possesses the ability to summon souls, drawing near the restless spirits in its vicinity. Accompanying it are a fine brush and a box of cinnabar. Exquisite ritual tools for crafting talismans that are utterly unattainable in the marketplace, along with a stack of unused talisman paper, purportedly made from high-grade lightning-struck wood, which significantly enhances the efficacy of the talismans. Otherwise, Master Xing's divine talismans would not be so formidable. This collection of invaluable items, which money cannot procure, finally gave Li Yi a sense of having gained something worthwhile. Chapter 80. Eerie Tales from the Crematorium. The crematorium in Day City is situated in the southern outskirts, several miles past the nursing home, nestled by mountains and rivers, showcasing scenic beauty. As Song Yang had yet to recover, Li Yi took a taxi alone. According to insider information, Director Qian's cremation was scheduled for 10:30 a.m. However, upon his arrival at 10, the process had already concluded. The two preceding individuals were rather slender, allowing for a swifter cremation. Upon hearing this, Li Yi was both amused and exasperated. Yet he promptly sought out Director Qian's children to inquire about the arrangements for the ashes. "How dare you come here? You caused my father's death, and you still have the audacity to show your face." Ms. Qian erupted upon seeing Li Yi, while her two brothers seethed with anger. It was impossible for them not to harbor resentment. Losing the lawsuit meant incurring legal fees and the substantial costs of prior publicity. Storing the body for over half a month had also racked up fees. Not to mention the humiliation. Li Yi and lawyer Zhou's evidence had undeniably tarnished their reputation as unfilial children. So much so that they could not even muster the courage to hold a memorial service, missing out on countless condolence gifts. "Oh, you think if your father really became a ghost, he'd seek vengeance on whom?" Li Yi mused, glancing at the photograph of Director Qian cradled by the eldest brother, pondering whether this old man, now a bank director in the underworld, might find time to visit his children in a dream and reprimand them. The expressions of the Qian siblings shifted, but Li Yi did not grant them the opportunity to retaliate and continued, "Enough of that. I'm here for a serious matter. How do you intend to handle Director Qian's ashes? What does this have to do with you? Why are you meddling?" Ms. Qian retorted with disdain. "Well, it wasn't my concern initially, but last night he appeared in a dream, insisting that you return his ashes to his hometown," Li Yi replied. "That's easier said than done. The hometown is over 100 kilometers away. The mountain roads are treacherous, and it would take 2 days for a round trip. It would be far too inconvenient to visit the grave. Therefore, we decided to rent a spot here instead," the eldest Qian sibling asserted. Li Yi blinked, fully aware that his fears had materialized. However, since he had promised old Qian, he could not go back on his word. "If it's inconvenient for you, I can make the trip on your behalf. As for visiting the grave, having the intention is sufficient. Whether one goes or not is of little consequence," Li Yi stated. "What do you mean by that? Why does this concern you? Are you my father's illegitimate child?" Ms. Qian exclaimed. Li Yi felt an urge to slap her. Such a daughter was truly unprecedented. "However, in any case, I am unaware of who my parents are." "Well, you guessed correctly. Sister, how much compensation did our father receive from the demolition of that house? Shouldn't I be entitled to a share?" Li Yi grinned as he spoke. The unfortunate Ms. Qian immediately exploded in anger. "Don't even think about it. That is unacceptable. I have the right to a portion. Shall we resort to litigation?" Li Yi replied with a smile. Who fears whom in court? Naturally, the Qian siblings are wary of Li Yi. To be honest, it is evident that Li Yi cannot possibly be the illegitimate son of President Qian. His appearance makes that quite clear. Yet, that does not prevent him from filing a lawsuit. At worst, they would just lose. The problem is that they have already suffered enough in this legal battle. Regardless of the outcome, they must pay the attorney's fees. Even if they win, they would not gain much, as the compensation from the demolition was originally theirs. I can forego that money, but my father's ashes must be returned to our hometown. If you do not wish to make the trip, I shall do it on your behalf," Li Yi stated. "No way. Who knows if what you say is true?" Ms. Qian shouted. "Are you eager to make that trip because there is something suspicious? Could it be that my father buried some treasure in the grave he favored, and you wish to seize the opportunity to excavate it?" Mr. Qian's eyes gleamed with interest. "Impossible," Li Yi replied firmly. "What treasure could possibly exist in your remote mountain village? Furthermore, your father specifically chose an uninhabited site with good feng shui. It is even less likely that he buried anything valuable there in advance." The three siblings, however, paid no heed to Li Yi's words. They exchanged glances and, without another word, inquired about the location of their father's chosen grave. Li Yi hesitated for a while, then finally pulled out his phone, opened the Notes app, and recited, 20 meters west of the 3 walnut trees on the northern slope of the village, with a triangle carved into a stone. At that moment, the staff finally handed over the urn containing the ashes to the family. Without a word, the 3 siblings took the urn and left, neglecting to mention renting a space to place the urn, which infuriated the attendant, who complained about how the crematorium is also focused on generating revenue these days. Li Yi, feeling pleased, was about to return when he turned around and spotted He Wuchang. Xiao Yi, come here. President Qian is sending money your way. Here is the plaque for you. Lao Jin approached, raising his hand to hand Li Yi a dark plaque. Upon receiving it, Li Yi observed that it resembled the shattered ghostly insignia he had before, albeit larger and made not of jade, but of heavy black iron. I feared you would break it again, so I replaced it with an iron one, Lao Jin chuckled. Li Yi offered a wry smile. How could he possibly wear such a large, heavy iron object around his neck? All right, I won't keep you. I have work to do, Lao Jin said, gesturing to the side, where an old man stood at the urn collection point, craning his neck to peer through the small window. Then, a disheveled staff member inside handed over an urn, calling for the family. Immediately, the old man became enraged, his expression turning exceedingly fierce as he raised his hand to grasp the staff member by the throat. The staff member frowned slightly, coughed a couple of times, and touched his throat. The summoned family member approached to receive the urn, but before they could grasp it, the staff inadvertently let it slip, causing the ashes to scatter across the ground. The family erupted in anger, hurling curses, while the staff member, visibly distressed, clutched at his neck, his face flushed crimson, and his eyes bulging like those of a dead fish. Just as Li Yi contemplated intervening, old Jean restrained him, stating, "This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. He has brought this upon himself, deserving of his plight. Do you know why that old man is furious? Because the urn that was presented is not even his." Li Yi was taken aback. The crematorium was quite busy. The remains of the deceased were reduced to fragments, which were ultimately ground into ashes before being returned to the family. Old Jean continued, "Furthermore, the ashes of a single individual can amount to quite a hefty bag. For larger individuals, one urn may not suffice. At times, they simply fill a new urn with leftover ashes from previous individuals to expedite the process." Li Yi was left speechless. Of course, while the staff member was culpable, the old man had no right to resort to violence. It seemed he would have to step in to escort the man for trial. With a dismissive wave, old Jean strode over to the still fuming elder, securing him with heavy chains and leading him into the mist. Chapter 81. People's Park for 3 consecutive days. Li Yi practiced the 5 animal exercises each morning with the elderly, and as the sun grew fiercer, he would retreat to the backyard, reclining in a lounge chair, smoking leisurely while savoring a cup of rich Maojian tea, idly scrolling through his phone. Local news reported that President Zhang had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and passed away in the hospital, yet there was no mention of the Zhang family villa murder case. After waiting in vain for the police to arrive, it appeared that Zhang Ge had managed the situation adeptly, perhaps aided by the merits he had accrued. Li Yi was uncertain how much merit had been expended in this transaction, but according to the ghostly emissary's decree, he had only 12 points remaining. Both Director Bai and Old Jean had claimed that his previous deeds had earned him considerable merit. Now, with so little left, he could only conclude that it had all been consumed in handling this affair. However, like money, merit could be replenished, and the key was to remain untroubled. "Master, when will you help me avenge my death?" inquired the thief Wei Lu. "Well, your situation is rather complicated," Li Yi replied, "for too much time has passed, and there is no way to investigate. There's no need for such trouble. Just kill that police officer," Wei Lu insisted. "Are you out of your mind? Murder is a crime," Li Yi retorted sharply. "Then what should I do?" Wei Lu stammered. "I've considered your case, and the best course of action is to first clear your name. We need to locate those 2 perpetrators and compel them to confess. Then that officer will inevitably face consequences. That won't suffice. Even if the truth is revealed, he may only lose his job. I am the one who is dead. He must pay with his life." Wei Lu exclaimed. "Fine, then you can go kill him yourself. I won't be involved," Li Yi replied tersely. Wei Lu appeared crestfallen, realizing that if he had the ability to do so, he wouldn't have spent over 2 decades hiding in the restroom. "Master, I find myself in a state of confusion. I place my complete trust in you. I rely entirely upon your guidance. You must have faith in the law. Once the truth is uncovered, the judgment will rest solely in the hands of the judge," Li Yi stated. "Well, how shall we commence?" Wei Lu inquired. First, we must locate your two accomplices. Li Yi replied. In the aftermath of the incident years ago, the police had sought them as well. However, they vanished, leading to my designation as the mastermind. While the two were relegated to mere accomplices, a wanted notice was issued for them. Yet after all these years, they remain at large, likely having assumed new identities and gone into hiding. I have no clue where to find them, Wei Lu lamented. Indeed, after more than 20 years, they will be difficult to track down. I will request the police's assistance in the matter, Li Yi assured him. After all this time, there is no need to rush. Sooner or later, I shall help you exact your revenge. Wei Lu's expression was one of despair. Then, Li Yi suddenly struck his forehead and asked, by the way, are there any items you buried that may be susceptible to decay? After 2 decades, even cash may have deteriorated. Moreover, as you can see, the city has undergone remarkable development. What if the area where you buried your belongings has been redeveloped and your items excavated by someone else? Why don't you tell me the location first? Wei Lu's face grew even more troubled. Was he expected to pay up first? The concern loomed that if he divulged the location and Li Yi failed to assist him in seeking revenge, what would become of him? Although the repercussions of deceiving the living are severe, resulting in significant penalties in the underworld, Li Yi seemed to have connections there. Are you truly worried I would take your possessions and deny my commitment? If that is the case, I shall simply withdraw from this matter entirely. Li Yi retorted with a smirk. Please, master, I buried my belongings in the People's Park. I will take you there tonight, Wei Lu replied. You certainly know how to pick a spot, Li Yi remarked, clicking his tongue. After all these years, it seemed the People's Park was the only place in the city that had not been demolished and rebuilt. Contemplating the excavation of treasures, it was evident that they would need a pickaxe and a shovel. The latter could be found at the nursing home, but a new pickaxe would have to be purchased. Thus, he exited the nursing home and crossed the street to a small supermarket. Song Yang's health had already been restored, yet according to the old Taoist's words, he had sustained damage to his true essence, significantly impairing his abilities in that regard, requiring at least half a year of recuperation. The herbal medicine prescribed by the old Taoist was notoriously expensive. The cost for 6 months' worth was no small sum. The 100,000 he had given Song Yang was just enough to cover it, meaning he had not profited at all. Upon entering the store, Li Yi noticed a young lady behind the counter, appearing to be in her early 20s and quite attractive. Have you found yourself a partner? Li Yi called out to Song Yang, who was seated nearby engrossed in his phone. The young lady's face flushed crimson. Song Yang shot him an irritated glare and replied, Stop your nonsense. She is my hired assistant. This way, I want to be left without someone to watch over things when I accompany you around. So you still wish to tag along? You're not done yet? Li Yi laughed. Of course, why wouldn't I? Accompanying you is far more enjoyable. Song Yang exclaimed. Then let us go. I shall call for you tonight, Li Yi stated. Another task awaits? Very well, we shall speak of it tonight, Song Yang responded. Song Yang chuckled softly, casting a knowing glance at the sales clerk, aware that certain matters should not be disclosed to outsiders. He swiftly redirected the conversation to prevent her from overthinking. Xiaomei, remember, even if this fellow gets a discount on his purchases, he cannot be afforded credit. Come on, don't disparage me. When have I ever asked for credit? Li Yi retorted with mild irritation, producing 10 yuan to purchase a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes. Li Yi had always prided himself on not incurring debts. When funds ran low, he would tighten his belt until circumstances improved, rarely willing to owe favors. After smoking a Hometown Mountain, he acquired a pickaxe along with 2 military shovels. Although the latter seemed somewhat diminutive, they were convenient to carry. Despite the nocturnal nature of their excavations, with the People's Park likely deserted at that hour, caution was still warranted to avoid detection. Over 2 decades ago, the area surrounding People's Park was far more desolate. Aside from a 3-story building serving as a storefront for a food company near the south gate, the northern entrance was still surrounded by farmland. Wei Lu, taking in the towering skyscrapers and dazzling streets, expressed his genuine astonishment. Let us not waste time on trivialities. Is the burial site near that entrance? Li Yi inquired. The east gate, Wei Lu replied. Back then, my family lived on Xinhua Road just outside the east gate. We resided in a communal building without a place to dig. Otherwise, why would I have buried things in People's Park? Today, urban parks do not charge admission. Yet the main gate remains, with vehicles unable to enter, forcing them to park by the roadside. Carrying shovels over the fence at the entrance would certainly be captured on surveillance cameras. Li Yi was not concerned about being caught for trespassing, but rather about the implications of two grown men entering the park at such an hour. Thankfully, the park's so-called walls were not particularly high, merely a modest fence of about 1.5 meters. Wei Lu led the duo through a series of twists and turns, scratching his head as he remarked, "Wait a minute, there should have been a large sycamore tree here. Why has it turned into a flower bed? Are you saying you can't find the place?" Li Yi snapped, exasperated. "Fortunately, you had him pay up front. Otherwise, after all our hard work, we would have ended up empty-handed," Song Yang noted, already informed by Li Yi about the purpose of their outing. "Not a chance. I'll definitely find it," Wei Lu exclaimed, hurriedly searching for a nearby tree for reference, recalling the circumstances of yore as he adjusted his steps. "I found it. Right here," Wei Lu announced, his confidence returning as he pinpointed the position of the old tree. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. It can't be wrong." Wei Lu's voice wavered slightly. "Then let us get digging." But as Li Yi thrust the shovel into the ground, a sudden unease gripped him. Chapter 82. The zombie what's wrong? Song Yang asked. "It seems there's something down there," Li Yi replied, gripping the shovel, frozen in place. "Did we hit it already? I thought it would be buried deeper," Song Yang remarked, pleasantly surprised, having mentally prepared himself for a more arduous task. "No, it appears to be a person," Li Yi said uncertainly. "Don't scare me like that," Song Yang gasped. "How about we just leave this alone?" "That was my plan too," Li Yi nodded, turning to depart, only to find the shovel stubbornly stuck in the ground. As Song Yang hurriedly illuminated the scene with his flashlight, he was taken aback to discover a ghastly pale hand gripping the other end of a shovel. "Good grief," Li Yi exclaimed, quickly releasing the shovel and stepping back. Song Yang, moving even faster, darted behind Li Yi. "What do we do?" Song Yang stammered, his voice trembling. "What do we do? Of course, we run," Li Yi declared, turning to flee, with Song Yang hastily trailing behind. Suddenly, a shovel flew over their heads and landed sharply in front of them, halting in their tracks. Li Yi turned to behold a face, a woman's visage, unnaturally pale, in her early 20s, yet still retaining an eerie beauty. "Miss, are you preventing us from leaving for a reason?" Li Yi chuckled nervously, though he had encountered numerous spirits during this period. Even battling a demon that could be deemed a deity, he had never faced a zombie. Indeed, this woman was undoubtedly a zombie, as she merely tilted her head and stared at Li Yi in silence, her stark white eyes instilling fear. According to the lore of the old masters, typical zombies do not speak and possess limited intelligence. They are believed to be the result of a person's death due to unique circumstances, where the 3 souls have departed. But the 7 spirits remain trapped within the decaying body. Thus, while zombies are indeed numerous, many have perished before awakening, or their burial sites have preserved their corpses. Yet being buried too deep renders them incapable of rising. This female zombie was peculiar. Given the sweltering heat, her shallow burial should have resulted in decomposition. How could she have transformed into a zombie without having rotted? Even more infuriating was the thought that his single shovel strike had inadvertently roused her. Damn Wei Lu. Could he have deliberately set this trap out of spite for not helping him seek revenge? Li Yi pondered, casting his gaze towards Wei Lu, who was quaking in the distance, evidently terrified. It seemed he too was unaware of this zombie's presence. "Miss, can you speak? If so, you must reveal why you are blocking our path," Li Yi inquired, while discreetly reaching into his pocket. One pocket held a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, while the other contained a wallet filled with talismans for protection, including a powerful divine strike talisman. Over the past few days, aside from being idle and scrolling through his phone, Li Yi had diligently practiced drawing talismans, and he had finally mastered the divine strike talisman, complete with the celestial seal, rivaling even Master Xing's creations. Li Yi contemplated whether his divine strike talisman would be effective against the zombie. Just moments ago, she had been half buried in the earth, revealing only a hand, yet in the blink of an eye, she had sprung forth, keeping pace with him. Not only was her strength formidable, but her speed was equally impressive. "Miss, how did you end up buried here? Do you harbor grievances? Perhaps you could share with me, and I might be able to assist you," Li Yi continued, his hand slipping into his pocket. Regardless of the outcome, he felt reassured holding the talisman, ready to unleash its power if necessary. "Ah, a reaction. It seems you can understand my words," Li Yi noted, observing the zombie's eyes flicker. "So, you do harbor grievances? But alas, you cannot speak. It appears I must seek the aid of a skilled practitioner to help you." The female zombie suddenly uttered 2 words with great difficulty, and in the blink of an eye, she leapt towards Li Yi, seizing him by his collar and forcefully pushing him back several steps until he tumbled to the ground, resembling a rolling gourd. Poor Li, dazed and disoriented from the fall, hastily fumbled for his wallet to retrieve the talisman, but before he could open it, a heavy object crashed onto him. It was Song Yang, who had been thrown over as well. Although Song Yang was slender, he still weighed 100 pounds, and the impact nearly rendered Li unconscious. The female zombie, seemingly embodying a cat-and-mouse dynamic, did not rush to eliminate them, but instead approached leisurely. Song Yang, benefiting from Li's support, was the first to recover. He rolled off Li and exclaimed, "Are you okay?" Li inhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure, and nodded while struggling to locate the talisman in his wallet. "Split up," Song Yang shouted, sprinting away, while poor Li was still recovering. As he saw the female zombie drawing near, he couldn't help but curse his incompetent ally, thinking that if he could just stick the talisman in time, he could fight back, but in this situation, it seemed like a path to certain doom. Little did Li realize that the cat plays with its prey, allowing it to escape only to catch it again. If the mouse does not run, the cat remains indifferent. Song Yang's speed was impressive, yet he was still human. Even at his maximum fleeing speed, he could not outpace the zombie's swift leap, which carried her over his head in an instant. As Song Yang skidded to a halt, preparing to turn, the female zombie slapped him squarely on the chest, sending him hurtling back towards Li. However, by this time, Li had regained his breath and executed an agile roll to avoid becoming a cushion for him. As Song Yang landed in disarray, Li stood up, placing a talisman upon his chest, forming a spell with his hands while chanting incantations, his feet firmly planted in a defensive stance before Song Yang. The talisman not only augmented strength and speed, but also bolstered resilience against attacks. As Li completed the incantation, he felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. The female zombie appeared to sense Li's transformation, refraining from rushing at him immediately, her eyes fixed on him in silence. However, Li had no time to waste. The talisman had a limited duration, and beyond a certain period, depending on the skill of the talisman's creator, it could sustain its effects for only a few minutes to half an hour. Once the effect expired, the user would be left utterly drained, vulnerable to any attack. Thus, Li knew he had to act swiftly. With the zombie remaining motionless, he charged forward. Though Li had never practiced martial arts, he had engaged in his fair share of brawls during childhood. He sprinted a few steps and delivered a powerful kick. The female zombie, mimicking his action, also kicked back. The flip-flop he wore collided with the high-heeled sandal of the female zombie, creating a tremendous force that shot through his foot. As the heel of her shoe pierced through the flip-flop and into the sole of his foot, while his kick sent her body flying several meters away. As the female zombie rose from the ground, Li assumed a stance akin to a solitary rooster standing tall. Li resolved never to don slippers again, particularly those with foam soles, which, while comfortable, were utterly ill-suited for combat. It was lamentable that he had recently consumed the celestial elixir from the city god, only to find himself once more confined to a wheelchair after just a few days of mobility. The female zombie charged at him again, sprinting a few steps before leaping into the air, her claws poised and fangs bared. A wave of anxiety washed over Li. This was a life-or-death situation. He regretted not bringing his peachwood sword and could only resort to hurling the ghost officer's order at the zombie, reassured by its iron composition, which rendered it impervious to shattering. The ghost officer's order struck the female zombie head-on. She attempted to block it with a sweeping motion, but as her hand met the artifact, a piercing scream escaped her lips, and she plummeted from the air. Upon inspecting her now charred, pale palm, Li felt a surge of joy. He promptly hopped on one leg to retrieve the ghost officer's order, but the female zombie was already rising again, intent on thwarting his efforts. Unfortunately, Li's single leg could not match the speed of the zombie. In a swift motion, she positioned herself between him and the artifact, her eyes turning a furious crimson as she bared her teeth and growled at him. "You fear the ghost officer's order. Surely you must also fear the talisman of exorcism?" Li mused, extracting his wallet and brandishing a collection of spiritual talismans. The zombie hissed and retreated a step. A sense of relief washed over Li. It seemed that dealing with such creatures required the use of talismans and spells. He swiftly drew an exorcism talisman and, hopping on one leg, charged towards the zombie. The creature roared once more and turned to flee with a speed that would easily surpass a 100-meter world champion. Li, of course, could not keep up, and he paused to catch his breath as Song Yang came bounding over. How did she escape? Should we pursue her? Song Yang exclaimed. You want to chase her? Li Yi replied, rising onto his toes. Oh, well, how are you? Are you all right? Song Yang quickly shifted the subject. Do I look all right? Li Yi retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Then I'll hurry and take you to the hospital, Song Yang said, supporting Li Yi's arm. Hold on a moment. Li Yi interjected, glancing at the pit they had been digging. Let us continue. We need to retrieve the items first. Goodness, you truly value money over life. I must commend your dedication, Song Yang remarked, picking up a shovel and gingerly descending into the pit to continue digging, wary of unearthing another zombie. Li Yi, however, plopped down beside him, grimacing at the wound on his foot. No matter how sharp the heel of his high-heeled shoe, it was not akin to a nail or a knife's tip. Although the injury did not pierce through the entirety of his foot, it left a gaping hole the width of a finger. With his medical knowledge, Li Yi knew that such a wound would heal far slower than a knife cut. He would be unable to walk for at least a month or two. After tearing his shirt for a makeshift bandage, Song Yang suddenly tossed a large suitcase out of the pit. It was an old-fashioned plastic suitcase, its zipper rusted shut. Without a moment to inspect it, Wei Lu approached and remarked, there are 3 suitcases in total, 2 more are right beside it. Thus, Song Yang continued to dig. The 3 suitcases were quite sizable. Once unearthed, he hurriedly filled the soil back in. The issue of the bare surface lacking grass cover was of little concern, as it was not the kind of foreign turf, merely weeds from the flower bed that no one would mind. Once tidied up, they retreated, with Song Yang carrying 2 large suitcases while Li Yi hopped on one leg with a smaller one, making their way back to the fence to climb over and drive away. They drove the car to the backyard of the nursing home, fortunate that the elderly residents were not very mobile, allowing the garden paths to be well-maintained and spacious. The BMW was parked right in front of a small bungalow at the rear. After moving the items into the bungalow, Li Yi had Song Yang go to the front to request some iodine and bandages from the on-duty nurse, claiming he had stepped on a nail. While Song Yang was away, Li Yi began to rummage through the suitcases. Starting with the smallest, he yanked open the rusted zipper, only to be met with the absurdity of a suitcase filled with various machines. Is this truly the treasure you've hidden? Li Yi scolded. Wei Lu, equally embarrassed, replied. Well, these things were quite valuable back in the day. I thought it would be unwise to sell them locally after stealing them in the provincial city, planning instead to sell them in the lower city later. I had thought the items in the small suitcase would be the most valuable, which is why I carried it all the way back. Frustrated, Li Yi found himself at a loss. Who could have anticipated such a significant depreciation in high-tech products? Once worth thousands, a single device was now practically worthless, barely sturdy enough even for cracking walnuts. Suddenly, Li Yi lost interest. He shared with Lao Dao and Zhu Dakue the encounter they had just experienced with the zombie while awaiting Song Yang's return, assigning him the task of unpacking while he tended to his own injury. You need to apply some healing ointment. I'll prescribe something that guarantees a recovery in a fortnight, Lao Dao advised. However, we'll have to address that tomorrow, Li Yi responded, wincing as he applied iodine to his wound. By the way, could you describe the situation regarding that female zombie? There are merely 2 possibilities. One is that someone killed her and buried her somewhere, and you disturbed her grave, causing her to rise as a zombie. The other possibility is that she had already transformed into a zombie, but the location was so saturated with yin energy that she buried herself there to recuperate and cultivate, Lao Dao explained. I believe the second possibility is more likely, Li Yi said. When I fought her, I did not notice any wounds on her, and she was dressed quite neatly, unlike someone who had been hastily murdered and discarded. Shall we make another trip before dawn? I want to see if that place really is heavy with yin energy, Lao Dao proposed. But what use is it to ascertain the presence of heavy yin energy? Li Yi replied while wrapping his foot with bandages. If that place truly harbors significant yin energy, I suspect the zombie would return there. Given the current population density, human activity is everywhere, and in crowded areas, yin energy is suppressed. It is quite challenging to find a place with substantial yin energy in the city. If that zombie indeed requires recuperation, it likely needs to return. Lao Dao stroked his beard thoughtfully. Li Yi contemplated the possibility, yet he realized that if he were to encounter that zombie again, he might not withstand the encounter. An injured foot was a trivial matter. The crux lay in repeatedly disturbing someone. How could they possibly endure it? Even a cornered dog might leap over a wall, let alone a zombie. By the time he might wield his talisman, it would likely be too late, and he would find himself at the mercy of the creature. Just as Li Yi was about to decline, a shadow suddenly darted past the doorway. In the dim light of the moon filtering through, he discerned that the figure standing outside was a girl. Chapter 84. The five ghost cards. Song Yang squinted for a moment before recognizing that it was Confronting at the door. He exhaled in relief, saying, "You scared me. Why didn't you say anything? I thought a zombie had arrived." "Can I speak? How could I be a zombie?" Confronting retorted angrily. "Is there a zombie as beautiful as I am?" "Indeed. Certainly not." Li Yi and Song Yang replied in unison, exchanging glances of disdain regarding each other's taste. It must be said that the zombie they encountered earlier that evening was indeed striking. Her porcelain skin, tall stature, and slender waist, armed with a lethal weapon, complemented by a beautiful face adorned with two small fang-like teeth. Cough. Those were definitely tusks. What? Who dares to claim that a zombie could rival my beauty? Confronting stormed into the room, only to be met with dim light from a solitary camping lantern. She stumbled over a suitcase on the floor. Li Yi hurried to steady her, but as soon as he did, she raised her hand in preparation to strike. "Calm down. I'm injured," he exclaimed. "It's my foot that's hurt. Hitting other places won't do." Confronting delivered a slap to his back. "This is unjust. I never claimed you were less beautiful than the zombie." Li Yi protested, casting a glance at Song Yang for support. Song Yang, wearing a pained expression, quickly shifted the conversation. "Tingjia, why are you still awake?" "I just took a nap and woke up to hear you two were back." "Li Yi, did you step on a nail? What is going on? And what are those packages?" Confronting bombarded him with questions. "Wait, what zombie? Did you encounter a zombie?" Li Yi smacked his forehead, realizing he had inadvertently revealed the term zombie while trying to quell the shock. This could lead to trouble. "Let us not discuss zombies for now. Let us organize our things first. We brought back treasures we unearthed in the dead of night. There might be valuable items among them." "You two went tomb raiding?" Confronting exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. "Have you been watching too many ghost stories?" "There aren't that many tombs to plunder," Li Yi replied. "And even if there were, we wouldn't be able to find them. This treasure was buried in the park 20 years ago by someone else." "How do you know there's treasure buried in the park?" Confronting inquired, rummaging through a large suitcase. Li Yi felt overwhelmed by this question. How could he possibly explain? He had been concealing the existence of ghosts from her, merely stating that he could read fortunes. However, this query could not be resolved through divination. Otherwise, she might insist he dig another hole. And where would he find a place to dig? "Oh, is this real?" Before Li Yi could respond, Confronting pulled out a bracelet from the suitcase. Its yellowish hue was unappealing, but it certainly didn't appear to be made of copper. "Of course it's real. It's a gold bracelet," Wei Lu exclaimed, regrettably. Confronting could not hear him. "What kind of stone is this? It is so exquisite." Confronting unearthed a string of red stones fashioned into a bracelet. "Old South Red. It was not very popular back in the day, but now it is worth a fortune," Wei Lu declared. Confronting promptly adorned her wrist with the bracelet, but upon realizing it was slightly oversized, she removed it and tossed it back into the box, subsequently uncovering a jade pendant. "Is this jadeite?" she inquired, holding the pendant up to the light, revealing its vibrant green hue and translucent brilliance. "It's glass grade, Xinjiang green. And an antique at that," Wei Lu chimed in. "Don't wear it," the old Taoist urgently interjected. "Li Yi, do not allow her to wear it. This is a magical artifact. Do not touch." Li Yi quickly halted Confronting, who was about to drape it around her neck, snatching the pendant for a closer inspection. He noticed it was intricately carved with 5 bats. "What's wrong? I have my eye on it. You can't just snatch it away," Confronting protested. Li was at a loss for words. "Sister, I retrieved this. How does it seem that you share a claim to the spoils?" The old Taoist interjected. "After all, the bat symbolizes fortune. 5 bats represent 5 blessings. However, bats are also associated with the Yin. Hence they are seldom seen in daylight and are referred to as messengers of the underworld, embodiments of the 5 ghosts. This pendant does not signify blessings, but rather the 5 ghosts. It is steeped in negative energy. For a living person to wear it is not auspicious." "Well, if you don't want to give it to me, there's no need to frighten me," Confronting murmured. "Am I such a miser?" Li Yi chuckled in disbelief. "When have you ever been generous?" Song Yang chimed in. Li Yi felt exasperated. Such a friend was not worth keeping. Just as he prepared to regain some dignity, the old Taoist shouted, "Be careful, someone is outside." Li Yi furrowed his brow as a shadow burst through the door. "A zombie," he exclaimed. As the figure charged toward him, one hand aimed at his face and the other reaching for the jade pendant. Li Yi hastily dodged, but the divine talisman had already lost its efficacy, leaving his body weakened and unable to muster much strength. The zombie struck him squarely in the face, and the jade pendant was snatched away. Song Yang, having witnessed the zombie's ferocity before, was reluctant to engage in combat. He swiftly retreated to a corner, not forgetting to pull Confronting along with him. However, Zhu Dakue charged in with a loud shout, though he feared the strong yang energy of living opponents, or the possibility of unintentionally causing death, an act that would incur the wrath of the Black Wuchang. He held no such reservations when facing a zombie. Zhu Dakue, now manifest in corporeal form, positioned himself at the entrance. The retreating zombie found itself cornered and swung a hand at Zhu Dakue's cheek, only to miss. Zhu Dakue seized the opportunity, landing a punch on the zombie, which staggered back 2 steps. With over 20 years of Taoist experience, Zhu Dakue had focused all his skill points on manifesting corporeality. His ability to shift between the ethereal and the tangible was formidable. While he struggled against living beings, where even a successful strike might result in self-harm, he was exceptionally well suited to combat the undead. What is happening? Confronting asked, bewildered by the unfolding scene, glancing at the cowering Song Yang beside her. Zombies are malevolent beings, while that ghost belongs to our side, Song Yang explained, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, where he saw Li Yi hopping on one leg towards the corner, retrieving a peachwood sword. The old Taoist held a whisk in his right hand, while clutching a Sanqing bell in his left. In an instant, Li Yi and the others surrounded the zombie. Did you not flee? Why have you returned? Is it to seize my 5 ghosts talisman? Li Yi inquired. Indeed, it seems you were right. This zombie burrowed into the earth to absorb Yin energy, but the issue lies not with the soil, but with the 5 ghosts talisman buried beneath, the old Taoist stated. That is not the crux. We must find a way to capture her. I sense she is not an ordinary zombie. She might be on the verge of becoming a spirit, the old Taoist exclaimed, visibly agitated. Chapter 85. The adorable zombie. The phrase bearing fangs and brandishing claws could not be more apt, as the female zombie was indeed exhibiting such behavior. Her fangs were sharp, yet not overly large, and her 10 slender fingers were adorned with pink nail polish, making her appear rather endearing rather than fearsome. Li Yi, we need her alive, Song Yang shouted from behind. What are you plotting? Even if we capture her alive, can you truly handle her? Li Yi retorted. Damn it. Song Yang felt increasingly flustered under Confronting's gaze nearby. Old Taoist, what should we do? Li Yi gestured with the peachwood sword. You zombie, surrender at once, the old Taoist commanded. Roar. The female zombie bellowed at the old Taoist, releasing a wave of corpse energy. Unfortunately for her, the old Taoist lacked a physical form, rendering her poison ineffective. However, Li Yi was a living person, and with Confronting and Song Yang nearby, if she were to emit more of that energy, they would all surely turn into ghosts. Stay calm, Li Yi urged hastily. Beautiful lady, you cannot even defeat me, let alone now that the 3 of us have you surrounded. If you desire our 5 ghost talisman, we can discuss it amicably. Why not place the talisman down first, and we can negotiate? You speak nonsense. Zombies lack coherent thought and cannot comprehend human speech, the old Taoist shouted. The female zombie suddenly turned to him and roared again, though she refrained from releasing any more corpse energy. Huh. The old Taoist was momentarily taken aback. She can speak? Just a moment ago in the park, she cursed at me to die? Li Yi remarked. Beautiful lady, please refrain from violence, he said, cautiously placing the peachwood sword on the ground and spreading his arms to show he meant no harm. The female zombie appeared anxious, glancing at the old Taoist and then at Zhu Dakue, who was blocking the door. Clearly, the Taoist wielding the magical tool posed a greater threat to her. Old Taoist, put away your talisman, Li urged. She can truly understand human speech? The old Taoist muttered, promptly putting away the whisk, causing him to vanish from sight, and then stowing the Sanqing bell as well. The female zombie relaxed slightly, turning to observe Zhu Dakue still blocking the entrance before returning her gaze to Li Yi and articulating clearly, this is mine. Ah, now you're being unreasonable, Li Yi replied. This item and the 3 large bundles on the ground all belong to me. Mine, the female zombie retorted, growing agitated and shouting, you thieves. Li Yi extended a finger and gestured towards Wei Lu, stating, these items were buried in the park over 20 years ago by him. Now, he has bestowed them upon me, which is why we dug them up. I assume you weren't a zombie 2 decades ago, were you? The female zombie appeared momentarily stunned. Thus, you have fortuitously benefited from our possessions, and we shall not pursue this further. You may leave if you set the items down, Li Yi declared, extending his palm. No, I cannot give this to you. The female zombie grasped the five ghosts' talisman tightly. You require this talisman, but do not wish to return it to me? Very well. Li Yi grinned. I have no interest in this talisman, yet I cannot simply give it to you. He awaited a response from the female zombie, but she displayed no sign of comprehension, prompting him to be more direct. Do you have any money? I could sell you the talisman, or perhaps you possess gold, jewels, formidable artifacts, or elixirs. The female zombie stiffly shook her head. TSK. Then there is no other recourse. Li Yi sighed and extended his palm once more. No, it's mine. The female zombie clutched the talisman even tighter. Boss, stop wasting time with her, and just eliminate her to prevent her from harming others. Zhu Dakue shouted. This individual undoubtedly harbored violent tendencies. Typically, he refrained from attacking the living, but faced with a zombie, he relished the opportunity to kill. Knowing that the underworld would not intervene, and perhaps he could even gain merits, he could hardly contain himself. Hissing. The female zombie immediately turned to bare her teeth at Zhu Dakue. Calm down, don't be hasty. Li Yi quickly interjected, alas. Just the three of us could easily vanquish you, but as a person of virtue, I am reluctant to take a life. By the way, do you count as dead or as a living corpse? Would killing you constitute taking a life? Li Yi posed this philosophical query, yet no one responded, and he found it rather dull. Clicking his tongue, he continued, It seems you are unwilling to relinquish the five ghosts' talisman. However, I cannot simply give it to you. How about this? The talisman is mine, but I can lend it to you on the condition that you work for me. Of course, you are free to leave whenever you wish, but the talisman shall remain mine. The female zombie appeared conflicted, pondering for a moment before nodding. All right. Excellent. All is well. Li Yi chuckled, hopping on one leg to find a chair to sit. Boss, are we really not going to fight? Zhu Dakue looked frustrated. After finally having the chance to brawl, it seemed to be slipping away. Is fighting truly entertaining? Li Yi retorted. By the way, what is your name? Hunting. The female zombie replied. Hunting? Ah, little Han, your spoken language is quite poor. You must practice your Mandarin diligently, Li Yi remarked, shaking his head. Now, how did you become a zombie? Do share your story, Song Yang interjected, having realized that a fight was not forthcoming. I died, and then I awoke, Hanning stated. Ah, Song Yang was momentarily speechless. Was such brevity truly necessary? Well, when we were at the park, I asked if you had grievances, and your reaction suggests you do. You did not become a ghost upon dying, but transformed into a zombie. There must be some intrigue behind this. Li Yi raised his hand to stroke his chin, reminiscent of a military strategist petting a goat's beard. If you have grievances, feel free to confide in me. I will certainly assist you if I can. Han Ying remained silent, gazing at him. If you prefer not to speak, that is fine. After all, you're merely a destitute zombie and lack the means to hire my assistance. Li Yi sighed, shaking his head. Is she really a zombie? Fong Ting had finally risen from the ground, trembling as she sought refuge behind Li Yi. Of course she is. Are you all right? Li Yi inquired. Not all right. You've nearly scared me to death. Fong Ting retorted angrily. Have you been able to see ghosts all along? Is your presence here merely to nurture spirits? She continued. And why does he know while you have never informed me? Li Yi felt a headache approaching. This question was indeed challenging to elucidate. However, with matters having reached this point, an explanation was unavoidable. He seized Fong Ting by the arm and led her towards the front yard, exclaiming, Well, you two can converse at your leisure. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. Chapter 86, Swollen Feet Sister, do say something. Li Yi gazed at the dazed Fong Ting, regretting revealing the truths of this world to her. Yet, withholding the truth was no option. She had witnessed everything, zombies and ghosts alike. Failing to clarify would only lead to her wild imaginings, likely resulting in even graver consequences. After a lengthy pause, Fong Ting exhaled deeply, grabbing Li Yi's collar and shouting, You dare deceive me. I did not deceive you. Everything I stated was the truth, Li Yi replied with a pained expression. Not just now, Fong Ting insisted. Some time ago, you claimed to have the ability to read fortunes. Was that all a ruse? Li Yi was taken aback. Sister, could you please focus on the main issue? Tell me, how do we resolve the matter of your deceit? Fong Ting demanded vehemently. Well, that was a benevolent lie. Could we perhaps consider a lenient disposition? Li Yi chuckled awkwardly. A lenient disposition is contingent upon my being included in your next ghost-catching venture, Fong Ting declared. That could be rather perilous. I am unafraid, especially with you by my side. Besides, if you can take along that fellow, Song Yang, why can't you take me? I could easily handle him. Fong Ting exclaimed. This was indeed a fact that could not be countered. Although Fong Ting was slender and, as a woman, lacked the physical bulk of a man, she possessed ample combat experience. In her earlier years, she had been quite the menace in the nursing home, far surpassing Song Yang. The bespectacled gamer, in capability. Fine, I shall take you along next time. Li Yi gritted his teeth and agreed. Contemplating seeking out the old Taoist to learn some powerful protective talismans for Fong Ting to wear. He could then let her observe while he caught a minor ghost for her amusement. Seeing her goal achieved, Fong Ting felt a moment of joy, only to be struck by apprehension. Director by truly is something else. Reviving you is one thing, but why grant you an eye for the yin and yang? It's perilous to be constantly capturing ghosts and monsters. High risks yield high rewards. Have you not noticed how much wealth I have amassed in such a short time? Not only do I have a car and a house, but also a nursing home. Once the area is redeveloped, my worth will surely surpass 10 million. Why do you speak of wealth when you've just recently risen from a wheelchair? Will you not soon find yourself back in one? Fong Ting remarked. I would prefer if you didn't earn so much. A stable life is far better than anything else. Li Yi felt a touch of emotion, realizing that his sister truly cared for him. However, Fong Ting continued, well, if the injuries are less severe, earning a bit less might also strike a balance. Li Yi stumbled slightly, nearly toppling from his wheelchair. As she rambled on, Fong Ting began to yawn again. Li Yi intended to retreat to the backyard for the night. But Fong Ting insisted he stay, for it was her first encounter with ghosts and zombies, leaving her uneasy and unwilling to be alone. Reluctantly, he agreed to remain. Though he lamented the narrowness of the military cot, forcing him to sleep in his wheelchair for 2 hours. The elderly had developed a fondness for the 5 animal frolics, abandoning their morning square dances, yet the loudspeakers remained. Grandma Wu, who had once worked in radio broadcasting, had recorded a series of commands that disturbed Li Yi's attempts at sleep. Sleeping in a wheelchair was utterly uncomfortable. Upon awakening, he found his neck stiff and his tailbone aching. To make matters worse, his feet had been deprived of circulation all night, and upon unwrapping the bandages, he discovered his feet swollen. Thus, he had no choice but to ask Fong Ting to push him to the backyard, hoping to consult the old Taoist. Why is young Li in the wheelchair again? An elderly man inquired. Just earlier, you mentioned you wouldn't get up to practice today. How did you injure your foot? Boss Li, your treatment has improved, allowing our Fong Ting to push your wheelchair now? Ting Ting, why did you both come down from the building together? Has this fellow enlisted you for 24-hour care? This is exploitation. You should demand compensation. Your verbal clarity has improved, and you seem to be quite chatty now. Li Yi retorted with irritation. The elderly gentleman, who had previously suffered from a stroke that affected his speech, grinned and replied, that herbal tea of yours is remarkably effective. Just a few days, and I can speak clearly again. Old you no longer needs a cane to walk. Continue drinking it if it's effective. But don't speak nonsense. Li Yi shot back, hastily signaling Fong Ting to push him away before the group could gossip and pair him with her. Is everything all right? Upon reaching the backyard, Song Yang was still there, raising his eyebrows. Didn't you return all night with someone? That military cot appears to be only 80 centimeters wide. Damn it! Li Yi snapped at him, lifting his foot to kick towards Song Yang's face. Of course, it wasn't a forceful kick. Injuring himself would only cause him pain. He merely gestured to annoy him, causing Song Yang to jump back a few steps. Li Yi then turned his foot, indicating to the Taoist to take a look. What caused this swelling? The Taoist wondered aloud. Haning, could there be poison in the heel of your shoe? No, it's just an ordinary high-heeled sandal, she replied. The female zombie sat at the far end of the room, a 5-ghost talisman hanging around her neck. How come she speaks more fluently now? Li Yi inquired, puzzled. Well, one could say there has been progress. It may take another couple of days for her to fully recover, the Taoist explained. Last night, I examined her and found that due to the talisman's spiritual nourishment, her soul has been fully restored, though slightly misaligned, which accounts for her previous stiffness and difficulty in speech. I taught her a method for calming the spirit, and after a few days of practice, she was able to adjust almost like an ordinary person. Oh, Li nodded and lifted his injured foot, saying, let me see it first, write me a prescription. If I end up limping, it would be a great loss. Well, this is caused by stagnant blood and qi, akin to the numbness and swelling one experiences after squatting for too long, the old man explained. Elevate your leg a bit. It will improve with some rest. but the wound still requires medicinal treatment. As he spoke, he scribbled a prescription. Upon glancing at it, Li noticed the initial items were normal, but the last two distinctly indicated a bottle of Moutai and 2 braised pig's trotters. Don't include personal requests. Li retorted irritably. It's early in the morning. Where am I supposed to find pig's trotters? Didn't you stay up all night working yesterday? That bottle of liquor is already finished, and if there are no trotters, at least bring a bottle of wine. The old man said with a grin. Song Yang, go fetch him a bottle of Erguo too and grab a pack of Hongtao Mountain for De Kui, Li instructed. Those two have a bottle of liquor and a pack of cigarettes daily. You're responsible for delivering them, and I'll settle the bill at the end of the month. Suddenly, Hanning interjected, Boss, can I also have something? You've already received the 5 Ghosts brand for free. What more do you want? Li replied with irritation. I only want 1 item, not something every day. Hanning insisted. Just one? That can be considered. What do you desire? Li asked. Hanning quickly responded, a mobile phone. What do you need a mobile phone for? Li exclaimed, knowing that a phone is far more expensive than liquor or cigarettes. How can modern people be without a mobile phone? The female zombie remarked. Old man, didn't you say zombies have no intelligence? How can she talk and know so much? Li turned and shouted. Ordinary zombies are merely lifeless shells, but she is not an ordinary zombie, the old man clarified. I asked last night. She encountered an accident at the time of her death. Normally, when a person dies, their spirit departs. If they have no strong attachments, it naturally returns to the underworld. However, if their attachments are too strong, they become ghosts. She died on the 15th of July, when the gates of hell are wide open. As she had just transformed into a ghost, a malevolent spirit, drawn to her beauty, attempted to bully her. Though she escaped, in her fright, she lost her celestial and terrestrial souls, leaving only 1 soul and 7 spirits, which returned to her physical body. Unbeknownst to her, her corpse was buried by the murderer in a park. For nearly a year, she has been absorbing energy. Typically, after a year, she would be able to see the light of day again. She was preparing for revenge, but with just half a month left, you all unearthed her. Li pondered over these words. Although brief, Hanning spoke rapidly, which must have taken considerable time, making it a challenge for them to listen patiently throughout the night. Thus, she differs greatly from ordinary zombies. Possessing an additional soul allows her not only to retain her memories, but, once cultivated to a certain extent, to function almost like a living person, capable of eating, running, and unafraid of sunlight. You can seek revenge if you wish, but why do you need a mobile phone? Li asked. I want a live stream. Hanning declared. What? Li felt he must have misheard her. Oh, indeed. She mentioned that she was originally a streamer, signed with a company that specializes in live broadcasting. However, she refuses to plead for donations in a sycophantic manner like other streamers. Nor does she wish to engage in the trivial games that others partake in. Consequently, the company pressured her into performing broadcasts that involved exaggerated expressions. You know what I mean. What do I know? My thoughts are utterly pure. Li stated earnestly. TSK. Song Yang scoffed. That day the company once again coerced her, and despite her resolute refusal, they intended to force her into compliance. When she resisted, she was tragically killed. Oh, are you yearning to return to your former profession? Li remarked. You claim to be a zombie, yet you still wish to stream? Release your obsessions and live well. That is the essence of life. I want revenge. Han Ying's eyes suddenly turned crimson, as if ablaze with fury. However, what does your desire for vengeance have to do with streaming? Li retorted, exasperated. To earn money. For you assist me, Hanning declared. This girl has a point. I must lend my support. The old Taoist sighed, and Zhu Dakue nodded fervently. You need not earn money. We will assist you. Song Yang exclaimed decisively. Indeed, I despise the scoundrels who bully beautiful girls. We will certainly help you. Fong Ting echoed enthusiastically. Li hastily interjected. Hold on. We will undoubtedly aid you in your quest for vengeance, but we must also earn some money. At the very least, having funds will allow us to improve our lives, right? Rest assured, I shall procure a phone for you shortly. As Li maneuvered the wheelchair away, Fong Ting followed, grumbling, while Wei Lu stood dumbfounded, muttering, Boss, we agreed to help me first with my revenge. Why is there a queue now? Fong Ting, pushing Li to fetch medicine, inquired. Look, is that woman in red a ghost? Li, exasperated, shook his head. Sister, where would you find a ghost in broad daylight? Had I known, I would not have given you that cow tear. The cow tear obtained from Master Xing was given to Song Yang. After all, that fellow spends all his time in the backyard. He cannot rely on Zhu Dakue to appear every time they wish to converse. According to the old Taoist, while the preparation is somewhat troublesome, the materials are inexpensive. So Li did not mind. He could care less. And if it ran out, he could simply ask Song Yang to gather materials to concoct another vial. Speaking of which, it infuriates me. That fellow is so stingy, he only gave me a single tear. Confronting exclaimed angrily, no way. You must give me a vial too. Li, bemused, nodded. After all, cow tears are quite wasteful to use. One application lasts only about half an hour. A single bottle would not last long. Therefore, after reciting the prescription for the wound medicine written by the old Taoist, he also recited several recipes for cow tear-infused medicines. On the way back after purchasing the medicine, he detoured into a mobile phone store, but after browsing, Li bought nothing, for the prices were outrageous. He resolved to order online instead. Casually returning to the nursing home, Confronting carried the breakfast she had purchased along the way to the backyard, intending to offer a bit to Haning. However, as a zombie, she had no need for food. According to the old Taoist, perhaps in another half-month, the nourishing energy would enhance her cultivation, allowing her to eat like a normal person once again. Thus, breakfast became more affordable for Lao Dao and Zhu Dakui, and even Wei Lu managed to snag a fried dough stick. Meanwhile, Li brought along his worn-out notebook. But he found it frustrating that the backyard could not receive signals from the front yard. He increasingly perceived the dilapidated flat in the backyard as inconvenient and contemplated hiring a construction team for renovations. After all, he had no shortage of funds. And once he decided to act, he did so without hesitation. While discussing with Director L, he asked Song Yang for assistance in contacting a construction crew. Renovating the backyard seemed unnecessary for the nursing home, and naturally, the expenses would be charged to Li's own account. When Song Yang brought in a contractor, the man remarked that the flat was older than he was, and even after repairs, it wouldn't last long. Li, in a fit of enthusiasm, declared to rebuild it entirely. The contractor promptly sketched a rough plan. The backyard structure would not be for commercial use, but purely residential. So there was no need for extravagance. They decided to erect a two-story villa in a self-built style. The standalone villa would come with its own wall, with a separate gate leading to a small road at the back of the nursing home, allowing for vehicle access and alleviating concerns about disturbing the front yard's tranquility during late hours. Most importantly, having a yard would deter the elderly from wandering over unexpectedly. The construction was tentatively scheduled to take a month, not including the interior decoration. Li also considered the inconvenience of housing 3 ghosts and a zombie during the construction period, thus relocating them to another corner of the backyard while retaining the small flat. The contractor would handle all materials and labor, with stipulations that while they could expedite the work, night shifts were off the table, as the elderly residents' lives and rest must not be disturbed. That very day, the contractor summoned his crew to level the land and began preparations by tearing down the backyard wall, while Li busied himself ordering a mobile phone and various streaming equipment for Haning, spending several thousand on microphones and lighting. Although he had heard of some streamers earning millions monthly, he was also aware that others barely made enough to eat, leaving him in a quandary about whether a zombie streamer could indeed turn a profit. This venture might even lead to losses. Chapter 88. The ghost spy sets off again before the streaming equipment arrived. Haning spent her days practicing her speech with Lao Dao and the others, while Confronting and Song Yang busied themselves with the construction team's various tasks. Meanwhile, Li found himself entangled with Wei Lu, who was insistent on pursuing a revenge plan. Poor Li was left to push his wheelchair, arranging to have a meal with Yanming. You know what I do, right? Li said while holding a beer glass. You run a nursing home, Yanming replied. Indeed, that's my side business now. I'm asking about my main line of work, Li clarified. Yanming took a sip of his drink and said, Don't ask me. I neither know nor wish to know. Li choked slightly. Why was this guy so uncooperative? How was he supposed to continue the conversation? Well, if you don't want to discuss that, let me tell you about a case, he said, getting straight to the point. What kind of case? Yanming quickly declined. Don't bring me into it. I barely got through the last incident with the dwarf, and it completely warped my worldview. I'd prefer to remain blissfully ignorant while being a police officer. TSK, this is a real case, one that occurred 20 years ago. And it's a miscarriage of justice, Li insisted. Yanming furrowed his brow and remarked, Then do enlighten me. Li proceeded to recount the case of Wei Lu. Although this incident transpired over 2 decades ago, the two true culprits remain at large, while the police who resorted to torture have ascended to positions of authority, with the truth thoroughly obscured. How did you come to know about this case? Yin Ming inquired. No, perhaps it is better if you refrain from telling me. Li Yi, feeling exasperated, merely shrugged, unable to critique this ostrich mentality. Can you assert that what you have stated is factual? Yin Ming questioned again. Li Yi pondered for a moment. Despite Wei Lu's cunning nature, he would not dare to deceive himself. Given his audacity, he surely comprehended the repercussions of lying, especially knowing he was a ghostly enforcer. Well, I am 90% certain. Li Yi replied. 90%? Yin Ming pressed his lips together and said, very well, I shall investigate further. However, do not harbor excessive hopes. Unraveling a case from over 20 years ago is no simple endeavor. In truth, it is not insurmountable. All it requires is locating those two fugitives. Is the truth not bound to emerge then? Li Yi responded. A wanted notice has been active for over 20 years without success. Where do you propose we search? Yin Ming retorted. Begin with their families, Li Yi suggested. After 2 decades, I refuse to believe they have not been in contact with their kin. Is it not the case that many fugitives from years past were ultimately apprehended through police surveillance of their homes? Does surveillance not demand police resources? Yin Ming replied curtly. This case has resurfaced without a coherent lead, and there is insufficient justification to reignite the investigation. How do you expect me to mobilize law enforcement? I am here. Li Yi grinned widely. If you can procure the current addresses of their families, I will take it upon myself to conduct the surveillance. Sooner or later. As soon as they make contact, we shall apprehend them. Very well. If you possess the time for surveillance, I will return and find those addresses for you. Yin Ming agreed. However, you must exercise caution. Do not interfere with their normal lives, and certainly do not resort to coercion, or you will find yourself in legal jeopardy. I cannot protect you. Rest assured, I will engage someone for surveillance, and no one will be the wiser, Li Yi chuckled. Indeed, no one would discover it. For Zhu Dakuai possessed ample experience in such matters, and with Wei Lu alongside him, success was all but guaranteed. Thus, the following day, upon receiving a call from Yin Ming, Li Yi instructed Zhu Dakuai and Wei Lu to set forth. Before their departure, Li Yi specifically requested Song Yang to bring 2 packs of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes and insisted they be entirely consumed by Zhu Dakuai, stating that they would return only after uncovering a lead, marking the end of this endeavor. Having dispatched the 2 specters, Li Yi finally found himself at leisure. However, he could not remain in the backyard, as the construction noise during the day was unbearable. Thus, he retreated to the front yard to enjoy the air conditioning. Though the season of autumn had officially commenced, the heat persisted unabated, with the midday sun blazing, compelling one to remain indoors. As Li Yi entered the activity room, having yet to exchange pleasantries with the elderly residents, Director Lu approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Have you found some free time? Perfect timing. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Fan, who wishes to admit his elderly mother to our facility. Mr. Li is quite youthful. The middle-aged man named Fan extended his hand towards Li Yi. Li Yi shook hands with him and chuckled. Do not underestimate my words. The daily management of the nursing home is solely dictated by Director Lu. Mr. Li possessed a delightful wit. However, Mr. Fan held on to Li Yi's hand without letting go. Li Yi sensed a peculiar force emanating from his grip, not sheer strength, but rather a chilling sensation, akin to placing one's hand in the path of an air conditioning vent, cold and obstructive. The chill seeped through Li Yi's palm, coursing up his arm with swift intensity. Suddenly, he felt a surge of warmth in his lower abdomen, which rapidly traveled through his meridians to his right arm, expelling the coldness with a forceful rush. Mr. Fan hastily withdrew his hand, a strained smile on his face, and inquired, Mr. Li, could you kindly elucidate the unique features of this place? My time is exceedingly precious. I have no leisure for idle chatter. Li Yi retorted. Shall we? Chuckled Mr. Fan. I am indeed in the midst of introducing this to you. Director Lu quickly interjected, uncertain of whether this individual would ultimately choose to send his mother here, yet recognizing him as a potential client. Surely, he could not afford to offend him. Director Lu, spare yourself the effort, Li Yi interjected. This fellow's parents clearly possessed diminished vitality, indicative of a frail fate. Who could he possibly send here? Director Lu was momentarily taken aback, but recalling Li Yi's uncanny insights, he promptly chose to believe him. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Director Lu exclaimed angrily. Are you sent by Chongqing Song Nursing Home? While we welcome visitors for tours, such underhanded tactics are utterly disgraceful. The nursing home industry is competitive. Chongqing Song Nursing Home is located in the southern suburbs, merely a few miles away. The two establishments inevitably faced rivalry, especially following the recent incident involving the Qian siblings, which led many uninformed families to withdraw their elderly loved ones, naturally favoring the Chongqing Song Nursing Home for immediate occupancy. Director Liu was evidently infuriated by the situation, not anticipating a confrontation at their doorstep. He called out, summoning numerous caregivers, each of whom regarded Mr. Fan with disapproving expressions. Mr. Fan, in a state of panic, retreated while exclaiming, "No, I am not affiliated with that Chongqing Song Nursing Home. I am here solely to request Master Li's assistance." In the office of the director, after pouring tea, Director Liu exited. Li Yi, seated in his wheelchair, gestured for Mr. Fan to partake of the tea, muttering, "If you seek me out, simply state your purpose. What is with the evasiveness? Speak plainly. What do you truly desire? What is Master Li's area of expertise?" Mr. Fan inquired. "So you come to seek my help, yet are unaware of my specialties?" Li Yi retorted, irritation evident in his tone. "Prison," Mr. Fan replied. "What? My reputation has reached such heights? Even a prison?" Li Yi blinked in disbelief, suddenly recalling the dwarf. "Indeed, Yang Chikuan divulged everything to me," Mr. Fan affirmed. "Damn." Li Yi cursed, realizing that if that scoundrel could betray a dwarf in his presence, he should have anticipated that he too would be sold out. It is abundantly clear that Mr. Fan is undoubtedly one of those individuals from the so-called circle. Both the dwarf and the hunchback have fallen victim to their own machinations. How could they remain unperturbed? However, their reaction time has been rather sluggish, taking them this long to uncover the situation at hand. "Mr. Li, I presume you are new to this field and may not be fully acquainted with certain protocols. Hence, I have been entrusted by others to elucidate the circumstances for you. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions," Mr. Fan stated. "Oh, please, do proceed." "I am listening," Li Yi replied, internally on guard. "The matter is this, we, the exceptional individuals, maintain a degree of contact amongst ourselves, forming a small circle," Mr. Fan explained. "However, this circle is not a governing body. It does not impose authority over its members. Individuals within the circle may assist one another or resolve grievances independently, with no interference in each other's freedom. Therefore, regarding the matter of the dwarf's demise, none of us will pursue accountability." Li Yi blinked, taken aback. "Is this individual not here seeking revenge? The primary function of our circle is, in essence, to serve as a network for disseminating information, ensuring that when assistance is required, one can reach out to fellow practitioners." Mr. Fan elaborated. "I have come today to extend an invitation for Master Li to join our circle." Li Yi retrieved a cigarette case. Mr. Fan declined, and Li Yi lit one for himself, taking a couple of puffs before inquiring, "What are the conditions?" "There are no conditions, Mr. Fan replied with a smile as warm as spring. "However, there are 3 rules within the circle. First, the existence of our circle must remain confidential from outsiders. Even if other exceptional individuals wish to join, they must obtain my approval before you can disclose information about our circle to them. Didn't he, the hunchback, inform me?" Li Yi countered. "Indeed, he has since met his demise," Mr. Fan chuckled. Li Yi widened his eyes. Although that fellow deserved his fate, he was still startled by the realization that this individual was incarcerated. How did he manage to eliminate him? But upon reflection, considering that all members of this so-called circle are extraordinary beings, it seemed plausible that dispatching a prisoner posed little challenge. "And the second rule?" Li Yi pressed further. "The second rule pertains to the exchange of information," Mr. Fan stated. "If a member hears of any supernatural occurrences, they are obligated to relay this information to the council, such as myself. Naturally, if any developments may pertain to you personally, we will also inform you of such news." "And the third?" "The third rule is mutual assistance," Mr. Fan's demeanor grew serious. "In this world, there are always those meddlesome individuals who, under the guise of righteousness, indiscriminately hunt down us exceptional beings. Of course, if the adversary targets a specific individual, it is deemed a personal vendetta, and we will not intervene. However, should there be an attempt to eradicate all exceptional beings within the city, we shall unite to combat this threat." Li Yi tapped the ash from his cigarette and asked, "What if I choose not to join you?" Mr. Fan smiled. "I believe you will not refuse, as you are already privy to too much information. Should you decline our invitation, we would be compelled to ensure your silence." "Will you kill me?" Li Yi blinked. Such measures are unnecessary, Mr. Fan chuckled. We have a member within our circle who possesses the remarkable ability to help individuals forget certain memories they wish to discard. If you merely meet her, we shall coexist peacefully without intruding upon one another's affairs. Oh, such a talent exists? Li Yi inquired, astonished. Individuals of exceptional talent each possess their unique strengths, many of which even Master Li could scarcely fathom. Mr. Fan remarked with a smile. Well, what if I do not wish to meet her? Li Yi extinguished his cigarette. Trust me, these two options are undoubtedly the most favorable. The third outcome would spell disaster for you and trouble for me, Mr. Fan sighed. Oh, I am truly averse to complications, Li Yi replied. Wait, are you suggesting that for you it is trouble, while for me it is disaster? Hee. Although I dread complications, I am not afraid of disaster, for fortune has always favored me. I have consistently turned misfortune into fortune, he chuckled. Mr. Fan's expression darkened slightly. Yet, upon further reflection, it indeed seems troublesome, Li Yi sighed again. If I were to choose the third option, would you all be compelled to eliminate me? I can face it once. But if you persistently send someone to their demise, I would be utterly burdened, he stated. Mr. Fan began to clench his fists. Never mind. Such a troublesome matter is best left aside. Hence, I shall opt for the first choice, Li Yi concluded. You mean to join us? Mr. Fan inquired. Precisely. I have no desire to lose my memories, so I must reluctantly join your ranks, Li Yi affirmed. But you must remember, I am not subject to your constraints. You have no authority to impede my actions, correct? Indeed, we are merely a loose alliance, with the exchange of information being of utmost importance, Mr. Fan smiled. Very well then, Li Yi clapped his hands. Master Li's choice is indeed sagacious. Welcome aboard. Mr. Fan retrieved his phone. Mr. Li, you can join a group. I suggest you create a secondary account to safeguard your privacy as much as possible. Regarding your true identity, I will not disclose it to others, though you are free to share it within the group if you wish. Only a fool would reveal their true identity. Li Yi promptly applied for a new account on his phone, searched for the group number Mr. Fan provided, and found a group named Drunken Dreaming River. Upon viewing the members, he was astonished to discover over 60 participants. As soon as he applied, Mr. Fan, as the administrator, swiftly approved his request. Welcome, Master Li. To our fold, Mr. Fan smiled. By the way, there is one more matter. To maintain the normal operation of our circle, each member is required to pay an annual fee of 100,000 yuan. You can transfer the funds directly to me. What? A fee? 100,000? Li Yi exclaimed, suddenly agitated. I may lose my head or bleed, but I shall not part with my hard-earned money. I am broke. I want to withdraw. Chapter 90. The circle's mission. Mr. Fan was taken aback. He had barely joined before expressing a desire to exit, and the reason was merely 100,000 yuan. While that amount was not insignificant, many laborers would struggle for a year without sustenance to earn such a sum. For individuals of their caliber, 100,000 was hardly a challenge to acquire. Master Li, please do not jest. Once you have joined, withdrawal is not an option, Mr. Fan stated. You are exploiting consumers. You never mentioned there would be a fee. Li Yi huffed and said, either let me withdraw or don't charge me. In any case, if you want me to pay, it's impossible. Mr. Fan pondered for a moment and replied, is Master Li experiencing some financial constraints? I could introduce you to some lucrative opportunities. Occasionally, colleagues in the circle require assistance, and I would act as an intermediary to disseminate tasks. Make money? Li Yi's eyes sparkled, and he added, I have no issue with you introducing me to ways to earn, but there's no way I'm paying. Mr. Fan chuckled bitterly. Is this a case of a miserly person? Do not worry, Master Li. As long as you can complete the tasks, all commissions will be yours. You won't need to pay a dime of the 100,000. Mr. Fan stated. This time, Li Yi felt somewhat tempted. I won't engage in anything illegal. No problem, Mr. Fan assured him. Although we occasionally receive somewhat dubious assignments, we respect everyone's choices. You may only take on legal tasks, and of course, the commissions vary based on the task requirements. Well, just give me something simple then, Li Yi responded. Although this circle appeared chaotic and somewhat sinister, to avoid complications, it seemed prudent to join in. After all, as they said, there were no restrictions, and there was nothing wrong with mingling. Accepting a simple task every year and saving 100,000 didn't seem too unreasonable. What are your specialties? Or what skills do you possess? Mr. Fan inquired. Well, I suppose I have a little knowledge about various things, Li Yi replied. Do you understand feng shui? Mr. Fan flipped through his phone and then sent an image to Li Yi's account. What is this? Li Yi opened the image to find a list that read, Client, Lu Jianxi, Vice President of Wanqing Machinery Company. Address, contact information, compensation, 50,000. Issue. Since moving into a new home recently, the household has been unsettled, and the entire family has been catching colds daily. After leaving for work in the morning, their symptoms lessen in the afternoon, only to worsen again the next morning, repeating this cycle for several days. Medications and treatments have proven ineffective, leading to suspicions of feng shui issues. This is it? Li asked. Exactly, Mr. Fan confirmed. When you go, just say you were referred by Mr. Fan. After resolving the issue, leave me a message, and I will transfer the payment to you. However, you must solve the problem by tomorrow at the latest, otherwise, the task will be reassigned to someone else. All right, I'll head over shortly. Get ready to prepare the payment, Li Yi said with confidence. Then I won't disturb you any longer, and I await your good news, Mr. Fan said with a smile as he stood up to take his leave. Li Yi accompanied him down the elevator, but did not see him off to the car. After bidding farewell, he went straight to the backyard, called for the old Taoist to enter the gathering spirit gourd, and then summoned Song Yang, who was supervising the construction, to drive to Lu Jianxi's home. Upon hearing that action was to be taken, Feng Ting insisted on accompanying them. Li Yi thought about the simplicity of this task and deemed it relatively safe. So he agreed. Lu Jianxi's residence was located in the western suburbs, in an industrial development zone, a good 20 miles from the urban area. Fortunately, the vehicle was quite decent, and they reached the destination shortly after exiting the city. As Li Yi was about to depart, he made a phone call. Upon arriving at the entrance of a newly constructed residential complex, a man in his 40s was waiting. Are you the feng shui masters introduced by Mr. Fan? Lu Jianxi, upon observing the youthful appearance of Li Yi and his companions, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Indeed, let us proceed. If it proves ineffective, there will be no charge. Li Yi replied with a broad smile. Although Lu Jianxi was not in high spirits, he nonetheless led the group to his residence. The apartment was a duplex. Just a few steps from the elevator, they reached his front door. Upon entering, a spacious living room greeted them, evidently newly renovated not long ago. There are 4 of us in the family, my wife, my son, my daughter, and myself. After the renovation, we allowed the house to air out for 3 months and even conducted formaldehyde tests, all of which were satisfactory before moving in. However, since our arrival, all 4 of us have developed colds, with symptoms often worsening in the morning and then alleviating. We have undergone various treatments and tests, but the cause remains elusive, Lu Jianxi explained while guiding Li Yi and his companions around the rooms. Aside from the colds, are there any other issues? Li Yi inquired, feigning a casual examination of the feng shui layout while discreetly removing the gourd cap for the old Taoist to inspect the surroundings. No, just the colds, runny noses, and overall fatigue, Lu Jianxi responded. The room is quite clean, with no malevolence present, Li Yi remarked after surveying the area. Oh, you're not aware of where the problem lies. Lu Jianxi seemed unfazed, as he had already sensed that Li Yi was inexperienced and that it would indeed be strange if he could identify the issue. I merely stated there are no spirits. I never claimed I could not discern the problem. Li Yi corrected him while attentively listening to the old Taoist's report. No spirits, and the feng shui appears sound. Overall, there are no apparent issues with the house, the old Taoist concluded. Li Yi furrowed his brow. He held a certain respect for the old Taoist's expertise, and if he could not identify any faults, it was likely that none existed. What is the matter? Have you discerned something? Lu Jianxi grew anxious at the sight of Li Yi's frown. No, Li Yi shook his head. There are no problems within your home. What? Lu Jianxi was taken aback. Are you certain you can read this? My entire family is afflicted. How could there be no issue? If you can't interpret it, just admit it instead of wasting my time. Li Yi found himself bemused by such a character, one who seemed to wish for problems in his own home. Were it not for Mr. Fan's endorsement, he would have been tempted to fabricate an issue, perform a dramatic gesture, and take his leave with payment. Indeed, your home is free of issues. However, factors affecting your family's health may not necessarily stem from the residence itself. Perhaps there are complications related to the ancestral home, Li Yi suggested, his gaze shifting from the old Taoist to Lu Jianxi. What? Problems with the ancestral home? Lu Jianxi replied, but my parents are in good health, residing in our hometown. Just last night, I spoke with my elder brother, and they have not caught colds. Li Yi felt a surge of frustration. This obstinate old Taoist was leading him astray. Humph, Do you think that perusing a few shabby books has equipped you with the ability to discern fortunes? The old Taoist retorted dismissively. This fellow's parental palace is collapsed. It clearly indicates the passing of both parents. He mentioned that his parents are still alive, which must refer to his adoptive parents. Undoubtedly, his biological parents have passed away. If you don't believe it, you might encourage him to investigate. Li Yi spat out a toothpick, pondering how to convey such a statement without incurring wrath, for it could lead to scorn or even violence. Chapter 91. The Deadlock Nail. Lu Jianqi's predicament appeared deceptively simple, yet without genuine skill, one could scarcely uncover the root of the problem. On the upper balcony of a shopping mall, adorned with a plethora of flowers, Mr. Fan was brewing tea while conversing with a bald old man. He remarked that if the issue remained unresolved, it would indicate a lack of true competence, and at that point, they could manipulate him at will. Conversely, if he managed to solve it, then old Jiao would not spare him. "You have quite the scheme," chuckled the bald man, his face wrinkled like that of a Shar-Pei. Fearing that old Jiao might not prove to be his match, old Jiao lurked in the shadows while he was in the light. Thus, he would ultimately suffer. "Mr. Fan replied, even if old Jiao truly cannot contend with him, this matter is of no concern to us. At worst, we can cultivate him to take on more tasks, thereby helping us generate profits." Haha. The bald man remarked, as long as he is willing to accept tasks, there is no need to pressure him. Although the incident with the dwarf resulted in some losses, seeking revenge does not align with our philosophy of harmony leading to prosperity. Even in pursuit of harmony and wealth, we must first assess his capabilities. "This is unavoidable," Mr. Fan said, taking a sip from his teacup. As the overseer of the circle, Mr. Fan would not willingly allow it to be as loose as he claimed. Externally, the circle seemed to refrain from interfering in members' affairs. Yet who among them was not under his covert control? When the incidents involving the hunchback and the dwarf arose, Mr. Fan struggled to trace matters back to Li Yi, as this individual seemed unlikely to be a suspect. Confined to a wheelchair yet so young, how could he possibly overpower the hunchback or the dwarf possessed by a spirit? Thus, although Li Yi had long been within Mr. Fan's sights, he had consistently let him be. However, in a moment of perplexity while reassessing the situation, Mr. Fan suddenly discovered that Li Yi's leg had miraculously healed. This was utterly impossible. A leg fracture could not fully recover within a month. Such an occurrence was clearly abnormal. After 2 more days of investigation, Li Yi returned to his wheelchair, prompting Mr. Fan to personally intervene and initiate this testing arrangement. "What did you say? I am not your biological child? Damn it!" Lu Jianqi exclaimed, erupting with emotion. Anyone who claimed such a thing would likely be met with extreme anger. "Calm down," Li Yi said earnestly. "If you doubt me, you may inquire with your parents. Just tell them you have a genetic illness and need to find your biological parents to survive, and they will likely reveal the truth." Damn it! Lu Jianqi could no longer contain his agitation. Though he felt the urge to fight, he was outnumbered by 2 young men and a girl, and he knew that a confrontation would leave him at a disadvantage. Thus, he resorted to cursing, "Get lost. What nonsense master are you? Do you believe I won't knock you out? Mind your language and refrain from foul words," Li Yi admonished, shaking his head. "I anticipated your reaction, but for the sake of your family's lives, I must speak plainly. If you choose not to believe me, that is your prerogative, but please refrain from cursing." Li Yi, while speaking, opened the gourd for the old Taoist to enter and then stepped toward the door. Lu Jianqi, preoccupied, had no intention of seeing them off. He merely slammed the door shut behind them, the sound echoing awkwardly. "Is this how you are treated regularly?" Feng Ting remarked. "It's quite impressive that you managed to swindle so much money." "Oh, haven't you encountered a ghost before? How can you claim we are deceivers?" Song Yang retorted. "As far as I know, every time Li Yi and I have gone out, we have been treated with great respect. Regardless, today was thoroughly embarrassing. I shall not accompany you again to endure such humiliation," Feng Ting huffed, taking her seat in the back of the car. The BMW sped down the highway, approaching the ring road when Li Yi's phone rang. "Mr. Lu, what is the matter?" Li Yi gestured to his phone, grinning as he spoke. "Apologies, but I'm already on the ring highway." "What? You called to ask?" Li Yi replied. "Indeed, I was right, wasn't I? Haha, you flatter me. I'm merely a fortune teller, unworthy of such divine titles. You need not apologize, truly." "What? Increase the payment? That 1T suffice. I have a ritual worth 200,000 to perform tonight." "Another 200,000? Let me consider it. That task isn't urgent for just a few hours, so I'll come over to see you. Please prepare that cash in the meantime." After hanging up, Li Yi chuckled. I knew this fellow was terrified. Even the slightest possibility would not escape his notice. I didn't expect his efficiency to be so remarkable. Otherwise, we might as well have waited outside his complex. Song Yang turned the car around, driving leisurely. Upon returning to the entrance of the complex, they spotted Lu Jianxi anxiously waiting. Li Yi promptly interrupted Lu Jianxi's attempt to apologize, stating, "Let us skip the formalities. Is the money ready?" I can't withdraw that much cash in time. I can transfer it to you," Lu Jianxi responded. "A transfer will do. Once we arrive at your home, have him transfer the funds first before we delve into the details." As anticipated, Lu Jianxi could not resist investigating his situation. He called elders back home and, through subtle inquiries, learned that he was not biologically related to his parents. Upon contacting his parents, he discovered he needed to find his biological mother and father, leading to the revelation that he had been adopted as a child. "My father said my biological parents passed away when I was less than a year old. I have an elder brother who was adopted by someone else, and he has no idea where he is," Lu Jianxi explained. "As for my parents' grave, it is located in our hometown, not far from here, in Songyan County. Songyan County, a district under the jurisdiction of Dawashi, is situated less than 100 miles from the city center, reachable by car in about an hour." Noticing the time was still early, Li Yi decided to set off immediately to visit. They promptly got into the car and set off, arriving in the county within an hour. And after another half-hour driving to the countryside, they first visited Lu Jianxi's home to pay respects to his father before heading to the village of his biological parents. After inquiring, they finally located the burial site. "Brother Chui, my apologies. I brought my son to see you," Lu Jianxi's father said, squatting by the grave, lighting a cigarette, and placing it in the earth as an offering. After all, the visit was rather sudden, and he had not prepared any joss paper. Lu Jianxi found himself in a state of profound inner turmoil. This brief moment had nearly upended the entirety of his 40-year existence, leaving his bewildered mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Li Yi glanced at the sky, still illuminated by daylight, though the sun had already dipped below the horizon. He promptly removed the gourd, allowing the old Taoist to emerge once more. Without needing any instructions from Li Yi, the old man began to circle the grave, with Li Yi mimicking his actions in a theatrical manner. How curious, the use of a death nail. It is remarkable that such a thing is still employed. Yet, the practitioner wielding it possesses a certain level of skill. The old Taoist pointed with a smile towards the earth behind the grave, and upon closer inspection, Li Yi indeed discerned a nail embedded in the ground, its tip barely protruding, so subtle that it would have gone unnoticed without careful scrutiny.